Chapter 1. Traversing the Heavenly Insight Sect, the Disciple Recruitment System. In the eastern continent of the Ling Sha realm, within the southern domain, lies the Heavenly Insight Sect atop the Tianju Peak. 3 years have passed. I have but 1 year left to live. We dispatched 100,000 disciples to seek out individuals with special bloodlines, yet to no avail. System. Have any suitable candidates been detected? Li Muzhou sat by the Taqing Lake, gazing at the stream of returning jade slips, his heart burdened to the utmost degree. 3 years prior, his predecessor had succumbed to a tragic fate, falling victim to the perils of cultivation gone awry, resulting in the reversal of his vital energy and his untimely demise just as Li Muzhou had traversed into this realm, propelled by the thrill of a Cadillac. Though his arrival was not marked by the typical tropes of a discarded fiancé or a wasteful protagonist, it was nonetheless a cataclysmic beginning. Had it not been for the circumstances of his transmigration, which forcibly tethered his breath to this world, Li Muzhou would have long since met the Buddha. No suitable disciples detected. Li Muzhou glanced at the sun, then at the system panel before him. Name: Li Muzhou. Age: 23, in a state of cultivation deviation, with 1 year of lifespan remaining. Realm: first layer of the divine travel realm in a state of cultivation deviation. Bloodline: innate spirit refinement body 5th tier bloodline, in a state of cultivation deviation. Note: special bloodline tiers range from 9th tier as inferior, 1st tier as supreme, and beyond 1st tier as celestial grade. Cultivation method: Qianyuan technique earth grade, lower tier. Note: cultivation methods are categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human, with transcendent levels being legendary or celestial. Main quest: recruit a disciple with a 1st tier bloodline, rectify the state of cultivation deviation, and awaken the chaotic grade sword body bloodline reward. Ancient Deluo sacred sword. Side quest: teach a disciple to break through to the purple mansion realm reward. 7th tier true intent. Note: true intent is the ultimate pursuit of enlightenment, significantly enhancing attributes such as vitality and magical power. Most individuals cannot even comprehend the rudimentary form of true intent, with 9th tier being the least and 1st tier the best. Staring at his system panel, Li Muzhou felt tears welling in his eyes. His golden finger was virtually indistinguishable from having none at all. Although he merely needed to recruit disciples to grow stronger and resolve his cultivation deviation, where could he possibly find a disciple with a 1st tier bloodline? His predecessor possessed merely a 5th tier bloodline, yet had already defied the heavens, breaking through to the divine travel realm at the age of 20, becoming the youngest elder in the history of the Heavenly Insight sect currently. Even the sect master had only reached the 3rd layer of the divine travel realm. For an ordinary person to achieve the purple mansion realm by the age of 20 is already considered monstrous. Yet there is not a single other individual within the entire southern Zhao kingdom who has reached the divine travel realm at such a young age. Let alone a 1st tier bloodline, even disciples with 8th or 9th tier special bloodlines are fiercely contested by major sects, with most so-called prodigies possessing merely high aptitude. True special bloodlines are indeed rare, as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Where could he possibly find such a disciple? Though it was a hellish task, both the chaotic grade sword body bloodline and the 7th tier true intent were treasures he yearned for. According to Li Muzhou's understanding, the cultivation levels within the Ling Sha realm are divided into body refinement, spirit gathering, purple mansion, divine pill, diamond, divine travel, yin yang, and nirvana. Those who surpass the nirvana realm are regarded as ancient legends within the Ling Sha realm. Not only have ordinary people never seen such beings, but even Li Muzhou had not heard of them. Is this a joke? Though I appear as an elder of the divine travel realm, in truth, I have but one chance to act if I do not resolve the impending crisis. When the time comes for my vitality to wane, death is assured. The people within the sect know that I have encountered a mishap in my cultivation, yet remain oblivious to my imminent demise. I have exhausted all available resources and connections, yet still have not found a suitable candidate. Moments later, a female disciple clad in the robes of an inner sect disciple approached Li Muzhou quietly from behind and bowed elderly. The sect's grand selection has commenced. I see. Yet again, it is the 5th day of the 5th month? Li Muzhou did not turn his head, taking to the skies. Each year, the 5th day of the 5th month marks the day of the sect's grand selection, coinciding with the day of his own transmigration. Whether he would find a suitable candidate this year remains uncertain. Yet the odds seem bleak in the past 3 years. The most talented disciple selected during the grand selection was merely of a ninth-tier bloodline. Elder Li is so handsome, yet he doesn't even spare a glance. The female disciple gazed affectionately at Li Muzhi's departing figure, unconsciously tightening her legs. Though Li Muzhi's circumstances were dire, only he truly understood the gravity of his situation. Each layer of the realm presents its own challenges. Despite having remained at the first layer of the divine travel realm for 3 years, no one questioned him. Within the Heavenly Insight sect, Li Muzhou remains a legend, second only to the sect master, Chen Nan, and the elusive Supreme Elder. With his age being astonishingly youthful, most elders at the Divine Pill realm are over 100 years old, while 23-year-old Li Muzhou stands out like a crane among chickens. Furthermore, apart from the sect master and the Supreme Elder, Li Muzhou is the only one to possess a unique peak, a privilege of the divine travel realm. These inner-sect female disciples, considered the pride of their respective clans, view their admission into the Heavenly Insight sect as a tremendous honor. Being tasked with maintaining the Tianju peak and tending to spiritual herbs is a stroke of great fortune. Should they catch Elder Li's eye and become his disciple, would it not propel them to greatness? To have a master at the divine travel realm in the southern Zhao kingdom would grant one immense prestige. Even if not accepted as a disciple, serving as a warm bed attendant would not be a poor fate. At this moment, the outer sect square of the Heavenly Insight sect was teeming with aspiring seekers, numbering around 1 million. However, the sect's annual grand selection only admits 1,000 disciples into the outer sect, with only a select few qualifying for the inner sect. Moreover, a large sect requires many hands for various tasks. Of those remaining in the outer sect, only a fraction may eventually advance to the inner sect, while many will gradually be eliminated. There is also a more stringent requirement. Candidates must be under 18 and have reached the third layer of the spirit gathering realm. This alone ensures that ordinary individuals cannot enter the Heavenly Insight sect. Zhou Hu, aptitude 78, age 18, spirit gathering third layer. Lu Yi, aptitude 83, age 17, spirit gathering fourth layer. Wang Xian, aptitude 79, age 18, spirit gathering third layer. Li Shishir, aptitude 92, age 16, spirit gathering sixth layer. Wang Jie, aptitude 80, age 16, spirit gathering third layer. As Li Muzhou soared through the skies, he surveyed the densely packed crowd in the square. This individual clearly attained their realm through an accumulation of elixirs. Even if they enter the outer sect, they will likely only reach the Purple Mansion realm in their lifetime. There are many such individuals. The one with the highest talent is that Li Shishir. She is likely to enter the inner sect, yet she doesn't even possess a first-tier bloodline. Is the heavens truly intent on thwarting me? Li Muzhou utilized the system's functions to survey the throng among the over 100,000 people. Only 3 possessed aptitudes exceeding 90. He did discover one with a special bloodline. Yet it was merely a ninth tier. His heart sank with disappointment. Beside him, Sect Master Chen Nin calmly remarked, "Muzhou, do you still not have a satisfactory disciple?" Li Muzhou replied indifferently, "No. 3 years have passed. Was he truly destined to languish in idleness?" Just as Li Muzhi's spirits waned, the system's voice resonated, indicating that a suitable disciple was in crisis 30,000 miles away and urging the host to proceed swiftly, providing coordinates. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhi's eyes sparkled with hope. Chapter 2. The First Disciple, the Divine Maiden Gu Qinghan. Sigh. Since it is so, I shall not press further. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Sect Master Chen Nan patted Li Muzhi's shoulder, speaking with earnestness. Though he was the sect master, he treated Li Muzhou with great respect. From the moment Li Muzhou entered the sect through the grand selection, his meteoric rise and astonishing breakthroughs had left the entire sect in awe. To prevent any potential leaks that might attract the attention of powerful sects, he and the Supreme Elder had sealed all information. Unaware of what had transpired in the years since, Li Muzhou had become increasingly withdrawn, even neglecting his cultivation. Despite this, the sect master remained courteous, reflecting Li Muzhi's significance to the Heavenly Insight sect. Thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Insight sect was also a renowned first-rate sect within the Lingxiao realm. Having produced formidable beings at the pinnacle realm, however, it had since fallen into decline due to calamities, yet it still maintained its status as the dominant force in the southern Zhao kingdom. With a sudden whoosh, before the sect master could finish his words, Li Muzhou, brimming with excitement, took to the skies, the sound of sonic booms echoing as if a fighter jet had soared past. Huh, I haven't finished speaking yet? Do you need assistance? Chun Nan was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed Li Muzhou in such a state of exhilaration. No need. Moments later, as Li Muz's figure vanished beyond the horizon, his gentle voice lingered in Chun Nan's ears. What on earth is he up to? Chun Nan, perplexed, also departed from the clouds. Unsurprisingly, this year's grand selection had not yielded any disciples to his liking. My goodness, what an overwhelming sense of pressure. Is that flight speed indicative of a divine travel realm expert? Certainly, even our family's strongest ancestor is merely at the 5th layer of the divine pill realm, far from such imposing presence. I've long heard that the Heavenly Insight sect has 3 divine travel realm experts. I wonder which one just flew by. In the square of the sect, a multitude of young aspirants stood in awe, their mouths agape at the deafening sound of the sonic boom for them. Joining the Heavenly Insight sect would be a momentous honor if fate allowed them to become a disciple of a divine travel realm expert. It would elevate them to unparalleled heights. The Heavenly Insight sect is situated in a remote area, surrounded by vast primordial forests teeming with ferocious beasts at this moment. Within the forest situated 30,000 miles east of the Tianjin sect, a young maiden clad in a delicate blue gown revealed an expression of sheer terror. Jijiji. To think that the 3 brothers of the Snow Wolf stronghold would encounter such a breathtaking beauty. 3 hulking brutes, resembling iron towers, surrounded the maiden in a formation, while the dozen or so guards who had attempted to protect her lay lifeless at the hands of these ruffians. Only an elderly man, drenched in blood, continued to resist with unwavering determination. The maiden trembled, her voice quivering. What do you intend to do? Her few guards, all-powerful figures at the 8th level of spirit gathering, had been effortlessly slain by the 3 marauders, indicating that the Snow Wolf brothers were at least at the Purple Mansion realm. Gu Qinghan, the eldest daughter of the Gu family from Jiaoyu City in the Feng Mo province of the southern Zhao Kingdom, had come bearing the weight of her family's mission, her sole purpose being to participate in the grand selection of the Tianjin sect. Jiaoyu City was home to 6 prominent families, among which the Su family had long been rivals to the Gu family. Last year, Su Mo, the eldest son of the Su family, had joined the infamous Yin Sha Valley and had become a true disciple of that sect. Since then, the Su family had gained unstoppable momentum, first leveraging the influence of Yin Sha Valley to absorb 2 other families, ascending to the position of the foremost family in Jiaoyu City, and subsequently turning their sights on the original leading family, the Gu family. In April of this year, the Su family sent word that upon Su Mo's return on the 6th of June, they intended to take Gu Qinghan as a concubine, or else they would annihilate the Gu family. Yin Sha Valley was no benign entity. Its expertise lay in the arts of furnace cauldrons and dual cultivation. To force Gu Qinghan into marriage with Su Mo would be akin to leading a lamb into a den of tigers, a venture from which there would be no return. Moreover, the Su family's ambition to engulf other families in Jiaoyu City was glaringly evident, and the Gu family could not afford to remain passive. However, for the Gu family, Yin Sha Valley represented a colossal power. It was rumored that the valley's master was a formidable figure at the 1st tier of the divine wandering realm. With more than a dozen elders at the 7th or 8th tier of the Diamond Realm, the strongest of the Gu family was merely at the 7th tier of the Divine Pill Realm. Even if the Gu family sought assistance from the southern Zhao Kingdom, the latter would be reluctant to intervene for such a minor family, and the price would be beyond their means. After deliberation, the family concluded that the best course of action was to send Gu Qinghan to test the waters for admission into the Tianjin sect. Of course, while Gu Qinghan's talent appeared remarkable to the average observer, it was far from exceptional on a broader stage at 19. She stood at the 7th level of spirit gathering, which seemed commendable, yet the entry requirement for the Tianjin sect was 18 years of age. Originally, Gu Qinghan could have reached the Tianjin sect 3 days prior, but by a stroke of misfortune, she had taken a wrong turn. The nearby forest was rife with peaks, populated not only by various beasts but also by lawless rogues and wandering cultivators. The Snow Wolf brothers were notoriously infamous within 1,000 miles. These 3 men had committed crimes in a small town and had been pursued by the southern Zhao Kingdom, only to flee into the vast mountains, occasionally resurfacing in the lawless Heifeng city, where they encountered the hurriedly traveling Gu Qinghan. What do you mean to do? Naturally, we intend to provide you with an experience beyond your wildest dreams. Second brother, stop wasting words. This little girl is clearly a treasure. She is even more beautiful than the courtesans I've seen at the Misty Rain Tower in Heifeng City. Let's take her back and enjoy her to our heart's content. Preposterous. The bloodied elder exuded a powerful aura, saying, Miss, flee. Make haste to the Tianjin sect. You old fool. Do you think you can stand in our way? The leader of the Snow Wolf stronghold leaped forward, delivering a kick to the elder's chest, breaking several of his ribs. Tears streamed down Gu Qinghan's face. Luma. Luma, at the third tier of the Purple Mansion realm, was Gu Qinghan's protector and also her wet nurse. Seeing Luma in such a perilous state pierced Gu Qinghan's heart like a dagger. Run! Luma bit her tongue, preparing to burn her essence in a desperate fight against the Snow Wolf brothers. With tears streaming down her face, Gu Qinghan cast a deep glance at Luma before turning to flee. Where do you think you're going, little girl? Come back and serve us as a plaything. Ha! The three brothers of the Snow Wolf stronghold launched their attack simultaneously, instantly sending Luma flying. As they materialized before Gu Qinghan like phantoms, their monstrous hands reaching for the hem of her gown. No! Despair engulfed Gu Qinghan entirely. She struck her chest, vowing that even in death, she would not grant these beasts the satisfaction. Want to die? Even in death, we can still enjoy. Behold the talisman. The Snow Wolf brothers hurled a low-level immobilization talisman, rendering Gu Qinghan completely motionless. It's over. Father, mother, I am useless. Qinghan is sorry for disappointing you. In an instant, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of spiritual energy, a sword intent that sent shivers through her soul. Descending from the heavens, the Snow Wolf brothers before her were struck by the sword intent, cleaved vertically in twain. Hiss! Gu Qinghan was astonished. She vowed that in her lifetime, she had never witnessed such a method capable of severing a head from 1,000 miles away. Who could possibly have come to her rescue? Moments later, a gentle and refined voice resonated beside her ear. Are you willing to take me as your master? Chapter 3. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. OM. Gu Qinghan felt as though her CPU might be on the verge of malfunctioning. Not only had an extraordinary master come to her rescue, but he also intended to take on disciples. Surely, she must have misheard. The entry requirement for the Tianjin sect was 18 years of age. Yet she had recently celebrated her 19th birthday. It was rumored that prodigies in the sect could reach the 7th or even 9th level of qi gathering by the age of 16. How could someone of her modest talent possibly attract the attention of such a remarkable figure? This was a narrative fit only for a storybook. Surely, it must be an illusion. She was undoubtedly experiencing some sort of hallucination. As Gu Qinghan remained immobilized by a lowly immobilization talisman, she could only conjure vivid scenarios in her mind. Just as her thoughts began to spiral, a fragrant breeze wafted towards her. A terrifying explosion echoed from the horizon. And simultaneously, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a blue robe materialized before her. So beautiful. Even though Gu Qinghan possessed a beauty that could topple nations and had encountered countless handsome men and beautiful women, she found herself momentarily entranced when Li Muzhou appeared before her. Indeed, Li Muzhou emanated an enchanting aura, not the delicate beauty often associated with femininity, but a harmonious blend of yin and yang. Each of his features, when considered individually, appeared rather ordinary. Yet together, they formed a visage that was extraordinarily pleasing to the eye. He embodied the essence of nature, exuding an otherworldly fragrance characteristic of those in the divine elixir realm. However, her own family boasted strong practitioners of the divine elixir realm, and she had never encountered anyone whose mere scent could instill such tranquility in her heart as Li Muzhou did. But wait, he was not of the divine elixir realm. The recent explosive sound far surpassed that level. Moreover, the lethal prowess he had displayed from 1,000 miles away, capable of severing a head with a mere wisp of sword energy, was beyond the capabilities of even a 9th-level practitioner of the divine elixir realm. Could it be the diamond realm, or even the transcendent realm? Impossible. He appeared to be only a few years older than herself. How could he? If he were an ancient being employing some technique to maintain a youthful appearance, his aura would still betray an ancient essence. Upon observing Li Muzhou's plain robe, devoid of any embellishments, she found it difficult to discern his origin. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Gu Qinghan's mind. A transcendent realm practitioner at such a young age was indeed startling. As Gu Qinghan scrutinized Li Muzhou, he, 2. Took in her features. Name. Gu Qinghan. Age, 19 level, 7th level of Qi Gathering Cultivation Method. Gu Family Ancestral Technique, Yellow Grade Mid-Tier, Bloodline, 1st Grade Ice Soul Sword Body, Inactive, Potential, Future Empress. Note. The Ice Soul Sword Body is a distinguished 1st Grade bloodline that requires the activation of the Ice Essence Snow Lotus, meeting the criteria for accepting a disciple. Gu Qinghan's affection level. 10. What a heavenly beauty she is. Tall and elegantly proportioned, her looks surpass those of contemporary actresses, embodying the archetype of a cool and aloof queen. Such talent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder she only achieved the 7th level of Qi Gathering at 19. If activated, she could likely surpass even the Transcendent Realm by now. Having a disciple like her could certainly be advantageous. If it weren't for his system analysis, he would have overlooked her even at the sect's grand selection. Oh, I almost forgot. You are under the immobilization talisman. Seeing Gu Qinghan in a daze, Li Muzhou smiled gently, reaching out to lightly stroke her forehead. His earlier actions had caused him to suffer further damage to his meridians and shorten his lifespan by several months, yet he could easily dispel this immobilization talisman with his own energy. The moment the talisman was undone, Gu Qinghan hastily bowed and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I have nothing to offer in return. Surely, she must have misheard. How could such a young prodigy possibly take her as a disciple? Yet, there was an undeniable comfort in Li Muzhou's presence. He felt like the warm sun of March, the gentle breeze of September, and his eyes, resembling sparkling black gemstones, were the purest she had ever encountered, free of any ulterior motives. Any man who laid eyes on her would inevitably harbor impure thoughts, including some elders from her family, yet he seemed to be a true recluse. If possible, serving this esteemed elder as a maid would be a worthy endeavor. Perhaps even aiding her in overcoming her family's crisis. She would be willing to sacrifice quite a bit for that. My name is Li Muzhou. Do you wish to take me as your master? Li Muzhou said, grasping Gu Qinghan's arms calmly. Huh? Gu Qinghan stuttered. Senior Li, you? What did you say? Do you truly wish to accept me as your disciple? Gu Qinghan paused, meeting Li Muzhou's gaze. He revealed a row of pearly white teeth. Indeed. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a radiant glow upon Li Muzhou's handsome face, leaving Gu Qinghan momentarily speechless. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Was the senior jesting with her? If the senior had any intentions, he should simply state them. After all, he had saved her life, and she was not one to forget a debt of gratitude. The initial warmth of affection she felt was gradually diminishing. She recognized her own limitations. At 19, achieving the 7th level of Qi Gathering was commendable, but reaching the Purple Mansion before 30 would be a significant achievement. Such talent was exceptional in the small town of Jiayue. Yet outside, it was commonplace in this world. There was no such thing as unconditional love. Gu Qinghan understood this well. Perhaps this esteemed elder was merely drawn to her appearance. Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Muzhou frowned slightly. Am I being likened to a villain here? Gu Qinghan's affection level dropped by 5. Gu Qinghan's lingering doubts needed to be dispelled. He had to earn her genuine respect to successfully take her as a disciple. Otherwise, the task would be void. Upon receiving a notification from the system, Li Muzhou calmly stated, Qinghan, you possess the innate Ice Soul Sword Body. If I, Li Muzhou, cannot guide you, then no one in this world can. I was merely inspired by fate, sensing a bond between us amidst your peril, and thus I came forth. Boom. Gu Qinghan's mind exploded with realization. She actually bore a unique bloodline? The innate Ice Soul Sword Body? She had read some ancient texts in her family's repository, which spoke of a select few individuals born with extraordinary bloodlines. Throughout the history of Lingsha realm, every renowned practitioner had possessed some form of exceptional bloodline. Although she was unfamiliar with the Ice Soul Sword Body, it certainly sounded impressive. Had she underestimated the intentions of this esteemed elder? He had traveled great distances to save her, and here she was. Entertaining unworthy thoughts, Gu Qinghan's affection level increased by 10. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Tears welled in Gu Qinghan's autumn-like eyes as she bowed deeply before Li Muzhou, knocking her head 3 times in reverence. Li Muzhou accepted her gesture with grace. After all, the system required a sincere acceptance of discipleship. Any misstep could cost him his life. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 1st-grade bloodline disciple, completing the main quest. Would you like to claim your reward?
restoring the bloodline, a chaos-level sword body. He had waited far too long for this. Chapter 4. My Tianjin sect does not require your kind of trash. I shall not claim it. The system was his greatest secret, and Li Muzhou preferred to wait until he returned to the sect to collect the reward. 3 years had passed. 2 more days were of no concern. Rise. After helping Gu Qinghan to her feet, Li Muzhou pointed towards the unconscious Lu Ma. Is that person over there your servant? Upon hearing that Lu Ma was still alive, Gu Qinghan immediately grasped Li Muzhou's hand, pleading, Please, master, save Lu Ma, a trivial matter. We shall discuss it further upon our return. With a wave of his grand sleeve, a tempest arose, whisking both Lu Ma and Gu Qinghan skyward. The sect? Master, who are you? I am an elder of the Tianjin sect. Gasp. Gu Qinghan was left speechless. She should have deduced it earlier. Rumors circulated that the Tianjin sect housed 3 primary practitioners of the transcendent realm. Apart from the sect leader and the Grand Elder, there was a particularly enigmatic elder known for having taken no disciples over the past 3 years, tirelessly seeking out prodigies with special bloodlines. He had visited Jiaoyue City several times. To her astonishment, her master, Li Muzhou, was indeed that mysterious elder. Give this elixir to your nanny to consume. Keep the remaining elixirs for yourself. Li Muzhou casually retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, filled with 5-grade healing elixirs known as Xinhuang rejuvenation pills. Ji Qinghan. She felt as if she were a country bumpkin entering the city. 5-grade healing elixirs could fetch exorbitant prices in Jiaoyue City. Yet her master treated them as if they were mere cabbages. In a hurry, Gu Qinghan fed one of the elixirs to the unconscious Lu Ma, who awakened almost instantly. Upon realizing that the person before her was the mysterious elder of the Tianjin sect and that Gu Qinghan had already been accepted as his disciple, Lu Ma immediately knelt and expressed her gratitude. Gu Qinghan's affection level increased by 5. After hearing the system's notification, Li Muzhou produced several more vials of elixirs. Take these heavenly-grade qi-gathering pills as well. I shall ensure all your cultivation resources are provided. Ji Qinghan's affection level increased by 5. Master, you have given me far too much. Gu Qinghan's heart raced like a startled deer. Truly, as the dominant sect of the Nanzhao kingdom, the most common elixirs on the market were yellow-grade qi-gathering pills, yet her master casually bestowed upon her several vials of immensely valuable heavenly-grade qi-gathering pills. While her family was respectable, they would never dare to be so extravagant. What does this mean? I have already communicated with the sect elders. Once we return to the sect, you shall visit the Ascension platform to receive your personal disciple jade token. And then come find me at Tianju Peak. Yes, master, in the future, there is no need to be overly reserved in my presence. I am not an old monster. As Li Muzhou spoke, he produced a gourd and took several hearty swigs of strong liquor. The fiery drink coursed down his throat, uplifting his spirits. Today, having received a disciple, he was certain he would soar to great heights, standing tall at the pinnacle indeed. Ji Qinghan smiled radiantly, instantly rendering the beauties of the 6 palaces colorless in comparison. Li Muzhou shook his head and, in no time, returned to the magnificent Tianjin sect. Gazing at the islands and vast plazas elevated by the cloud shield, Gu Qinghan was left speechless in astonishment. The Tianjin sect truly deserved its reputation as a first-rate sect from tens of thousands of years ago. Even in its current decline, it could not be compared to those second- or third-rate sections. After placing Gu Qinghan on the Ascension platform, Li Muzhou hurriedly rushed back to Tianju Peak, eager to receive his rewards. The preliminary selection of disciples had concluded, and now, from the million gathered on the Ascension platform, only a few tens of thousands remained in recruiting disciples. The sect not only considered talent, but also character and family background. The 3 names just called could go directly to the inner sect for registration. For those whose names I am about to read, you may become outer sect disciples. Sundeng from Hashan City, Luyi from Huitang City, Zhouhu from Jiaoyue City. As the elder announced each name, those selected burst into tears of joy as if they had struck the lottery. From 1 million in the preliminary selection to tens of thousands, narrowing it down to just 1,000 was an immense challenge. Those whose names were not called wore expressions of despair and anguish. Before long, the elder had finished reading all the names. Zhouhu. Gu Qinghan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the name. Could it be the eldest son of the Zhou family from Jiaoyue City? At 18 years old, he had reached the 3rd level of spirit gathering, primarily through an abundance of medicinal herbs, and was notorious for being a debauched playboy. Could he possibly qualify? Hey, Gu Qinghan? In that instant, a frivolous voice drifted into Gu Qinghan's ear. Zhou Hu, with a belly protruding like a general's, leered at Gu Qinghan's graceful figure and continued, "You've come to participate in the grand selection as well?" "Yes, congratulations," Gu Qinghan replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Hu. For the past year, the Su family had dominated Jue City, and the Zhou family, once one of the 6 great clans, had long become the Su family's lackeys. Haha, the goddess Qinghan remains as unapproachable as ever. Now that the selection has concluded, you weren't chosen, were you? Heh, whether I was chosen or not has nothing to do with you. Jiyu Qinghan, don't pretend with me. I am now a disciple of the Tianjin sect, and the Su family's Su Mo will surely give me some face. If you stick with me, you'll enjoy the good life. You wouldn't want to end up as a furnace for Su Mo? Would you? With a shift in tone, Zhou Hu continued in a low voice, to be frank, my Zhou family once had a great aunt who had a romantic affair with an elder of the Tianjin sect. We have some connections. If I leverage this relationship, not only can your Gu family be safeguarded, but even the Su family's sinister forces behind them would not dare challenge the Tianjin sect. Zhou Hu's intentions were clear, to claim Gu Qinghan as his own. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiayue City, her captivating beauty was unmatched. Yet in the realm of cultivation, background and strength were paramount. Beauty was merely an accessory to the strong die in truth. The Zhou family's connection with the young elder of the Xintian sword sect was rather tenuous, stemming from an event 800 years ago. They had refrained from utilizing this connection, hoping for a descendant capable of entering the Tianjin sect. Zhou Hu's claims of leveraging this relationship to assist the Su family were sheer nonsense. His entry into the Tianjin sect had already exhausted that goodwill, and his true aim was merely to dominate Gu Qinghan. Oh? Gu Qinghan's eyes flashed with disdain. Then I truly thank you, huh? Gu Qinghan. Don't you dare be so disrespectful. Zhou Hu, infuriated by Gu Qinghan's scornful and mocking gaze, erupted. Just as Zhou Hu was about to continue his tirade, several elders appeared before Gu Qinghan and Zhou Hu. Their demeanor exceedingly respectful. One of the younger elders was the one connected to the Zhou family. The leading elder courteously inquired, "Are you Miss Gu Qinghan? We have been instructed to welcome you." Gu Qinghan responded affirmatively, producing the token given to her by Li Muzhou, a sword-shaped jade pendant. The elders immediately bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the holy maiden." Zhou Hu was left utterly dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Under orders? Holy maiden? What is happening? The holy maiden and the holy son ranked above core disciples, being direct disciples of the sect leader or the supreme elder as for the mysterious elder on par with the sect leader. He had never heard of any disciples. Zhou Hu sneered, "Elders, she is the holy maiden. Just because she is good-looking? Beast. How dare you disrespect the holy maiden? Get lost." The transmission elder glared at Zhou Hu, the terrifying pressure of the diamond realm causing him to collapse to the ground, struggling to breathe. Get lost? Zhou Hu panicked. To enter the Tianjin sect, his family had not only utilized connections but also expended substantial resources. He had finally reached the cusp of soaring to greatness. How could he possibly go back? In the Tianjin sect, he was merely an outer disciple, but outside, he was a lord. How could Gu Qinghan, this little wench, ascend to the status of holy maiden? Impossible. Respected elders, you must be mistaken. Son elder, speak up. You must have made a mistake, right? Zhou Hu, flustered, crawled to the young elder, clinging to his leg in desperation. Oh, son elder's face turned dark. Beast, you want to ruin my life? The transmission elder glared at son elder and demanded, "What is happening here?" I was wrong. I was blind, driven by greed. This boy's family had a woman who once had a dalliance with me. Son elder, merely at the 9th level of the divine pill realm, was an ordinary elder. The transmission elder, at the 7th level of the diamond realm, would crush him without a second thought. "So you dare to violate our sex rules? To have the holy maiden frightened, can you bear the wrath of Elder Muzhou? Of course not. I will never do it again. I willingly accept 300 years of confinement at the Bitter Heart Cliff." Beast, get lost? Son elder gritted his teeth, and with a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind swept Zhou Hu and his servants off the ascension platform in an instant. Such events had occurred in previous years as well. Each elder would utilize their connections to secure a disciple in the outer sect, though it was merely a matter of entry and did not entail any special treatment. However, Zhou Hu, by chance, had offended the holy maiden and nearly jeopardized his career. The transmission elder then politely addressed Gu Qinghan, "Holy Maiden, please follow me to complete your formalities." All right, Gu Qinghan was taken aback. She now understood the esteemed status of her master within the Tianjin sect. She had unexpectedly transformed from a daughter of a minor family in a small city to the holy maiden of the sect. This drastic shift was something she would struggle to adapt to for quite some time. Holy maiden? That person just now was indeed the holy maiden? My goodness, has she become a disciple of the sect leader? I don't know, but if not the sect leader, then certainly a supreme elder. Or even that most mysterious elder in the divine wanderer realm. How enviable! What kind of luck has she stumbled upon? On the ascension platform, countless disciples watched Gu Qinghan's retreating figure, their envy palpable. "Biffed Gu Qinghan, you vixen, I will not rest until you are dead." Outside the Tianjin sect, Zhou Hu and his followers were swept to the ground by the fierce wind. Zhou Hu, overwhelmed by anger, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Quick, take the young master back. First, we must seal off news of Gu Qinghan. Young Master Su will deal with her. Yes, this grudge will not go unavenged." Zhou Hu's followers hoisted his unconscious body and fled, fearing that any delay would result in their demise. Meanwhile, within the Tianjin sect, news of Li Muzhou taking on disciples had spread, causing a stir. Sect leader Qin Nan personally took to the clouds to observe Gu Qinghan. He was well aware of Li Muzhou's effort to find a disciple among a million, eager to see what kind of disciple he had acquired. Even the supreme elder, who had been in seclusion for many years, was stirred and emerged to witness the event. Yet upon seeing her, both were left speechless. Gu Qinghan appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any distinctive qualities. Could it be due to Gu Qinghan's appearance? To be fair, her beauty was indeed exceptional, but if Li Muzhou sought such a beauty, it would not have been a difficult task. Strange, let us return. Muzhou has always been mysterious. We should not interfere. Indeed, in a few days, I will mention this matter to him, so he can prepare. Indeed, the secret realm of the flying snow is of paramount importance. After exchanging a few words with the Grand Elder, Qian Nan and the others dispersed. At Tianju Peak, a notification echoed. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Bloodline restoration in progress." What a relief! For the past few years, Li Muzhou had been trapped in a state of utter confusion. His meridians damaged and his mind tormented, leaving him feeling as though he were perpetually intoxicated. However, now that the system had initiated the restoration, he felt invigorated. This moment had been long awaited. "Congratulations, host, you have awakened the Chaos Level Z-Way Sword Body, 5th stage of Chaos." Note: the Chaos Level bloodline transcends the first, superior, and celestial grades, with a cultivation difficulty 1,000-fold greater than that of a first-grade bloodline, and the magical energy content also 1,000-fold more potent. The state of bloodline restoration lasted merely 10 breaths, followed by an overwhelming surge of vitality that Li Muzhou felt was far more formidable than any prehistoric beast. Could it truly be the Chaos Level Z-Way Sword Body? Is a 5th stage Chaos Body truly that extraordinary? I sense that even those at the 4th heaven of the divine travel realm would be able to contend. Each realm is a vast expanse, and to battle across 3 realms is an unfathomable feat throughout the entire Lingxiao realm. Yet, this cultivation difficulty? Li Muzhou was left speechless upon reading the system's description. Does this imply that if a first-grade bloodline can break through to the divine travel realm in a year, I would require 10,000 years? No, that I needn't train at all, do I? I merely need to take on disciples. The stronger my disciples, the stronger I become, akin to exploiting a bug in the system. Slapping his forehead, Li Muzhou suddenly grasped the essence of it all. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient divine weapon, the De Luo Holy Sword." With a resounding clang, an exquisitely ancient sword appeared before Li Muzhou. How heavy! Refining this ancient holy sword will require some time. Upon lifting the De Luo Holy Sword, he felt his arm grow weary. Am I not at the divine travel realm? While not able to shift mountains or fill seas effortlessly, lifting an entire mountain should be trivial. Why does it make my arm ache? With a thought, Li Muzhou stored the sword's essence within his spiritual platform. Treasures are categorized into realms. Most below the diamond realm utilize Shin-tier treasures, while those above the heavenly tier are classified as celestial spirit treasures, Shin-tier spirit treasures, and the legendary immortal artifacts. Holy artifacts are mere legends of legends. Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken on a disciple. triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, acquiring the Chaos level technique, the Chaos Return to Origin Scripture, which will be automatically comprehended. Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken on a disciple, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, acquiring the Chaos level secret tome, the Boundless Sword Scripture, which will be automatically comprehended. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a disciple-exclusive technique, the Ice Seal Profound Cold Scripture, for automatic comprehension. Not bad, not bad. The system even has a critical hit attribute. In an instant, Li Muzhou felt an influx of countless years of cultivation experience flooding his mind, especially in relation to the Chaos Return to Origin Scripture and the Ice Seal Profound Cold Scripture, reaching a level of comprehension beyond ordinary understanding. Alas, relying solely on personal cultivation to enhance one's realm is exceedingly arduous. Side Quest 1. Guide Gu Qinghan to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Reward, 7th grade True Intent. Side Quest 2. Instruct Gu Qinghan in the first layer of the Ice Seal Profound Cold Scripture. Elevate the host realm by 2 levels. Side Quest 3. Assist Gu Qinghan in awakening a 1st grade bloodline. Elevate 1 level of realm. I wonder if Qinghan has completed her formalities? That old codger from the transmission elder's side is usually reliable. If he mishandles such trivial matters, he should just resign. Qinghan is currently at the 7th layer of spirit gathering. Although her bloodline has not fully awakened, completing the first side quest should be quite simple. The second task will also be easy under my guidance. As for the third task, it requires a bit of fate. Qinghan seeks an audience with her master. Just as he was pondering, a melodious voice echoed from outside the Chengqian Palace. Chapter 6, 7th grade True Intent. A surge in power, Saintess Qinghan, I shall not disturb you. Outside the hall, the transmission elder and his entourage hurriedly took their leave after escorting Gu Qinghan. Thank you, Elder Da. No need for such formalities. Serving the Saintess is our honor. We hope that Saintess Qinghan will speak favorably of Elder Muzhou. Although the transmission elder held a high position, he had been stuck at the 7th layer of Diamond Realm for quite some time. If Li Muzhou could offer him some pointers, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. However, Li Muzhou was notoriously eccentric. Apart from the sect leader and the Grand Elder, he rarely conversed with others and did not dare linger at Tianzhu Peak. Very well, Yu Qinghan nodded, her admiration for Li Muzhou growing further. An elder at the Diamond Realm would be a tyrant in their Jiaoyu city, yet he showed such deference before her. This was all due to her master's influence. After a moment, Gu Qinghan took a deep breath and respectfully addressed the Chengqian Palace. Qinghan seeks an audience with her master. Enter. With a creak, the towering doors opened automatically. Once Gu Qinghan stepped inside, the doors slammed shut behind her. Have you completed the formalities? Yes, the elders were quite courteous to Qinghan. Did they ask you to speak well of me before your master? Master, you truly are perceptive. Those old geezers possess little potential. They will remain as they are in this lifetime. I shall now impart the cultivation method to you. With a swish, Li Muzhou appeared before Gu Qinghan like a wraith, his finger gently pressing against her brow. Golden light swirled around his fingertip as all the contents of the Ice Seal Profound Cold Scripture were directly infused into Gu Qinghan's consciousness. Master, my head feels dizzy. What level is this technique? Gu Qinghan felt her mind flooded with an overwhelming amount of text. Over 100,000 characters, mystifying her entirely. Their family's ancestral technique was merely a yellow-grade middle tier, consisting of a few thousand words. Could it be a heavenly grade technique? In the Lingsha realm, techniques are typically categorized into the realms of heaven, earth, xian, and huang, each divided into excellent, superior, middle, and inferior grades. Anything above the heavenly grade is classified as sacred grade techniques. But sacred grade techniques are merely spoken of in legends. None have ever seen them. Techniques that directly point to the immortal path are even more unheard of. Li Muzhou gently brushed Gu Qinghan's pert nose. What do you think? Could it be? Gu Qinghan's throat felt dry. Heavenly grade? Heavenly grade? Hee. The technique I imparted to you is tailor-made for you. Do not underestimate the mere heavenly grade. Even the legendary sacred grade techniques are commonplace in comparison. Ah? I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy. Gu Qinghan felt as if her mind were about to crash, her legs growing weak as she collapsed into Li Muzhou's embrace. Qinghan, are you all right? Li Muzhou held Gu Qinghan, a peculiar expression on his face. Master, I'm fine. Gu Qinghan's face turned crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer as she hurriedly extricated herself from Li Muzhou's embrace. It wasn't entirely surprising for Gu Qinghan to react so dramatically. If this news were to spread, it would shock countless individuals. The technique she was cultivating was, in fact, even more formidable than the sacred grade techniques. Such an extraordinary skill would likely incite a bloody storm of competition among the great powers of the Lingxiao realm. You need not be so astonished, Li Muzhou spoke calmly. This technique can only be cultivated by you, and even if you wish to disclose it, you cannot. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan was taken aback. Just as Li Muzhou had said, even though her mind was filled with vivid imagery, she could not articulate it. The rewards from the system are indeed extraordinary. With a smile, Li Muzhou looked at Gu Qinghan. Now, I shall impart to you the key points of the first layer. It took a full hour, during which Li Muzhou consumed 2 pots of tea, to clearly explain the numerous essentials of the first layer of cultivation to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan did not disappoint Li Muzhou. Her memory was extraordinary, and she committed everything to heart. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan chose the room closest to Li Muzhou's hall as her residence. Mother Lu, my master is truly thoughtful. Gu Qinghan gazed at the well-furnished room and decorations, even noticing 2 inner disciples of the Purple Mansion realm serving as her maids, feeling deeply touched. Miss, if the master were to find out, he would surely be overjoyed. You should focus on your cultivation. Didn't Taoist Li just say to expedite your success in the first layer? Yes, I know this. I will certainly not disappoint my master. 20 days later, indeed, it is a sacred grade technique, progressing at such an astonishing rate. Gu Qinghan's autumn-like eyes sparkled with disbelief. In just 20 days, she had remarkably ascended from the 7th layer of spirit gathering to the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. With a graceful flick of her slender fingers, strands of icy cold coalesced into being. The outward projection of spiritual energy was also a hallmark of the Purple Mansion realm, and of course, the swift elevation in her realm was also due to her consuming heavenly-grade spirit-gathering pills like candy. I feel completely lost regarding the 2nd layer. Furthermore, she needed to request a leave of absence from her master. She had been away for quite some time and had even misplaced the communication jade talisman. Family matters required her return. Tio meet with the esteemed master first. As Gu Qinghan leaped from her bed, she immediately felt a sticky sensation on her body. After advancing from the gathering spirit realm to the Purple Mansion realm, a cultivator would naturally expel a considerable amount of impurities. Only upon reaching the divine pill realm could one achieve a state of purity, emanating an otherworldly fragrance. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan took a bath, donned an ice blue gown, and tidied her appearance before setting out to meet Li Muzhou. Chengqian Palace. Congratulations, host, on completing side quest 1. Reward: 7th grade true meaning of ice. This girl is quite swift, isn't she? Truly worthy of the 7th grade true meaning. If a rival of the same tier finds themselves within my realm of influence, they will be rendered immobile. Upon awakening from his meditation, Li Muzhou willed it, and an overwhelmingly terrifying chill of true meaning instantly engulfed the entire Chengqian Palace, as if even time itself could be frozen. Previously, Li Muzhou had merely grasped the embryonic form of a true meaning. Among all the sects in the southern Zhao Kingdom, only a few had managed to comprehend the embryonic form of a true meaning, yet none had attained an actual grade. With the enhancement of the true meaning of ice, Li Muzhou felt capable of defeating a 5th layer divine travel realm expert, while only at the 1st layer level. Congratulations, host, on completing side quest 2. Level up by 2 tiers. So fast? In an instant, Li Muzhou felt his internal energy surge dramatically, and his realm ascended to the 3rd layer divine travel realm. Thus, in terms of sheer power on paper, he was no less formidable than sect leader Chen Nan, placing him among the T0 level existences in the entire southern Zhao Kingdom. Main quest released: recruit a disciple of super 1st grade bloodline. Reward: mysterious gift. Li Muzhou. Super 1st grade? Are you jesting? Upon hearing the main quest, Li Muzhou couldn't help but grumble. It had taken him 3 years just to locate Gu Qinghan. Where was he to find a disciple of super 1st grade bloodline? Outside Chengqian Palace, Gu Qinghan respectfully announced, Master, Qinghan requests an audience. Chapter 7. The Mere Yin Sha Valley. I shall accompany you. Meanwhile, in Fengemo Province, in the city of Jiaoyue, the Gu family. For these past few days, the entire Gu family, over 300 souls, had been shrouded in gloom. The reason? The 6th day of June was fast approaching. Should Su Mo of the Su family return? If Gu Qinghan were not handed over, the Gu family would face utter annihilation. However, those with insight in the Gu family were acutely aware that even if Gu Qinghan were surrendered, would safety be assured? The answer was a resounding no. Moreover, a more dreadful rumor had recently emerged. Su Imo, the eldest son of the Su family, had risen to prominence within the Yin Sha Valley, showcasing extraordinary talent in mastering its secret techniques, and had already ascended to the status of the first personal disciple, making him the coveted jewel of the Yin Sha Valley. This indicated that an abundance of resources would be directed towards Su Imo, thus enhancing his influence further. Just days prior, upon the arrival of this news, aside from the Zhou family, 2 other families voluntarily submitted to the Su family, leaving the Gu family standing alone among the 4 great clans of Jiayue City. The grand elder of the Gu family turned to Gu Yun and inquired, "Patriarch, have we received any word from the Jiang family of Heshan City?" The Jiang family of Heshan City was the absolute ruler of that region and had ties to the royal family of the southern Zhao kingdom. Furthermore, when the Gu family had been powerful hundreds of years ago, the Jiang family owed them a favor. An ancestor of the Gu family had saved the life of the current elder of the Jiang family while seeking treasures. Thus, the Jiang family was one of the allies the Gu family sought for support this time around. Back then, the Jiang family had even formed a marriage alliance with the Gu family. The one who had married was none other than Gu Qinghan's great-grandfather. Sighing, Gu Yun glanced at the information within the jade slip, his brow furrowed in distress. The Jiang family has learned of the Su family's backing from the Yin Sha Valley and has merely stated that they will send someone on the 6th of June. Without any promises, this Jiang family is nothing but a fair-weather friend. Indeed, were it not for our ancestors saving their elder, would they even exist today? Such discussions are futile. Although a woman from the Jiang family married into the royal family, the Yin Sha Valley is a formidable force for them. When calamity strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. The fact that the Jiang family is sending someone is already a generous gesture. After all, our family lacks a prodigy. The expressions of the elders within the Gu family were grim. Yet, they understood that cursing the Jiang family was of no use. While it was true that a woman from the Jiang family had married into the royal family, she was merely a side consort of a marginalized prince. Relying on favors from hundreds of years ago, the Jiang family wouldn't expend significant effort to leverage that prince to seek help from the royal family. They simply did not possess that level of influence at that moment. A glimmer of hope remained in everyone's hearts, and that was the Gu Qinghan who had set out for the Tianjin sect a month prior. Though the Yin Sha Valley was powerful, it paled in comparison to the Tianjin sect. If Gu Qinghan could successfully enter the Tianjin sect, all difficulties would be resolved. However, days had passed without any news of her. The Grand Elder looked at Gu Yun and asked, "Patriarch, has there been any word from Qinghan?" Sighing heavily, Gu Yun replied, "Qinghan has not only failed to send a message, but all the life tokens of the 10 or so guards who accompanied her have shattered. Fortunately, Qinghan's token remains intact." At this, all present turned ashen-faced. To reach the Tianjin sect was not only a long journey but fraught with danger. However, compared to these perils, the greater concern was whether she could even gain entry to the Tianjin sect. What they did not know was that Gu Qinghan, upon entering the vast mountain range, had lost the communication jade talisman she carried while evading demonic beasts, hence the lack of information. Otherwise, news of her joining the Tianjin sect would have returned long ago. Was the heavens conspiring against the Gu family? Their only hope now rested on news from Gu Qinghan. Relying on the Gu family's connections and networks to safely navigate this crisis was akin to a pipe dream. Tianjin sect, Tianju Peak, Chengqian Palace. Qinghan, quite remarkable. 20 days prior, Gu Qinghan had arrived in a disheveled state. Today, she resembled a blossoming lotus, her ice blue gown swaying gracefully, revealing glimpses of her fair legs, a vision of perfection from any angle. Li Muzhou gazed at the poised Gu Qinghan before him, uncertain whether to praise her beauty or her rapid progress. All credit goes to the guidance of my master. Qinghan shall surely break through to higher realms soon. Gu Qinghan's face flushed slightly as she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile captivating. She dared not meet Li Muzhou's gaze directly. Oh no. What is happening to me? Why do I feel so nervous in front of my master? He is but my master, Gu Qinghan. You must not entertain such thoughts. Did I not say so? Li Muzhou rose and playfully tapped Gu Qinghan's nose, saying, "There is no need for formality. Though my realm surpasses yours, our ages are not too far apart. I am not some ancient monster." With a soft puff, Gu Qinghan giggled, then her expression turned serious. Master, I have come today to bid you farewell. Farewell? Is there a matter at home? Though Li Muzhou had interacted with Gu Qinghan for a brief period, he could instantly discern that something weighed on her mind. Master, it is like this. Gu Qinghan quickly recounted the events in Zhao City to Li Muzhou. I thought it was something significant. The Yin Sha Valley is merely a minor concern. I have not descended the mountain in quite some time. I shall accompany you back tomorrow morning. Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qinghan's shoulder, his voice warm and soothing. Wonderful, master. You are truly kind to Qinghan. In her excitement, Gu Qinghan embraced Li Muzhou. She understood that if Li Muzhou could accompany her back, it would bring immeasurable benefits to the entire Gu family. In the southern Zhao kingdom, the strongest were merely at the divine travel realm, and to the Gu family, the formidable Yin Sha Valley was insignificant to her master. In an instant, Li Muzhou felt as though he were struggling to breathe under the soft weight on his chest. Cough, cough. Qinghan, I am finding it a bit hard to breathe. Master. Qinghan did not mean to. I take my leave. Like a startled rabbit, Gu Qinghan released Li Muzhou and dashed away. This girl, quite something, Li Muzhou chuckled, not taking it to heart. Having traversed this world for 3 years without even witnessing its true nature, he was now experiencing a surge in strength, alleviating his concerns, and was eager to explore, all while seeking information regarding the Bing Sui Shuelian, as otherwise, Gu Qinghan's future cultivation would slow considerably. On the other side, upon returning to her residence, Gu Qinghan still felt her heart racing. Lady, did you come to an understanding with Senior Li? Lu Ma inquired with curiosity. Yes, it is all settled. Master said he would accompany me to Zhao City tomorrow. Really? Splendid. Lu Ma's tears of joy flowed freely. Lady, this is truly marvelous. If Senior Li goes to Zhao City, then the Yin Sha Valley truly amounts to nothing. But lady, what is the matter? Why is your face so flushed? Lu Ma, please step outside. I seek some peace and quiet. What has gotten into this child? Lu Ma murmured as she exited the grand hall. The following morning, when Gu Qinghan arrived at the Chengqian Palace courtyard, she was utterly astonished. What is this? Chapter 8. Cousin Gu Qingqian. As Gu Qinghan stood in shock, Lu Ma exclaimed, Lady, it is the Xianfeng Qingyuan. Indeed, at this very moment, within the gaze of the two individuals, a magnificent azure-hued divine bird, the Xianfeng Qingyuan, gracefully hovered above the courtyard, emitting a joyous melody. The Xianfeng Qingyuan is renowned as one of the more formidable divine birds among its kin, naturally adept at riding the winds. Possessing the strength equivalent to the 5th level of the divine pill realm in its adulthood, compelling most to steer clear upon its sight. Before long, the Xianfeng Qingyuan elegantly alighted before Li Muzhou, affectionately nuzzling its forehead against his ankle. Master, is this Xianfeng Qingyuan your steed? It is simply breathtaking. Your taste is truly unparalleled, Gu Qinghan exclaimed, leaping to Li Muzhou's side. Each feather of the Xianfeng Qingyuan was extraordinarily beautiful, and she yearned to touch it, yet hesitated. Fear not to caress it. Xiao Feng is quite gentle, Li Muzhou replied, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, his voice warm and scholarly, encouraged by his words. Gu Qinghan summoned her courage and gently stroked the Xianfeng Qingyuan, which reciprocated by brushing against the hem of her skirt. Under the rod, filial sons are born. The same holds true for divine beasts. The Xianfeng Qingyuan nearly faced a dire fate at my hands, Li Muzhou remarked with a hint of irony. Do you like it? Indeed. Then it shall be your steed from now on with a thought. Li Muzhou imbued a soul mark into Gu Qinghan's forehead. Startled, Gu Qinghan felt the Xianfeng Qingyuan transform into a bracelet that adorned her wrist with a mere thought, and with another, it reappeared in the courtyard. Master, this is far too precious. Gu Qinghan's affection level increased by 5. She felt her mind nearly falter, a treasure as rare as the Xianfeng Qingyuan, its prowess rivaling that of the most formidable elder of her clan. How extravagant her master was. What does this signify? When master has the time, I shall capture a few more steeds for you to alternate riding. Let us depart. In a swift motion, Li Muzhou mounted the broad back of the Xianfeng Qingyuan. Gu Qinghan, accompanied by Lu Ma, also took her place upon its back. Suddenly, the Xianfeng Qingyuan soared into the sky with a powerful whoosh, producing a thunderous sound. Muzhou, wait! In the heavens, the leader of the Qian and sect floated down. Smiling as he spoke, Saintess Qinghan, your cultivation advances at an astonishing pace. An elder Muzhou truly possesses keen insight. Receiving such praise even from the sect leader caused Gu Qinghan, who stood beside Li Muzhou, to blush deeply. Li Muzhou replied, "Sect leader, what brings you here? The Flying Snow Secret Realm is about to commence. Will you be attending?" "Certainly, sect leader. Will you be going as well?" "Indeed, I shall send you a message when the time comes." Very well. With that, Li Muzhou guided the Xianfeng Qingyuan through the void. What a strange occurrence. What is it that sets Gu Qinghan apart? He pondered, but ultimately decided it best not to inquire further into the enigmatic Muzhou. It was only after the silhouette of the Xianfeng Qingyuan faded from sight that Chan Nan murmured, "Even now, I cannot discern what makes Gu Qinghan so special, yet her rate of advancement is truly remarkable." The Tianjin sect was situated far from Jiayue City. Gu Qinghan had once taken a month to embark on her journey, only to find herself lost, needing to traverse the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains. Now, perched upon the Xianfeng Qingyuan's back, she traversed the skies, marveling at life's wonders. "Master, what is the Flying Snow Secret Realm?" The Flying Snow Secret Realm is a domain left behind by a powerful figure who had reached the threshold of the Yin-Yang realm upon their demise. It opens every 10 years. After the passing of the Flying Snow Taoist, countless strong individuals have sought it out. Over the years, although the realm has opened numerous times, the true inheritance has yet to manifest, making it immensely alluring to any faction within the Nanzhao Kingdom. Is that so? Then does it mean you will take me there, Master? Absolutely. The Flying Snow Secret Realm imposes no restrictions. Should you acquire the inheritance within? It would be quite fortuitous, would it not? As they spoke, Li Muzhou gently pinched Gu Qinghan's delicate face, causing her cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of crimson. In a moment, Gu Qinghan gazed down from the heights. Witnessing numerous skirmishes below, bandits akin to the infamous Snow Wolf Gang obstructing paths, and humans clashing with divine beasts over precious resources, a flicker of compassion crossed her brow. "Qinghan, do not let your heart be swayed by the sentiments of a woman. In this world, human life is of the least value, especially that of the common folk," Li Muzhou remarked, observing her expression with a calm demeanor. "The Tianjin sect is relatively better, at least within its vicinity. Peace prevails. Yet, the wicked forces of the Yin Sha Valley regard human life as mere fodder. Such malevolent factions are countless. Master, I understand." Jiyu Qinghan took a deep breath, her gratitude towards Li Muzhou growing once more. Just 20 days prior, she had been but one among the masses. As Li Muzhou and his companions traversed the 10,000 Great Mountains, myriad groups below noticed the grand avian soaring overhead. "What on earth is that?" "It is the Xianfeng Qingyuan. I have never seen one in my lifetime. Look, there are people atop it. Goodness, how enviable. I wonder which powerful individual rides the Xianfeng Qingyuan." "Stop gawking. Such amount is beyond my reach in this lifetime. It is said that Black Wind City is holding an auction for the Xianyang fruit. We should continue our journey." "Indeed, the Xianyang fruit possesses the potential to awaken the embryonic form of the true intent of frost. If we could awaken the true intent, joining any sect would be effortless." Suddenly, Li Muzhou overheard the chatter below and turned to Gu Qinghan. "Qinghan, let us rest in Black Wind City today. The Xianyang fruit is indeed a rarity. Although the likelihood of awakening the true intent is slim, given Gu Qinghan's aptitude, it should not pose a significant challenge." Very well. Jiu Qinghan was uncertain of Li Muzhou's intentions, yet Black Wind City was the only city near the 10,000 Great Mountains, a chaotic zone rife with scattered cultivators and outlaws. During her previous travels, she had intentionally circumvented Black Wind City, leading her to stray off course, but with her master by her side, she felt little trepidation. Soon, the Xianfeng Qingyuan turned towards Black Wind City. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan noticed a fiery-haired woman clad in tight attire being pursued by a group of rogue cultivators in the forest below. "Master, wait, that appears to be my cousin, Gu Qingqian." Lu Ma, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Indeed, it is Miss Qingqian. I cannot believe she is still alive. Cousin?" Upon hearing her, Li Muzhou immediately commanded the Xianfeng Qingyuan to dive down. What if Gu Qinghan's cousin also possesses a unique bloodline? Chapter 9. The Centipede Gang's Leader. Curse it! I, Gu Qingqian, must be experiencing the worst luck imaginable. These malevolent cultivators were clearly up to no good. They could have killed her outright, yet even if she surrendered the ice spirit grass now, they would not spare her. Dressed in black, Gu Qingqian bore an expression of despair, gripping her 3-foot Qingfeng sword tightly as she faced 5 wicked cultivators with malevolent grins. Jiu Qingqian, the eldest daughter of the Gu family's collateral branch, 2 years senior to Gu Qinghan, had ventured out 3 years ago in search of enlightenment, only to vanish without a trace. The entire Gu family believed her to be dead, unaware that she had taken the renowned exterminator, Master Feng Imo, as her mentor, remaining in seclusion for years. Recently, Master Feng Imo had gone on a journey, specifically instructing Gu Qingqian to return home, promising to seek her out in Zhaoe City thereafter. However, fate had other plans, and Gu Qingqian encountered the enemies of her mentor while attempting to procure the ice spirit grass within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Little girl, your esteemed mentor, Master Feng Imo, has slain many of our brothers within the Centipede gang. Today, it seems, fate is on our side. If you kneel and serve us well, perhaps we will spare your life. Humph, knowing my mentor is Master Feng Imo. Do you not fear for your lives? Our leader has long since broken through to the Diamond Realm. We fear not Master Feng Imo. The leader of the wicked cultivators licked the blade of his steel knife. Sneering at Gu Qingqian, Jiu Qingqian swiftly gathered her hair, declaring, if you wish to kill me, then do so. There is no need for idle chatter. Master Feng Imo is also a formidable force. Gu Qingqian had resolved to die with dignity, vowing never to be humiliated even in death. Humph. Attack, but take her alive. With a command from the Centipede gang's leader, the group swiftly closed in on Gu Qingqian. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, Gu Qingqian found herself at a disadvantage. As a cultivator at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, she was no match for the several wicked cultivators. Had they not aimed to capture her alive, she would have perished long ago. Ha ha, little girl, your swordplay resembles that of Master Feng Imo. Kneel. The leader of the Centipede gang, a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Divine Pill realm, grew impatient as his underlings struggled to subdue her. He stepped forward, chanting an incantation as a massive centipede emerged from the ground. Lunging at Gu Qingqian in that instant, an intensely frigid aura enveloped the area, freezing the centipede and all its assailants into solid ice, including the airborne centipede. What is this? The manifestation of the laws. What is happening? Gu Qingqian shuddered, caught off guard by the sudden scene that unfolded before her. If this were merely the nascent form of true intent, it could not possibly be so formidable, especially in the sweltering summer heat. Cousin, in an instant, the melodious and ethereal voice of Gu Qinghan echoed in her ear. Qinghan? Xianfeng Qingwan? What? Gu Qingqian lifted her gaze, her pupils constricting as a colossal Xianfeng Qingwan descended from the heavens, with Gu Qinghan gracefully poised atop its back, accompanied by a stunningly handsome man alongside Luang in a fit of excitement. Gu Qinghan embraced Gu Qingqian, exclaiming, Cousin, this is my master, Li Muzhou. Where have you been these past few years, master? Gu Qingqian responded. I extend my gratitude to Senior Li for your assistance. I shall deal with these scoundrels first. Gu Qinghan bowed respectfully to Li Muzhou, and after the formalities, a flash of sword light swiftly severed the heads of all members of the Centipede gang. Li Muzhou assessed Gu Qingqian calmly, stating, Since you are Qinghan's cousin, let us depart together. As he had anticipated, Gu Qingqian did not possess a special bloodline, yet her stature was commendable, rivaling even the direct disciples of the Tianjin sect. Though her beauty did not match Gu Qinghan's ethereal purity, her devilishly alluring figure was equally captivating. Thereafter, Li Muzhou and the others made their way toward Haifeng City. Along the journey, Gu Qingqian recounted her experiences over the past few years. The ruthless mistress of extinction only accepted female disciples and had subjected Gu Qingqian to grueling training, resulting in her cultivation soaring to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, astonishing even Gu Qinghan. Curiously, Gu Qinghan inquired, Master, are you familiar with the mistress of extinction? Li Muzhou replied nonchalantly, I have not heard of her. Gu Qinghan felt a pang of shock. Although the mistress of extinction held considerable renown in the Fenghua province, someone of Li Muzhou's caliber would naturally not be aware of the name of a mere golden body realm cultivator. They were not of the same echelon. By the time the group arrived in Haifeng City, evening had fallen. They entered the city's most opulent inn, booking a luxurious courtyard for 10 gold coins a day, and after indulging in a lavish feast, they proceeded to the auction house. Gold coins served as the hard currency in the Lingxiao realm, and 10 gold coins were sufficient to cover the annual expenses of an average family of 3. Even Li Muzhou deemed the accommodation subpar, a far cry from the Tianzhufeng. Throughout their journey, two beautiful women accompanied them, attracting considerable attention, yet none dared to be impudent. Although Haifeng City was a lawless zone, few would dare to commit acts of violence in the streets, for the city's lord was a formidable cultivator of the third level of the Golden Body realm, and the guards of the lord's estate would swiftly eliminate any assailants on the spot. The Tianbao auction house had branches throughout the Lingxiao realm, supposedly backed by a celestial sect, thus it had a presence in Haifeng City as well. Additionally, many stolen goods found their way here, with similar lawless zones scattered across the Lingxiao realm. The threshold for participating in the auction was set at 10 gold coins, making it inaccessible to the average person. Esteemed guests, the next item up for auction is a 5th-grade healing elixir, the Xianhuang Huichundan. This vial contains 10 pills, with a starting bid of 100,000 gold coins. From a distance, a young man exclaimed excitedly, "This is fantastic. My father has hope." He bid 110,000 gold coins. His father had sustained serious injuries while hunting beasts with other loose immortals recently, and if he could not procure the Xianhuang Huichundan, his condition would worsen. 120,000, 130,000, 140,000. Gu Qinghan watched in astonishment. The 5th-grade Xianhuang Huichundan typically fetched around 20,000 gold coins each in the market, yet she had an entire gourd of them herself. 180,000. Who dares compete against me? Suddenly, a gruff voice resonated through the air. The speaker was an old man clad in a black robe, bearing a centipede mark on his face. Wu Tian, the leader of the centipede gang. Several bidders paled at the sight of the black-robed elder. Wu Tian was a tyrant in Haifeng City, his strength second only to the city lord since breaking through to the Golden Body realm. In Haifeng City, anything he coveted was beyond dispute. Old Wu, this seems against the rules, doesn't it? Our Tianbao auction house operates on a highest bidder basis. How can other guests compete if you do this? The auctioneer, a woman in a qipao, furrowed her brows as she addressed Wu Tian. Ha ha ha, am I not allowing them to bid? Wu Tian replied with a sinister grin. Indeed, once Wu Tian spoke, no one dared to bid against him. Even the young man who had initiated the bidding was left furious but silent. The 5th-grade Huichundan was a precious item for any loose cultivator, capable of healing even the gravest of wounds. Thus its value was considerable. If a regular person were to win the bid, others could purchase additional pills at the same price. However, Wu Tian was the local bully. Who would dare to offend him? Furthermore, Wu Tian was notoriously greedy. Once something fell into his hands, one would have to pay an exorbitant price to buy it back. 180,000 once, 180,000 twice, 180,000 thrice. If that is the case, this vial of Xianhuang Huichundan belongs to old Wu. The qipao-clad woman clapped her hands, and the stage was immediately prepared for the next item up for auction, which was a set of mid-grade profound armor crafted by the chief disciple of the renowned weapon master Uyazi, starting at 1 million gold coins. This, many attendees gasped in excitement. Defensive armor was far more precious than offensive treasures. Most present had come specifically for this, and the quality of the armor crafted by Uyazi's chief disciple was guaranteed. 130,000, 150,000, 2 million. Suddenly, Wu Tian's voice rang out again. 2,100,000. I want it. The bid of 2,100,000 was the normal price for mid-grade profound armor. The auction house would not incur a loss, yet for armor crafted by Uyazi's chief disciple, they would certainly not profit. Although Wu Tian was a tyrant in Haifeng City, he did not wish to push matters to their extremes and would not arbitrarily drive down prices. The expressions of the auction house staff turned grim. Though Wu Tian did not attend every auction, whenever he did, he was notoriously unreasonable, leaving their profits minimal. An elder rose to speak. What do you intend? Are you threatening us again? Indeed, Wu Tian, you have gone too far. This is the Tianbao auction house. Fools. Wu Tian's aura surged, a chill emanating from him as a poisonous miasma spread. What are you even? If you have guts, come out and spar with me? Or are you planning to never leave Haifeng City? Today, Wu Tian's mood was foul. His favored disciple had perished, and his nameplate shattered earlier in the afternoon. He was determined to obtain several treasures at the auction and would not entertain reason. Though Wu Tian dared not act within the Tianbao auction house, once outside its doors, the auction house would not intervene. The guard stationed there were also cultivators of the Golden Body realm. As long as Wu Tian did not take the initiative to strike, they would not forcibly expel him. Though put it plainly, It was the remote nature of Haifeng City that allowed scoundrels like Wu Tian to thrive. Faced with Wu Tian's blatant menace, the crowd could only swallow their anger, unable to voice their frustrations. Wu Tian's mastery of poison made him a formidable opponent. If enmity arose, who knew when one might fall victim to his schemes? Congratulations to old Wu, the auctioneer, seeing no further bids, could only have the armor delivered to Wu Tian. Yu Qinghan tugged at her master. Is he the leader of the centipede gang? Gu Qingqian also whispered. Senior, this man is notorious for his misdeeds. My master once attempted to kill him several times but failed. Do not worry. Let him prance about for a while longer. He is merely a clown. Li Muzhou remarked nonchalantly, glancing at the two women, a mere golden body realm cultivator. The Tianjin sect has plenty of those. Inside the Tianbao auction house, he would naturally not take action, having already sentenced Wu Tian to death in his heart. Gu Qingqian blinked, astonished by Li Yunqing's words. A mere golden body realm? What realm does Senior Li truly occupy? Esteemed guests, the next item is the highlight of today's auction, the Earth-grade spirit herb. The Xianyang fruit. The Xianyang fruit has the potential to assist individuals in comprehending the nascent form of true principles. I need not elaborate further. The starting bid is 2 million gold coins. The auctioneer in the Qipao opened a jade box, revealing a fiery red Xianyang fruit that exuded a faint fragrance, stirring excitement among the attendees. Yet, curiously, no one dared to bid. While the Xianyang fruit was indeed precious, its effects were merely probabilistic. An ordinary person might consume 10 or 8 of them without guarantee of enlightenment. Moreover, it was evident that with Wu Tian present, bidding was futile. Ha ha ha. It seems this treasure is fated to be mine today. 200. Suddenly, a discordant magnetic voice interrupted. 5 million. Who? Wu Tian furrowed his brow as he cast his gaze toward a handsome figure in the distance. None other than Li Muzhou. His eyes lingered for a moment on Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian. Such exquisite beauties were indeed a rarity in Black Wind City. Should they be used as cauldrons, they would undoubtedly amplify one's attack speed significantly in an instant. The crowd gasped in unison, all eyes directed towards Li Muzhou. Li Muzhou was not lacking in wealth. Although the Xianyang fruit was unique, 5 million was undeniably a steep price. Typically, securing it for 4 million would be considered quite fortunate. This amount was also a source of considerable pain for Wu Tian. But the astonishment of the onlookers stemmed from the fact that this seemingly unremarkable youth dared to challenge Wu Tian, seated in the prestigious area without any bodyguards, only accompanied by 2 beautiful women. Who is he? I've never seen him in Black Wind City before. Unclear. He looks unfamiliar, likely a traveler from afar. Indeed, Black Wind City sees its fair share of visitors, but is this youth out of his mind? He appears young. At his age, reaching the divine pill realm would be the limit. Does he not fear Wu Tian? Did someone just mention that this afternoon, I saw Wu Tian's top disciple pursuing the black-clad woman beside him? Is that you? You killed my beloved disciple, didn't you? Wu Tian, hearing this crucial information, sprang to his feet, fixating his gaze on Li Muzhou, his eyes glinting with a sinister light that sent shivers down the spines of those present. The atmosphere shifted, and the crowd collectively drew in a sharp breath. Tio have slain Wu Tian's disciple. One must be at least at the divine pill realm. Such a young divine pill realm expert was a rare find. Yet, Li Muzhou paid no heed to Wu Tian, his voice resonating. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 5 million. For the first time, 5 million. For the second time, 5 million. For the third time. The auctioneer hastily struck the gavel, fearing that this esteemed customer might withdraw. Then, Li Muzhou tossed a storage bag to his attendant, exchanging payment for the item. The atmosphere in the auction hall fell into an intense silence. Everyone held their breath, anticipating how Li Muzhou would exit the Tianbao auction house. Unless he were to spend an exorbitant amount to have Tianbao intervene, Wu Tian would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. You little brat, you killed my disciple. Didn't you? If you managed to leave Black Wind City alive. Wu Tian was utterly furious, the oppressive aura of the diamond realm sweeping through the auction hall, causing many to feel utterly uncomfortable. Dog, what are you yelling about? Li Muzhou, irked by the incessant buzzing, unleashed the terrifying pressure of the divine wanderer realm, a deep rumble reverberating through the air. The pressure of the divine wanderer realm rendered the entire auction house deathly silent. Chapter 11. An icy city, complete annihilation. The thunderous rumble of the void, a hallmark of a divine wanderer's might, enveloped the auction hall in an eerie stillness where a pin drop could be heard. Though Li Muzhou was not a saint, he possessed an attribute of vehemently opposing evil. Organizations like the Centipede Gang, known for their nefarious deeds, were best left undisturbed. However, with the confrontation brought to his doorstep today, he felt a surge of murderous intent. Moreover, Wu Tian's disciple had previously been pursuing Gu Qingqian. While Gu Qingqian was not closely related to him, Gu Qinghan was his beloved student, which made it personal. The terrifying aura in the void suffocated everyone, the icy murderous intent sending chills down their spines, causing all present to shudder involuntarily. Heavens, it truly is a divine wanderer. How could such a formidable being descend upon a backwater like Black Wind City? Moreover, this elder appeared remarkably youthful. How terrifying, my goodness. I thought he was a disciple from some prominent family. Who would have guessed he was a divine wanderer? Indeed, there are scarcely a few divine wanderers throughout the entire southern Zhao kingdom. They are like dragons, seldom seen. Today, Wu Tian has truly run afoul of fate. How amusing. To offend a divine wanderer. I wonder how he will escape this predicament. The black-clad youth clenched his fists, fixating coldly on the bewildered Wu Tian with a mocking smile. Wu Tian's attempt to contend for the fifth-grade revitalizing pill was akin to slaying his own father. Without Li Muzhou's presence, he would have no choice but to swallow his pride. But now, having offended a divine wanderer, Wu Tian was as good as dead. Many who had long suffered under Wu Tian's tyranny secretly relished the unfolding drama, preparing to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. The most uncomfortable of all was Wu Tian himself. How could he have known that a divine wanderer would appear in such a desolate place? To offend a being of that caliber, even his master might not be able to smooth things over. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fellow, I was blind to your greatness. To offend you was sheer ignorance. Wu Tian wiped the sweat from his brow, rising to bow. For the Xinyang fruit you acquired for 5 million, I am willing to offer the same amount to honor you. Consider it, Li Muzhou scoffed. Do you think I am in need of your trifling sum? Yes, yes, yes. Wu Tian continued to nod and bow. You, being a divine wanderer, naturally look down upon a small fry like me. However, my master is the Blood Taoist. The Blood Taoist, a member of the Blood Demon sect, was indeed a notorious evil sect. Wu Tian had hoped that Li Muzhou would spare him a little face due to his grandfather's ties to the Blood Demon sect. But to his surprise, Li Muzhou coldly declared, I grant you 3 breaths to flee. What is the Blood Taoist? Li Muzhou had never heard of it and had no desire to learn. Upon hearing the title, he understood it was nothing good. Li Muzhou's arrogance delighted those present and relieved the staff of Tianbao Auction House. This man is surprisingly polite. You, blood escape. In a fit of rage, Wu Tian produced a crimson talisman. As it ignited, a fierce blood light erupted from him, and with a whoosh, he vanished from Tianbao Auction House, his speed far exceeding that of an initial Diamond Realm practitioner, rivaling even that of a 9th-layer Diamond Realm expert. 3 breaths. Who does he think he is? With the blood escape technique bestowed by his master, he believed he could easily survive. Though Li Muzhou was a divine wanderer, his master was cultivating the blood magic in the 10,000 mountains. And Wu Tian had already sent a message. With his master's intervention, he would certainly survive. Boom. In the night sky, Wu Tian's escape technique triggered a powerful explosion, startling the residents of Black Wind City. In just 3 breaths, he had reached the city gates of Black Wind City, poised to vanish into the vast mountains. The city lord's mansion. The lord of Black Wind City was engaged in a discussion with a beautiful concubine regarding the writing of the character Kuan, when the intense explosions above startled him. What is happening with Wu Tian? The concubine, barely clothed, also sensed the commotion, exclaiming, It seems he is fleeing. Eh? Is that so? Could it be that a high-level Diamond Realm expert has arrived in Black Wind City? The city lord, too, sensed the fleeing aura, pondering curiously. However, before the city lord could finish his sentence, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack, crack, as the 3 breaths elapsed, the temperature in the void plummeted to freezing point. Even the formidable city lord shuddered from the cold, visibly trembling as frost coalesced from the void, disregarding the protective formations of the city lord's mansion, covering the ground and windows with ice. This is the essence of the laws. The city lord exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of person has Wu Tian offended? From above, one could see the entire Black Wind City enveloped in frost, an uncanny snowfall descending from nowhere. No, master, save me. Wu Tian maintained his rapid flight, but suddenly frost began to crystallize upon his brow, swiftly spreading and encasing him in ice. With a resounding crash, the ice sculpture that was once Wu Tian shattered explosively. An invisible sword intent rampaging through the night sky, creating a scene of utter horror. All witnesses were struck with dread. Who dares to harm my beloved disciple? I am of the Blood Demon sect. In the moment of Wu Tian's demise, a furious roar erupted from within a blood cave in the 10,000 mountains, followed swiftly by the oppressive aura of an 8th-layer Diamond Realm practitioner. Wu Tian was the most loyal henchman of the Blood Taoist, long capturing innocent souls to assist in the crafting of blood magic. Those within the blood cave would find it a gruesome sight. With white bones strewn about, the blood of the innocent pooling into a gruesome pond. Moreover, the skulls within the blood cave were predominantly those of infants and women. Wu Tian had sent a message to the Blood Taoist during the auction. So the moment Wu Tian fell, the Blood Taoist was already approaching Black Wind City. Tio have killed his disciple. The assailant must be at least at the 2nd layer of the Diamond Realm. With the Blood Taoist being at the 8th layer of the Diamond Realm, and with a sect backing him, he was confident he could eliminate the perpetrator. As for the Divine Wanderer, the Blood Taoist had never even considered such a possibility. Individuals of that caliber were seldom seen by ordinary folk, let alone appearing in a place like Black Wind City. Wait, where did this summer snow come from? The Blood Taoist, who had entered Black Wind City but a moment ago with an intimidating presence, suddenly froze in place. Upon witnessing the bizarre snowfall within Black Wind City, an ominous feeling overcame him. Could it be the essence of the laws? Go, go, go. We must leave. Who could afford to provoke someone who comprehends the essence of the laws? He finally understood why his disciple had been unable to escape even with the use of the blood escape technique. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will skew. Having come, could he still hope to depart? In the night sky of Hafeng City, the resounding voice of Li Muzhou echoed with an overwhelming authority. Instantly, boundless wind and snow coalesced into a colossal icy hand, striking towards the Blood Taoist. Spare me, I am of the Blood Demon sect. With a thunderous crash, the Blood Taoist's words were abruptly cut short as he was reduced to mere powder by the icy onslaught. Both the storage rings belonging to Wu Tian and the Blood Taoist, now deceased, were effortlessly seized by Li Muzhou. Silence enveloped Hafeng City, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Dizzy, dizzy. Within the Tianbao auction house, Gu Qinghan, witnessing her master's formidable display once more, felt her eyes sparkle with a peculiar brilliance, while a sense of lightheadedness washed over her. Her cousin, Gu Qingqian, also appeared dazed. Utterly astonished by Li Muzhou's might, her admiration soaring to unprecedented heights. Chapter 12. The saintess of Tianjin sect. That night, no one in Hafeng City could find rest. The terror of a transcendent being had not only reshaped everyone's understanding but also stirred some to entertain ulterior motives. Everyone noticed the 2 exquisite women by Li Muzhou's side, prompting many to consider sending their own daughters to seek fortune, hoping to linger in Li Muzhou's presence. Even as mere attendants, however, the city lord would not permit such folly. All the guards of the city lord's mansion mobilized, personally standing watch over Li Muzhou. Tio provoke a transcendent being would spell disaster for Hafeng City. My disciple, take these items. Consume the Xin Yang fruit and see if you can grasp the embryonic form of true intent. Of course, if you fail, it matters not. It merely possesses a slight probability. After emerging from the Tianbao auction house, Li Muzhou tossed the 2 storage rings he had just acquired to Gu Qinghan. Deeming them of no use to himself, "Thank you, Master." Gu Qinghan inquired with curiosity, "Master, it seems the city lord's mansion has cleared the streets." The once bustling thoroughfares of Hafeng City now lay desolate, flanked by guards from the city lord's mansion. Their gazes upon Li Muzhou and his entourage were filled with fervor, yet none dared to act out of line. Li Muzhou, unfazed, replied, "No matter, we shall set off at dawn tomorrow." Aiming to reach Jiayue City by the 6th day of the 6th month. 9 days later, while traversing picturesque landscapes, Li Muzhou exclaimed, "Qinghan, you truly have comprehended the embryonic form of true intent. What remains is to refine it further along the path of that realization. The probability of a single Xianyang fruit enabling one to grasp the embryonic form of true intent is less than 1 in 1,000. Yet, Gu Qinghan, with her extraordinary talent, had achieved this against the odds. Greatly surprisingly Muzhou. The lower one's realm, the greater the possibility of challenging those of higher levels. Presently, although Gu Qinghan stood at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, she could easily slay opponents at the 8th or 9th levels with a single sword strike. A testament to the might of true intent. Upon reaching the Divine Pill realm, the difficulty of surpassing one's level would significantly escalate. In the Divine Travel realm, the adage each level is like a sky illustrates the heightened challenge of such confrontations. Gu Qingqian looked upon her cousin with palpable envy, yet she could only admire, for Gu Qinghan had the fortune of being Li Muzhou's disciple. Hehe. This is all due to my master's excellent teachings. Master, beyond this city, another 500 miles lies Jiuhe City. I suspect the Su family has already taken action. Jiu Qinghan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, surveying the vast earth. Very well. Let us hasten our pace. Throughout the journey, Li Muzhou remained in high spirits, dismissing the affairs concerning Gu Qinghan's family. Regarding the Yin Sha Valley as a trivial matter, in Jiuhe City, the Gu family found themselves engulfed in despair. Suemo returned to Jiuhe City as expected, his first act being to bring a legion of sycophants to pressure the Gu family. Jiu family head, you have heard my young master's words. You should obediently bring out Gu Qinghan. Otherwise, do not blame us for lacking compassion after all these years. I have already stated, Qinghan is not present. If you wish to annihilate my Gu family, then let us fight. Gu Yun, facing the imposing force from the Su family, declared resolutely. Up to this point, Gu Yun's only hope was that Gu Qinghan could survive. With remarkable talent, she had reached the 7th level of spirit gathering by the age of 19, the most gifted individual in Gu family history. If she could endure, she was destined for greatness and perhaps even avenge her kin. The Gu family's elder echoed, indeed, we Gu family's men will stand and die. We shall never kneel to survive. Among the Su family, a pale-faced youth with deep-set eyes squinted. It seems you truly do not know the meaning of death. Beside him, Zhou Hu flattered, Su Gu. These old fools are simply uncooperative. If Gu Yun truly wanted Gu Qinghan back, she would certainly return. Zhou Hu, who had suffered a significant defeat at Tianjin sect, still harbored resentment. He also believed Gu Qinghan could not possibly be the saintess of Tianjin sect. Otherwise, why had not a single person been dispatched by Tianjin sect until now? Surely, Gu Qinghan had paid someone to act, and of course, this would explain the events of that day. Zhou Hu had prepared for both scenarios. If Tianjin sect sent someone, he would remain hidden. However, it was now midday, and not even a shadow was in sight. Why, disciple? Why waste words? From this day forth, kill one person from the Gu family daily until that Gu Qinghan appears. An elder from Yin Sha Valley, donned in a crimson robe, spoke indifferently, gazing at the Gu family with disdain. The faces of the Gu family fell as they realized the elder from Yin Sha Valley was resolute in his intentions. Elder of Yin Sha Valley, such actions may not be prudent. The representative from the Jiang family, who had been invited by the Gu family, clasped his fists in respect. Might I request that you grant the Jiang family a favor? What nonsense is this? What is your favor worth? My disciple kill. The elder from Yin Sha Valley released his pressure, a formidable force at the 9th level of the Diamond Realm, causing cold sweat to pour from the Jiang family members. Seeing this, the Jiang family fell silent. All they could do was repay the Gu family's kindness. As for the Gu family's survival, they were truly powerless to intervene. Yes, master, Suemo licked his lips, turning to Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu, since you are with me, you shall be the first to kill. Zhou Hu, eager to please, replied, yes, big brother. Jiu Yun gritted his teeth. If heaven wishes to annihilate my Gu family, then let it come. The Gu family steeled themselves for battle, however. The elder from Yin Sha Valley merely waved his sleeve, and dark lights appeared from thin air, binding every member of the Gu family, rendering them as helpless as fish on a chopping block. Despicable! The Gu family members fell into utter despair. A 9th-level Diamond Realm expert was a disaster for them. Ha ha ha! Today, you Gu family face such a fate. Opposing my Su de Gu is sheer folly. Zhou Hu stepped forward, brandishing a large blade, eager to redeem his previous disgrace. With a swift motion, Zhou Hu raised his blade, aiming at a Gu family elder. Zhou Hu, how dare you? descending from the sky. Gu Qinghan leaped from the Xinfeng Qingluan, her sword piercing forth with precision. The azure sword energy struck Zhou Hu, severing his head with a resounding thud, which rolled upon the ground. Qinghan, flee, Gu Yun, seeing Gu Qinghan's return, should have been elated, yet his face bore no joy, only panic. However, Gu Qinghan disregarded Gu Yun's cries, landing firmly in the courtyard of the Gu family. Qinghan, Qingqian, quickly escape. Do not worry about us, just go. The members of the Gu family noticed Gu Qingqian as well. Yet they overlooked Li Muzhou, who appeared too youthful and bore no aura of a formidable expert. The elder from Yin Sha Valley squinted. No wonder my disciple has chosen such a furnace. Indeed, she is a rare gem. Haha, Gu Qinghan, you have finally arrived. Sumo rose. Surely you do not wish for every member of the Gu family to perish alongside you. Standing resolutely against the wind, Gu Qinghan's melodious voice rang clear. Sumo, I am the saintess of Tianjin sect. What are you? What? Sumo's pupils constricted as he exchanged a glance with his master, a flicker of unease igniting within him. Chapter 13. What is Yin Sha Valley? Guyan exclaimed with joy. Qinghan, you have joined Tianjin sect? Gu Qinghan affirmed with a nod, but before she could elaborate, Gu Qingqian interjected, Uncle, Qinghan cousin has indeed joined Tianjin sect, and she is the saintess. Zhou Hu should be aware of this. Continuing, Gu Qingqian added, for the past few years, I have been a disciple of the revered Master Miju, who forbade me from descending the mountain. Hence my late arrival. The members of the Gu family rejoiced. With the Tianjin sect's backing and Master Miju's reputation, surely Yin Sha Valley would tread carefully. Damn it, useless. Sumo's face darkened as he glanced at the lifeless Zhou Hu. Cursing inwardly, if Zhou Hu had informed him of this earlier, he would have altered his strategy. The Tianjin sect was a colossal force near the southern Zhao kingdom. Though Yin Sha Valley was formidable, it must consider its own standing. The top expert of Yin Sha Valley was its leader, a first-level divine traveler, with over a dozen Diamond Realm experts. Yet Tianjin sect? Rumors spoke of 3 divine travelers and dozens of Diamond Realm experts. With countless others below that leveled, on paper, Tianjin sect dwarfed Yin Sha Valley several times over. The Grand Elder of the Yin Sha Valley, with a flicker of his eyes, whispered, Disciple, the only course of action now is. Observing that aside from the Gu Qinghan sisters and a young man, no other formidable members of the Tianjin sect had arrived, the astute elder immediately concocted a sinister scheme. Upon hearing this, Sumo promptly declared, Gu Qinghan, you are already aware that I, Sumo, have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. As for the matter of becoming a furnace, there is no need for such resistance. This dual cultivation method benefits all parties involved. Furthermore, silence. Gu Qinghan interjected firmly, I, Gu Qinghan, could never be your woman in this lifetime. Even if I were to serve, it would be my master I serve. Not you. Do you think you are worthy? Standing with her sword drawn, her 3,000 strands of hair danced in the wind, her resolve unwavering, Li Muzhou, standing beside Gu Qinghan, felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's not wise to clash with your master, is it? Very well, Gu Qinghan. Let us speak plainly. I observe that you possess the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion, while I am at the 6th layer. I shall suppress my own cultivation to engage you in battle. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I, Sumo, will withdraw. Should you lose, you must reconsider our engagement. Do you dare? With a quick glance, Sumo revealed his master's cunning plan. In the realm of practitioners, challenges were commonplace, particularly within the Lingxiao realm, often accompanied by stakes. If Sumo were to formally establish a wager, should Gu Qinghan falter, she would be bound to him. Conversely, if Gu Qinghan hesitated or evaded battle, her resolve would undoubtedly waver, greatly hindering her future cultivation. This plot was undoubtedly insidious, and with Gu Qinghan only at the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion, her chances of victory appeared slim. The notion of suppressing one's cultivation was ludicrous. Despite their trepidation towards the Tianjin sect, what could be done? With no formidable members present, capturing Gu Qinghan under normal circumstances would be feasible even if the higher echelons of the Tianjin sect arrived. Gu Yun anxiously urged, Qinghan, do not agree to his terms. Ha! Gu Qinghan replied nonchalantly, Sumo, why would I need 3 moves to defeat you? 1 strike will suffice. At her words, the entire assembly gasped in astonishment. Qinghan, Qinghan, do not act rashly. Qinghan, Suimo has been with the Yin Sha Valley for over a year. Do not underestimate him. The Gu family was thrown into a state of panic, with Gu Qinghan's cultivation at merely the second layer of the Purple Mansion. To claim she could defeat Suimo with a single strike seemed utterly preposterous. Haha, very well, Gu Qinghan, I look forward to seeing how you intend to defeat me with a single blow. Suimo exclaimed, his excitement evident. He no longer feigned restraint, instantly weaving several incantations, summoning a howling tempest of energy, and manifesting a pair of massive hammers that surged toward Gu Qinghan. Shin-level supreme battle technique. 100 Battles Royal Hammer. This move was Suimo's most formidable technique. The colossal hammers, imbued with immense force, accompanied by the wailing energy, could disturb the opponent's psyche, creating a powerful shockwave that cracked the stone floor beneath them. A sight to behold. He did not hold back his strength. The full force of the sixth layer of the Purple Mansion was unleashed, and this technique would consume 90% of his energy, aimed solely at defeating his opponent in one strike. Clang. Faced with Sumo's aggressive advance, Gu Qinghan naturally drew her sword, employing the Ice Heart Sword technique from the Frozen Heart Sutra. The Ice Heart Sword technique, once initiated, demanded considerable energy, enhancing her attack power threefold while providing damage reduction. Each successful strike would further amplify her attack power, a feat only achievable with heavenly-level battle techniques. While magical weapons served as amplifiers of magical energy, battle techniques and secret methods acted as amplifiers of attack power. The greater the amplification, the higher the grade. Simultaneously, Gu Qinghan unleashed the embryonic form of her true intent, her formless sword energy transforming into an icy blue sword radiance, filling the air with an alarming chill. Unaware of Gu Qinghan's terrifying prowess, Suimo bellowed, "Kneel before me!" The sword energy of Gu Qinghan lunged straight for Sumo's face. With a thunderous crash, Sumo's arms shattered, his hammers sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth as he was hurled backward. Suimo's expression was one of sheer disbelief. How is this possible? What manner of sword technique is this that it cannot be defended against? And that chilling aura, what sorcery is at play that it threatens to freeze my very essence? However, Gu Qinghan had no intention of sparing him. Her icy blue sword energy pursued him relentlessly. The Gu family erupted in joy. Gu Qinghan's overwhelming strength surpassed their expectations. Yet, the next scene plunged the Gu family into despair. "Tio, take a life at such a tender age, Gu Qinghan. Your heart is as cold as ice. Spare her. I shall teach you a lesson in place of your master." In an instant, the Grand Elder of the Yin Sha Valley made his move. His experience was far greater, and he instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Gu Qinghan's sword technique. Most alarmingly, she had grasped the embryonic form of true intent. At such a young age, possessing both remarkable battle techniques and true intent, not even Suimo of the sixth layer of the Purple Mansion stood a chance. Even peers at the ninth layer of the Purple Mansion would find themselves outmatched by Gu Qinghan. This woman was not merely an exceptional furnace, she was a transcendent one, taking advantage of the absence of formidable members from the Tianjin sect. She must be captured today. With a resounding crash, the Grand Elder of the Yin Sha Valley shattered Gu Qinghan's sword radiance with a single slap, reaching out to seize her. "What does your Yin Sha Valley amount to? How dare you lay a hand on my disciple?" Li Muzhou's eyes flashed with cold light as a terrifying pressure enveloped the area, snowflakes swirling through the air. With a thud, the Grand Elder of the Yin Sha Valley fell to his knees before Gu Qinghan, as if struck by a sledgehammer, resembling a defeated dog. Hiss, hiss. Every onlooker inhaled sharply, struck by sheer shock. All eyes turned to Li Muzhou. This handsome, formidable figure was, astonishingly, Gu Qinghan's master. Chapter 14. With such a master, life is without regrets, God, the realm of divine travel. The Grand Elder of the Yin Sha Valley lay prostrate on the ground, his spirit shaken, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. No, he is no ordinary divine traveler. He possesses a mastery of true laws and of no low caliber. The Grand Elder of the Yin Sha Valley realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Gu Qinghan was indeed the saintess of the Tianjin sect. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate youth was a terrifying divine traveler. What? A divine traveler? An injured Suimo displayed a look of sheer horror. This kind of pressure he had only ever felt from the sect leader of the Yin Sha Valley. Yet the intensity of Li Muzhou's pressure far exceeded that of the sect leader. compounded by an oppressive aura of true laws that left him feeling as though he were trapped in an icy abyss. Predecessor, please calm your wrath. I am the Grand Elder of the Yin Sha Valley. For the sake of our sect leader, enough. Li Muzhou, uninterested in the Grand Elder's entreaties, waved his sleeve, unleashing a sword energy that pierced through the Grand Elder's forehead, extinguishing his divine soul and obliterating all traces of life. Such a horrifying scene left everyone in stunned silence. This remarkably youthful powerhouse of the Tianjin sect regarded the Yin Sha Valley with utter disdain. Disciple, at your command. From this day forth, there shall be no Su family in this Crescent Moon City. Gu Qinghan, momentarily taken aback, soon replied with excitement, I understand. With a swift motion, Gu Qinghan raised her sword, poised to sever Sumo's head when the head of the Su family, mustering his courage, exclaimed, Predecessor, is this not too ruthless? My Sumo is the foremost disciple of the Yin Sha Valley, and the sect leader is also a formidable divine traveler. What is the Yin Sha Valley to me? Kill. As Li Muzhou's words fell, a terrifying frost instantly encased the entirety of the Su family. Yes, master. With a thrust of her sword, Gu Qinghan severed Sumo's head from his body. Moments later, Li Muzhou turned his gaze toward Gu Qinghan's father. The head of the Gu family. Predecessor, what do you command? Let it be known among your Gu family that within 10 days, any who sever ties with the Yin Sha Valley shall be spared from death. Otherwise, I shall ensure that not a single soul from the Yin Sha Valley remains. With an air of nonchalance, Li Muzhou delivered a death sentence to the Yin Sha Valley. Understood. Diu Yunhu trembled. Waves of turmoil roiling within him. Diu Qinghan's favorability increased by 5. As Gu Qinghan gazed at Li Muzhou's charismatic figure. Tears welled in her eyes. If Li Muzhou sought to eradicate the Yin Sha Valley, it would be a task easily accomplished. She held no doubt whatsoever. Was all of this truly for her sake? With such a master, life is without regrets. Please spare us, have mercy on us. It is the Su family that has threatened us. We, the Zhou family, are innocent. Predecessor, please consider us as nothing. Lady Qinghan, I implore you to grant us mercy. The entirety of the Su family was encased in ice, while the Zhou family and other clans were paralyzed by fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. This ruthless individual had no qualms about eradicating the Yin Sha Valley. What were they? Mere small families in comparison. Gu Qinghan sneered. Did you not consider this day when you chose to be their accomplices? Under Li Muzhou's overwhelming oppression, the Gu family's reckoning with the Su family commenced. In an instant, the entire Crescent Moon City descended into a state of alarm. Have you heard? The Su family has been annihilated. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Sumo part of the Yin Sha Valley? Indeed. What transpired? Listen to me. The eldest young lady of the Gu family, Gu Qinghan, has joined the Tianjin sect, becoming a disciple under the tutelage of a formidable master in the realm of divine wandering. Goodness, goodness. Everyone knows that the tides are turning in Jiayue City. Under Gu Qinghan's orders, all members associated with the Su family have been rendered powerless, and, in a swift retribution, the Zhou family has been annihilated as well. In previous years, Jiayue City was home to 6 prominent families. Following Sumo's allegiance to the Yin Sha Valley, it dwindled to 4, and now only 2 remain. The Wang family, which abstained from the coup, has emerged as the staunchest ally of the Gu family. Naturally, the members of the Gu family are reveling in their fortune, as the acquisition of the Su and Zhou families' assets has kept them exceedingly busy. Li Muzhou is awaiting the opening of the Feishue's secret realm and news from the Yin Sha Valley, while also seeking information regarding the Bing Sui Shuelian, so he has decided to reside within the Gu family estate. To ensure Li Muzhou's comfort, Gu Yun has generously allocated a courtyard with 4 entrances and exits for his use, forbidding anyone from disturbing him, particularly the younger members of the Gu family. For fear they might cause trouble. To the Gu family, Li Muzhou is viewed as a savior, their greatest benefactor. Li Muzhou.I, Jiang Qingxue, shall remember you. The Jiang family, having come to assist the Gu family, departed Jiayue City on the same day. Before leaving, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, disguised as a man, cast a lingering glance at Li Muzhou's retreating figure, determined to etch the image of this extraordinary individual into her memory for all eternity. Li Muzhou possesses an irresistible allure for her, and she envies Gu Qinghan, yet throughout it all, Li Muzhou has not spared her a glance. The members of the Jiang family lament their missed opportunity to curry favor with Li Muzhou through Gu Qinghan. But alas, it is too late. That night, after a long day of labor, Gu Qinghan brought tea to Li Muzhou's room. Gulp, Li Muzhou sat by the window, taking a swig from his wine gourd, and without turning around, remarked, "Disciple, your thoughtfulness warms my heart. You know I relish da hong piao." Liu Qinghan smiled sweetly, setting down the tea before approaching the window and embracing Li Muzhou from behind. Li Muzhou raised an eyebrow, about to speak when he heard a faint sob. "Master, thank you. If it weren't for you, I cannot fathom the fate of the Gu family today." Liu Qinghan cried like a child, genuinely viewing Li Muzhou as her sole pillar of support, developing a profound reliance on him. "Fool, why are you crying? You are my disciple. Naturally, I shall protect you." Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qinghan's small hand, speaking calmly at the same time. His peculiar thoughts dissipated. Were he in Gu Qinghan's position, he would likely feel the same. "Master, I have overstepped. I apologize." Liu Qinghan released her grip, her face flushed, and fled the room. Li Muzhou watched her retreating figure, muttering, "What a little enchantress." On the other side, in the forbidden grounds of the Yin Sha Valley, ladies and gentlemen, the Feishua's secret realm is about to open, presenting an opportunity for us in the Yin Sha Valley. By the way, when will Suimo and the Grand Elder return? Have there been any updates? The sect leader, Situ Feng, inquired of the elders present. Reporting to the sect leader, "We have yet to receive a response from the Grand Elder. I have heard that Suimo went to acquire an exceptional furnace. It is likely that with this furnace, his cultivation will advance significantly. Indeed, Suimo is a once-in-a-century talent for our Insha Valley." Just as Situ Feng and the elders were deliberating, an inner disciple rushed in. Panic-stricken, "Sect leader, a grave matter has arisen. The life tokens of the Grand Elder and senior brother Suimo have shattered." "What?" Situ Feng sprang to his feet, his eyes reddening. "Summon someone to Nanjiao Kingdom to investigate who has slain my elder disciple. I, Situ Feng, demand blood for blood." Chapter 15. "Damn it, he is my master." "Sect leader, please calm your fury," the second elder interjected, his brow furrowed. "The Grand Elder is a formidable presence at the peak of the Diamond Realm. The only feasible explanations for his silent demise are limited. Firstly, the Grand Elder was besieged by adversaries of equal standing, but that seems unlikely. Our Insha Valley has no enemies within Nanjiao Kingdom. Secondly, the Grand Elder encountered a master in the Divine Wandering Realm. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the assembly, and even Situ Feng regained his composure. "A master in the Divine Wandering Realm? If we have offended such a being, we are in deep trouble." Despite being in the Divine Wandering Realm himself, Situ Feng is merely at the first level and has not broken through in nearly a decade, being just a step away from ascending to the second level. Across the entirety of Nanjiao Kingdom, there are scarcely a handful of Divine Wandering Realm cultivators. The strongest ancestor of the royal family is also only at the first level. Yet the issue remains. A first-level Divine Wandering Realm master would not have left the Grand Elder without a chance to send word back to the sect. A master at the 9th level of the Diamond Realm stands a decent chance of survival against a first-level Divine Wandering Realm master, and certainly could have communicated. This implies that it is highly probable the assailant was a master at the 2nd or even 3rd level of the Divine Wandering Realm. "You are correct?" Second Elder, Situ Feng said, regaining his composure as he analyzed the situation. "The Grand Elder took Suimo to Fenghua Province. You must travel to the royal family of Nanjiao Kingdom and ascertain the situation." Such a significant event cannot have gone unnoticed by them. Though filled with rage, Situ Feng remained rational. If they have indeed offended such a powerful entity, the Insha Valley must carefully consider their next steps. That very day, the second elder set off for the imperial capital of Nanjiao Kingdom. "Nanjiao Kingdom, Your Majesty, the second elder of the Insha Valley requests an audience." "Admit him. The second elder may enter." The emperor of Nanjiao Kingdom squinted, murmuring, "He has arrived swiftly. The death of the Grand Elder in Jiahua City is indeed a significant matter. My firstborn is the most gifted child in centuries. If he can reach the Divine Wandering Realm, the Insha Valley need not afford him any respect. Yet, for now, I need not worry. The Insha Valley must have offended a formidable force, and that will be enough for them to contend with. For the royal family, the Insha Valley is also a source of great concern. Unlike the Tianjin sect, which hides within the vast mountains, the Insha Valley is a major force occupying territory within Nanjiao Kingdom, akin to a dragon crossing the river. The second elder, Upon reaching the emperor, stated, "I have come at the behest of my sect leader to inquire about the fate of our grand elder." The emperor's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "Second elder, have you not heard the rumors?" "Rumors? What rumors, your majesty?" the second elder asked, bewildered. "The Su family in Jiayue City was entirely annihilated overnight, and your Yin Sha Valley's primary disciple is the eldest son of the Su family, correct?" "Indeed, that is correct." "Then allow me to inform you that the Gu family now stands supreme in Jiayue City, and they have issued a proclamation demanding that your Yin Sha Valley disband within 10 days, or face total annihilation." "What? Is this true?" "Whether true or not, you shall find out upon your visit to Jiayue City. Such rumors even circulate within the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, the second elder felt a chill run down his spine. Rising, he said, "Thank you, your majesty, I shall take my leave." With a swift motion, the second elder vanished from sight. "Ha ha," the emperor smirked, murmuring, "the Feishue's secret realm is about to commence. If the Yin Sha Valley truly falls, it would eliminate a competitor." Meanwhile, the second elder hastened his journey, arriving near Jiayue City. Whoever dared to issue such a bold warning to the Yin Sha Valley must undoubtedly be a master at the second level of the divine wandering realm or higher. Otherwise, such audacity would be unfathomable. The second elder, acutely aware of the risks, did not dare to investigate openly. After merely an hour within Jiayue City, he overheard various accounts in the taverns and tea houses, all invariably detailing the Gu family's triumph. Before long, the second elder returned to the Yin Sha Valley. Who was responsible for this? Even a master at the second level of the divine wandering realm should not be so arrogant. "I shall see how this individual dares to bring ruin upon the Yin Sha Valley." Situ Feng's countenance darkened. A storm brewing within. "Sect leader, I can assert with certainty that this person is either a master at the second or third level of the divine wandering realm, but certainly not above the fifth level. Within Nanzhao Kingdom and the neighboring Huiyue Empire, there are no masters above the fifth level. I suspect this individual is deliberately drawing attention to themselves, wishing to spread rumors and exert pressure, leaving us in a state of helplessness." "You are correct, second elder, but we must remain vigilant. We have 9 days left. Regardless of the truth, we must devise a strategy." "I understand." Situ Feng's eyes glinted with cold resolve. "Our Yin Sha Valley's protective formation can withstand masters at the fourth or even fifth level of the divine wandering realm. Moreover, several of my old friends will come to assist. Should they dare to confront us, I will ensure they pay in blood." "In Jiayue City, disciple, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation these past few days?" "Master, I have yet to fully digest the teachings you imparted regarding the East and West disciples." "What is this, master?" Gu Qinghan observed Li Muzhou as he placed various precious medicinal herbs into the bath. Her curiosity piqued. "I in the path of cultivation. The essence lies in a balance of tension and relaxation," she remarked. Li Muzhou, gazing at the picturesque Gu Qinghan, responded, "This is a spiritual bath concocted for you by your master." The elder of the Yin Sha Valley had an abundance of spiritual herbs in his storage ring, which are now perfectly suited for this purpose. As he spoke, Li Muzhou poured several vials of high-grade elixirs into the spiritual bath, his magical power refining all the herbs and elixirs, merging them into the bath. Subsequently, he retrieved a collection of spiritual flowers, scattering countless petals into the water. "Master, you are truly kind to Qinghan," Gu Qinghan said, her scalp tingling with delight, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to consuming honey. The value of this spiritual bath, if calculated, would be sufficient to purchase the estates of several families. Upon hearing her words, Li Muzhou displayed a row of pearly white teeth and urged, "Go ahead." With a soft acknowledgement, Gu Qinghan's shoes slipped off her feet as she reached for the belt at her waist. Ahem. "I shall take my leave now. Qinghan, enjoy your soak, and only emerge once you have absorbed all the medicinal essence." Li Muzhou's face flushed red. The thought of Gu Qinghan disrobing before him was quite improper. With that, he vanished in a flash, a barrier automatically enveloping the room to prevent prying eyes. Allowing Gu Qinghan to indulge in the spiritual bath was also a means for her to swiftly enhance her strength in preparation for the impending Feishue's secret realm. As she watched her master depart, Gu Qinghan mused, "Master truly is a good person." Within the spiritual bath, Gu Qinghan absorbed the medicinal energy freely, her flawless form partially obscured by the water, the soft curves of her figure floating gracefully above the surface. At a certain moment, a wave of comfort enveloped her. and she inadvertently caressed her silhouette, letting out a soft, contented sound. If only Master could join me in this bath, she thought, chastising herself for such a notion. How dare I think that? He is my master. Suddenly jolted back to reality, a deep blush crept from her cheeks to her neck. Chapter 16. The clown, eh? What sound is that? In the small courtyard. Li Muzhou sipped his tea, holding an ancient scroll, but before he could read several lines, he heard some peculiar noises. Perhaps it's Qing Han's first experience in such a medicinal bath. She might be feeling a bit overwhelmed. Should I take a look? He contemplated, but then dismissed the thought, reassuring himself that it would not be gentlemanly to intrude. He had no inkling that the sounds were born from Gu Qinghan's rather unusual thoughts. If her breath had become erratic, he would have rushed in, confident that the medicinal concoction he prepared was within the tolerance range for someone at the Purple Mansion level, and thus would not pose any issues. Had Li Muzhou brazenly stolen a glance, he would surely have gasped in astonishment. She can float? Although not a wholly virtuous man, he was certainly not a villain, and the thought of spying on his disciple in the bath was far beyond his character. Several hours later, a notification sounded, indicating that Gu Qinghan had broken through to the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, triggering a critical strike that rewarded her master with 100 years of cultivation. Ah? So soon? Truly remarkable for a first-grade bloodline. Though still unawakened, her breakthrough speed surpasses that of ordinary individuals. In a wonder, she reached the 7th layer of spirit gathering at just 19 in a small place like Jiayue City. Li Muzhou's eyes brightened at the system notification. The effects of the spiritual bath he prepared exceeded his expectations, though the 100 years of cultivation felt somewhat lacking in the past. Such an amount would have surely propelled him to a higher realm. But now it felt like a mere drop in an endless ocean, with his chaos sword body and chaos-level techniques being insatiable pits. 100 years of cultivation only granted him a meager increase of 1% in magical energy. As the door creaked open, a wave of enchanting fragrance wafted in, and Li Muzhou turned to see Gu Qinghan emerge from the spiritual bath, a vision of ethereal beauty. Her damp hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, droplets glimmering on her delicate brows, her unadorned face enough to captivate any onlooker. A sheer veil clung to her form, subtly revealing her perfect S-curve, even the more mysterious regions artfully hinted at by the white fabric. In his previous life, Li Muzhou had been a mere cog in the machine, having seen countless images, and he could confidently assert that Gu Qinghan in this moment was a breathtaking sight that would overshadow any beauty from his past life, leaving even the most renowned internet celebrities in the dust. Ahem, Qinghan, next time I prepare a medicinal bath for you, please wear something more substantial. Li Muzhou quickly turned away, feigning composure. That mischievous little sprite. Could she be doing this on purpose? Blushing fiercely, Gu Qinghan replied, Master, I have no clothes to wear. Could you lend me one of yours? In reality, she had entered the medicinal pool unprepared, with no bathrobe or anything of the sort. Only donning her basic attire. Very well, here, where this cloak. Li Muzhou did not turn back, casually retrieving a snow-white shawl from his storage ring, which floated gently onto Gu Qinghan's shoulders. Gu Qinghan gazed at Li Muzhou's retreating figure. A sense of disappointment settled within her. Master, doesn't he even wish to glance at me? Could it be that he has no feelings for Qinghan at all? In the vast world, only her master remained unmoved by her appearance. Master, I take my leave, Gu Qinghan said, tightening the shawl around her shoulders to cover her ample whiteness, her feet barely touching the ground as she vanished swiftly into the wind. The strange thoughts that had just surfaced in her mind left her cheeks ablaze. Gu Qinghan's affection level decreased by 5 to Li Muzhou, perplexed, pondered. What is happening? Truly, as the saying goes, a woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the ocean. He shook his head, offering an awkward smile. To his chagrin, despite living 2 lives, he had never truly devoted himself to hard work in his previous life. Although he had seen countless images, most of his descendants were mere wall ornaments, a source of mockery when spoken of. In the Gu family's council chamber, the members had specially summoned Gu Qinghan to sit beside the main seat. Next to her sat Gu Qingqian, the eldest daughter of a collateral branch. The reputation of the formidable Master Mieju was quite significant in the Nanzhao kingdom. Over a decade ago, she had been a powerhouse at the 8th layer of the Diamond Realm, a paragon of righteousness. In recent years, Master Mieju had been less visible, but her disciple, Master Mieqing, had gained considerable fame, having reportedly broken through to the divine travel realm after seizing great opportunities in a secret domain last year, thus elevating Gu Qingqian's status. Ji Yun rubbed his hands together, inquiring, "Qing Han, has Senior Li expressed any dissatisfaction?" Gu Qinghan replied calmly, "No, Master said it was excellent. Everyone should refrain from disturbing him unless absolutely necessary." Good, good. Following Senior Li's instructions, we have disseminated this information nationwide. The Yin Sha Valley is likely already aware. Though the Yin Sha Valley poses no threat to Senior Li, we must remain cautious. Anyone who disturbs Senior Li during this time shall not expect any mercy from me. Gu Yun, by the way, Qingqian, is your master arriving tomorrow? Yes, uncle. The following day, a group arrived at the Gu residence. Uncle, this is my master, Master Mieju, and this is my master's senior, Master Mieqing. Greetings, respected elders. Ji Yu Qinghan bowed respectfully. After a round of simple pleasantries, Gu Yun instructed someone to arrange accommodations for Master Mieju and Master Mieqing in a small courtyard. Sister, your disciple's household seems rather inadequate, doesn't it? We are both powerful figures in the divine travel realm. Why do they seem so unwelcoming? Is this all the accommodation we are offered? Master Mieqing, still retaining her charm, let her long hair fall freely behind her. Utterly inconspicuous as a master, Master Mieju, too, would be mistaken for a captivating woman on the street. The bounty they had acquired in the secret realm last year had allowed them both to break through to the divine travel realm. With Master Mieqing's demeanor elevated significantly as well as they passed by, they noticed a much larger courtyard nearby, yet they were placed in this modest abode. Master Mieju shot her sister a glance. Sister, the Feishua's secret realm is about to begin. Do not be so picky. After all, Jiahua City is a small place, Master. I believe we should not dwell on such trivial matters, a young man with a square face and jade-like features interjected. Trying to ease the tension, he turned his attention to Gu Qinghan. Sister Qinghan, I heard from Qingqian that you also practice the sword path. Lu Yuxing, the direct disciple of Master Mieqing, was taken aback by Gu Qinghan's stunning beauty upon their first meeting. After learning from Gu Qingqian that she had reached the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, he began to entertain some ideas. Jiu Qinghan regarded Lu Yuxing with indifference and replied, "Yes, and?" Lu Yuxing struck a handsome pose. "Since you also practice the sword path, I am 4 years your senior and currently at the 7th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. If you have any confusion, I would be happy to offer you guidance. That sounds reasonable." The Master of Extinction surveyed Gu Qinghan, remarking, "You are quite the striking young lady, and not only are you my esteemed disciple Qingqian's cousin, but you also possess an exceptional talent for the sword Dao. A bit of guidance would be quite beneficial for you, Gu Qinghan." Gu Qingqian, the younger generation of the Gu family. What nonsense is this? What a buffoon! Do they even realize Gu Qinghan's current prowess? Are they aware of who her master is? Chapter 17. Neil. Gu Qinghan's master is a formidable individual capable of annihilating the Yin Sha Valley, and one of the 3 esteemed experts of the Tianjin sect. She's someone you can simply instruct. The younger disciples of the Gu family exchanged peculiar glances, yet none dared to provoke the Master of Extinction. You? Forget it, it's unnecessary. Jiu Qinghan, having encountered many sycophants like Lu Yuxing, felt no interest in him. The very notion of him offering her guidance was laughable. Her own master was merely 4 years her senior. Yet what strength did Lu Yuxing possess compared to her own? The only reason he was received was due to Gu Qingqian's reputation. Were they attempting to play the part of a grandiose elephant with a pig's nose? After voicing her thoughts, Gu Qinghan turned to leave. The younger generation of the Gu family's strange expressions did not escape the notice of the Master of Extinction, who appeared displeased. A subtle pressure enveloped the air. Gu Qinghan's earlier words and demeanor not only belittled Lu Yuxing, but also disregarded her entirely. I am a master at the 1st level of the spirit travel realm. My presence in this humble place of Jiahua City elevates your family's status. When my disciple speaks a few kind words to you, is that not enough respect? Observing the situation, Lu Yuxing's expression shifted, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Gu Qinghan. Junior sister, your lack of decorum is evident. You may disregard me, but my master is an elder. Clang. Gu Qinghan, uninterested in further discourse, unsheathed her sword, unleashing a wave of icy blue sword energy that soared toward the artificial mountain in the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the enormous structure was obliterated, reduced to mere powder. Though Gu Qinghan hailed from a modest background, she was indeed a prodigy. the second level of the Purple Mansion realm. She had already bested opponents at the 6th level and could contend with those at the 8th or 9th levels. Just yesterday, after her bath, her master had informed her that with her current strength, she could even battle early-stage Divine Pill Realm experts. With this strike, Gu Qinghan demonstrated not only her formidable might, but also the subtle mastery of her principles, signaling to Lu Yuxing that his status as a 7th-level Purple Mansion Realm cultivator was insignificant in her presence. Hiss, hiss. The younger disciples of the Gu family gasped in shock, astonished by the sudden leap in their eldest lady's strength. In just a few days, her power had visibly increased, a growth so exaggerated it was almost unbelievable. In the adjacent courtyard, what was that noise? Li Muzhou, who had been resting, was startled by the sound of shattering stones. He opened his senses, and a flicker of murderous intent crossed his brow in the small courtyard. This? Lu Yuxing's pupils contracted, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The power of Gu Qinghan's sword had heightened his sense of danger. He felt that strike could have easily claimed his life. How could a girl from Jiaoyue City possess such profound skill in the sword Dao? This? The essence of principles. The Master of Annihilation and the Master of Extinction exchanged astonished glances. Their discerning eyes quickly recognized that Gu Qinghan's seemingly casual strike had contained the essence of principles. To admit their shame, these sisters had lived over a century without comprehending the essence of principles, while Gu Qinghan was merely 19 years old, 1819. At the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm, grasping the essence of principles, she was a true genius. They had previously thought only the scions of the great sects could achieve such mastery, yet here was Gu Qinghan, surpassing their expectations. Jiu Qinghan, you are indeed a prodigy. I, the Master of Extinction, have devoted my life to the sword Dao. Would you be willing to join my ranks? You may propose any conditions, and I shall ensure your family is protected. The Master of Extinction swiftly moved before Gu Qinghan, her excitement palpable. Geniuses often possess a certain pride. It was no wonder Gu Qinghan had appeared so aloof moments ago. If she could mentor Gu Qinghan, perhaps one day she would rise to fame alongside her talented disciple in the Lingxiao realm. In her years of wandering, she had yet to encounter a peerless genius like Gu Qinghan, who had grasped the essence of principles by the age of 19. Such individuals were as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. Apologies, but I am not interested. Moreover, I already have a master. Please do not obstruct my path. Jiu Qinghan regarded the Master of Extinction calmly. In an instant, the Master of Extinction's expression darkened significantly. I have been exceedingly courteous, yet you treat my presence with such disdain? Gu Qinghan, do you understand what you are saying? To enter my master's tutelage is your honor. Your master may not even be worthy of the title. Jiu Qinghan, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. The disciples of the Master of Extinction, all women, voiced their opinions, driven by jealousy. Seeing Gu Qinghan disregard their master, they naturally felt compelled to defend her. You? Gu Qinghan felt exasperated, prepared to continue her argument when a terrifying pressure descended. Boom! The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, the sunlight extinguished. The overwhelming force forced the disciples who had just spoken to the ground, unable to lift their heads, akin to defeated dogs. Simultaneously, frost began to form on the courtyard floor and stone pillars, while heavy snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers to What is happening? Please, senior, forgive us. My senior sister is merely... The Master of Annihilation was stunned, her fear reaching a peak. The essence of principles. This was a true manifestation of the principles. Across the vast territories surrounding Nanzhao, there had not been a single individual who had comprehended the essence of principles. Moreover, the pressure emanating from this individual was several times stronger than that of their first-level spirit travel realm. To confront such a being would be as effortless as swatting a fly. Forgive? Offending my disciple can be settled with a mere request for forgiveness. Given that this is the residence of my disciple, you shall kneel for 3 days and nights. Should you dare to offend again, I shall show you no mercy. Kneel before me. Li Muzhou's commanding voice echoed through the void, with a resounding thud. The terrifying essence of principles and pressure descended upon the Master of Extinction, forcing her to kneel before Gu Qinghan, unable to raise her head, her power frozen, rendered as helpless as a mere mortal. Senior, I acknowledge my fault. I truly do. The Master of Extinction wept openly, overwhelmed by the humiliation. Though she had lived over a century, she had never endured such a blow. The mere pressure and essence of principles from Li Muzhou had plunged her into despair. Were he to engage in combat, 10 of her would not suffice to challenge him. Master. Gu Qinghan felt a pang of emotion, her admiration for Li Muzhou deepening. With such a master, what more could she desire? Her affection for him increased by 5 points. Li Muzhou's fierce protectiveness evoked a sense of being shielded by a domineering figure, a feeling no woman could resist. Though this incident was but a minor episode, it reverberated throughout the Gu family. Li Muzhou's mere pressure had compelled a spirit travel realm expert to kneel for 3 days and nights. This was beyond their comprehension. The heavy snowfall in the adjacent courtyard continued for 3 days and nights. With the Master of Extinction and her disciples kneeling in the snow, on the 4th day, upon learning of Li Muzhou's identity, the Master of Extinction and the Master of Annihilation realized how foolish they had been. The Master of Extinction's demeanor shifted to one of utmost humility in the blink of an eye. The day of annihilation for the Yin Sha Valley approached. Morning, my disciple. Are you prepared? Master, are you referring to the matter of the Yin Sha Valley? Indeed, since the Yin Sha Valley has a path to death, you shall act on my behalf to obliterate them, leaving not a single creature alive. Huh? Me? Gu Qinghan was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what scheme Li Muzhou had in mind. Chapter 18. Li Muzhou's Grand Strategy, the Day of Annihilation. Gu Qinghan pouted. Master, you cannot be joking with me? I am merely at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could I eradicate the entire Yin Sha Valley? She had anticipated her master would take her to cause havoc, yet he wished for her to do it herself. This left Gu Qinghan in a bind. Ha ha. You silly girl, if I allow you to proceed. I have naturally prepared a foolproof plan. Behold, what is this? With a thought, Li Muzhou retrieved various items from his storage ring. The first object to catch Gu Qinghan's eye was a formation plate, intricately inscribed with runes and inlaid with spirit stones embodying the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The mere pressure radiating from the plate sent shivers down her spine. This is the 5 elements life and death formation. A secret technique of my Tianjin sect. Once deployed, its might can reach the level of a heavenly formation. Not even a fly could escape its grasp, and it possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. Here are the methods to control the 5 elements life and death formation. Centuries ago, the Tianjin sect was renowned throughout the Lingxiao realm, hailed as one of the ancient 10 heavenly sections. Though it had declined, some legacies remained, particularly in the realm of formation and talisman techniques, surpassing most other sections' master. This humble compass can unleash the power of a heavenly formation. Gu Qinghan was left utterly astounded, captivated by Li Muzhou's prowess. Although the Yin Sha Valley was a formidable force in the eastern borders of the Nanjiao Kingdom, its protective formation could at best be categorized as a terrestrial-level array. Once unleashed, this heavenly-level formation could ensnare them to an extent that could lead to their demise. It was merely an introductory heavenly formation, and moreover, this array plate was disposable and lacked substantial value. These items are the true trump cards prepared for you by your master, Li Muzhou casually stated, as 10 sword talismans appeared on the table. These talismans are inscribed with the true essence of the laws and the power of the sword by your master. Each one represents a full-force strike from your master. All you need to do is lightly activate them. I believe that even the Yin Sha Valley would struggle to withstand a few of your master's moves. With an innocent smile on his face, Li Muzhou left Gu Qinghan dumbfounded. This is astonishing. My master is truly making a grand gesture. Such sword talismans require immense effort. By inscribing 10 at once, isn't it clear that my master is preparing for the Gu family? Well then, it is still early. You should set off now. Yes, master, by the way, please visit the small courtyard next door and summon those 2 abbesses. I believe they would be more than willing to accompany you. Do not forget, leave no one alive. Anyone daring to lay a hand on my disciple, Li Muzhou, must pay the ultimate price, Qinghan understood. Gu Qinghan was once again moved to tears by Li Muzhou's generosity. Not only had his master armed him to the teeth, but he had also arranged for 2 formidable bodyguards. The Abbess of Extermination of Affection was a first-tier expert in the realm of divine transcendence. And it was said that the leader of the Yin Sha Valley was also a first-tier expert in the same realm. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during this journey, It would be as unlikely as the sun rising in the west. Upon arriving at the adjacent small courtyard, the abbess of extermination of affection readily agreed to accompany Gu Qinghan after learning of Li Muzhou's request. Eradicating evil and upholding justice is our duty. Indeed, with our senior possessing heavenly-level formations and sword talismans, the Yin Sha Valley, notorious for its misdeeds, surely deserves its comeuppance. Let us depart at once. We shall arrive by noon. The two elegant abbesses wasted no time. Seizing Gu Qinghan and soaring into the sky, leaving a crowd of bewildered disciples behind in the Gu family's rear courtyard, the family had noted, Qinghan has already departed, accompanied by two abbesses. Did elderly not go? Gu Yun exclaimed in shock upon learning the news. Although elderly did not accompany them, having two first-tier abbesses by her side should pose little trouble, the grand elder replied, no, the two abbesses are merely accompanying her. The young lady mentioned that elderly provided her with treasures capable of annihilating the entire Yin Sha Valley. What? Gu Yun was left speechless. Not only he, but most of the Gu family members were equally astonished. Their perception of Li Muzhou's strength and mystery soaring to new heights. Meanwhile, in the Yin Sha Valley, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe observed, Brother Situ, it seems you are worrying unnecessarily in today's Nandao region. Divine transcendence represents the pinnacle of strength. Such rumors might merely be an act of bravado. Within the forbidden area of the Yin Sha Valley, the man continued with a smile, you are quite right. Brother Ma Situ Feng retorted coldly, I have scoured every force in the Nandao region, and few dare to speak so boldly, but they certainly cannot be connected to the Gu family. Nevertheless, it is prudent to have you here as a deterrent. If any insolent individuals arrive, with us present, they will not return to Ma Hai. The leader of the BUS sect, a strategic partner of the Yin Sha Valley, possessed strength slightly superior to that of the Yin Sha Valley, making him another dominant figure in the eastern region. Agreed, Ma Hai replied casually, but let us agree that regardless of whether that rumor monger shows up, our pact remains unchanged. I, Situ Feng, am not one to go back on my word. Situ Feng declared, thumping his chest. Once the Feishu's secret realm is opened, the Yin Sha Valley shall serve the BUS sect throughout, with all opportunities split equally. Although Situ Feng felt a pang of regret, he had no choice. Without the assistance of the BUS sect, he felt vulnerable in the past 10 days. He had not only activated the protective formation, but had also kept the disciples from venturing outside. However, one could never be too cautious. The survival of the Yin Sha Valley hinged on today's events. Haha, I believe that rumormonger is merely sowing discord. Indeed, it is likely an empty threat. If we discover their identity, we shall eradicate their entire lineage. Once today passes, we shall first obliterate the city of Jiaoyue. As the elders of the Yin Sha Valley noted the lack of action by noon, they began to downplay the notion of annihilation. Suddenly, someone shouted, look, what is that? Could it be an array? By heavens, it truly is. They are coming. Is it really happening? A dazzling five-colored radiance erupted 300 miles west of the Yin Sha Valley, swiftly transforming into a protective barrier resembling an eggshell. Enveloping a vast area of 1,300 miles, the Yin Sha Valley spanned 1,000 miles, and Li Muzhou's 5-star life-death array had a maximum range of 1,500 miles. Thus, 1,300 miles was more than sufficient. All of this was designed to ensure not a single creature would escape. What is happening? What is this array? Damn it, we are also covered by it. We must flee. If a battle ensues, we will be caught in the crossfire. The scattered cultivators hidden in various locations were alarmed. Their strengths varied widely, with some at the Gathering Spirit realm, others at the Divine Pill realm, and even a few at the Diamond realm. Yet, regardless of their combined efforts, they could not shake the barrier. Anxiety rippled through the crowd. Helplessly, all onlookers gathered at the edge of the array, peering in from a distance. Heavenly-level formations are indeed formidable. This barrier, we can never break through. The abbess of extermination of affection recoiled, gazing in awe at the expansive array covering 1,300 miles. Just moments earlier, she too had attempted to break through, only to find herself unable to make even the slightest dent. How audacious! Which scoundrel dares to remain hidden? The emergence of the 5 elements life and death great array naturally stirred the depths of the Yin Sha Valley. The furious voice of Situ Feng reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a swift motion, Gu Qinghan and the duo of Mieching and Miju appeared high above the heart of Yin Sha Valley. Clad in cloaks, their appearances were obscured by the protective light barrier, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern their features, while their auras remained undetectable. In the square of Yin Sha Valley, Situ Feng and Ma Hai gazed at the figures of the three. Their brows furrowed in concern. They had not anticipated that the mysterious experts would dare to come, yet the fact that they could not sense the trio's presence filled them with trepidation. The atmosphere was tense among all the inhabitants of Yin Sha Valley. A formation of such magnitude as the five elements life and death great array could not possibly be set up in a single day. Had this enigmatic individual secretly arranged the array long before, evading their scrutiny? Situ Feng fixed his gaze on Gu Qinghan and inquired, "Are you the one intent on destroying my Yin Sha Valley? It seems you are merely a pack of vermin. Although my Yin Sha Valley is not a righteous sect, we conduct ourselves with integrity. Since you have come, why not reveal your true forms? Are you, in your quest to save that Gu family's Gu Qinghan, willing to slaughter my disciples and elders simply because you covet the beauty of that young lady? Is it truly worth engaging in a life-and-death struggle with my Yin Sha Valley for the sake of a woman? By the way, Gu Qinghan possesses a unique constitution, being a top-tier furnace cauldron. If you are interested, why not just say so?" Situ Feng deliberately amplified his voice to echo across the landscape, aiming to place a heavy accusation upon the trio. "Ah, so it is like this? What does Gu Qinghan of the Gu family truly look like? No one knows. Jiayue City is merely a small place, yet exceptional furnace cauldrons are not uncommon. Indeed, many dual cultivation techniques have high demands for furnace cauldrons. And the effectiveness of an ordinary woman as a furnace cauldron pales in comparison to that of an exceptional one. I am quite intrigued. Should Yin Sha Valley survive this ordeal, I would willingly join to learn the methods of dual cultivation with furnace cauldrons." The onlookers, upon hearing Situ Feng's words, formed their own opinions. Clearly, matters unfolded as Situ Feng suggested. Gu Qinghan was indeed an exceptional furnace cauldron, drawing the attention of these mysterious powerhouses, leading to the conflict with Yin Sha Valley. In the skies above Yin Sha Valley, Gu Qinghan's exquisite visage, concealed beneath her cloak, bore a frosty glare. She had long been aware of the shamelessness of Yin Sha Valley. Indeed, the entire southern Zhaoguang knew that they were nefarious. Yet witnessing it firsthand today shattered her previous perceptions. Your Yin Sha Valley may be a force of evil, but I, Gu Qinghan, do not care. However, to insult my master upon your arrival and to place such a heavy accusation upon him warrants the extermination of your entire lineage. Leaving not a trace behind, Miju and Mieching could no longer remain silent, unleashing a fierce killing intent. Although they were merely accompanying Gu Qinghan this time, and she had not given the order, they refrained from acting rashly. Such formidable killing intent? I, Situ Feng, shall see how you intend to leave my Yin Sha Valley in utter ruin today. As Situ Feng's voice echoed in the air, he soared into the winds, stepping beyond the protective great array to gauge the situation. Though the protective array of Yin Sha Valley was a low-grade Earth-level formation, it was sufficient to withstand the attacks of a fourth-tier expert in the godly travel realm. Even if he were to be outmatched, he could swiftly retreat back into the array. At the same moment, Gu Qinghan fixed her gaze upon Situ Feng, stating, "You may insult me, but you shall not insult my master. You deserve to die, a woman?" Situ Feng froze in place upon hearing Gu Qinghan's melodic voice. Chapter 20. Terrifying Divine Might. Not a single one left. A gentle breeze swept by as Gu Qinghan removed the hood of her cloak. At this point, there was no longer anything to conceal. All those within Yin Sha Valley must perish. Initially, she had worn the hood to avoid unnecessary complications, but now there was no need for disguise. "Who are you? Are you the master behind Gu Qinghan?" I am Gu Qinghan. And your master? Have him come out." Situ Feng's oppressive aura surged forth, feeling further insulted. "Why must I rely on my master to kill you?" Gu Qinghan's flowing hair danced in the wind, her voice echoing with chilling resolve. Gu Qinghan, you possess quite the courage. Since your master hides in the shadows, I shall have to deal with you myself." Boom! As Situ Feng spoke, a powerful aura erupted from the godly travel realm. His finger pointing forth as a beam of crimson light surged toward Gu Qinghan like a tidal wave. Where the light passed, mountains and stones shattered, the spectacle terrifying beyond measure. This technique was Situ Feng's renowned skill. An Earth-level low-grade combat technique known as the Infinite Finger. It was over. This Gu Qinghan was destined to perish. Alas, such a beautiful visage wasted. What could her master possibly be thinking? In that instant, the onlookers in the distance displayed expressions of sympathy. Many had prepared to take advantage of the situation, contingent upon Gu Qinghan being left intact. Boom! Situ Feng's technique struck Gu Qinghan, yet immediately, both he and everyone present were left aghast. The previously overwhelming attack proved utterly ineffective. The protective light barrier before Gu Qinghan shimmered with ripples, rendering all attacks formless. Impossible! You actually possess a heavenly-grade treasure for protection? Situ Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in horror. Not only were they shocked, but Mieching and Miju were also left in a state of stunned amazement. Li Muzhou's grand investment had once again reshaped their understanding. I'll see how long you can withstand this. For how long can you maintain your heavenly-grade treasure? While astonished, Situ Feng launched another strike. Boom, boom, boom. In full view of everyone, Situ Feng unleashed his full power. Employing his quintessential techniques, he even summoned a low-grade earth-level treasure, a massive seal that descended like a mountain upon Gu Qinghan. Silence, across the vast expanse. An eerie quiet enveloped the scene. Situ Feng, breathless, was left in awe as Gu Qinghan remained unfazed. This was simply... Miju's mind buzzed, equally incredulous at the unfolding spectacle. Situ Feng, after all your efforts, it is now my turn to strike. Gu Qinghan sneered, casting forth 3 talismans, each inscribed with a sword-shaped emblem and intricate runes. Talismans? Mere talismans? Refining swords into threads, leaving traces in the void? Quick, channel all your power into the protective array. A moment ago, Situ Feng had worn a mocking smile, but his expression shifted drastically. Clang! In the heavens, the 3 talismans erupted, unleashing a terrifying sword intent. Within that sword intent lay the profound truths of the chaotic return to origin scripture and the boundless sword scripture, transforming into 3,000 zhang sword beams that twisted the void, slashing toward the protective array of Yin Sha Valley. Refining swords into threads, leaving traces in the void, was a manifestation of entering the sword path. Like the essence of true laws, blades such as swords and spears could also attain enlightenment. Although Li Muzhou's current realm was that of the 3rd tier of the godly travel realm, his sword intent had already reached the level of enlightenment. If those who grasped the nascent forms of true laws were rare as phoenix feathers, then those who could achieve enlightenment in sword intent were equally scarce. Puff, puff, puff. 3 terrifying sword intents descended from the heavens, directly striking the protective array of Yin Sha Valley. Numerous disciples of Yin Sha Valley were violently rebuffed, spitting blood and perishing, their bodies scattered across the square. Returning to the embrace of death, simultaneously, the protective array became ethereal and hazy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hold on, we must endure. Quickly, channel your mana into the array. This is the critical moment for the survival of Yin Sha Valley. All the elders of Yin Sha Valley and the surviving elite disciples sat cross-legged, merging their mana into the protective array. The combined mana of tens of thousands formed a radiant rainbow that surged into the array. Boom, boom, boom. The 3,000 zhang sword beams unleashed their terrifying might, continuously clashing against the protective array, while the disciples of Yin Sha Valley continued to spew blood and succumb. After 3 breaths, of the over 10,000 members of Yin Sha Valley, only 3,000 remained. The 3,000 zhang sword beams dissipated as well. Among them, they were fortunate to have received significant aid from Ma Hai of the BUS sect. Damn it! Who is her master? How can they be so terrifying? Ma Hai gasped, astonished. We're saved. We are saved. How wonderful. We are still alive. If it weren't for the protective array, we would have perished. The surviving disciples and elders of Yin Sha Valley felt a sense of relief, realizing that even a mere talisman could wield such terrifying divine might, surpassing their comprehension. Yet, they did not believe that Gu Qinghan could produce such talismans again. Damn it, Gu Qinghan, you must die. Such talismans surely come at a steep cost. Can you produce more? Situ Feng's heart bled as he glared at Gu Qinghan with malice. Oh? How do you know I can't? Gu Qinghan's lips curled into a smile as 5 talismans reappeared in her hand, which she promptly flung into the air. 5? How dare you? Situ Feng was struck with a chilling astonishment upon seeing the 5 talismans, his scalp prickling in fear as he hastily retreated back into the sect. Just moments ago, 3 talismans had wiped out over 100,000 disciples. Now, 5 more were unleashed. Clang. The horrific brilliance of a 1,000-foot sword radiance emerged once again, but this time, it was fivefold. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground trembled throughout the vast expanse of the Yin Sha Valley, and the skies were filled with swirling dust and howling winds, as if the world were coming to an end. From a distance, it resembled the detonation of several tons of TNT, with the Yin Sha Valley at the epicenter of the explosion. Each blade of light brought forth unprecedented devastation. Hold on, hold on. Blood seeped from Situ Feng's eyes and nostrils, yet the scene that unfolded next filled him with despair. With a thunderous crash, the protective array of the sect shattered. In a fleeting moment, calamity descended. Poof, poof, poof. The golden sword light swept through, turning the earth into chaos, shattering mountains and rivers, reducing all disciples and elders of the Yin Sha Valley to mere blood mist. The structures of the Yin Sha Valley crumbled into ruins, as if struck by an epic disaster. Today, he had nearly lost his own life here. Covered in blood, Situ Feng bellowed, "Gu Qinghan, I shall fight you to the end." With that, a beam of blood surged into the sky, and he swiftly fled in the opposite direction, shocked. The onlookers in the distance were paralyzed with fear, many collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by an acute sense of dread that robbed them of their ability to think. Chapter 21. The Destruction of Yin Sha Valley, Slaying Ma Hai. What a heart-stopping scene it was! The entire expanse of the Yin Sha Valley had been reduced to ruins. The over 100,000 disciples of the Yin Sha Valley, alongside their livestock, had all been annihilated. Crucially, the sect leader was now at his wits' end. Upon hearing his furious roar, the crowd witnessed him break through the clouds of dust and flee in the opposite direction. He's actually escaping? It's over. It's all over. The Yin Sha Valley has turned to ruins. Will the immortal Qinghan eliminate us as well? Mother, I want to go home. All spectators were left in shock, a wave of regret washing over them. No! Situ Feng, you bastard! Within the ruins of the Yin Sha Valley, the severely injured Ma Hai was equally stunned by Situ Feng's reckless actions. He swiftly bit his tongue, igniting his blood essence to unleash a life-saving secret technique and escape. With a swoosh, another blood-colored figure emerged from the dust, heading southward. Point 2 Seniors, that person should not belong to the Yin Sha Valley. You must intercept him. Jiu Qinghan stood firm against the wind, calmly declaring, I will personally pursue Situ Feng. My master instructed that no living creature of the Yin Sha Valley should remain. Understood. The two, Miezhu and Mieching, were equally astonished and swiftly chased after Ma Hai's fleeing form. Within a range of 1,300 miles, a grand array enveloped the area, and they were unconcerned that Situ Feng and his accomplices could escape. Senior sister, have you witnessed the means employed by elderly today? I have never seen such a display. Ordinary talismans wield such tremendous power. I wonder what the scene would be like if elderly were to personally intervene. Isn't elderly merely 23 years old? Indeed, during your absence from the Nanzhao Kingdom, the most talented individual should have awakened the 9th-grade bloodline. Yet he is at the 2nd level of the Vajra realm, while Elder Li is his peer. Sigh, Elder Li's talents are truly unparalleled. In the ages as they conversed, they had already caught up to the fleeing Ma Hai. How infuriating. What is this formation? A heavenly great array. Damn it, who has Situ Feng offended? Ma Hai exclaimed, launching a frenzied assault on the protective barrier, yet it remained utterly unyielding. Don't waste your efforts, Ma Hai. You might as well wait for the immortal Qinghan to pass judgment. With a resounding boom, 2 sword energies erupted before Ma Hai, forcing him to retreat hastily. Divine Travel Realm? Ma Hai despaired. You are Miezhu and Mieching. You have both broken through to the Divine Travel Realm? Indeed, that is correct. Ma Hai succumbed to despair. His only hope now was to await Gu Qinghan's judgment. Meanwhile, damn it all, break for me. It turned out to be the legendary Heavenly Great Array, one that could not have been set up in a day or two. Who was scheming against the Yin Sha Valley? Situ Feng arrived at the northern edge of the array, attacking wildly, even killing a group of scattered cultivators nearby in his rage. Situ Feng, don't waste your breath. My master can set up a Heavenly Great Array as easily as a flick of the wrist. In an instant, Gu Qinghan's voice echoed in Situ Feng's ear. Hearing this, Situ Feng turned, uncertainty etched on his face. Gu Qinghan, who is your master? You need not know who my master is. The dead have no right to know. With a swoosh, Gu Qinghan cast another talisman. With a resounding boom, Situ Feng was instantly torn apart, dissipating into blood mist. The Yin Sha Valley was thus obliterated. Immediately, Gu Qinghan turned her gaze towards the scattered cultivators in the distance. "Spare us, immortal Qinghan. We are not from the Yin Sha Valley, immortal Qinghan. We were wrong. We should not have come here. Immortal Qinghan, please treat us as if we were nothing." The scattered cultivators, already terrified beyond belief, viewed Gu Qinghan as a harbinger of death. Who could have imagined that over 100,000 members of the Yin Sha Valley would be exterminated in less than a tea's time? These individuals merely sought to profit from the chaos. They begged for mercy. Yu Qinghan contemplated this as she soared into the air. All the surviving scattered cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to bow in gratitude until Gu Qinghan's figure vanished from sight. On the other side, "Please spare me, immortal Qinghan. I only came to assist. It was all Situ Feng's doing. He promised me many benefits, and I merely wanted to go through the motions." Ma Hai repeatedly bowed, trembling in fear. "Though you are not a member of the Yin Sha Valley, whether you live or die is left to fate. If this coin lands face up, you may live. If it lands face down, you shall die." A cold glint flashed in Gu Qinghan's eyes as she produced a coin and tossed it into the air. Ma Hai stared intently at the coin, which spun in the air, his heart racing. With a clatter, the coin landed, revealing its reverse side. "No," Ma Hai despaired. Awaiting him was yet another talisman. With a resounding boom, a terrifying sword light pierced through him, and he was instantly torn apart into blood mist. Mieju nodded in approval, saying, "Qinghan, well done. The Baiyu sect is no good either." Yu Qinghan responded with a hum, retracting the array and soaring into the wind. Behind her lay the ruins of the Yin Sha Valley and the corpses scattered across the ground. The news of the destruction of the Yin Sha Valley sent shockwaves through several provinces. Upon Gu Qinghan's return, the city of Jiayue was likewise engulfed in tumultuous waves. The reputation of the Gu family surged once more. As for the Baiyu sect, upon learning of their leader's demise, they not only sealed off the news, but the elders also closed the mountain gates. Ridiculous. Would they dare seek revenge against Gu Qinghan? Had they not seen the obliteration of the Yin Sha Valley? There were only a handful of divine travel realm experts within the vicinity of the entire Nanjiao kingdom, and now that the Baiyu sect had lost its top-tier combat strength, they should be contemplating how to survive. Anyone with even a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking the Gu family. Most crucially, the mysterious master behind Gu Qinghan had yet to reveal themselves. Who knew how formidable that individual truly was? Days later, Li Muzhou received news from Chan Nan that the Feishue's secret realm would open today. Almost all major factions received the announcement of the Feishue's secret realm's opening, and numerous forces awaited outside, each vying for a share of the treasures within. Simultaneously, members of each faction set out towards the Feishue's secret realm. Above the Gu family's courtyard, the Xinfeng Qinghuan soared gracefully, and Li Muzhou said lightly, "Qinghan, let us depart." With that, Li Muzhou brought Gu Qinghan to stand upon the back of the Xinfeng Qinghuan. "Elder, may we accompany you?" Mieju inquired respectfully, while Mieqing refrained from speaking. "Having recently been punished by kneeling, then let us go together." Li Muzhou glanced at Mieju and Mieqing, then at Gu Qinghan's cousin, Gu Qingqian, considering it harmless to bring them along. Upon receiving Li Muzhou's affirmative reply, Mieqing and Mieju rejoiced. The Feishue's secret realm was extraordinary, a legacy left behind by a half-step yin-yang mirror expert. Nearly all the major empires and forces would be present, and many divine travel realm experts would attend as well. Their accompanying Li Muzhou would greatly enhance their safety. Chapter 22. All present are trash. In front of the Gu family courtyard, Gu Yun led the entire Gu family to see off Li Muzhou and his party. Until Li Muzhou's figure vanished from sight, the Grand Elder sighed, "Alas, the times have changed, indeed. Our Gu family has produced an exceptional daughter." Thanks to Senior Li, Gu Yun's face glowed with excitement, and her spirits were exceptionally high. To everyone in the Gu family, Li Muzhou was akin to a deity. It was because of him that the Gu family enjoyed such prosperous days. Li Muzhou, accompanied by Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingshan, journeyed forth and arrived at the Zishu mountain range after 2 hours. The entrance to the Flying Snow secret realm was nestled among the peaks of the Zishu mountains. "Master, there are so many people," Gu Qinghan exclaimed in astonishment, noticing the multitude of powerful beings from various nations gathered around. eye in her view. Numerous mounts and exotic figures soared through the air, clearly not from the Nanzhao kingdom. And even several formidable entities at the divine travel realm were present. That is only natural. The flying snow Taoist is at the half-step yin-yang realm, although many treasures within the secret realm have been uncovered. Countless others remain hidden. Several sects and even royal families from nearby nations will certainly dispatch their representatives, Li Muzhou replied with a casual demeanor, directing the Xianfeng Qinghuan towards the third entrance of the Zishu mountain range. Once the flying snow secret realm opened, all entrances of the Zishu mountain range would simultaneously transport individuals into the realm, resulting in even those traveling together being separated, rendering it pointless for Li Muzhou to join up with others from the Tianjin sect. Wow, is that the Xianfeng Qinghuan? So majestic, and look at all those handsome men and beautiful women. They seem rather unfamiliar. I'm unsure which sect they belong to. Those two alluring elder sisters still exude charm. I presume they are senior figures from their sect. As Li Muzhou and his companions landed in front of the third entrance, they immediately attracted a considerable amount of attention. Beasts like the Xianfeng Qinghuan were indeed rare, primarily because most factions lacked the means to tame such creatures, which made their presence all the more striking. As soon as Li Muzhou touched the ground, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's the royal chariot." "Royal family?" Li Muzhou inquired, turning his gaze towards the horizon. With a swift whoosh, a powerful sound of slicing air resonated as the royal chariot of the Nanzhao kingdom approached, drawn by three-winged black flame horses. Trailed by a multitude of guards, on the chariot's deck stood a prince clad in a dragon robe, alongside an elder of the divine travel realm, its the crown prince, the foremost figure among the younger generation of the Nanzhao kingdom. The crown prince radiated an extraordinary aura. The last time he had been seen was several years prior. It was rumored that he had broken through to the diamond realm at the age of 20. And now his cultivation must be at the second or third layer of the diamond realm. Indeed, he stands at the peak of the second layer, just a step away from the third layer. Moreover, I have heard that the crown prince possesses a ninth-grade bloodline. He could contend even against those at the third layer of the diamond realm. Impressive indeed, and he is merely 23 years old. Goodness, at our age, we are still in the divine pill realm. He is a prince of the royal family, blessed with countless resources and tutored by a formidable expert from the divine travel realm. We cannot possibly compare. Upon the arrival of the crown prince, the spotlight shifted away from Li Muzhou. Although he was powerful, he lacked renown. The Tianjin sect had sealed information 3 years prior, leaving no one aware that Li Muzhou was the enigmatic elder of the divine travel realm from their sect. Thus, the crown prince naturally became the center of attention. Jiu Qinghan, observing the grand spectacle surrounding the crown prince, muttered, "Humph, my master does not flaunt himself like this indeed." Before meeting Senior Li, the crown prince was unquestionably the foremost figure of the younger generation in our Nanzhao kingdom. The elder of extinction remarked indifferently, however, in comparison to Senior Li, all right, it's all just empty fame. Look, there are more people coming." Li Muzhou waved his hand and glanced towards the south. "Isn't that's what sang?" In an instant, a discordant voice filled with disdain drifted towards Li Muzhou's ears. The crown prince furrowed his brows and looked up towards the horizon. With a whoosh, luxurious chariots, rivaling the royal chariot of the Nanzhao kingdom, emerged, halting directly opposite the crown prince, its the Huiyue Empire. I wonder which prince of the Huiyue Empire has arrived. The Huiyue Empire has long been a mortal enemy of our Nanzhao kingdom. Look at the arrogance of the Huiyue Empire's princes. They do not come in peace. Many scattered cultivators recognized the banner adorned with a large moon, immediately identifying the intruders. The Huiyue Empire and the Nanzhao kingdom shared a border, and their skirmishes had persisted for ages. A century ago, they even engaged in a monumental war over territorial disputes. Swisang, spotting the young man in black from the Huiyue chariot, sneered, "Duanmu Lin, long time no see." Duanmu Lin exuded an aura of danger. As the crown prince, Swisang was privy to more information. He knew that Duanmu Lin had become a disciple of the grand elder of the Disha sect, the premier sect of the Huiyue Empire, and his strength had progressed rapidly, making him a potential heir to the throne and a direct rival to Swisang. "Haha, it has indeed been a while." Duanmu Lin provocatively replied, "I've heard you've been hailed as the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Nanzhao kingdom since breaking through to the Diamond Realm. How about we have a little contest today?" "Heh, As you wish, within 5 moves, I shall ensure your defeat. The Crown Prince faced Duanmu Lin's provocation without losing his composure, stepping forward to stand in midair, his protective energy swirling around him. Duanmu Lin's cultivation was also at the second layer of the Diamond Realm. Possessing a 9th-grade bloodline, he felt no fear. Raising a finger, Duanmu Lin casually declared, "Why 5 moves? If you can manage to reach even 1 move, I shall retreat." Gasps filled the air at Duanmu Lin's audacity. How arrogant! The Crown Prince should teach him a lesson. Indeed, who does he think he is? Our Crown Prince possesses a 9th-grade bloodline. He has no reason to fear. Cripple him, end him. As the onlookers from the Nanzhao Kingdom witnessed Duanmu Lin's brazen attitude, their anger ignited. In the face of such audacity, most cultivators united against a common foe. Ha! A superior-grade Earth-level combat skill, Infinite Divine Palm. Swasang roared furiously, channeling his energy rapidly, transforming into an afterimage as he struck towards Duanmu Lin. Numerous illusory palm shadows surged forth like a torrential downpour, overwhelming in their ferocity. Li Muzhou observed this scene and quietly remarked, "Swasang is doomed to fail." Gu Qinghan and the others were puzzled. Despite Swasang's overwhelming display, Duanmu Lin had merely adopted a defensive stance. However, in the next moment, as Swasang's myriad palm shadows descended upon Duanmu Lin, an immense force emanated from Duanmu Lin, far surpassing Swasang's. His body shimmered with an ancient bronze glow as he met the Crown Prince's attack in midair. With a 7th-grade bloodline, Duanmu Lin unleashed a mid-grade Earth-level combat skill, and Swasang was bound to suffer defeat. With a cracking sound, Swasang's left arm shattered, his dragon robe tore apart, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. "Your Highness!" The elder behind him rushed forward to catch the Crown Prince, but Swasang's complexion darkened, his body riddled with fractures, and he fainted on the spot. Witnessing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Heh! Is this the so-called foremost figure of the younger generation of the Nanzhao Kingdom? One and all, you are nothing but trash. Duanmu Lin's lips curled into a smirk, his voice dripping with arrogance. The cultivators of the Nanzhao Kingdom seethed with rage, yet the divine travel realm experts behind Duanmu Lin deterred them from acting rashly. At this critical moment, Li Muzhou chuckled lightly, breaking the silence. His laughter struck Duanmu Lin's ears like nails on a chalkboard. Duanmu Lin's eyes narrowed, locking onto Li Muzhou. "You brat, dare you laugh? Step forward." Chapter 23. The Soul of the Wandering Dragon. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned towards Li Muzhou. Isn't he the young man who just arrived riding the Xianfeng Qinghuan? He doesn't seem to exude any particular cultivation. I reckon he's just in his early 20s. It's over for him. Even the Crown Prince has fallen. This fellow is likely. He appears to be from the Nanzhao Kingdom, but which sect could he possibly belong to? Although the scattered cultivators of the Nanzhao Kingdom were furious, they hesitated to confront Duanmu Lin. Anxiety etched on their faces as they worried for Li Muzhou when he became the target of Duanmu Lin's gaze. The royal expert holdings Swasang glanced at Li Muzhou, urging, "Young friend, you must leave quickly." "What? You think he can escape?" Another elder behind Duanmu Lin interjected, releasing the oppressive aura of the Divine Travel Realm. Divine Travel Realm? There are actually 2 Divine Travel Realm experts guarding him? The Huiyue Empire is clearly targeting our Nanzhao Kingdom. It was over. That young man was doomed. At that moment, the spirits of the Nanzhao cultivators plummeted to an all-time low. The royal experts of the Nanzhao Kingdom fell silent as well. With 2 Divine Travel Realm strongmen present, even if they wished to protect Li Muzhou, they could not do so. There were a few other Divine Travel Realm experts in attendance, but they were all at the first layer and had no intention of intervening. Duanmu Lin stood with his arms crossed, looking down with disdain. "You there? I'm speaking to you. Step forward." Strangely, regardless of how Duanmu Lin called out, Li Muzhou and his companions remained utterly indifferent. Li Muzhou pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek and smiled. "Do you think I count as part of the younger generation?" "Of course," Gu Qinghan sweetly replied. "Master is only 23 this year. He surely belongs to the younger generation." Du Nmln's arrogance was so pronounced that even GQNGHN could no longer tolerate it. Yet, why did Du Nmln choose to provoke his own master? In GQNGHN's eyes, Du Nmln had long since become a mere shadow of death. Limzg revealed a dazzling smile. displaying a row of pearly white teeth as he regarded Du Nmln, raising a middle finger in a gesture of mockery. You, little brat, prepare to be defeated in one move. Defeated in one move? Ha ha ha, are you here to entertain me? Du Nmln chuckled so heartily that tears nearly streamed down his face, pointing at Li Mzichu in derision. Has he actually ascended the Lingxiao Qianlong list? Is there truly someone from the southern Dao region on the Lingxiao Qianlong list? My heavens, no wonder this person is so arrogant. The Lingxiao Qianlong list comprises the most extraordinary 1,000 youths across the entire Lingxiao realm. This young man, do not anyone who can ascend the Lingxiao Qianlong list is undoubtedly a genius of monstrous caliber. The southern Dao region may not be vast, but it has many empires. Yet, over the years, I have never heard of anyone making it onto the Lingxiao Qianlong list. This list is compiled by several major celestial sects, possessing both authority and authenticity, and holds immense value. Any genius who can make the list is not to be trifled with. Despite Du Nmln being merely at the second level of the Diamond Realm, his realm does not define him. His combat prowess far surpasses that of his peers, which is why he could defeat Zhu S-ing in a single move. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Du Nmln's name on the list. Li Mzichu made his move to the Lingxiao Qianlong list truly that formidable? As soon as Li Mzichu's words fell, he reached out into the void, with a thunderous roar. The spiritual energy in the air surged violently, coalescing into a colossal hand that grasped toward Du Nmln, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. Hiss, 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 the thunder in the void. The divine travel realm. My heavens, he is actually at the divine travel realm. At the third level of the divine travel realm. This is utterly outrageous, a divine travel expert so young. Am I dreaming? WNL, this Du Nmln is undoubtedly doomed. Haha, how delightful. Has he finally kicked a solid wall? Let him flaunt his arrogance now. If he survives this, I shall stand on my head and eat feces. The void thunder, a hallmark of the divine travel realm. The moment Li Mzichu made his move, the cultivators present were struck with utter shock and impossible. Du Nmln was rendered speechless. His face contorted with fear. Though he had ascended the Lingxiao Qianlong list, he was merely in the 980th position, a mere bottom feeder. While there were individuals in their 20s at the divine travel realm on the list, they were exceedingly rare. Each one of those prodigies hailed from sacred celestial sections. How could such a monstrosity exist in the southern Dao region? Du Nmln summoned all his strength. But facing the chasm of disparity, he was ensnared in an instant by Li Mzichu's spiritual energy hand, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body twisting and contorting as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, Du Nmln deeply regretted his earlier bravado. Had he known, he would not have acted so ostentatiously. A third-level divine travel expert in their 20s. Such a prodigy among prodigies could not possibly exist in the southern Dao region. Release His Highness. If you kill Du Nmln, I shall obliterate your entire clan. The 2 elders behind Du Nmln's eyes were bloodshot, simultaneously unleashing their divine travel realm pressure. One at the 3rd level of the divine travel realm, the other at the 4th level. This individual was likely a top-tier powerhouse from the Hu Empire. My heavens, they are actually here to protect Du Nmln? To ascend the Lingxiao Qianlong list, do you think it's easy? Their realms surpassed that young man's. Who knows? In an instant, the entire venue fell into a deep silence. Li Mzichu. Despise being threatened. Li Mzichu's cold voice reverberated through the void, and with a resounding crack, he crushed Du Nmln into a mist of blood. Such audacity! You dare to be so malicious? A mere 3rd-level divine travel expert. Do you truly think yourself invincible? Today, you shall surely perish. Your entire clan shall meet their doom. The 2 divine travel experts' eyes bulged with blood. The situation had escalated beyond their expectations. They simultaneously struck, unleashing a mighty battle technique. Disobedient? Then I shall send you on your way. I shall see how you can annihilate my entire clan after slaying us. Crack, crack, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Mzichu's eyes, as boundless frost spread from beneath his feet like a spider's web, causing frost to coalesce upon the brows of the 2 divine travel elders. In his hand appeared an ancient divine sword. The Di-Lu Sacred Sword, Clang. The WJ Sword Classic, Soul of the Wandering Dragon. The true meaning of the laws? Run away. The moment the frost appeared beneath Li M Zhu's feet, the two divine travel elders were left dumbfounded. True, Li M Zhu was at the third level of the divine travel realm, but if he had grasped the true meaning of the laws, it would be an entirely different matter. While Du Nmln could fight beyond his rank, the difficulty of doing so increased significantly at the seventh level of the Diamond Realm, and it became even more arduous at the Divine Travel Realm. The true meaning of the laws was an entirely different concept. A sword immortal who comprehended the true meaning of the laws could intimidate even a sixth-level divine travel expert. Moreover, the Dilu sacred sword in Liam Zhu's hand was a sacred artifact. The terrifying sword light, stretching 1,000 feet, rampaged through the void, effortlessly shredding the protective barrier of the two divine travel experts, obliterating their protective treasures and cleaving them in two. The two divine travel experts had yet to make a single move. In the sky, snowflakes mixed with blood fell, eerie and chilling in the split second before the two divine travel experts were bisected. Li Mzhu sheathed his treasured sword and casually remarked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Silence. Before the third entrance, apart from the sound of falling snowflakes, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, a sudden commotion erupted, sending a powerful disturbance sweeping across the land. Chapter 24. The Thousand-Handed Butcher. Li Mzhu turned to the source of the sound, his face lighting up with joy. Before him, a massive passage emerged from the forest. The entrance to the Flying Snow secret realm had opened. QNGHN, take this protective talisman. Be mindful of certain areas once you enter. After giving GQNGHN a few words of caution, Li Mzhu promptly vanished into the secret realm passage. Everyone was transported separately into the secret realm, and given the numerous restrictions within, Li Mzhu was untroubled by any potential mishaps befalling GQNGHN. His disciple would undoubtedly be safe. Otherwise, where would he continue to grind for rewards? As for the other main quest, Li Mzhu was not in a rush. Just locating a superlative bloodline disciple like GQNGHN had already consumed 3 years. Once Li Mzhu entered the secret realm, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Fairy, was that your master just now? Fairy, how old are you this year? Does your master still accept disciples? Fairy, does your family need a dog? The kind that guards the door. Fairy, my name is. May we form a bond?" Before GQNGHN knew it, she was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Limzu's overwhelming strength had astonished everyone. After all, he had slain 2 divine travel experts in a single strike. Moreover, the protective treasures of those 2 divine travel experts had been reduced to dust by that one sword strike, creating a visual impact that could only be described as epic. Even GQNGHN's companions, GQ and the 2 elder nuns, were bombarded with countless enthusiastic inquiries. Step aside. When faced with outsiders, GQNGHN was always the embodiment of an icy goddess. In an instant, everyone fell silent. "We should leave." GQNGHN stowed away the protective talisman given by Li Mzhu and took to the air. Entering the passageway, "Sai, let us depart as well. How splendid it would be to attach ourselves to that senior." "What are you thinking? Such a powerhouse is not someone we can approach." Indeed, that fairy was a great beauty. Even if I were to offer myself as a servant in the 8th level of the divine elixir realm, she would not give me a second glance. Inside the secret realm, just as I suspected, the divine senses here are severely restricted. The means of a half-step yin-yang mirror are truly extraordinary. Limzu found himself amidst a snow-covered mountain, shrouded in mists, with visibility limited to around 100 meters. Moreover, his divine sense was curtailed, rendering even communication talismans unusable. The primary distinction between the yin-yang mirror and the divine travel realm lies in the mastery of spatial techniques. The secret realms left behind by half-step yin-yang mirror experts have not yielded their true inheritances for many years, attracting numerous powerful individuals. However, this place also served as the final resting ground for countless strong cultivators. The spiritual energy here was significantly more concentrated, yet no one would dare to cultivate here. After thousands of years, many extraordinary spiritual herbs and medicines had matured here, offering opportunities aplenty. After briefly acclimatizing to the environment of the secret realm, Li Mzhu soared toward a mountain peak radiating powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. The intelligence gathered by Sage NNN had proven invaluable, and Li Mzhu knew precisely what to do. This area was a mountain range. If he could encounter an ice essence snow lotus, wouldn't he that be splendid? GQNGHN had yet to awaken her bloodline. Should she succeed, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly increase significantly, as would her combat prowess. Boom, boom. Quickly, it's the thousand-handed butcher. We no longer want this jade cauldron dragon lotus. Ah, ah. Amidst the dense fog, Li Muzhou perceived the resounding clamor of fierce combat, anguished cries, and the ominous rumble akin to thunder, indicating the presence of at least two formidable experts at the divine travel realm, along with numerous others beneath that level. The name Yuding Longlian crossed his mind, and after a brief contemplation, its details materialized in his consciousness. Ancient texts of the Tianjin sect recorded that the Yuding Longlian was an exceptional grade of earth-level spiritual herb, capable of enhancing one's cultivation by 300 years upon consumption. A typical expert at the 6th layer of the divine travel realm could elevate their prowess by 1 layer with just a single blossom, making it exceedingly rare in the outside world, particularly in the southern domain where it was a treasure hard to come by. I must have it. Li Muzhou's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly ascended towards the mountain peak. Before long, he arrived at the summit, greeted by the sight of numerous corpses strewn about, alongside a middle-aged man with a bare torso, covered in runes, and a captivating woman clad in a purple long gown facing him. Both exuded the aura of experts at the divine travel realm. The purple-clad woman was a 2nd-layer expert, her origins unknown, while the bare-chested man radiated the peak energy of the 4th layer, known far and wide as the thousand-handed butcher of the southern domain. With a seductive tone, the purple-clad woman implored, "Thousand-handed butcher, I know I can't defeat you. Why not grant this Yuding Longlian to me? My dual cultivation method could elevate you to ethereal heights. Begone, or face death." The thousand-handed butcher's eyes gleamed with golden light as countless hands materialized behind him, each adorned with enigmatic symbols. Every hand clutched a precious artifact, and his defenses seemed impenetrable, rendering him invincible among his peers. "How outrageous! Can I not leave?" the purple-clad woman retorted, taking flight. Suddenly, a pink mist erupted from her sleeve, lunging towards the thousand-handed butcher. Die! Anticipating this move, the thousand-handed butcher unleashed a simultaneous assault with his myriad hands. The ensuing cacophony triggered avalanches, severely injuring the purple-clad woman, who resorted to her life-saving secret technique to flee in an instant. The thousand-handed butcher turned his gaze towards Li Muzhou, declaring, "Boy, do you wish to die as well?" "No, no, no, I only desire the Yuding Longlian." "Surely, you do not wish to perish for a mere herb?" Li Muzhou replied, brandishing the Deluo sacred sword with a cheerful demeanor, his aura radiating the unmistakable presence of a 3rd-layer divine travel realm expert. A 3rd-layer divine travel realm? He scoffed. "When I, the thousand-handed butcher, roamed the southern domain, you were still playing in the mud. Even a 5th-layer expert wouldn't dare speak to me so brazenly." Though taken aback by Li Muzhou's youthful prowess, the thousand-handed butcher's penchant for slaughtering geniuses compelled him forward. The myriad hands behind him surged forth, each extending to an impressive 100 feet, unleashing a tempestuous assault upon Li Muzhou. Unmatched sword art. Solitary phoenix cutting through the sky. This technique, akin to the soul dragon dance he had executed moments ago at the entrance of the secret realm, was even more suited for group attacks. The chaos purple weaving sword erupted, amplifying his swordsmanship. Given that the thousand-handed butcher was a peak 4th-layer expert, stronger than the 2 previous divine travel experts combined, Li Muzhou approached the confrontation with utmost seriousness. He did not presume himself invincible. A misstep could lead to his demise. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy surged forth like a solitary phoenix, the crimson sword aura merging with the essence of ice, instantly severing a significant portion of the thousand-handed butcher's hands. As more limbs fell, the backlash struck the butcher, causing him to cough up blood. Impossible. How can he be this powerful, so young, and yet he wields true principles? Even a peak 5th-layer expert would be no match. Yet, Li Muzhou offered him no respite, thrusting forth another strike. Chapter 25. Li Shishir, how infuriating. When did the southern domain yield such a monstrous genius? The thousand-handed butcher, though brash, was not foolish. Having lost 2/3 of his arms to Li Muzhou's first strike, another would surely spell his doom. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved a multicolored orb, crushing it to unveil a protective barrier of vibrant light. Akin to an eggshell, while he rapidly retreated towards the horizon. This artifact, acquired long ago, could withstand a strike from a high-tier divine travel expert. He would never have used it unless faced with imminent peril. With a resounding clash, Li Muzhou's sword energy pursued him, striking the multicolored barrier. Crack! The barrier erupted in brilliant light, halting Li Muzhou's assault yet fracturing into a web of cracks before ultimately shattering. Such a pity. Li Muzhou yearned to unleash further strikes, but his senses were constrained, and the thousand-handed butcher had vanished into the dense fog. The Yuding Longlian, a remarkable treasure. He gazed at the azure lotus blossoming atop the snow-capped mountain. Plucking it with reverence, with a gulp, he consumed it whole. Surprisingly, the flavor was delightful, reminiscent of ice cream. Within the snowy secret realm, opportunities abounded, and Li Muzhou would not squander such fortune. 300 years of cultivation might propel him further along his path. Numerous factions from the southern domain had entered this secret realm, including high-tier divine travel experts. Li Muzhou did not believe himself capable of sweeping aside all foes. While he possessed life-saving techniques, prudence remained paramount. Upon ingestion, the Yuding Longlian transformed into a potent essence, flooding his meridians with energy. 300 years of cultivation, and I've only reached the mid-stage of the third layer of the divine travel realm? Li Muzhou couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his training difficulties. Having previously gained a mere 100 years of cultivation, which had barely elevated him, he now found that the additional 300 years only brought him to the mid-stage of the third layer. Nevertheless, his combat prowess had undeniably escalated. He felt untroubled by 4th or 5th layer experts, confident even against those with unique bloodlines. Should he encounter an early-stage 6th layer expert, he was equally prepared for battle. The notion of challenging opponents 3 tiers above him would surely send shockwaves through many, a testament to the benefits bestowed by his chaos sword body and formidable techniques. Deciding to scour the snow-capped mountains for further surprises, Li Muzhou selected a direction and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, 3,000 miles to the west of Li Muzhou, 5 young individuals, 3 men and 2 women, exclaimed in delight, Sure, look, what is that? Before them stood a towering ancient tree. But the true marvel lay in the emerald fruits adorning its branches, each etched with mysterious patterns radiating powerful spiritual energy. The girl named Sure exclaimed, I've seen records in ancient texts. The patterns resemble dragons. Identical to the ones described in the annals of the Longting Kingdom. It must be Longting fruits. Had Li Muzhou been present, he would have recognized that these 5 young disciples wore the robes of the Tianjin sect, and that the girl named Sure was none other than the recently initiated direct disciple, Li Sure. When Li Sure entered the sect, she had barely reached the 6th layer of spirit gathering. But with the sect's abundant resources, she had rapidly ascended to the 2nd layer of Purple Mansion, showcasing her exceptional aptitude of 92. Beside Li Sure stood a handsome young man named Lu Yi, who had also joined the sect concurrently with her. The group was led by Ling Gang, a disciple who had entered the Tianjin sect 3 years prior and was Sure and Lu Ye's senior. Indeed, it's the Longting fruit, Ling Gang proclaimed with excitement. Consuming a Longting fruit can symbolize soaring like a dragon across the seas, and for a 9th layer diamond realm practitioner, it can increase the probability of breaking through to the divine travel realm by 30%. We are in for a windfall. Li Sure and the others flushed with exhilaration, clearly aware of the Longting fruit's significance. If they could bring these fruits back to the sect, their contributions would be monumental. In ordinary times, a single Longting fruit could fetch a staggering price in the southern domain, a coveted treasure for any faction. Rarely available for trade, it was crucial to note that even among 100 9th layer diamond realm experts, only a handful would ever break through to the divine travel realm, a formidable barrier that most would never surpass. Yet, before them lay over 20 fruits. Let us act, Ling Gang commanded, taking to the skies. Li Sure and the others followed suit, producing jade boxes to prepare for the harvest of the Longting fruits. As they plucked a few, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Several flying darts shot through the air, targeting Ling Gang's vital points with lethal precision. How audacious! Who dares to attack? I am a direct disciple of the Tianjin sect. Ling Gang realized the danger too late, deflecting a few darts with his sword. Though his palm tingled from the impact, he was merely a 1st layer divine pill realm practitioner. and the assailants were undoubtedly on par with him, if not superior, possibly even second-layer divine pill experts. Tianjin sect? I've never heard of it. Hand over the lungting fruits you have gathered and leave this place, or face death. In a flash, 10 youths clad in white robes appeared before Ling Gang and his companions, each possessing at least the 9th layer of spirit gathering, led by a triangular-eyed man of the 2nd layer of divine pill realm. Their demeanor suggested they were not affiliated with the southern Zhao kingdom. If they were, they would never dare to disrespect the Tianjin sect. Sure, you and Lu Yi have brighter prospects than us. Take the fruits and leave, Ling Gang urged. Yes, brother is right. You must hurry, they insisted. We 3 will hold them off. Ling Gang and 2 other senior brothers from the Zifu 9 Heaven stepped forward, resolutely handing over the fruits they had plucked to the newcomers, Li Shishir and Lu Yi. Is surrendering the fruits the key to survival? Those foreign sect members will not let you go. Senior brother, Li Shishir and Lu Yi felt a pang in their hearts as they turned to leave. Clutching several Tunglong fruits, the man with triangular eyes sneered, You lot, go chase after them. We will deal with these 2. Yes, master brother. Immediately, 5 disciples set off in pursuit of Li Shishir and the others. You dare! Ling Gang and the others ignited their blood and unleashed a fierce aura, charging towards the crowd. Get lost! The man with triangular eyes led the charge, cleaving through Ling Gang and kicking 2 disciples of the Tianjin sect away. Yet Ling Gang and his companions pressed on fearlessly to know. Senior brother. As Li Shishir, who had managed to escape, glanced back, tears streamed down her face, eye in her line of sight. Ling Gang was besieged by several adversaries, already on the brink of collapse, while the other 2 brothers had succumbed to a flurry of blades. The crucial point was that 5 more enemies from the Zifu realm were chasing behind them. Thus, the chase unfolded, covering a distance of 1,000 miles. Sure, you must flee. I will hold them off. You must bring the Tunglong fruits back, Lu Yi, seeing the precarious situation, prepared to sacrifice himself for their cause. Huh? What's that noise? At that critical moment, Li Muzhou, who had been searching the snowy mountains for an hour, suddenly noticed a commotion not far away and turned to look. Having witnessed many such scenes of pursuit and escape, Li Muzhou's expression shifted dramatically. Chasing my Tianjin sect disciples? You seek death? Spotting Li Shishir and Lu Yi, he snorted coldly and swiftly soared through the air. Chapter 26. Dare to harm my Tianjin sect disciples and still wish to flee? Junior brother, run. We entered the sect at the same time. Your talent surpasses mine. As long as you find a master from the Tianjin sect, you will survive. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I have liked you for a long time and I hope in the next life, we can cultivate together as fellow disciples. Lu Yi forced a bitter smile, revealing the deepest secret he had harbored in his heart. Lu Yi, I know everything. I will ensure our elders avenge you and the brothers. Li Shishir broke down in tears. Her beauty was striking. Since the moment she entered the sect, countless suitors had pursued her. Yet her feelings for Lu Yi were uniquely profound, as his affection for her was pure and untainted by ulterior motives. Seeing Lu Yi willing to fight to the death for her, Li Shishir's heart ached as if she were losing something immensely valuable. Oh, how touching! At that crucial moment, the pursuers arrived, mocking Lu Yi and Li Shishir. You won't escape, you beasts. We, the disciples of Tianjin sect, would rather die standing than live on our knees. I will protect my senior sister. You must step over my corpse to get to her. Our elders will not spare you. Lu Yi, his blood ablaze, felt a temporary surge in strength, his eyes reddening as he roared in anger. Ha ha ha! What a bunch of nonsense, Tianjin sect. Are you really that formidable? In front of my Sanluo sect, you are nothing. In an instant, the 5 assailants lunged at Lu Yi. Lu Yi barely exchanged one move with them before several swords pierced his chest, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Oh, not harm my junior brother. At the critical moment, Li Shishir returned, knowing that some opportunities, once missed, could lead to a lifetime of regret. Lu Yi had always held feelings for her. How could she not feel the same? If she were to leave now, her resolve would surely falter, and she could never reach a profound level of cultivation. Senior sister, you must go. No, if we are to die, we die together. Our sect's elders will avenge us. Sure, you, enough, if you die. I will never live alone. Ha, what a touching tale. Kill them all, fulfill their wishes, bang, bang, bang. Amidst the flashing blades, Li Shirshir and Lu Yi were instantly grievously wounded. Regardless of spells or talismans, they were thoroughly suppressed by the 5 adversaries, leaving them no hope of survival. Die! A disciple of the Sunluo sect swung his blade towards the two, and in despair, Li Shirshir and Lu Yi closed their eyes. With a soft sound, just as their eyes shut, they heard the sound of sword energy piercing their bodies, followed by the thud of a head hitting the ground. Li Muzhou descended gracefully, his gentle voice resonating. You must be Li Shirshir. I remember you. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting warmth on Li Muzhou's elegant and composed visage. Li Shirshir was one of the most gifted disciples to enter the sect this year, and Li Muzhou recalled her well. This, Elder Muzhou, it's truly you. Wu. Li Shirshir opened her eyes, seeing Li Muzhou's figure, and burst into tears of joy. Immediately, she leaped forward, embracing Li Muzhou, trembling all over. The feeling of surviving a disaster was indeed wonderful. Lu Yi rose to pay his respects, but just as he uttered a greeting to Elder Muzhou, he collapsed to the ground. Li Muzhou patted Li Shirshir's back, then handed each of them a 5th-grade revitalization pill. Consume this and tell me what transpired. Elder Muzhou, it is like this. Senior brother Ling Gang and the other 2 sacrificed themselves to protect us. What? Dozens of Tenglong fruits. Do you remember the direction? Yes. We marked the path using our sect's secret methods while fleeing. Li Shirshir formed a seal with her hands, and immediately, faint spiritual markings unique to the Tianjin sect appeared in the forest. What is Sunluo sect? This master will lead you back to take revenge. A cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as he summoned the wind, swiftly carrying the 2 back along the original path. Moments later, Li Muzhou spotted the massive Tenglong fruit tree. Upon seeing the towering tree, he immediately noticed many unharvested fruits still hanging from its branches, murmuring, not just 20, but over 50. Li Shirshir pointed at the giant tree and said, Elder, that's it, but there seemed to be more people than before. Under the tree, the Sunluo sect still had 5 members remaining, the strongest being the triangular-eyed man of the 2nd level of the Divine Pill realm. Yet, now there were over 10 more, led by an elder whose aura unmistakably belonged to the 4th level of the Divine Wanderer realm, clearly indicating reinforcements had arrived. Quickly, gather the fruits. Once you're done, leave immediately. The elder of the Sunluo sect was on high alert, directing his disciples to harvest the Tenglong fruits, knowing that other forces would soon arrive. If 2 more divine wanderers showed up, it would be difficult to protect all his disciples. Someone's coming. Sensing the commotion, the elder of the Sunluo sect turned to see 3 figures approaching, none other than Li Muzhou and the 2 disciples. Oh, you dare to return? Didn't my junior brothers fail to catch up with you? The triangular-eyed youth also spotted Li Shirshir and Lu Yi, sneering. Behind him lay 3 corpses, those of the fallen Ling Gang and his companions. Shut up! Li Muzhou's eyes flashed with cold light, and a sword energy shot forth from his fingertip, causing the triangular-eyed man's head to fly off instantly. This scene terrified all the disciples of the Sunluo sect. Scoundrel! You! The elder of the Sunluo sect was both shocked and enraged. He hadn't even noticed how Li Muzhou had struck. The presence of such a young divine wanderer was genuinely startling. He immediately struck out at Li Muzhou with a palm aimed at his vital points. The elder moved with incredible speed, executing a formidable technique belonging to the high-grade earth level. This attack was his ultimate move, designed to lock onto the enemy and leave no room for evasion. Celestial Step. Li Muzhou sensed the elder was no ordinary foe and utilized the Celestial Step from the Chaos Return to Origin scriptures, easily evading the elder's lethal strike. With a thunderous boom, a distant mountain peak was obliterated by the terrifying pressure, leaving the elder dumbfounded. He had only struck Li Muzhou's afterimage. What happened? How did he evade? Clang, however, before the elder of the Sunluo sect could ponder further. Li Muzhou's terrifying sword energy was already upon him. Simultaneously, an icy aura enveloped him, causing frost to form on his eyebrows, cheeks, and limbs, severely restricting his movements. This is bad. 7th grade ice true intent? A sense of impending doom surged within the elder of the Sunluo sect. His experience was extensive. He ignited his blood to break the ice while summoning a treasure. With a loud bang, that treasure shattered, creating a brief window for his escape, and he transformed into a beam of blood, shooting into the sky, abandoning his disciples from the Sunluo sect. Dare to harm my Tianjin sect disciples and still wish to flee. Although the elder's life-saving methods and escape techniques were formidable, Li Muzhou was equally determined to strike. He soared into the sky simultaneously. At the same time, Li Muzhou's voice resonated in the ears of Li Shishir and Lu Yi. You must collect the Tunglong fruits from the Sanluo sect members and wait for my return here. Chapter 27. A Celestial from Beyond. Lu Yi, anxious, exclaimed, Elder Muzhou, there are still over 10 disciples from the Sanluo sect here. How can they compete with Li Shishir? Before Lu Yi could finish his words, Li Shishir interrupted, Junior brother, they are all already dead. A slight pause ensued as Lu Yi turned around, his pupils suddenly constricting. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, the heads of all present had fallen to the ground, reduced to headless corpses. When Li Muzhou had slain the man with the triangular eyes, the remaining disciples of Sanluo sect had also been cut down by the same sword energy. The swiftness of the events had left Lu Yi oblivious to it all. Indeed, Elder Muzhou is formidable, senior sister. Let us act quickly. Aside from the dozen or so Tunglong fruits plundered from the disciples of Sanluo sect, we can also seize their storage rings for a windfall. Meanwhile, the elder of Sanluo sect was employing his blood escape technique with remarkable speed, yet the consumption of his vital essence was taking a heavy toll on him. However, desperate to survive, he paid little heed to the consequences. Yet, upon glancing back, he was once again gripped by terror. Accompanied by a fierce sound of breaking air, Li Muzhou had swiftly caught up with him. What in the world is this monstrous being? Could he possibly be the saint son of the heavenly sect? But why would such an individual come to the southern domain for the Feishue secret realm? The elder of Sanluo sect was left dumbfounded. Unaware that Li Muzhou's escape technique was derived from the chaotic return to origin Dao scripture, specifically, the supreme celestial escape. Calculating the distance, Li Muzhou thrust the great Luo sacred sword into the air, unleashing another wave of sword energy that was even more terrifying than the last. The elder of Sanluo sect summoned his last protective treasure, yet it was shattered by Li Muzhou's sword with no chance for reprieve. Spare me, fellow cultivator. I was wrong. I am willing to offer my entire fortune to you, no need. Your death will suffice, Li Muzhou scoffed, continuing his assault with the great Luo sacred sword, Wuji sword cannon. Soul of the wandering dragon, no. At this juncture, the elder of Sanluo sect had exhausted his protective treasures and could only endure the onslaught in a single confrontation. He was pierced by the dreadful sword energy. His anguished cries transforming into a rain of blood. How pitiful, Li Muzhou remarked, seizing the elder's fallen storage ring. After violently breaking the spiritual imprint within, he discovered the elder was woefully impoverished. Aside from a few low-grade spiritual herbs and pills, there were hardly any noteworthy treasures, the vital protective artifacts having just been destroyed by Li Muzhou himself. The only somewhat valuable possession was a small mountain of gold coins. Yet who among the powerful would lack for gold? As the chase continued, the clash between the two godly travel realm experts drew the attention of numerous nearby trial takers before the Tunglong fruit tree. Li Shishir and Lu Yi moved swiftly, gathering the Tunglong fruits from the bodies of the disciples of Sanluo sect. Just as they prepared to find refuge, an unexpected party arrived on the scene. An elder of the Diamond Realm exclaimed excitedly, Miss, it's actually Tunglong fruits. Behind the elders stood several disciples in matching attire, and before them was a young woman clad in battle garb. Clearly a member of a prominent family from the southern domain. The young woman, exuding the pressure of the 5th level of the Divine Pill Realm, glared coldly at Li Shishir and Lu Yi. Commanding, you too, hand over the Tunglong fruits or face death. With numerous corpses beneath the tree, the young woman was prepared to seize the fruits from Li Shishir and Lu Yi and make a hasty retreat. Though her family was powerful, they did not presume to dominate all the fruits in the area. As for the fruits yet to be harvested from the tree, she had no intention of lingering. Seizing and fleeing was the way to go. The fruits we possess are the possessions of our elder from Tianjin sect. He has just pursued an enemy in the godly travel realm and will return shortly. Li Shishir explained to the young woman, Godly travel realm? Enough nonsense, hand over the fruits or die. The young woman and her family members paused at the mention of the godly travel realm, but the allure of the Tunglong fruits was too great. She chose to take the risk. Senior sister, let us temporarily yield the fruits. Elder Muzhou will return shortly, and besides, they may not even survive to leave. The disturbance here has been too great, and an entire hill has been leveled. More will surely come. Lu Yi quickly conveyed this to Li Shirshir, emphasizing that their survival was paramount. Very well, we shall comply, Li Shirshir conceded, placing the gathered fruits on the ground. Begone! The young woman, clearly wary of the supposed godly travel realm elderess' imminent return, ordered her disciples to collect the Tunglong fruits and prepare to leave. Tunglong fruits? My dear maiden, it would be ill-advised to consume them all yourself, haha. Those who witness must share. Hoarding is indeed unwise at that moment. Two more groups arrived on the scene, their attire indicating they were not affiliated with the forces of Nanzhao Kingdom. Attack! The young woman brandished two curved blades, flanked by a family elder of the Diamond Realm. The newly arrived factions were no more than Divine Pill Realm 9th level, thus no match for them. This woman is formidable, Li Shirshir observed from a distance, watching as the young woman swiftly dispatched foes. Her movements exceedingly elusive. Patience, this is just the beginning, Lu Yi replied calmly, surely, more will arrive. Indeed, as the young woman and her elder wreaked havoc, several more factions approached the Tunglong fruit tree. Ha ha ha, it's the Tunglong fruits. Everyone, get lost. What are you? It is you who should leave. Little girl, how audacious, do you wish for death? I shall grant it to you. Amidst the chaos, the newly arrived factions, all of whom were of Diamond Realm cultivation, unleashed a chorus of screams as the disciples of the young woman's family became the targets of the onslaught. The young woman sustained numerous injuries, her white skin exposed to the air, while her accompanying elder was heavily wounded as well. Miss, we must flee. Discard the fruits in a desperate bid for survival. The young woman complied but still concealed a few fruits. A bald, muscular man struck towards the young woman and her companions. Boasting, you think you can take the fruits and leave? Boom, boom, boom. The scene descended into chaos once more, the number of combatants swelling from the initial dozens to several hundred. Ultimately, the young woman could not break free from the encirclement, and her entire family met a tragic end at the hands of the invaders. In the blink of an eye, a godly travel realm presence swept across the battlefield. All of you, get lost. Yet, at the same time, another godly travel realm presence descended, a tattooed monk floating several Buddhist beads, declaring, Old Taoist Nyo, these Tunglong fruits belong to me, depart. The scale of the battle escalated further with the involvement of two godly travel realm experts. Moments later, 3 more godly travel realm experts joined the fray, bringing the number of combatants to over 10,000. As the struggle for the Tunglong fruits intensified, a sword energy that instilled dread in all emerged from the west. Wuji's sword cannon, celestial ascendance. Li Muzhou's sword into the air, surveying the chaotic scene before the Tunglong fruit tree, and with a single stroke of the great Luo's sacred sword, he cleaved through the tumultuous crowd. Not good, take cover. Another godly travel realm expert has entered the fray. The newly joined first-level godly travel realm expert was the first to bear the brunt of the sword energy. Ironically, he attempted to resist the oncoming sword energy while saving his sect's disciples, only to be pierced and reduced to a mist of blood in the next instant. Rumbling, the sword energy carved a path through the land, shattering the earth and mountains, leaving no one alive in its wake. The battlefield, once teeming with over 10,000, was cleaved by the terrifying sword energy, claiming the lives of 2,000 from the original 5 godly travel realm experts. Only 4 remained. The gray-robed old Taoist of the 3rd level of godly travel realm, the tattooed monk of the same level, and 2 other experts of the 2nd level of godly travel realm gazed in one direction. Since the onset of the melee, Li Muzhou's strike had proven to be the most devastating, instantly silencing the chaotic battlefield. Swish! The sound of breaking air resonated as a young man in white descended from the sky. None other than Li Muzhou. It is Elder Muzhou. He is incredible, like a deity of war. Indeed, they are all left in shock. Junior brother, let us remain hidden. Revealing ourselves now would only trouble Elder Muzhou. Agreed. Li Shirshir and Lu Yi concealed themselves, refraining from making any rash moves. Your swordsmanship is impressive, but your slaughter of my sect's disciples is rather ruthless, wouldn't you say? The gray-robed old Taoist was taken aback upon seeing Li Muzhou, recognizing the rarity of such a young expert at the 3rd level of godly travel realm. Yet, witnessing Li Muzhou's aura, he felt no fear. Although that sword strike was formidable, the mightiest moves drained immense energy, and with so many present, they would not be intimidated by a single individual. That prior strike had also claimed several of his sect's disciples, leaving Li Muzhou isolated. Ruthless, you are most amusing. These Tenglong fruits were first discovered by my disciple. Those who wish to live should leave immediately. Li Muzhou cast a glance at the gray-robed old Taoist, offering no courtesy, as his sword point directed at every individual present. Ha ha ha. Kid, I'll admit you're a genius, but your arrogance is quite something. In the realm of hidden opportunities, those with virtue shall reside. And what are you, truly? The tattooed monk, standing before the Buddha beads, radiated an intense aura of enlightenment, casting a disdainful glance at Li Muzhou. Indeed, it is excessively domineering. Several of my disciples have perished at your hands, and you still dare to demand our retreat? It appears you have yet to learn the meaning of death. Do you presume you can triumph over us all? Heh, having just dispatched a worthless being of the first realm of divine wandering, you believe yourself formidable? The other two powerful figures of divine wandering expressed equal discontent. How could they possibly relinquish such a bounty of Tenglong fruits? Throughout their lives, they had never encountered someone as audacious as Li Muzhou. Observing their demeanor, Li Muzhou calmly directed his sword towards the ground and stated, "If that is the case, then let us proceed to your demise." With a resounding roar, his overwhelming pressure surged forth, reverberating like thunder through the void. Simultaneously, a frigid aura enveloped everyone present. The cultivators of lower realms were instantly frozen into statues of ice. The gray-robed elder's pupils constricted as he gasped. This is bad. Seventh-rank true ice essence. He is no ordinary third-realm divine wanderer. We must unite and swiftly eliminate this fellow. They sprang into action. The gray-robed elder, the tattooed monk, along with two other second-realm divine wanderers, launched their assault. Fortunately, Li Muzhou's true essence had not yet reached the extreme realm. Otherwise, even more would have succumbed to his icy grip. Those who grasp the embryonic form of true essence are scarce, with fewer still achieving genuine true essence. The ranks of true essence are divided into entry, minor mastery, major mastery, and extreme mastery. Currently, Li Muzhou's 7th rank true ice essence rests between minor and major mastery. Yet to reach the extreme realm, only true essence at the extreme level can merge with others of the same caliber to produce even higher grades of true essence. Point 3 Pure Dragon Spear, Fiery Demonic Sword, Mysterious Tortoise Divine Strength, Heavenly Thunder Buddha Finger. 4 powerful figures of divine wandering unleash their might simultaneously, employing techniques ranging from peak profound level to low-grade earthly level. Among them, the tattooed monk wielded the greatest strength, conjuring a colossal finger of 100 feet with his Heavenly Thunder Buddha Finger, exuding an aura comparable to mid-grade earthly level. In addition to the 4 divine wanderers, dozens of 9th realm diamond level cultivators also joined the fray, executing various combat techniques. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying waves of power unleashed by so many formidable beings deterred even the 4th realm divine wanderers from confronting them head-on. Yet, a slight smirk graced Li Muzhou's lips, his expression calm and untroubled. Celestial treading step, swift, boundless sword cannon, dragon soaring azura. Li Muzhou executed an intricate footwork, producing countless afterimages in the void, deftly evading numerous dangerous assaults. Simultaneously, the Daluo divine sword emitted a resounding cry, unleashing the most potent area of effect strike at his disposal. Roar. The terrifying sword energy echoed with the sounds of dragon roars, splitting into 8 streams of golden dragon-shaped sword energy, imbued with true ice essence, blooming like a lotus and wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Oh, Senior, spare us. We are willing to withdraw. The 2 second-realm divine wanderers, having shattered their treasures in a frenzy of terror, desperately sought refuge. However, the dragon-shaped sword energy possessed a homing effect, and a sense of impending doom loomed over them. Now you plead for mercy? It is too late. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes, and the 2 divine wanderers met their end. On another front, with a resounding pop, the tattooed monk's arms exploded, and the Buddha beads floating before him shattered as well. His voice filled with sorrow and fury. It is indeed my fault for being blind to the truth. With a loud crash, the tattooed monk was torn apart. The most tragic fate befell the gray-robed elder, who, despite employing numerous life-saving techniques and artifacts, found them utterly futile against Li Muzhou's razor-sharp blade. This sword is undoubtedly a heavenly-grade treasure. I am filled with hatred. his strength rivals that of a peak fifth-realm divine wanderer. The gray-robed elder found himself in dire straits, his heart filled with countless regrets. But there is no remedy for regret in this world. Moments later, he too was pierced through by the terrifying sword energy, meeting a swift demise. What in the world? What in the world? Is it truly that terrifying? They are all dead? My goodness, this person's strength must be that of a fifth-realm divine wanderer. He is nothing short of extraordinary. I've heard that the Qilin Cliff has opened. Let us venture there for opportunities. In the distance, several factions hastily approached, among them divine wanderers. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before the Tunglong fruit tree transformed into a battlefield of slaughter, all were struck with fear. Though the Tunglong fruits were alluring, none dared to take a step further. What was once fertile land had become a veritable hellscape. What are you waiting for? Get out here and work. Li Muzhou stood suspended in the air. Gazing toward the thicket in the distance, Li Shishir and Lu Yi recoiled, hastily gathering the remnants of the battlefield and collecting the Tunglong fruits amidst their utter astonishment. Qilin Cliff. Li Muzhou glanced at the distant crowd. Memories of Qilin Cliff flooding his mind. Chapter 29. Malicious intent must be eliminated. While collecting Tunglong fruits, Li Shishir inquired with curiosity, Elder Muzhou, what is Qilin Cliff? Qilin Cliff is one of the several treasure lands within the Feishua secret realm, renowned alongside the Bodhi Tower. This Qilin Cliff possesses a unique effect, aiding individuals in comprehending the embryonic form of true laws, and it is also home to many insights left behind by powerful beings who have attained true essence within the secret realm. Li Muzhou smiled as he recounted the origins of Qilin Cliff to Li Shishir and her companion. Such a treasure! If one could comprehend true essence, it would be a tremendous boon. Li Shishir's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, True essence? Is it truly that easy to break through? Throughout the history of the Feishua secret realm, many have grasped the embryonic form of true essence, yet none have directly awakened true essence. Li Muzhou lightly tapped Li Shishir's head, amused by the little girl's enthusiasm. I want to try as well. Elder Muzhou, we have gathered all 53 fruits, along with these supplies. Li Shishir and Lu Yi held a few undamaged storage rings. Li Muzhou glanced at them casually, saying, You may keep them. Just follow me. Thank you, Elder. Li Shishir and Lu Yi beamed with joy, following Elder Muzhou, relishing the delightful experience of abundance. Qilin Cliff stood as a towering mountain, stretching for thousands of miles. Upon Li Muzhou's arrival, the place was already teeming with people, numbering in the tens of thousands. How fascinating indeed! I wonder where the Feishua Taoist initially obtained this mountain. Li Muzhou descended beside a lake. Merely standing there enhanced one's comprehension of the laws significantly, and even his seventh-rank true ice essence seemed to hint at a breakthrough. Simultaneously, the mountain bore various marks, sword scars, spear scars, knife scars, axe scars, and so forth. Each distinct scar was imbued with the embryonic form of true laws. Typically, the entry-level understanding of true laws begins with the foundational 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The entry into true laws signifies a tier of attainment. The foundational 5 elemental laws are all 9th rank. However, if 2 9th rank extreme laws merge, they become 8th rank, such as water fire true essence, metal fire true essence, and earth wood true essence, among others. Above the 5 elemental laws, numerous other laws exist. Beginning at the 7th rank true essence, such as true ice essence, lightning essence, and swift wind essence, in all of Nanjiao, few can comprehend even the basic embryonic forms of the 5 elemental laws, let alone those capable of awakening true essence of 9th rank or higher. None are anything less than prodigies. Gu Qinghan had grasped the 7th rank true ice law essence simply by consuming a Xinyang fruit. 6th rank true laws are all derived from the fusion of 7th rank laws. Anything above 5th rank true essence is even more formidable. As for the legendary 1st rank true essence, throughout the entirety of the Lingxiao realm's history, few have ever grasped such a level of true laws, and none were anything less than transcendent beings. This place holds value for Li Muzhou as well. Just by meditating in tranquility, his true ice essence exhibited a tendency toward major mastery, and with a stroke of fortune, he might even directly comprehend the extreme realm. Gu Qingqian? In an instant, Li Muzhou sensed a familiar aura. Indeed, it was Gu Qingqian. You all continue your comprehension here. I shall return shortly. After instructing Li Shishir and her companion, Li Muzhou swiftly made his way toward the opposite side of Qilin Cliff. What I, Quan Shou Su Su, have set my sights on must be relinquished. Speak no more, or I shall shred you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Ha ha, my junior sister speaks wisely. You have 3 breaths to comply, or I will turn you into dog food. Have you heard of the great name of my Buddhist sect? You are going too far. Jiu Qingqian glared at the 3 individuals before her, a man and a woman, fuming with indignation. This fire-radiant stone was clearly discovered by Qin Shirin and me. Why does it belong to you? Beside Gu Qinghan, a woman clad in a form-fitting purple outfit, exuding grace and poise, chimed in. Indeed, many have witnessed it. With so many stones on Qilin Cliff, why do you not claim them all as yours? Qin Shirin, the eldest daughter of the Qin family from Heishan City of the Nanzhao Kingdom, entered the secret realm and set off on an adventure with Gu Qingqian. Upon their arrival at Qilin Cliff today, the duo stumbled upon a peculiar fire-radiant stone, capable of amplifying the potency of fire-based spells, a commendable spiritual stone. Indeed. However, before them stood a domineering little girl with twin ponytails, intent on claiming it for herself and hurling insults at them. Naturally, Gu Qingqian was displeased, particularly given that the little girl possessed merely the cultivation of the 2nd heaven of Purple Mansion. Were it not for the 2 senior brothers behind her, who were at the 8th heaven of Purple Mansion, the 2 young women would have already turned hostile. Enough chatter. Hand it over to your Annie now. Otherwise, I shall mar your faces, unleash a pack of wild dogs to ravage you, and then chop you into pieces to feed them. Qinsho Susu, though youthful, exuded a venomous malice. Alas, these 2 stunning beauties were having the worst luck, provoking none other than us from the Huiyue Empire's Futu sect. Qinsho Susu was the great-granddaughter of Qinsho Rentu, the elder of the Futu sect, and had been notoriously tyrannical since childhood. They were in trouble now. Indeed, the fire-radiant stone had been discovered first by Gu Qingqian and Qin Shirin, yet Qinsho Susu was taking her bullying too far. Shh, keep your voices down. We cannot afford to offend them. Numerous cultivators from the Huiyue Empire observed the scene with expressions of sympathy, though their concern was merely sympathetic. You are being utterly excessive. A warrior may be slain but cannot be humiliated. If that is the case, then let us engage in battle. Indeed, how outrageous. How can one so young harbor such cruelty? Are you even human? Both Gu Qingqian and Qin Shirin drew their weapons simultaneously, aware that Qinsho Susu merely sought to taunt them. Even if they surrendered the fire-radiant stone, escape unscathed was unlikely. Junior sister, let us deal with them. One of the 2 8th heaven disciples from the Futu sect suggested with a wicked grin. Let us first whip them, and then unleash the wild dogs too. In an instant, the 2 disciples leaped into action, unleashing their combat skills against Gu Qingqian and her companion. Qinsho Susu, being the great-granddaughter of Qinsho Rentu, a formidable being at the peak of the 4th heaven of divine travel, was keen on ensuring that her whims were satisfied. Jiu Qingqian, age 25, and at the 7th heaven of Purple Mansion, and Qin Shirin, age 24 and at the 5th heaven, although not a match for the 2 disciples, refused to back down. They would rather fight to the death than endure humiliation. However, before the 2 disciples could reach Gu Qingqian, a terrifying sword light pierced through their foreheads, rendering them lifeless on the ground. Swish! Li Muzhou's ethereal figure appeared before Gu Qingqian, his countenance darkened. Li Senior, you have arrived, Gu Qingqian exclaimed in delight upon seeing Li Muzhou's handsome profile. So dashing. Is he truly the elder you referred to? He seems even younger than I. Qin Shirin marveled, recalling many tales Gu Qingqian had shared during their journey. Qinsho Susu, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly crushed a jade talisman and growled, well then, you've killed my senior brother. You'll pay for this. I will chop you all into pieces to feed the dogs. Before she could finish her threat, Li Muzhou coldly interjected, you, so young yet so wicked, deserve to die. He had witnessed the earlier scene unfold entirely. What audacity! Dare you lay a finger on my great-grandson? Boom! A chorus of thunderous roars erupted in the air. The pressure of a 4th heaven divine traveler crashing down upon all spectators, leaving them pale with fear. Chapter 30. Qinsho Rentu. I want to escape, it's over. Qinsho Rentu has arrived. The thunderous sound was unmistakably that of a 4th heaven divine traveler. Should this youth not have refrained from harming the 2 disciples of the Futu sect? Given the circumstances, another body would soon join the count. Indeed, Qinsho Rintu was notoriously overbearing. Anything he coveted would never be relinquished, and his great-granddaughter was no exception. The onlookers felt the oppressive force emanating from Qinsho Rintu and turned pale upon hearing this. Li Muzhou smiled. Isn't this the same Qinsho Rintu who once contended with me atop the snowy peaks for the Jade Cauldron Dragon Lotus? I witnessed his tyranny firsthand, yet his formidable life-preserving techniques enabled his escape. Little did I know he was the elder of Qinsho Susu. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Swish. At that critical moment, with a whoosh, Qinsho Rintu descended beside Qinsho Susu, affectionately saying, "My dear Susu, who dares to threaten you? Who shattered the jade talisman your great-grandfather bestowed upon you? It was him, great-grandfather. Kill him now. You have no idea how dire this is." Qinsho Susu, pouting defiantly, pointed at Li Muzhou. "Young man, you. It's you?" Qinsho Rintu, intending to put on a show of bravado, turned around, but upon catching sight of Li Muzhou's visage, his expression shifted to one of horror. "It's me. I didn't expect to see you so soon again. Last time you escaped. Let us see how you manage it this time." Li Muzhou extended his hand, grasping the air, and the Doluo sacred sword materialized, radiating a chilling brilliance. "Great-grandfather, you too? Run. This person is my arch-nemesis." Having previously expended 2 precious life-saving treasures and suffered injuries to his essence, Qinsho Rintu dared not confront Li Muzhou any further, snatching the bewildered Qinsho Susu and soaring into the skies. Gu Qingqian, Qin Shirin. The 2 young women were left agape, their expressions filled with disbelief. A 4th heaven divine traveler, a senior elder of the Futu sect, had fled just like that. What on earth was happening? Could it be that they had clashed before? Surely. Did you not observe the terror etched upon Qinsho Rintu's face? Does this young man also belong to the divine traveler realm? Without a doubt. How domineering is Qinsho Rintu? A man who can send him running must possess formidable strength. As they conversed, it became apparent that Qinsho Rintu had narrowly escaped death at the hands of this young man. A young man in his 20s, overpowering a peak 4th heaven divine traveler. What a spectacle! The onlookers were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Qinsho Rintu's retreat. Every gaze directed at Li Muzhou brimmed with awe and fervor. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that the centuries-old Qinsho Rintu would be frightened into flight by a youth barely in his 20s? Can you escape? With a thunderous sound, Li Muzhou unleashed his oppressive aura, and the nearly perfected essence of ice surged through the skies, summoning a tempest of frigid winds and a flurry of snowflakes. Clang. Soul of the wandering dragon. Li Muzhou's essence had progressed, and the power of his sword technique surged, a vast sword chi locking onto Qinsho Rintu as it sliced through the air. Instantly, Qinsho Rintu summoned several treasures to defend himself. While behind him, hundreds of arms emerged, though fewer than before. "Let us discuss this. I am willing to apologize. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Both you and your great-grandson deserve to perish." Li Muzhou bellowed, swiftly directing the sword light toward Qinsho Rintu. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the void, as Qinsho Rintu's hundreds of arms shattered, and he spat blood profusely. With just a single sword strike, Qinsho Rintu was gravely injured, and having already expended his life-saving treasures, he found himself unable to protect himself further. Wah! In his grasp, Qinsho Susu was utterly frantic, crying out desperately. She had grown accustomed to being tyrannical, yet had never felt such profound despair as she did now. Waves of regret washed over her, but alas, it was too late. Goodness. One strike? Incredible. He had wounded Qinsho Rintu, a peak 4th heaven divine traveler. With a single blow despite being only at the 3rd heaven of divine travel, the onlookers were left speechless. Qin Shirin, in shock, transmitted her thoughts. "My goodness, Qingqian, please tell me, is Muzhou Sr. truly only 23? Why would I deceive you?" Gu Qingqian replied through her thoughts. "Muzhou Sr.'s strength is unfathomable, and he is always decisive in his actions, leaving no wicked person unpunished." In an instant, Li Muzhou's voice resonated once more. "Qinsho Rintu, how will you defend against this sword of mine? You young man, I admit we have had our differences, but do you truly intend to eradicate me?" As he spoke, Qinsho Rintu hastily crushed a jade talisman. "Or else, shall I keep you around for the new year?" Clang. Before Qinsho Rintu could finish, Li Muzhou thrust the Deluo sacred sword once more, unleashing a terrifying sword chi that surged toward Qianshou Rentu. Already gravely injured, Qianshou Rentu struggled to maintain flight and despairingly closed his eyes. How dare you, boom. At that critical moment, a force far exceeding Qianshou Rentu's own surged from the west, accompanied by a colossal hand formed of spiritual energy that came crashing down, shattering Li Muzhou's sword light on the spot. Hiss, such overwhelming pressure. It must be a high-tier divine traveler. Indeed, it is the peak of the sixth heaven of divine travel. There can be no mistake. What terror! Who could it be? I have heard that Qianshou Rentu has a paramour, an elder of the Huangfeng sect, one of the 8 great sects of our Huiyue Empire, named Zhou Xingu. Could it be her? That is not quite right. I recall that Zhou Xingu was only at the 5th level of the divine travel realm a century ago. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers utterly astonished. In an instant, a middle-aged woman of considerable beauty appeared beside the thousand-handed butcher and remarked coolly, "Butcher, did he inflict such injuries upon you?" The butcher, feeling ashamed, replied, "Indeed, this young man is no ordinary foe. Great-great-grandmother, woe is us. We have been terribly bullied. You must slay him." Upon seeing Zhou Xingu's arrival, Qianshou Susu felt a surge of confidence and wept bitterly. Hiss, hiss, it truly is Zhou Xingu. She has actually broken through to the 6th level of the divine travel realm, and at its pinnacle no less. I heard that a century ago, the thousand-handed butcher obtained a tremendous opportunity, which he must have bestowed upon Zhou Xiangyu. Seems the power rankings of the 8 major sects of the Huiyue Empire are about to shift. The disparity between the pinnacle of the 6th level and the 3rd level is simply too vast. Alas, this young man is likely to meet his end here. The spectators, upon witnessing Zhou Xingu's arrival, felt a wave of dread for Li Muzhou. Everyone knew the butcher was tyrannical, yet Zhou Xingu was equally formidable. How could Li Muzhou survive after offending both? Zhou Xingu cast a cold gaze upon Li Muzhou and, from her elevated position, asked, "Young man, how do you wish to die?" "Such excessive chatter," Li Muzhou declared, standing firm with his sword. "I shall slay him. Even the King of Heaven cannot save him." A bold young man. Indeed, die. 4 flying swords materialized behind Zhou Xingu, unleashing a terrifying force as they sliced towards Li Muzhou like lightning. Chapter 31. Zhou Xingu's defeat, renowned at Qilin Cliff. Merely a trivial skill, Li Muzhou soared into the sky like a long rainbow, effortlessly evading the lethal strikes of the 4 flying swords with flawless grace, employing the heavenly gang steps. Zhou Xingu, taken aback, thought, "What an impressive agility. It is only proper to return the favor," Li Muzhou declared, countering the flying swords with a sweeping strike that cut through the air like a celestial being descending from the heavens. The Daluo sacred sword erupted with brilliant sword light, resembling a shimmering ribbon of the galaxy, aimed directly at Zhou Xingu's face. What a sharp sword technique! This young man indeed possesses remarkable prowess. No wonder he could injure the thousand-handed butcher despite being at the 3rd level. The power of this strike was several times greater than that which he had used against the butcher, representing a 9/10 exertion of his strength. Sensing a wave of danger, Zhou Xingu hastily summoned back the 4 flying swords to defend herself. Boom! The 4 swords transformed into beams of blue, red, green, and yellow light, skillfully dismantling Li Muzhou's sword light and successfully neutralizing the attack. Yet, Zhou Xingu was left even more astonished. The gap of 3 levels in cultivation was indeed formidable. She found herself compelled to exert her full strength. Had she faltered by even a fraction, she would have been unable to fully dissipate Li Muzhou's sword aura. "Heh, with such meager skill, you dare to protect him?" Li Muzhou's domineering voice reverberated once more as he lunged forward, sword poised to strike at the thousand-handed butcher and his companion. "You dare!" Zhou Xingu bellowed in fury, channeling her energy to unleash 2 mid-tier Earth-grade combat techniques, sword control technique and blazing flames. The 4 flying swords erupted with an even more potent aura, their fiery light surging towards Li Muzhou. Swift, heavenly gang steps. Without limits sword cannon, wandering dragon azura, true intent of ice, swift. Li Muzhou maintained a calm demeanor as countless frost crystals manifested in the air, swiftly extinguishing much of the flames upon Zhou Xingu's swords. Simultaneously, a dragon's roar echoed through the skies as a golden dragon-shaped sword aura surged towards her face. "Danger! Zhou Xingu instinctively sensed the immense peril. If she wished to continue her assault on Li Muzhou, she would have to endure this strike, which would undoubtedly inflict harm upon her. How can this be? Even if this fellow has comprehended the true intent, he cannot possibly be a match for the pinnacle of the 6th level. Could it be that his cultivation technique is of heavenly grade? In a fleeting moment, Zhou Xingu dared not confront him head-on. She reversed her flying swords for defense while simultaneously conjuring another mid-tier earth-grade defensive technique, enveloping herself in a series of earthen-colored shields. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Xingu unleashed the equivalent of 3 mid-tier earth-grade techniques to counter the Wandering Dragon Azura. Nevertheless, she still underestimated the power of that strike. The 4 flying swords were forcibly repelled, and the terrifying sword aura shredded through her protective barriers. Zhou Xingu was injured by the sword intent, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Alas, my strength is still insufficient. The pinnacle of the 6th level, and I am merely wounded. If I were to achieve just one more level, killing her would be a simple task. What the, did I see that right? My heavens, is he even human? At the moment Zhou Xingu spat blood, all onlookers went wild. The disparity between the 3rd level of the divine travel realm and the pinnacle of the 6th level was not something that ordinary equipment, artifacts, or techniques could bridge. Such a scene, if not witnessed firsthand, would be utterly unbelievable. The one I aim to kill, you cannot protect. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as his figure vanished like a specter, dashing towards the petrified thousand-handed butcher. Suddenly, Li Muzhou felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were lurking behind him. The chaotic primordial Tao scripture continued to operate within him, and without a moment's thought, he thrust his sword towards the void behind him. What is happening? Why is he attacking thin air? I don't know. Has he lost his mind? What the? The spectators were still perplexed when Li Muzhou's sword thrust pierced through the air, coincidentally intersecting Zhou Xingu's reappearing figure, with the 4 flying swords simultaneously launching an attack. Looking back at the spot where Zhou Xingu had stood, her afterimage gradually faded. Seeking death, Li Yunqing was equally taken aback. Indeed, she was one of the esteemed elders of the 8 major sects of the Huiyue Empire, showcasing her 4th mid-tier earth-grade technique. Soul of the Wandering Dragon, boom. The fearsome sword aura erupted violently, while Li Muzhou's Daluo sacred sword was still adorned with countless frost crystals, instantly freezing the 4 flying swords, obliterating them with ease. How is this possible? This, as the flying swords were destroyed, Zhou Xingu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face bearing an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, she had unleashed a lethal surprise attack, but now, with her swords destroyed, she had no time to defend and could only retreat hastily. If she were to continue resisting, she would surely sustain severe injuries, perhaps even meet her end here. Trying to flee, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as he pressed forward with his sword, mid-tier earth-grade technique. Gate of the Yellow Springs. In her moment of urgency, Zhou Xingu gathered her breath, instantly employing the defensive technique she had just used, conjuring several earthen-colored shields before her. With a resounding crash, Li Muzhou's Daluo sacred sword effortlessly shattered the shields, piercing through to draw a line of blood across Zhou Xingu's chest. Zhou Xingu was once again wounded by the sword aura, spitting out another mouthful of blood, her face a mask of horror as she rapidly retreated. She was utterly panicked. Li Muzhou's strength had surpassed her comprehension. Furthermore, the Daluo sacred sword in Li Muzhou's hand was undoubtedly a heavenly grade weapon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to so easily destroy her 4 flying swords. Li Muzhou scoffed disdainfully. If I were of equal rank with you, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs. The disparity in realms ultimately lay in one's cultivation. Otherwise, Zhou Xingu would undoubtedly be dead. From the onset of the battle until now, only a few breaths had passed. Li Muzhou stood unblemished, while Zhou Xingu, with her artifacts destroyed and wounds sustained, was left in a woeful state. All the onlookers were rendered speechless. With a decisive strike, Li Muzhou severed the heads of the 1,000-handed butcher and Qinsho Susu. You have done well, I shall remember you. Zhou Xingu's countenance darkened to the point of dripping water as she cast a deep glance at Li Muzhou before hastily retreating. She understood that Li Muzhou was formidable, yet it would not be an easy task for him to kill her. Li Muzhou snorted coldly, not concerning himself with Zhou Xingu any further. Should they meet again? He would certainly slay her. In an instant, countless individuals cleared a path for Li Muzhou, deeply imprinting his visage in their memories, especially the Taoist robe of the Zhuantiang sword sect, which many committed to memory, silently warning their disciples not to provoke him. Days later, atop Qilin Cliff, a mysterious light flickered in Li Muzhou's eyes as he joyfully discovered that his true intent of ice had reached perfection. Attaining its utmost realm, Y combat power has increased once more. If I were to encounter that Zhou Xingu again, she would surely perish. As he sensed the elevation of his true intent, Li Muzhou gained a clearer understanding of his combat strength. The advancement of the true intent of the laws was vastly more challenging than the elevation of one's magical power. Suddenly, Li Muzhou stumbled upon an intriguing observation. Chapter 32. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Although Gu Qingqian possesses a mere 93 in aptitude, she surprisingly shows signs of comprehending the embryonic form of the true intent of the laws. It seems that aptitude is not the sole determinant of everything. Gu Qingqian's ability to grasp the embryonic form of the true intent likely has something to do with Gu Qinghan's bloodline, a phenomenon that is indeed exceedingly rare. The true essence of laws cannot be purchased with wealth. The ability to comprehend their profound meanings relies solely on one's innate perception and fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, those who awaken to the nascent forms of such truths would not be so exceedingly rare. Li Muzhou murmured to himself as he attentively observed Gu Qingqian, who had entered a state of enlightenment, vigilant against any potential disruptions. After all, Gu Qingqian was the cousin of his own disciple, so it was only prudent to keep a watchful eye on her. However, the reality proved that Li Muzhou had overthought the situation. Although Qilin Cliff was teeming with people, a vacuum zone stretched for miles around Li Muzhou, with every gaze directed at him filled with reverence. Having triumphed over Zhou Xingu with his cultivation at the third tier of the divine travel realm, and showing no concern for the Huangfeng sect behind her, who dared to provoke such a formidable figure? As long as Li Muzhou remained at Qilin Cliff, no one would dare to act recklessly, the invisible pressure instilling fear in all present with time to spare. Li Muzhou examined Gu Qinghan's information panel. Name: Gu Qinghan. Age: 19. Realm: 5th tier of the Purple Mansion cultivation method. Ice ceiling, profound cold scripture, 1st tier bloodline, 1st grade ice spirit sword body, inactive, future empress qualities. Gu Qinghan's favorability: 40 Ah. It appears Gu Qinghan's realm has advanced once more. It seems this young lady has encountered a fortuitous opportunity, likely having ingested a fine spiritual herb directly. A smile graced Li Muzhou's lips. Prior to entering the Flying Snow secret realm, he had instructed Gu Qinghan to consume any spiritual herbs that could enhance her cultivation without hesitation. In the distance, a group of uniformly dressed youths arrived at Qilin Cliff, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the vast vacuum zone ahead. Why is that area so empty? Shall we go there to comprehend? A middle-aged woman cast a glance at the youths and coolly remarked, "If you wish to live, you should steer clear of it." The leading youth, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the middle-aged woman, questioned, "Senior, what do you mean? Isn't Qilin Cliff a sacred ground for comprehending the essence of laws? Is that person truly formidable?" He gestured towards Li Muzhou, who was clad in a green robe in the distance. "Formidable? No, he is extraordinarily strong. 3 days ago, that esteemed figure defeated the pinnacle elder of the Huangfeng sect, Zhou Xingu, with a cultivation at the 3rd tier of the divine travel realm. Do you not consider that strong?" The middle-aged woman regarded Li Muzhou's silhouette with a face full of awe. Having lost count of how many times she had cautioned newcomers in the past 3 days, the memory of that event still surged in her mind like a tempest, leaving her utterly astonished each time she recalled it. With a gulp, the youth stared at Li Muzhou with dazed expressions. Had it not been for the middle-aged woman's warning, they would have thought to approach him, but the realization that such youth could vanquish a 6th-tier divine travel realm expert sent shivers down their spines. In the following 2 days, such incidents were plentiful. Newcomers to Qilin Cliff quickly learned to avoid the green-robed youth at its peak, a consensus forming among the comers and goers to keep their distance from Li Muzhou. "How do you feel? I see you have grasped the nascent form of the water law's essence," Li Muzhou remarked with a smile as Gu Qingqian concluded her moment of enlightenment. "All thanks to the guidance of the esteemed senior." Gu Qingqian replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I was quite perplexed just a few days ago. Without your guidance, it would have been challenging for me to comprehend." Qin Shirin, Li Shishir, and Lu Yi expressed their envy. Having previously attempted to decipher the numerous marks on the mountain of Qilin Cliff, but like most, they remained utterly bewildered. You possess considerable insight. There is no need for modesty, Li Muzhou gently encouraged. Then added, next, I plan to visit the Bodhi Tower. Would you care to accompany me? Of course, I would love to join Elder Muzhou and enjoy the pleasures of the journey, Li Shishir chimed in eagerly. I shall accompany Elder Muzhou as well, Qin Shirin offered, if you do not mind. I would gladly travel with you. I will also walk with you. Perhaps I might even encounter my cousin, another voice chimed in. Very well then, Li Muzhou agreed, not wishing to refuse the eager youths, and thus they soared into the skies together. For the time being, Li Muzhou had no concerns for Gu Qinghan's safety. With the protective talisman he had provided, she was almost entirely safeguarded. His own mastery of the ice true intent had reached an ultimate level, rendering further delay meaningless. That esteemed senior has finally departed. Indeed, the pressure was immense. We scarcely dared to speak, right? If we had provoked that esteemed figure, our entire clan might have faced annihilation. The various factions on Qilin Cliff felt a wave of relief wash over them as Li Muzhou left. These past 5 days had been a torment, every moment fraught with anxiety over potential mishaps. The once quiet Qilin Cliff quickly returned to a lively atmosphere. Perhaps it was fate. No sooner had Li Muzhou departed than. Half an hour later, Gu Qinghan arrived at the foot of Qilin Cliff with several disciples of the Tianjin sect. Senior Sister Qinghan, we have arrived at Qilin Cliff. Senior Sister Qinghan, have a sip of water. Senior Sister Qinghan, this fruit is delicious. You should have a couple of bites. Senior Sister Qinghan, thanks to you yesterday, that disciple of the Xinhua sect at the second tier of the Divine Pill Realm was no match for you. You are truly powerful. You are incredible, Senior Sister. After consuming the refining spirit flower, your realm has increased by 1 tier. The disciples, led by Gu Qinghan, regarded her with admiration, for she was indeed Li Muzhou's disciple, and her strength was nothing short of extraordinary. The Ice Heart Sword technique paired with the nascent form of the 7th grade Ice True Intent made her unrivaled against early Divine Pill Realm prodigies. That is her. She is the one named Gu Qinghan who snatched my refining spirit flower yesterday. Junior brother, how shameful to have been bested by a girl at the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion. Senior Sister, she is no ordinary girl. Chen Yu, you seem to be losing your clarity. No matter how exceptional she may be, she cannot possibly match you, Senior Sister, who is a direct disciple of the Elder and at the 6th tier of the Divine Pill Realm. As if fate had conspired against them, just as Gu Qinghan and her companions reached the foot of Qilin Cliff, several disciples of the Xinhua sect arrived. Stop! The voluptuous Z leaped forward, abruptly appearing before Gu Qinghan and brandishing her sword at her. So, you are Gu Qinghan, are you? And if I am, oh, it's you? What, are you still aggrieved from losing to me yesterday? Gu Qinghan recognized Chen Yu, the defeated opponent from the previous day, and understood that their intentions were not benign. Z sneered, little sister, you have quite the defiant tongue. Hand over the refining spirit fruit and all your treasures, or else, you shall die. Chapter 33. Kneel and apologize to the fairy Qinghan. Hee. I have already consumed the refining spirit fruit. It is your disciple who lacks skill. If you wish to fight, do so. With that, Gu Qinghan turned away, uninterested in engaging in idle banter with the Xinhua sect members, and proceeded to ascend Qilin Cliff with her fellow disciples. Stop! Z, furious, lunged forward and thrust her sword at Gu Qinghan's back, with a resonant hum. An invisible, egg-shaped barrier manifested, absorbing the impact of Z's strike without so much as a ripple. The immense recoil sent her hurtling back, blood spurting from her mouth. The protective talisman Li Muzhou had given Gu Qinghan would activate in critical moments. Previously, she had faced a 7th-tier Divine Strength Realm expert and sustained no injuries. Chen Yu rushed to support Z, concern etched on his face. Senior Sister, are you all right? The other disciples of the Xinhua sect wore expressions of shock, having never anticipated that even their elder sister would struggle to harm Gu Qinghan. That treasure must be an earth-grade item, perhaps even a heaven-grade one. Such treasures are tremendously taxing on one's mana. I refuse to believe she can wield it indefinitely. We need to seize it. Z's greed surged as she wiped the blood from her lips and whispered. Gu Qinghan possesses a protective treasure, but her accompanying disciples do not. If we eliminate them, she will have no choice but to comply. Let us move. Jiu Qinghan remained unfazed, her voice steady. Wait. Suddenly, An overwhelming pressure from a second-tier divine travel realm expert enveloped them. Jiu Qinghan and her companions felt as if they had sunk into the depths of the ocean, the rumbling in the void causing them to struggle for breath, their legs feeling as heavy as lead in an instant. An elderly figure in a gray robe materialized before Zi and her companions. "Master!" Zi exclaimed with joy upon recognizing the elder. "Master, Gu Qinghan has robbed junior brother Chen Yu of his opportunity and possesses a heavy treasure. We cannot allow them to leave. Senior sister, what shall we do?" "A divine travel realm expert will not let us go easily, Senior Sister Qinghan. A divine travel realm expert is not to be trifled with." The disciples of the Tianjin sect turned pale, for this was the first time they had encountered a divine travel realm expert since entering the secret realm, their hearts racing. The gray-robed elder squinted, displeasure evident on his face. "Kneel and apologize to Qinghan." "Master, you are truly benevolent," Zi exclaimed, but then confusion washed over her. "Master, what did you say?" "Apologize to this wretched girl." With a resounding slap, the elder cloaked in gray struck Zi's face, bellowing, "Have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair? Kneel and apologize to the celestial fairy Qinghan at once, and you all, kneel before me." A terrifying pressure immediately bore down upon Zi and her companions. Before they could react, they all fell to their knees with a thud, bowing their heads in unison. "We are blind and unworthy. Please forgive us, celestial fairy Qinghan." Confusion marked their faces, especially that of Zi, who had never witnessed her master in such a rage. She bowed her head the hardest. Not only were the disciples of the Xingyue sect bewildered, but Gu Qinghan and several other disciples of the Tianjin sect wore expressions of shock as well. "Very well, let this matter rest," Gu Qinghan remarked, observing as the others bowed 9 times, and she chose not to pursue it further. Once Gu Qinghan and her group had departed, the elder of the Xingyue sect finally released his oppressive aura. Zi, still perplexed, asked, "Master, what on earth is happening? Why must we kneel to them?" "Zi, do you still not understand?" The elder in gray replied, producing a memory stone, from which an image materialized in the vision. A young man clad in green struck down the supreme elder of the floating Buddha sect, the thousand-handed butcher, and then traversed through 3 realms to defeat the supreme elder of the Huangfeng sect, one of the 8 sects of the Huiyue Empire, known as the Immortals Hua. The sheer brilliance of his swordsmanship instilled terror in all who beheld it. The once visible mountain peaks near Qilin Cliff had vanished. With the landscape completely transformed, Zi and the others felt their heads buzzing. The embroidery on the green-robed young man's attire was identical to that on Gu Qinghan and her companions' robes. "Now do you see?" The elder continued. "It is said that this formidable being has ventured to the Bodhi Tower, a treasure land bearing the same name as Qilin Cliff, and it is not far from here. Should you offend a disciple of his sect, even I would be unable to protect you." The elder's face was etched with fear, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, as he recalled how tense he had been moments ago. Hoping that Zi and her group would not provoke Gu Qinghan further, the Xingyue sect was merely an ordinary sect in the southern Dao domain, and collectively, they were no match for the young man in green. "Senior Sister Qinghan, I can't shake this feeling of confusion," one disciple remarked. "Why was that elder so courteous to us? He is a powerful figure in the second realm of the divine wandering stage." Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan furrowed her brow. "I am unsure of the reasons myself. Let us investigate further. It is rumored that the Qilin Cliff harbors insights into the true meaning of the laws, as well as many imprints left by past masters. If any of you can grasp these insights, it would be a notable achievement. Indeed, Senior Sister is so kind. Following you is always a delight." Another disciple chimed in cheerfully as they followed Gu Qinghan. Their laughter echoed, but soon they noticed something strange. Throughout their journey, every cultivator who caught sight of them fled as if they had encountered a plague, including many formidable beings at the 9th level of the Diamond Realm. "This feels off, far too off," Gu Qinghan murmured as they arrived at Qilin Cliff. It was a prime location for enlightenment, previously visited by Li Muzhou. Currently occupying this place was a man at the 4th level of the divine wandering stage. Upon seeing Gu Qinghan and her companions approach, the robust man greeted them with a broad smile. "Young friends, are you here to seek enlightenment? Please, come in." Gu Qinghan and her companions were once again left dumbfounded. This was a being at the 4th level of the divine wandering stage, yet there was no one else around. Why was he treating them with such deference? Senior, Gu Qinghan spoke softly. Do you know us? I do not. Then why are you so courteous to us? It is not merely courtesy. It is the embroidery on your garments that compels me to be polite. The man replied, gesturing towards their attire. Ah? A direct disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that the emblem of our Tianjin sect? Indeed, it is, the man confirmed. That previous elder must have been a senior of your sect. He first decimated the ancestor of the floating Buddha sect and then defeated the supreme elder of Huangfeng's sect, who was at the 6th level of the divine wandering stage. The immortal Zhua was severely wounded and fled. Even I must look up to such strength. The man gazed at Gu Qinghan with a sigh. The 6th level of the divine wandering stage? This is? Gu Qinghan was taken aback, excitement coursing through her. Senior, do you know what that individual looks like? To defeat someone at the 6th level of the divine wandering stage, one must at least be of equal or higher cultivation. Could it possibly be my master? Naturally, the man smiled slightly, pointing into the air, where spiritual energy began to coalesce into the likeness of a young man in green. Chapter 34. Either he dies, or your entire clan perishes. Master? Gu Qinghan gasped in disbelief. Is that Elder Muzhou? How is this possible? My heavens! Elder Muzhou actually killed the ancestor of the floating Buddha sect and defeated the supreme elder of one of the 8 sects of the Huiyue Empire? Gu Qinghan was astonished, and so were the other direct disciples. While Gu Qinghan had previously been unaware of Li Muzhou's true strength, she had heard her master assert that even those at the 4th or 5th level of the divine wandering stage posed no threat to her, suggesting her master had been rather modest. The other disciples of the Tianjin sect, lacking Gu Qinghan's insights, were left speechless with shocked Li Muzhou had only been publicly recognized as being at the 1st level of the divine wandering stage, lower than the sect leader and the supreme elder. How could he possibly have killed the 1,000-handed butcher of the floating Buddha sect and defeated the 6th level supreme elder, immortal Zhua? Upon learning from the man that Li Muzhou had gone to the Bodhi Tower, Gu Qinghan announced, fellow disciples, you may continue your understanding here. I must go to the Bodhi Tower to find my master. Senior Sister Qinghan, won't you stay with us for a couple of days? No need. I have already comprehended the true meaning of the laws. This place holds little further benefit for me with that. Gu Qinghan soared into the sky, following the direction indicated by the man. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Senior, the Bodhi Tower is truly magnificent, exclaimed Gu Qingqing, gazing at the towering structure that seemed to pierce the heavens. Having just arrived at the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou led Gu Qingqing and the others, who were now surrounded by a sea of people. The Bodhi Tower was another major treasure site within the Feishue's secret realm, and compared to Qilin Cliff, it was far more crowded. However, it was evident that the time for the tower to open had not yet arrived. Indeed, the Bodhi Tower is awe-inspiring. It is said to consist of 1,000 levels, and each level requires one to challenge it with their own strength. Legend has it that those who reach the 1,000th level will gain the complete legacy of the Feishue Taoist. Beside Li Muzhou, a distinguished young gentleman spoke animatedly to Gu Qingqing. Both Gu Qingqing and her companions, Qin Shirin and Li Shishir, were extraordinarily attractive, and the young man, named Zhang Feng, was the eldest son of the esteemed Jiang family from the Qingxi province of the southern Zhao kingdom. Zhang Feng appeared refined and cultured, yet he was deeply enamored with dual cultivation methods. Whenever he encountered a captivating woman, he could not resist the urge to strike up a conversation. Jiyu Qingqing and her companions, possessing remarkable charm, were no exception, especially since Gu Qingqing, the most formidable among them, was merely at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, comparable to him in strength. Given Zhang Feng's family influence, he was confident that he could successfully engage with them. He completely disregarded Li Muzhou and Lu Yi, feeling secure with his family's supreme elder nearby. Glancing at Zhang Feng, Gu Qingqing voiced her acknowledgement and then turned her gaze towards a stone tablet towering hundreds of feet high beside the Bodhi Tower. The tablet was covered in countless names, while a smaller tablet nearby bore no inscriptions at all. Noticing her gaze, Zhang Feng swiftly unfurled his folding fan and confidently declared, "My lady, those 2 stone tablets are the heavenly ranking and the earthly ranking. The heavenly ranking records the names of the prodigies who have traversed the Bodhi Tower in the Feishue's secret realm over the past millennium, and their rankings are preserved indefinitely. The earthly ranking, however, documents the rankings of those who participate in the Bodhi Tower each time the secret realm opens, resetting with each new cycle." Zhang Feng appeared unfazed by Gu Qingqing's indifference, continuing his discourse. As for the heavenly ranking, it is particularly remarkable, recording only the names of 1,000 individuals. You must have heard of the current monarch of the Southern Zhao Kingdom, 200 years ago. He was an unparalleled genius, crushing the prodigies of various sects in the Southern Zhao Kingdom, yet he only ranked 9,992nd on the heavenly ranking. Zhang Feng's words left Gu Qingqing and her companions utterly astonished. They were well aware of the Southern Zhao Kingdom's monarch, who had been renowned as the most remarkable talent in a millennium. However, they were taken aback that he had only achieved a rank of 9992. Indeed, Gu Qingqian's gaze fixated on the name of the contemporary monarch in the countdown. Li Muzhou cast a glance at Zhang Feng, who was still chattering away, and felt no inclination to engage. This information was common knowledge for most. Simultaneously, he stole a glance at Gu Qingqian. Ah, she was indeed quite lovely, merely a fraction less enchanting than Gu Qinghan. Undoubtedly a rare beauty, no wonder this fellow had the audacity to approach her. Regarding the information about the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou was well versed. The Bodhi Tower, it was said, posed challenges of equal strength to every individual who entered, with the difficulty escalating with each level. The first 300 levels were nearly the limit for an average person. Beyond 300, it transitioned into a difficult tier. Without formidable spells, skills, treasures, or the embodiment of true intent, breaking through was nearly impossible. After 600 levels, the difficulty reached hellish proportions. Upon surpassing 900 levels, it became a nightmare level of challenge, unless one possessed extraordinary talent or a unique bloodline. Reaching 900 levels was akin to serving oneself up as a meal. Ladies, I, Jiang, am not particularly gifted, but I wish to invite a few of you for a private discussion. I also have several fine wines to share. What say you? Zhang Feng snapped his folding fan shut with a flourish. Exuding refinement, Ji Qingqian responded coldly, I'm sorry, but I have no interest. She had already found Zhang Feng somewhat bothersome, and his frivolous demeanor irked her greatly. Qin Shirin and Li Shishir simultaneously shook their heads, dismissing Zhang Feng's overtures with indifference. Zhang is merely extending goodwill, and you find it amusing? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes, preparing to intimidate Gu Qingqian and the others by revealing his lineage. He had successfully used this tactic before. Step aside. Are you not aware of how annoying you are? Ha, it seems Zhang feels you are indeed challenging the limits of politeness. Guards, seize them, with a command. Numerous guards of the Purple Mansion realm surged towards Li Muzhou and his companions. However, what transpired next left Zhang Feng utterly astonished. Li Muzhou, whose aura seemed ordinary, suddenly swept his sleeve, sending forth a streak of sword light from his fingertips, instantly cleaving several guards of the Purple Mansion realm in two. Simultaneously, one strand of sword energy shot straight for Zhang Feng's face. With a whoosh, an elder of the Divine Wanderer realm appeared before Zhang Feng, deploying a defensive technique to block Li Muzhou's casual strike. Staggering back several steps, the elder wore a shocked expression. Even Li Muzhou's casual attack, which had been divided, forced him to retreat significantly. The disparity in power was evident. The elder swiftly turned to Zhang Feng, bellowing, You wretched fool, kneel and apologize to the elder at once. He recognized that Li Muzhou was formidable. Conservatively estimating, he surpassed him by 3 realms, or else he wouldn't have found this encounter so taxing. Ah? Zhang Feng was left dumbfounded, struggling to swallow, his expression one of utter confusion. The scene that had just unfolded left him in a daze. The youth before him, who appeared even younger, was actually a powerhouse of the Divine Wanderer realm. Moreover, his strength exceeded that of the elder of the Zhang family. In a moment of chilling realization, Zhang Feng knelt on the ground. Hold on. Li Muzhou glanced at the Zhang family elder with a mocking smile. What a fine Zhang family you have. Listen well, old dog, either he dies, or your Zhang family faces extermination. Choose one. Chapter 35. The Nalan Ancient Clan. Qing Han arrives. The Zhang family elder paused, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Elder, I ascended this a bit excessive. Furthermore, Feng has not committed any grave offenses. You speak nonsense, Li Shishir interjected. Hands on her hips, if it weren't for our elder being present, Zhang Feng would have long dispatched someone to capture us. A mere Zhang family, do they dare look down upon my Tianjin sect? What? The Zhang family elder rubbed his eyes, finally noticing the Tianjin sect lotus embroidery on Li Muzhou and Li Shishir's garments. Immediately struck dumb with shocked, I do not wish to repeat myself. Make your choice. Li Muzhou narrowed his eyes, addressing the Jiang family elder. A mere Jiang family, their influence is less than that of the Yin Sha Valley. I easily obliterated Yin Sha Valley. How could a Jiang family withstand my wrath? Elder, I don't want to die. Please save me. Jiang Feng, in a panic, crawled to the elder's feet, desperately clutching his leg and pleading for mercy. This Jiang family young master truly did not know the danger he courted by provoking the Tianjin sect. Indeed, not long ago, it was rumored that Yin Sha Valley was annihilated by a direct disciple of a Tianjin sect elder. They truly dare. It would be better if he perished. Jiang Feng is no good person, having just attempted to flirt with my senior sister. Huh? Though I am not from the Nanjiao kingdom, I believe this wretch deserves death. Just recently, he was quite the nuisance to the women around here from a distance. Onlookers reveled in Jiang Feng's predicament. Fenger, don't blame the elder. Remember to walk the righteous path in your next life. With a determined bite, the Jiang family elder smote Jiang Feng, transforming him into a mist of blood with a single strike. Subsequently, the elder departed with a darkened expression, while a vacuum of space formed around Li Muzhou. No one daring to approach him. Let us rest here and await the opening of the Bodhi Tower. Li Muzhou paid little heed to the earlier altercation. Such was the nature of the path of greatness. Powerful survive while the weak perish. Only those with strength possess a voice. His gaze shifted to the celestial list atop the Bodhi Tower. The 10,000 names inscribed on the list were all extraordinary prodigies. First, Yuan Tian. From the middle domain Tianyuan Sacred Ground, level 970. Second, Ling Feng. From the northern domain Jiang Tianzong, level 969. Third, Su Xinghe. From the western domain Tianyin Sacred Ground, level 968. Fourth, Feng Shi. From the middle domain Shanhuang Ancient Clan, level 968. Fifth, Jiang Wudao. From the eastern domain Qiyin Sacred Ground, level 967. 10th, Nalan Shui. From the middle domain Nalan Ancient Clan. Li Shishir, also observing the rankings, exclaimed in shock, Elder Muzhou, I've heard of the 10th place. 200 years ago, they were renowned across the Lingxiao realm, and back then, they were among the top 5 prodigies on the Lingxiao list. The celestial list of the Bodhi Tower had existed for ages, dominated by sons and daughters of sacred grounds and ancient clans. The closest to the present among the top 10 was indeed Nalan Shui, among the 5 great domains of the Lingxiao realm. The middle domain boasted the most formidable warriors, whereas the southern domain lagged significantly behind the others. Out of the 10,000 rankings, only 3 from the Nanjiao kingdom were named, all of whom placed over 9,000. Indicating the immense prestige of this celestial list, A.S. Li Shishir and the others marveled at the individuals on the list. A pair, a man and a woman, caught Li Muzhou's attention from a distance. The elder sister, possessing a strikingly dignified and graceful appearance, exuded an extraordinary aura at the age of 22. The young man beside her bore a striking resemblance, clearly her younger brother at 18, a sibling pair. Initially, it was their talents that captured Li Muzhou's notice. Though merely 18, the young man had already reached the 8th level of the Vajra realm. How terrifying! In the southern domain, few could match such prowess. His sister was an even more astonishing anomaly, at 22 having reached the 1st level of the Wanderer realm. Though they masked their voices with secret techniques, Li Muzhou could hear them clearly. Quickly, he identified their identities, Nalan Xinyu and Nalan Jie, the contemporary prodigies of the Nalan ancient clan. 200 years ago, Nalan Shui had emerged, also among the top 5 prodigies on the Lingxiao list, and later soared to become a formidable entity, leading the Nalan family to ascend as the Nalan ancient clan. Elder sister, this Feishu's secret realm is nothing remarkable. The challenges encountered previously posed no difficulty at all. Only this Bodhi Tower will allow us to etch our names upon the celestial list. We, as siblings, shall surely refresh the rankings, perhaps even surpass our ancestor. Nalan Jie gazed at the celestial list, brimming with confidence. The Bodhi Tower's challenges corresponded to the realms of both the Gathering Spirit and Divine Wanderer realms. Thus Nalan Jie was confident in leaving a mark on the celestial list. Like many other powerful factions, their purpose in venturing into the Feishu's secret realm was to validate themselves through the Bodhi Tower. As for other opportunities and treasures, they were of little concern to them. Little Jie, not again. Nalan Xinyu furrowed her brow. You must understand, there are always those more talented than oneself. Though the southern domain is a lesser place, there may still exist peerless prodigies enough. Peerless prodigies? You say? I have yet to encounter anyone in the younger generation of the southern domain who surpasses me. Sister, just watch. I shall not only etch my name upon the celestial leaderboard of the Bodhi Tower, but I also intend to secure a commendable position at this upcoming celestial gathering of the Lingxiao realm. Upon hearing these words, Nalan Xinyu playfully tapped Nalan Jia on the head, exclaiming, "You are becoming increasingly arrogant. As the sixth on the hidden dragon list, I lack the confidence to claim a good rank myself. The monsters in the top 5 are each stronger than the last. If I could gain some insights during this Bodhi Tower trial and break through to the second level of the Celestial Wanderer realm, perhaps I could make a push for the Celestial Gathering. Sister, I understand. Didn't you privately challenge Lin Nantian, the fourth on the hidden dragon list, and lose to him? Once you break through to the second level of the Celestial Wanderer realm, you will surely defeat him. No, I believe that even maintaining an undefeated status at the second level would be commendable." Nalan Xinyu and Nalan Jia were not far from Li Muzhou, unaware that their conversation, shrouded by a secret technique, was heard word for word by him. Although many present did not recognize the siblings, a portion of the crowd acknowledged their lineage. "I never expected the holy son and daughter of the Nalan ancient clan to be here. How amusing," muttered a bespectacled elder. "I, the old ancestor of the Crimson Sun, had the fortune to attend the Nalan ancient clan's assembly. I never imagined that Nalan Xinyu would already be at the Celestial Wanderer realm." Qing Han? Suddenly, Li Muzhou sensed an aura approaching, and with a joyful expression, turned toward the source. He beheld a figure clad in an ice-blue gown swiftly making her way toward him. Chapter 36. The Bodhi Tower's Treasure River. Registered disciple Gu Qingqian Master, Gu Qinghan, like a swallow returning to its nest, leapt into Li Muzhou's embrace, her eyes brimming with excitement. Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qinghan's back, smiling as he said, "Good, good, good. It's wonderful that you've come. Sister, you have grown stronger yet again. Sister, you are here too?" "Yes, I encountered a senior at Cheeling Cliff." "What? Sister, you have comprehended the essence's embryonic form? That is truly impressive." Gu Qingqian's cheeks flushed slightly, thanks to the senior's guidance. "Without that, I would not have had such fortune." Observing her sister's closeness with Li Muzhou, Gu Qingqian felt a pang of envy in her heart, thinking how wonderful it would be if she could experience the same. Li Shishir and Lu Yi also respectfully greeted Gu Qinghan, while the youthful group chattered animatedly, seemingly with endless topics to discuss. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the Bodhi Tower erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. A river-like illusion emanating from its pinnacle, stretching for miles. "Look, it's the Bodhi Treasure River." Upon the emergence of the Bodhi Treasure River, the opening of the Bodhi Tower was imminent. Indeed, the Bodhi Treasure River contains all the treasures from within the Snowfall's secret realm. It is said to even hold the legacy of powerful yin-yang mirror practitioners. Haha, so many rewards. If I could acquire a few, this journey would be worth it. Aside from elixirs and divine weapons, there were numerous precious spiritual herbs. Look, that is the dragon spirit grass, and over there, the ascending dragon fruit. My heavens! The ice essence snow lotus. How could there be an ice essence snow lotus? This treasure is even more precious than the jade cauldron dragon lotus and could fetch a sky-high price. The various factions gathered outside the Bodhi Tower erupted in excitement upon witnessing the Bodhi Treasure River. Naturally, the difficulty of acquiring these treasures was immense. At least the treasures within the first 300 levels were merely common spiritual herbs. Truly rare treasures would only appear after the 500th level. The ice essence snow lotus? Gu Qingqian gazed at the Bodhi Treasure River, her eyes glimmering with excitement as she turned to Li Muzhou. "Senior, have you not been searching for the ice essence snow lotus? I am willing to ascend the tower and take a chance to procure the ice essence snow lotus for my sister." Previously, while Li Muzhou was in Jiayue City, he had instructed the Gu family to inquire far and wide, even attending auction houses in nearby cities. But to no avail. Gu Qingqian understood that Li Muzhou sought the ice essence snow lotus for Gu Qinghan. The Gu family's current status, along with her own comprehension of the essence's embryonic form, was all thanks to Li Muzhou's efforts. Gu Qingqian wished to use her own hands to repay him. "Good. Once the Bodhi Tower opens, you may give it a try. Should you fail, it matters not. I shall retrieve it myself. From this moment forth, you shall be my registered disciple. Do you accept?" Li Muzhou patted Gu Qingqian's shoulder, his voice gentle and resonant. Gu Qingqian's talent was quite commendable, boasting a rare aptitude of 95, which most sects would nurture as a prized disciple. However, when it came to her innate talent concerning the laws of truth. Her potential far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If she could indeed procure the ice essence Snow Lotus to aid Gu Qinghan in awakening her unique bloodline, it would fulfill a side quest. And having a registered disciple would be an added bonus, with no objections from the likes of the ruthless master. I am willing. I am willing. Disciple pays respects to the master, Gu Qingqian exclaimed joyfully. Hastily bowing, she felt as if she were dreaming in this moment, particularly since it meant she could often be with her sister. As time ticked by, Li Muzhou engaged in casual conversation with his disciple while contemplating various matters. Name: Li Muzhou. Age: 23. Realm: Midstage of the Celestial Wanderer Realm, 3rd level bloodline. Chaos level ZY Sword Body, Chaos level, 5th rank. Cultivation method: Chaos Return to Origin Taoist Scripture. Infinite Sword Scripture, Ice Ceiling Profound Cold Scripture Treasure. Deluo Sacred Sword Side Quest. Assist Gu Qinghan in awakening her first-grade bloodline and elevate her realm by 1 level amidst the conversations. A refined gentleman approached the Bodhi Tower, spotting Gu Qingqian and clasping his hands. Qingqian, it has been a long time, Gu Qinghan, filled with curiosity, asked, Sister, do you know him? Gu Qingqian replied casually, I know him. My master brought me to train and stayed at the Nanjiao Royal Academy for a few days. He is Xie Jijun from the Royal Academy. His father is the vice president and a friend of my master. The tone of her voice indicated that Gu Qingqian held little fondness for Xie Jijun. Yet he gazed at her with an infatuated expression. You must be Miss Gu Qinghan? Xie Jijun flashed a self-assured smile, declaring, I have heard your sister speak of you often. You are truly beautiful. Xie Jijun, we are not well acquainted, Gu Qingqian replied, her impatience growing. If you have nothing to discuss, please do not interrupt our conversation. In this world, while beautiful women were plentiful, sycophants were even more so. Although Xie Jijun came from a decent background and possessed some talent, he was merely a frivolous scion of privilege, surrounded by the sons of nobility from the Nanjiao kingdom. Yu Qingqian held a particular disdain for such individuals and therefore did not treat him kindly. With a hum, the leaderboard stone tablet illuminated, and the teleportation array at the Bodhi Tower's entrance activated. A mechanical voice devoid of emotion resonating, the Bodhi Tower is now open. All trial participants may enter the teleportation array. Well, since Miss Qingqian is unwilling to engage with me, I shall proceed to the trial. I hope Miss Qingqian achieves a commendable rank as well. Xie Jijun forced a smile, departing in displeasure as the throngs of people surged into the teleportation array. Xie Jijun, despite his privileged status, possessed a talent rating of 90 and harbored ambitions for this endeavor, wishing to ascend the Bodhi Tower's celestial leaderboard and perhaps even surpass the record left by the former king of the Nanjiao kingdom, which stood at the 499th level. He intended to let his strength do the talking to win over Gu Qingqian, confident that she would struggle to surpass the 300th level at best. Had Xie Jijun known that Gu Qingqian had already comprehended the essence's embryonic form, he would have realized how foolish his assumptions were. Moments after the Bodhi Tower's opening, numerous names appeared upon the leaderboard. Based on the speed of the trial participants and their overall performance, the leaderboard would automatically tally the rankings of the top 1,000. While Xie Jijun was indeed a privileged scion, he possessed some genuine skill. In no time, he found himself appearing on the leaderboard, ranking within the top 500, his progress astonishingly swift. However, many others found their names fading away almost immediately, overtaken by later competitors or failing the trial altogether and losing their qualification. Qingqian, steady yourself. There is no need to rush. The true treasures lie beyond the 500th level. Yes, mastered. Li Muzhou smiled slightly, observing the leaderboard as Xie Jijun's name soared upward like a rocket. Xie Jijun from the Nanjiao Royal Academy is climbing at an impressive pace. Within the top 100, now within the top 50. As expected of a genius second only to the Crown Prince of the Nanjiao Kingdom. Truly remarkable. It is a pity that the Crown Prince did not attend. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be among the top ranks of the leaderboard. 300 levels cleared, and he is in first place. What an astonishing speed, unparalleled. Xie Jijun's impressive performance drew considerable attention from the crowd. In the distance, sister, how can someone like him hold the first place on the leaderboard? It's my turn to shine. All right, but do not be careless. The ancestors said that the 500th level serves as a watershed, the starting point for ascending the celestial leaderboard. Rest assured, sister, watch closely. Nailan Jie, with eagerness and determination, leaped into action. Chapter 37. Teacher, I'm ready. Ajia, don't be careless. Nalan Xinyu smiled faintly, seemingly offering a word of caution. Yet her expression radiated confidence in her brother. Indeed, when compared to all the other challengers, her brother truly stood unrivaled. The refresh rate of the leaderboard was astonishingly rapid. At this moment, aside from Xie Jun, who firmly held the first place while battling on the 300th floor, the names of others either faded swiftly or were quickly surpassed by newcomers. A considerable number of participants were alternating within the first 200 floors, with only a scant few managing to reach the 300th floor. 320 floors. Xie Jun is quite impressive. Although his progress has slowed, he continues to ascend steadily. Hey, look over there. Nalan Jia, from the middle domain. Wow, goodness, it's actually the holy son of the Nalan ancient clan. I've heard that the current holy son and holy daughter of the Nalan ancient clan are siblings. If Nalan Jia is here, does that mean Nalan Xinyu is as well? Rumor has it that Nalan Xinyu's talent is not inferior to that of her ancestor, Nalan Shui, and she currently ranks 6th on the hidden dragon list. Truly extraordinary. My heavens, at this speed, he could easily surpass Xie Jun. In the blink of an eye, Nalan Jia had reached the 300th floor, leaving all spectators in awe if Xie Jun was the most exceptional among the previous batch of challengers. Then at this moment, Nalan Jia was on an entirely different level, eclipsing Xie Jun. Xie Jun had been in the Bodhi Tower for half an hour and had only reached the 350th floor. While Nalan Jia had surpassed him in mere moments, instantly, everyone was left dumbfounded by Nalan Jia's astonishing speed. 400 floors. I'm at my limit. Could it be that Nalan Jia is destined for the heavenly list? Indeed, the difficulty significantly escalates after the 300th floor. To enter the top 10,000 of the heavenly list, one must reach the 500th floor in a remarkably short time. 420, 430, 440. My goodness, without comparison, there is no pain. Xie Jun from the southern Zhao Kingdom is merely a stepping stone. Haha, absolutely. Nalan Jia continued to sweep through the floors, only slowing down after reaching the 450th floor. In stark contrast, Xie Jun, who had once been the center of attention, was still struggling on the 380th floor. Nearing his limit. 480. He is definitely on the path to the heavenly list. True, although his current speed is slower than before, it remains impressively swift. 499 floors. Are we about to witness a miracle? Indeed, surpassing the 500th floor would grant him a chance to enter the heavenly list, but judging by the last recorded rank, he must reach at least 510 floors. Each name on the leaderboard was accompanied by a recorded time. If someone could reach 510 floors but exceeded the time limit, they would still be unable to enter even the tail end of the heavenly list. Yet, it was evident to all that Nalan Jia had ample time to spare. Master, Nalan Jia's talent is truly remarkable. Gu Qinghan was equally astonished by Nalan Jia's speed, turning to Li Muzhou and saying, Indeed, there is something special about him. In the vast realm of Lingshao, the longevity of ancient clans was indeed limited. However, should you awaken your bloodline, you would not fall short of him. Li Muzhou gently pinched Gu Qinghan's cheek, his voice warm and soothing. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's face blossomed with two sweet dimples. In no time, Nalan Jia had broken through the 500th floor. At this moment, his pace was noticeably slower than before. Yet he still ascended steadily. Those who witnessed this spectacle were left in sheer astonishment. Such a terrifying pace was nothing short of a visual feast. Sigh, my limit is merely 430 floors. I should be the current leader on the Earth ranking, right? Xie Jun had not even managed to take a single step in front of the illusion on the 430th floor before being forcibly transported out of the tower. Regardless of who it was, the opportunity to challenge the Bodhi Tower was a one-time affair. Thus, the value of the rankings held immense significance. Nevertheless, he remained confident that he was indeed the first on the Earth ranking. Upon exiting the tower, Xie Jun heard bursts of gasps and discussions, causing his smile to broaden. It seemed he had become the center of attention. If he could advance a few more floors, he would undoubtedly have a chance to ascend to the heavenly list. Surely, Gu Qingqian would be left in awe by his prowess. However, Xie Jun's smile quickly faded as he realized that the discussions were not about him at all. With an awkward smile, he turned to check the leaderboard. Nalan Jia, Nalan Ancient Clan, 508 floors. Upon seeing these words, Xie Jun's mouth twitched. Yet soon, he regained his composure. while he too was a talented scion from a prominent family. Compared to the colossal Nalan ancient clan, he felt like a mere country bumpkin, utterly incomparable. It was no disgrace to be surpassed by Nalan Jia. After all, he still ranked within the top 10 of the Earth ranking. In the blink of an eye, Nalan Jia had reached the 510th floor. This level would determine whether he could step onto the heavenly list, and the duration spent here was notably prolonged, approximately 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the rankings on the heavenly list shifted. Nalan Jia's name appeared at the very end, surpassing the previous record held by the king of the southern Zhao kingdom, becoming the 9,990th. Conversely, the prior record on the heavenly list vanished without a trace. How incredibly absurd. How could I lose despite employing the same techniques? Outside the Bodhi Tower, Nalan Jia was forcibly transported out, his expression one of vexation. The reason the difficulty escalated to hellish levels beyond the 500th floor was not only due to defeating the opponents conjured by the illusion, but also having to defeat opponents who mirrored oneself. Nalan Jia had been careless and fell victim to his own illusion, resulting in his defeat by himself. Otherwise, his ranking would have continued to rise. Nalan Jia approached Nalan Xinyu, clenching his fists in frustration. "Sister, I'm so annoyed. I was just a bit careless and lost to my own illusion. Isn't that infuriating?" "See, I told you not to be careless," Nalan Xinyu replied with a smile. "If you could rectify your clumsiness, you would undoubtedly perform even better." How beautiful. She must be Nalan Xinyu. Of course. Didn't you hear Nalan Jia call her sister? My goodness. Does that mean Nalan Xinyu is even more formidable? Absolutely. Her talent is certainly not inferior to that of the former ancestor. Nalan Shui, in that instant, all eyes were filled with envy. Xie Jun bore a proud expression as well, for losing to Nalan Jia was no disgrace. At least he still held the 10th position on the Earth ranking. However, when he glanced towards Gu Qingqian, he found that she had no intention of acknowledging him whatsoever. Gu Qingqian opened her eyes and calmly stated, "Teacher, I'm ready to go ahead. With your aptitude, making it onto the list is assured." Li Muzhou smiled slightly, looking at Gu Qingqian as he spoke. Possessing the ability to comprehend the essence of the laws, Gu Qingqian could easily surpass 500 floors, even eclipsing Nalan Jia, should the stars align favorably. Chapter 38. The Icy Essence Snow Lotus in hand, breaking through to the 5th level of the Divine Travel Realm, Gu Qingqian grasped Gu Qinghan's hand and declared, "Sister, don't worry. I am determined to secure the Icy Essence Snow Lotus." Gu Qinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, "Sister, I'll be waiting for you." Since childhood, her sister had always protected her, ensuring that she received the best of everything. After her sister was taken away by the ruthless master, years passed without a word, leaving Gu Qinghan heartbroken for a long time. Now that her sister was going to retrieve the Icy Essence Snow Lotus for her, a flood of memories surged back, nearly bringing her to tears. "Foolish girl, I must thank you properly. Without you, our Gu family would not be where we are today. It's only right for me to do something for you." "Teacher, I'm off." Gu Qingqian smiled brightly as she gracefully stepped into the teleportation array. "Humph. What else with the aloofness? I'm curious to see how far you can go. Don't falter and fail to even clear the 300th floor." In front of the Bodhi Tower, Xie Jun watched Gu Qingqian pass by and felt a sense of defiance rising within him. When he first met Gu Qingqian, he was captivated by her elegant demeanor and exquisite features. He had assumed that leveraging his background would make winning her favor effortless, only to discover that Gu Qingqian was exceedingly aloof. Today, he had already been overshadowed by Nalan Jia and then further ignored multiple times by Gu Qingqian, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Inside the Bodhi Tower, Gu Qingqian found herself in a secluded space, where a mechanical voice echoed in her ears. "7th level of the Purple Mansion, please input your information and select your challenge method." Before Gu Qingqian, a scroll composed of spiritual energy materialized. With a thought, her information appeared on the scroll. Gu Qingqian, 21 years old, Southern Domain, Tianjin sect. Such information cannot be fabricated. Every challenger leaves behind their own details, and their realm is automatically detected by the formation. Rarely does anyone choose to conceal their identity. In an instant, Gu Qingqian opted for the path of the Sword Immortal. From this moment forth, her adversaries would be those of the Sword Immortal tier. The first level's opponent was a sword-wielding yellow turban warrior. Simple enough, a single strike sufficed to defeat him. In a flash, Gu Qingqian ascended to the 50th level. All who enter the Bodhi Tower experience a process of advancement. No one is exempt. Should one fail to trigger this leap, it merely indicates that they cannot even surpass 300 levels. The 50th level remained effortlessly within her grasp, enabled solely by the few sword techniques imparted by Li Muzhou. Upon a second leap, Gu Qingqian found herself at the 80th level. Yet, she was unaware of the tremendous stir she was causing in the outside world. Her ascent speed was viewed as nothing short of a rocket launch, rivaling even that of Nailin Jia. No, to be precise, she was even swifter. Who on earth is Gu Qingqian? She has soared directly into the top 10? 300 levels already. My heavens, 400 levels. I'm dizzy. Could she be yet another prodigy from some superpower? At 440 levels, she had already surpassed Xie Jijun's limits. Her speed showed no signs of abating. Astonishing, from the Tianjin sect? Merely a sect from this backward southern domain. How could such a prodigy settle for less? Indeed, if she could join my northern domain's 10 absolute sect, our 10 absolute immortal techniques would surely make her renowned throughout the Lingxiao realm. Nonsense. Is your 10 absolute sect truly that formidable? My Qiri sect is the most suitable place for her. Heh, Qiri ancestor. Are you only now considering her because she has outperformed your beloved disciple? Mind your own business. This, Xie Jijun gazed at Gu Qingqian's astonishing breakthrough speed, his expression one of utter disbelief. Jiyu Qingqian was indeed a remarkable talent, and the Tianjin sect had finally captured the attention of numerous powerful factions. Be it the Holy Son of the 10 Absolute sect, the Holy Sons of the Qiri sect from the Northern Domain, or the prodigies from other factions, all were currently eclipsed by Gu Qingqian, who had ascended directly to second place on the Earth ranking, trailing only Nailin Jia. Time to leave. Xie Jijun wished fervently for a crevice to hide within. He knew that remaining would only invite humiliation upon himself. Initially, he had anticipated watching Gu Qingqian's misfortune, but now he realized he was but a mere clown, insignificant compared to her. Jiu Qinghan was overjoyed, clinging to Li Muzhou's arm, exclaiming, "Master, my sister has reached the 500th level." "That should suffice," Li Muzhou responded calmly. "After all, your sister's cultivation technique is relatively weak. 510 levels is her limit." Nailin Jia had faltered at 510 levels due to carelessness, while Gu Qingqian's failure at the same level was entirely due to her foundational weaknesses. However, should Gu Qingqian maintain her current pace and reach 510 levels, her chances of making the rankings would still be 50-50. At 21 years old, with a purple mansion at the 7th level and the embryonic form of true intent, she possessed qualifications to vie for the heaven ranking. Nailin Jia, however, was at the 7th level of the Diamond Realm, making his challenge considerably harder than Gu Qingqian's, yet her foundational weaknesses posed a significant hurdle, likely resulting in her consuming slightly more time than Nailin Jia at the 510 levels. 503.500 and 4.505. Half an hour later, Gu Qingqian arrived at the 510th level. This challenge was deemed by Li Muzhou to be her limit. She had spent more time inside than Nailin Jia. "This is impossible. Even with my true intent in embryonic form, I cannot defeat her. Her sword technique is far more refined than mine," Gu Qingqian gasped, finally succumbing to her own illusionary doppelganger. The illusionary doppelganger within the Bodhi Tower exhibited no errors whatsoever. Gu Qingqian always found herself a step behind, utterly unable to break the stalemate. The time she expended was a full 10 minutes longer than Nailin Jia. As anticipated by Li Muzhou, the challenger Gu Qingqian ultimately achieved a score of 510 levels. Please select a reward. Numerous treasures appeared before Gu Qingqian, most of which were spiritual herbs. Without a moment's hesitation, she chose the Ice Marrow Snow Lotus INF Flash. Gu Qingqian was forcibly teleported out of the tower. This achievement was already remarkable for her. Had her foundation been stronger, she would undoubtedly have shattered Nailin Jia's record and secured a place on the rankings. But in comparison to the rankings, Gu Qingqian simply wished to reach 500 levels to obtain the Ice Marrow Snow Lotus. As soon as she emerged from the tower, countless elders surrounded her, each appearing as if they had discovered a great treasure. "Jiu Qingqian, I am the Grand Elder of the 10 Absolute sect. Our 10 Absolute Immortal Path is renowned throughout the world. Would you be willing to join us?" "Step aside, Gu Qingqian. I am the Vice Sect Master of the Jade Maiden sect. I wish to take you as my personal disciple and make you the Holy Maiden of my Yun sect." "Gu Qingqian, I am from the Qiri sect." Those vying for Gu Qingqian's allegiance were all prominent figures, including several of the top factions from the Southern Domain. "Apologies, but Qingqian already has a master. Gu Qingqian disregarded their proposals and walked directly to Gu Qinghan, placing the ice marrow snow lotus in her hands. All the elders fell silent. What does having a master matter? Once we uncover the details of your sect, it will not be difficult to take you in, eat it. Once you do, you will become extraordinary. Li Muzhou's face lit up with joy as he looked at Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan nodded, swallowing the ice marrow snow lotus whole. In an instant, she felt a seismic transformation occurring within her body. Were it not for Li Muzhou concealing her fluctuations with secret methods, it would have inevitably caused a sensation. Congratulations, host. Gu Qinghan has awakened her bloodline, granting her 1,000-fold critical hit, along with a reward of 1,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 39. What is the origin of the Tianjin sect? 1,000 years of cultivation. Li Muzhou's pupils constricted as he sensed a surge of mana within his spiritual realm, surpassing his previous total, elevating his realm from the 3rd level to the mid-stage of the 5th level. To reach the late stage of the 5th level would still require astronomical amounts. Good heavens! The quality of my mana, now paired with the Chaos Grade ZY sword body, would allow me to contend even against those at the 8th level of the Divine Travel Realm, and perhaps even touch the 9th level. Everyone must possess a clear understanding of their own strength, much like a mortal must consider whether they have enough money before embarking on a task. Looking at Gu Qinghan, she remained seated in meditation, still undergoing her transformation. This process would not last long. Congratulations, host. You have completed the 1st stage of the main quest, triggering the 2nd stage. Main quest. Teach Gu Qinghan to break through to the Divine Pill Realm. Reward. 1 evolution of True Intent and 1 Yin-Yang Mirror 9th level summoning card. Subquest. Your disciple Gu Qinghan must become renowned throughout the Lingxiao realm across the 5 major domains. Reward. Time-Space Domain. Upon hearing the new tasks from the system, Li Muzhou's interest was piqued. First, regarding the main quest, the evolution of True Intent is immensely powerful. True Intent is not static. It stems from enlightenment. Even the 9th grade True Intent can be continuously refined to reach higher levels, yet those capable of such evolution are few and far between. The Yin-Yang Mirror represents true giants. All who wield the Yin-Yang Mirror are formidable beings. The 9th level experience card for the Yin-Yang Mirror is no trivial matter. With this card, I could traverse the Lingxiao realm with ease. As for the time-space domain, it is even more coveted. The Yin-Yang Mirror is revered as a powerhouse precisely due to its dimensional strikes through time and space. A Yin-Yang Mirror could triumph over 10,000 Divine Travel Realm practitioners, relying solely on the enhancements of the time-space domain. If I were to wield the time-space domain at the Divine Travel Realm, would that not enable me to become an extraordinary giant ahead of time? However, gaining renown throughout the Lingxiao realm is no small feat. The only path lies in bringing Gu Qinghan to the 50-yearly grand competition of the 5 major domains, also known as the Lingxiao Festival. As long as Gu Qinghan secures a position within the top 10,000 at the Lingxiao Grand Competition, she will undoubtedly become a significant figure in the Lingxiao realm. However, the difficulty of this task is indeed hellish. Even though the southern domain is relatively weaker than other domains, it still boasts several sects numbering in the thousands or 5,000s. How many prodigies could that entail? Coupled with the other major domains, particularly the super domains, the total number of prodigies easily begins at the 100,000 mark. Thus, comparatively speaking, helping Gu Qinghan break through to the diamond realm should be relatively easier. Regardless, Li Muzhou was determined to do his utmost to fulfill the task, for the rewards were exceedingly tempting. Jia, do you now understand what it means that there are always greater talents beyond your own? You once looked down upon the southern domain, yet here emerges a genius who nearly surpasses your record. Nailan Xinyu glanced at the distant Gu Qingqian and spoke to Nailan Jia. Both Nailan Xinyu and the other elders from various major domains assumed that Li Muzhou and his companions were merely fellow disciples of Gu Qingqian. As Li Muzhou was simply too young, and none dared to eavesdrop on their conversation, "Big sister, I understand now it was entirely my oversight. Why don't you give it a try as well? The creator of the Bodhi Tower must be a formidable being of the Yin-Yang realm." All right. After taking a deep breath, Nailan Xinyu adjusted her state to its peak and swiftly approached the teleportation array. Whether she could discover the opportunity to break through the second layer of the Divine Wanderer realm was significantly related to the Bodhi Tower. Without a breakthrough in her realm, even she could not guarantee a commendable position in the Lingxiao Grand Competition. The Lingxiao Grand Competition symbolizes honor for any powerful ancient clan. while some may not care about the potential dragon ranking. Those extraordinary prodigies and hidden geniuses will undoubtedly participate in the Lingxiao Grand Competition to prove themselves. Even if many may later fall or decline, the titans of the Lingxiao realm all emerged from this competition. Look, Nailin Xinyu has entered the teleportation array. I can't wait to see if she will set a new record. She certainly will. Her talent is on par with the ancestors of the Nailin clan. Alas, people like us are merely here to play supporting roles. But we just reaped some benefits, didn't we? True, but the real treasures lie beyond the 500th level. Our rewards can only be described as meager. Just watch, the next display will be Nailin Xinyu's performance. Indeed, she is bound to outshine her brother, Nailin Jia. The moment Nailin Xinyu stepped into the teleportation array, all eyes were drawn to her. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan had already completed her transformation. Master, this feeling is delightful. Gu Qinghan sensed the clarity within her, her mind now tenfold more agile than before. A look of curiosity on her face. Is that so? Then let us see. For you, ascending the heavenly ranking is no difficult task. Li Muzhou said, gently patting Gu Qinghan's shoulder. All right, Gu Qinghan rose and leapt into the teleportation array. Like others, Gu Qinghan's entrance into the teleportation array went unnoticed, as the attention of all was fixed on Nailin Xinyu. Wow, she directly jumped 100 levels. Such speed is simply astonishing. Indeed, Nailin Xinyu is truly the saintess of the Nailin clan. Her pace is unparalleled. I recall Nailin Jia only jumped 80 levels during his first attempt. Right? No, it was 79 levels. Nailin Xinyu is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if she can break Nailin Shue's record from back in the day. Look, who was that? They also jumped 100 levels in one go? What? Gu Qinghan is this formidable? This is outrageous. Her speed rivals that of Nailin Xinyu? Goodness, she jumped another 100 levels on her second attempt, and has already caught up to Nailin Xinyu. Gu Qinghan's entry into the Bodhi Tower initially went unnoticed, but her speed in advancing levels was truly remarkable. In just 3 rounds of jumps, she surpassed Nailin Xinyu, reaching the 430th level. Such a striking visual impact left everyone dumbfounded. Who is Nailin Xinyu? Ranked 6th on the potential dragon ranking, the saintess of the Nailin clan, raised with a golden key and countless resources. Such a prodigious speed is understandable. Yet Gu Qinghan is merely an unknown figure? The Tianjin sect, what is its origin? From the Luoxing sect, ranked 5th in the Southern Dao domain. Have never heard of the Tianjin sect. Impossible. How could 2 prodigies emerge from such a small place? Yes, Gu Qingqian is also from the Tianjin sect. Could they be sisters? Of course, their names are too similar. In an instant, everyone was left in awe by Gu Qinghan's performance, their minds buzzing. Even Nailin Xinyu, who was sweeping through the Bodhi Tower, remained unaware that she had already been surpassed by an unknown individual from a lesser place. Chapter 40 Chenan. What a prodigy! Investigate the origins of the Tianjin sect. I have a foreboding feeling that they may seize the inheritance. Yes, I will immediately send a message to the sect. What of the Southern Dao domain? Even if they obtain the inheritance, what does it matter? Quickly, I want all information on the Tianjin sect. Elders from various domains, upon receiving messages from disciples within the secret realm, began to feel uneasy. Nailin Xinyu hails from the Nailin clan, her talent rumored to rival that of the ancestor Nailin Shui, and she is very likely to reach the pinnacle and obtain the inheritance. They lacked the courage to challenge her. But now, out of nowhere, Gu Qinghan appeared, matching Nailin Xinyu's prowess, and also had the potential to reach the summit. Beyond the 900 levels of the Bodhi Tower lies the most terrifying realm, where the highest record on the heavenly ranking stands at 970 levels, yet it cannot be ruled out that Gu Qinghan might reach the top. What is the Southern Dao domain? The weakest of the 5 major Dao domains, and the Tianjin sect does not even rank within the top 10 of all forces in the Southern Dao domain. Merely well known in the Nanjiao country. In the blink of an eye, Nailin Xinyu jumped levels again. Nailin Xinyu has reached 550 levels. Is that even possible? Goodness, is this the true definition of a genius? My heavens! At over 400 levels, just as Gu Qinghan had surpassed Nailin Xinyu erupted with even greater power, unleashing intense divine techniques that obliterated the guardians and her own illusions. Completing her 4th round of jumps, this time, Nailin Xinyu soared directly to 550 levels. The ranking on the heavenly board depends on the final level reached, indicating that Nailin Xinyu's position will surely be high, possibly even breaking Nailin Shue's record of 950 levels, which secured her 10th place on the heavenly ranking. Haha, I knew my sister would never lose to a talent from a small place. My Nalan clan is a major force in the Lingxiao realm. Nalan Jia, who had been frowning, instantly brightened upon witnessing Nalan Xinyu's leap. If not for his oversight at 510 levels, he too could have continued leaping. Just like a duel between masters of the same realm, victory or defeat often rests on a single moment. Absolute certainty is a rare occurrence. However, before Nalan Jia could revel in his joy for 3 seconds, his smile froze again. Within the Bodhi Tower, Gu Qinghan declared, "World's cold ice, heed my command." Clad in a cerulean gown, Gu Qinghan executed profound steps, unleashing the essence of ice, the nascent form of her ice soul sword body, which seemed tailor-made for her. With a single thrust, countless shards of ice coalesced, instantly transforming her opponent into a frozen statue. While the Bodhi Tower is indeed wondrous, capable of conjuring identical illusions of opponents at the same level, it cannot replicate the exact form of her ice soul sword body. With one strike, Gu Qinghan eliminated her adversary. Master was right. As long as I exercise caution before the 900 levels, there should be no significant issues. Gu Qinghan beamed with joy, recalling Li Muzhou's advice before entering the tower. In a moment, a familiar light enveloped her, signaling her arrival at the next level. This moment, Gu Qinghan completed her 5th round of jumps, reaching 650 levels. Goodness, what level of genius is Gu Qinghan? 550 levels, and now she continues to 650 levels. My heavens. Nalan Xinyu hasn't even passed this level and has been surpassed again. Goodness. This woman is an unparalleled genius. If she were to join our sect, she would surely make a name for herself. What are you thinking? Many top-tier forces will likely take notice, even those heavenly grade sects. What do we have to compete? Goodness, she jumped again. She has advanced again. This is exhilarating. It's truly a fierce contest. She's at 650 levels. The same as Gu Qinghan, 705, 800, 805, and Gu Qinghan has reached 850 levels first. Nalan Xinyu has also arrived at 850. This is thrilling. Will they continue to leap? I suspect it might be difficult. According to the rules, beyond 900 levels lies the pinnacle of hellish difficulty. Not only must they defeat the Guardians and their illusions, but they must also overcome the illusion of the last challenger. Do you think the Bodhi Tower might be malfunctioning? Or perhaps Gu Qinghan is cheating? Haha, today we are witnessing history. Watching these two goddesses compete is more thrilling than attempting the challenges myself. Impossible! Nalan Jia gritted his teeth. What on earth is Gu Qinghan? How could she possibly match my sister? No, she consistently outpaces my sister. This is absurd. Could it be that the Bodhi Tower is malfunctioning? Not only does Nalan Jia share this sentiment, but others from different factions harbor similar thoughts. The Feishua's secret realm has existed for a considerable duration, with its emergence in the southern domain occurring a millennium ago. This implies that the locations of the secret realm's appearances are sporadically random. As for the information regarding the Feishua's secret realm previously obtained by the Tianjin sect, one glance at the Tianbang stone tablet reveals that those who have inscribed their names upon it include prodigies from 10 millennia ago, which is indeed rather peculiar. Should any issues arise, it would not be entirely unexpected. All eyes are firmly fixed on Gu Qinghan and Nalan Xinyu's rankings. It is evident that after reaching the 850th level, both of their paces have noticeably slowed, yet they continue to progress steadily. Gu Qinghan is at level 853. Nalan Xinyu has reached level 855. They have overtaken each other. Gu Qinghan is now at level 860. Incredible. Can one truly skip levels? Gu Qinghan is now at level 870. Nalan Xinyu has also jumped, reaching level 870, 880, 890, 899. Goodness, they are on the verge of creating history. Should Gu Qinghan enter the 900th level, the history of our southern domain would be rewritten. Indeed, the highest ranking in our southern domain stands at over 8,800, which is level 799. To put it into perspective, the most recent monarch of the southern Zhao kingdom achieved merely 508 levels within the last few centuries. It is astonishing. Could it be that our southern domain has birthed a genius comparable to that of the central domain? At level 899, both Gu Qinghan and Nalan Xinyu's progress has decelerated. Li Muzhou squints, aware that Gu Qinghan's limits are nearing. Gu Qinghan's understanding of her cultivation technique remains quite rudimentary, coupled with the fact that her ice soul sword body has only recently awakened. leaving many facets unexplored. She might surpass level 901, but levels 902 or 3 would likely be her maximum threshold. Mu Zhou. I recall that Gu Qinghan is your disciple from some time ago. Correct? In the meantime, the sect leader Chen Nan, accompanied by his direct disciple Zhao Hong, arrived before the Bodhi Tower and inadvertently caught sight of the rankings, leaving him momentarily speechless. Upon seeing Gu Qinghan standing, Zhao Hong was equally astonished. Initially, he found it somewhat peculiar that Gu Qinghan had directly become a saintess, but now he comprehended the vast disparity in talent between him and Gu Qinghan. Indeed, quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Li Muzhou replied with a subtle smile. Remarkable does not suffice. She is nothing short of a prodigy. I once ventured into this Bodhi Tower decades ago, reaching a peak of 508 levels, while the elder achieved 505 levels. This is astonishing, Chan Nin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he proposed, Mu Zhou, the Feishu's secret realm opens infrequently, and this is your first visit. Why not give it a try? With such an extraordinary talent, breaking through to the divine realm at merely 20 years of age, one cannot help but wonder what kind of spectacle Li Muzhou would create within the Bodhi Tower. Chapter 41. Jumping 900 levels, shocking the audience. Master, why not give it a try yourself? Elder Muzhou, you must attempt it. Elder, it would be remiss not to try. With Qian Nan's suggestion, disciples such as Gu Qingqian, Zhao Hong, Li Shishir, and Lu Yi all chimed in, urging him to take the plunge. The Feishu's secret realm is accessible to anyone, and the Bodhi Tower can be challenged by all. It is essential for Elder Muzhou to give it a shot. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? I shall try shortly. Just as Li Muzhou spoke, Gu Qinghan had already entered level 900 and successfully passed through, arriving at level 901. All spectators were once again astounded. A historical moment has been created. The genius of our southern domain has made history. Ha ha! Level 901, which allows entry into the top 500 of the Tianbang. Indeed, I wonder how far Gu Qinghan can advance. It is said that every level beyond 900 presents a monstrous degree of difficulty, with the historical record standing at 969 levels. However, Gu Qinghan lingered at level 901 for a full quarter of an hour without any sign of further movement, suggesting she was embroiled in a fierce battle. Nailin Xinyu had also entered level 900. Will she manage to overtake Gu Qinghan once more? Certainly, just wait and see. At this moment, the fierce competition for rankings between Gu Qinghan and Nailin Xinyu captured everyone's attention. Sister, go for it. Nailin Jie was also on edge, as they had reached a critical juncture. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, he anticipated that he might reach levels 7 or 800, yet he was acutely aware that 7 or 800 would be his limit. Since the Bodhi Tower's Tianbang has been recorded, none have entered level 900 and ranked within the top 500 without being renowned prodigies in the Lingxiao realm within the Bodhi Tower. What is happening? Nailin Xinyu gazed at the figure before her, bewildered. She distinctly recalled that the record holder for level 900 on the Tianbang was a prodigy from the Eastern Domain, skilled in the art of music, who had long since vanished into the annals of history. Yet now, before her stood an exceptionally beautiful maiden. I feel as though I have seen her somewhere before. Nailin Xinyu murmured, but the memory eluded her. Before entering the Bodhi Tower, there had been tens of thousands of individuals present, making it impossible for her to memorize every face. Could it be that someone recently broke the record? Leaving behind a new image, Nailin Xinyu's brows furrowed as she unsheathed her long sword, preparing for battle. Buzz! A peculiar wave enveloped her, and Nailin Xinyu discovered her cultivation realm was restricted to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. The Purple Mansion realm? How could one reach this place from there? This is impossible. Nailin Xinyu felt a bit dazed, but did not underestimate her opponent. She unleashed her perfected Earth-grade combat technique without reservation. Regardless of her opponent's prowess, she remained a first-level Divine Realm warrior, possessing combat experience and technique far superior. Understanding the principle of using full strength even against a rabbit, she held nothing back. Boom, boom, boom. In merely 3 moves, Nailin Xinyu was ensnared by the icy stabs, unable to break free. In the same realm. She was no match for Gu Qinghan. Damn it. Nailin Xinyu felt darkness engulf her as her journey through the challenge came to an end. On the Tianbang, Nailin Xinyu replaced an ancient prodigy who had previously held the 500th ranking, her name now gracing the tablet. Swish, 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 All eyes focused on Nalan Xinyu as the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Nalan Xinyu has actually lost? No, she has lost to Gu Qinghan. Indeed, Nalan Xinyu entered level 900 and held her ground for a quarter of an hour. She must have succumbed to the record creator. Gu Qinghan. After a brief silence, the crowd was utterly astonished by the outcome. This result was beyond anyone's expectations. The Saintess from the Nalan ancient clan had been defeated by a mere junior from the southern domain. How surreal. This outcome was unforeseen not only by the spectators, but even by Nalan Xinyu herself. Sai, Gu Qinghan? The Tianjin sect? I have not heard of it, but it seems unreasonable for two prodigies to emerge at once. Nalan Xinyu glanced at her ranking, feeling a tinge of regret. Had it not been for Gu Qinghan's troublesome ice soul sword body, she was confident she could have ascended further, potentially reaching around level 950. However, there are no ifs in this world. In the same realm, she was not Gu Qinghan's opponent. Simultaneously, she prepared to return and report this occurrence to her ancestors. Sometimes, the emergence of an extraordinarily talented genius from a minor sect could spell trouble. Even if the Tianjin sect's members could obtain the inheritance, could they safeguard it? Remarkable, remarkable. Muzhou, your disciple has surpassed Nalan Xinyu. This is simply divine. Hurry, Muzhou, you must give it a try. Chen rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable. Previously, he may have failed to understand why Li Muzhou went to such lengths to take Gu Qinghan as his disciple, nor could he see anything particularly special about her. But now he comprehended that Gu Qinghan was no ordinary genius. She was a prodigy. Very well, I shall give it a try. Muzhou rose, and, under the watchful gaze of Chen Nan, Gu Qingqian, and others, stepped into the teleportation array. Inside the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou found himself in a dimly lit space, where a mechanical voice echoed once more. Name, origin, please select your challenge method. With a thought, his information appeared on the light screen, and he opted for the sword cultivator path. I wonder how many levels I can skip. Li Muzhou mused, scratching his nose casually. In an instant, a sword-wielding yellow-turbaned warrior materialized before him. With a mere gesture, Li Muzhou concentrated his sword intent at his fingertips, transforming it into a radiant sword beam that obliterated the yellow-turbaned warrior into nothingness. Buzz! The light before Li Muzhou flickered, revealing countless illusory floors, accompanied by a sensation akin to an elevator surging upward at a breakneck pace. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 30 breaths passed, yet the light before Li Muzhou continued to ascend without pause. Occasionally, golden beams flickered, illuminating his form before he resumed his ascent. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, Gu Qinghan and Nalan Xinyu were skipping levels within mere breaths. Had there been a glitch? Li Muzhou found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the events transpiring within the Bodhi Tower, mistakenly believing that the rules had faltered. Simultaneously, he developed a profound fascination with the Snowfall's secret realm. The master of this realm was undoubtedly not a mere half-step yin-yang mirror. Otherwise, such an enigmatic Bodhi Tower would not exist. Unbeknownst to Li Muzhou, the hundreds of thousands of onlookers outside had been rendered speechless. Since entering the Bodhi Tower, his name on the leaderboard began to fluctuate at an astonishing pace. 100 layers, 300 layers, 500 layers, 800 layers, 900 layers. After 35 breaths of transformation, the number beside Li Muzhou's name finally settled at 900 layers. Tio leap, a staggering 900 layers in a single breath, was unprecedented. A feat unparalleled since the inception of the Snowfall's secret realm. Is this a deception? Nalan Xinyu was equally petrified, with Xiong De and Xiong Air continuously fluctuating, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Chapter 42. The Secrets of the Snowfall's Secret Realm. Inheritance acquired. Sister, how is this even possible? Did he cheat? What kind of prodigy is Li Muzhou? Nalan Jia was also taken aback, abruptly standing up and breathing heavily. No, there is no mistake. This Bodhi Tower is extraordinary. Have you forgotten what our ancestor mentioned? The Snowfall's secret realm is exceptionally unique, far beyond the comprehension of the common folk. Those capable of leaving such a realm are at least high-tier yin-yang mirror practitioners, possibly even sovereign-level beings. It's just that for countless years, no one has reached the pinnacle to obtain the inheritance. Hence those superpowers have shown little interest. Nalan Xinyu wore a grave expression, fixated on Li Muzhou's name as she spoke. She had a premonition that Li Muzhou might create history and acquire the inheritance of the Snowfall's secret realm, The yin-yang realm represents formidable power, while the nirvana realm above it signifies sovereign-level strength. Of course, sovereign level is merely a legend. No one has ever witnessed it, and everything remains speculative, I know. What the hell? What the hell? Is it the Tianjin sect again? This marks the third prodigy from the Tianjin sect. Right? Gu Qingqian, Gu Qinghan, Li Muzhou. My heavens, what kind of monsters are they? It's utterly shocking. One can clear the challenges like this? Initially, everyone wore expressions of confusion, soon followed by an overwhelming chorus of astonishment. Li Muzhou's name, upon his first leap, was directly fixed at 900 layers, an occurrence that left everyone utterly stunned. The prodigies of the Tianjin sect had caused a crisis of faith for all that I can't be seeing this wrong. Can I? Chun Nan's eyes widened as he pinched his own face and rubbed his eyes vigorously, terrified that what he was witnessing was an illusion. Master, you aren't mistaken. It's real, it's true, Li Shishir said, her eyes brimming with tears. Muzhou has defied the heavens, jumping 900 layers in one go. The Bodhi Tower imposes exceedingly stringent assessments of talent, with Li Muzhou possessing the chaotic level Z-Wei sword body. Such a caliber of physique, regardless of whether it had ever been recorded in the history of Lingshao realm, had received the utmost honor from the Bodhi Tower, directly catapulting him to 900 layers. Li Muzhou's astonishing actions caused everyone to overlook Gu Qinghan. Within the 902nd layer, Gu Qinghan had reached her limit. I can't go on, my strength is insufficient. Moreover, there are still a few moves in my Ice Seal Mystic Cold technique that I have yet to comprehend. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this arduous. Gu Qinghan felt darkness enveloping her vision before being transported outside the Bodhi Tower. Her face lit up with joy as she noticed her ranking at 480 on the leaderboard. Master, I've made it into the top 500. Huh. Where's Master? Gu Qinghan initially intended to share this thrilling news with Li Muzhou. What an honor to be among the top 500, however, upon looking around. Not only did she not see her master, but she also noticed the frenzied expressions of Chun Nan, among others. Even her sister was gasping in astonishment. In a moment, Gu Qinghan heard the deafening cheers and realized, what the hell? 902 layers, 903 layers, my heavens, is this speed for real? 909 layers, 920 layers, 950 layers. What the hell? This is already on par with the ancestors of the Nailing clan? Li Muzhou, are you trying to give us a heart attack? He's so handsome. I wonder if he has a partner? If he were to join my sect, I would gladly serve as his deputy leader. He's too formidable. Everyone was going wild. Gu Qinghan then discovered that at this moment, the one holding the top spot on the leaderboard was her own master, whose layer count had already reached 950. No wonder that it's my master. That isn't surprising. My master has always been a prodigy. After taking a deep breath, Gu Qinghan's eyes flickered with an indescribable emotion, as if gazing upon her beloved. With Li Muzhou's extraordinary performance, Gu Qinghan was not the least bit surprised. In her heart, Li Muzhou was the most extraordinary and powerful man in the world. Subsequently, Gu Qinghan returned to Gu Qingqian's side, continuing to monitor Li Muzhou's journey through the challenges. Inside the Bodhi Tower, too weak. These challengers are commendable, but still far too weak. Li Muzhou exuded confidence, not even utilizing the Deluo Holy Sword. With only the Wujin Sword Cannon and the Chaotic Return to Origin Dao Cannon, along with the enhancement of the Chaotic Z-Wei Sword Body, he swept through effortlessly. For ordinary individuals, each layer beyond 900 was akin to scaling the heavens. However, for Li Muzhou, they weren't even worthy of compelling him to draw his sword. In the realm of the same level, Li Muzhou was invincible. At 950 layers, he continued his relentless advance. His opponent was none other than Nailan Shui from years past. Nailan Shui's beauty was indeed breathtaking. Yet Li Muzhou held nothing back. Empowered by the 7th rank of True Intent, his combat prowess far surpassed that of Nailan Shui in her prime. In 3 moves, Nailan Shui was defeated. Should he have wielded the Deluo Holy Sword? He could have accomplished it in a single strike. But as Li Muzhou would say, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Soon after, Li Muzhou arrived at the 951st layer, and his speed remained as if propelled by a rocket. 960, 970, 980. In the span of a tea's brewing time, Li Muzhou reached 980 layers. My heavens. Are we witnessing history today? This is incredible. The top of the leaderboard has changed hands. My goodness. The strongest prodigy of the Middle Path domain has only reached 970 layers, yet someone from the Southern Path domain has ascended to 980 layers? When Li Muzhou reached 980 layers, it was the people of the Southern Path domain who were the most elated. The Southern Path domain had always been at the bottom of the Lingxiao realm, but this time, they had created history by surpassing the top spot on the leaderboard. In the blink of an eye, Li Muzhou continued his rocket-like ascent, reaching 990 layers. 991, 993, 994, 999, 1,000 layers. From the moment he entered the tower until now, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Li Muzhou had reached the pinnacle. The scene fell into a state of disbelief once more. How is this possible? Our ancestor once stated that no one in this world could ascend to the 1,000 layers of the Bodhi Tower. Nailin Xinyu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, her entire being trembling. Nailin Jia had long since become numb, questioning his own existence. At the same time, countless powers turned their gaze towards the direction of the Tianjin sect. Harboring sinister thoughts, Li Muzhou's ascension to the summit signified that he had obtained the inheritance of the Snowfall secret realm. Could the Tianjin sect, a mere small power from the Southern Path domain, truly be worthy? Concurrently, in other parts of the Snowfall secret realm, numerous ancestors hurried towards the Bodhi Tower. Li Muzhou, you killed my old partner. Now that you have reached the pinnacle, you shall face the consequences. Madame Zhou also caught wind of the news and swiftly flew towards the Bodhi Tower. Additionally, those powers previously offended by Li Muzhou due to the Tunglong fruit were also hastening their arrival. Though they were all startled by the news of Li Muzhou's ascension, everyone understood that he was now a man burdened with unwarranted guilt, a being of the third heaven of the divine wandering realm. No matter how extraordinary, could not leave the Snowfall secret realm alive. Within the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou stood stunned, for he had begun to touch upon the core secret of the Snowfall secret realm. Chapter 43. You all may come at me together. The difficulty beyond 900 layers was nothing short of monstrous. Yet for Li Muzhou, it posed no significant challenge. In the final layers, he wielded the Deluo Holy Sword. And with the aid of numerous secret techniques and the enhancement of the chaotic sword body, he could contend even with practitioners at the 9th heaven of the divine wandering realm. Thus sweeping through to the 1,000th layer. Upon entering the 1,000th layer, the dim space dissipated entirely, revealing a peach orchard that had existed for an unknown duration. Within the orchard stood a wooden house. As Li Muzhou approached the wooden house, an elderly man with white eyebrows and a beard appeared out of thin air, smiling as he regarded him. An apparition? Li Muzhou, upon observing the apparition, swiftly concluded that it was merely an image. Yet he did not relax his vigilance as he pressed on. He understood that the Bodhi Tower, a place of profound significance, could not be conjured by just anyone. Thus, it was highly plausible that this elder's image was indeed that of the legendary Feishue Taoist. While Li Muzhou scrutinized the elder was equally assessing him. That impressive. It has been many years since I, Feishue Wang, transcended. I never expected anyone to reach the 1,000th floor. In my ancient era, individuals like you were extraordinarily rare. At merely 23, you have attained the 5th level of the divine travel realm, mastering the essence of the 7th tier. Your combat prowess rivaling that of the 9th level of the divine travel realm, coupled with a superior bloodline. Fascinating. The gentle gaze of Feishue Wang fixed upon Li Muzhou, unraveling the secrets that cloaked him, though not all were unveiled, for numerous mysteries remained unknown to the elder. Being merely a projection, his understanding halted at the moment of its creation. Had Feishue Wang still been alive, his perception would have undoubtedly differed. Your Majesty? So it is the illustrious Feishue. Li Muzhou's pupils constricted as he clasped his hands in salute. Above the Yin-Yang realm lies the Nirvana realm, a title of kingship within the Lingxiao realm. Every being of the Nirvana realm is a monarch. Beyond that lies the Pinnacle realm, where one can claim the title of emperor. To dominate the realm and sweep across the 9 provinces is the essence of being an emperor. Moreover, Feishue Wang spoke of the ancient era, which must be incredibly distant, and no wonder the history of the Feishue secret realm is shrouded in obscurity. When it emerged near the Nanzhao kingdom a millennium ago, legend spoke of the Feishue Taoist as a formidable being, a half-step yin-yang mirror master. It can only be said that, as history progressed, its significance diminished. Another reason is that, throughout the ages, no one has ever reached the summit, and the other treasures within the secret realm have been largely unearthed. naturally leading to a waning presence. There are many such secret realms in the Lingxiao realm, some of which remain undiscovered. The vastness of history from ancient times to the present renders the exact number of secret realms unknown. Haha, Muzhou need not be overly courteous. I in the ancient times. I was but of moderate standing myself. What year is it now? Fei Shue Wang and Li Muzhou exchanged glances. The elder spoke gently, if my memory serves me correctly. It is the year 98886 of the Lingxiao calendar. The Lingxiao calendar? Indeed, that is the Lingxiao calendar. Ah, that must be quite some time ago. In the era of my transcendence, it was the year 128-5620 of the Tianlong calendar. It seems this must be related to the calamity, which later transformed into the Lingxiao calendar. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's pupils narrowed. This explanation seemed reasonable. The Tianlong calendar was indeed the dating system of the ancient era. It has been at least 3 eras since then. Enough of this, Fei Shue Wang chuckled. When the calamity befell, I too could not remain unscathed. Even those of the emperor level had to endure tribulations. Many, even those of the celestial lord level, fell in great numbers. Your Majesty, the celestial lord? Li Muzhou paused slightly, looking at Fei Shue Wang with confusion. Hearing this, Fei Shue Wang was also taken aback, then sighed. It appears the current era has grown desolate. Your talents are remarkable, yet you are unaware of the existence of celestial lord-level beings. My apologies. Your Majesty Fei Shue, Li Muzhou replied awkwardly. I only know that the current cultivation realms are divided into body refinement, spirit gathering, purple mansion, divine pill, diamond, divine travel, yin-yang, and nirvana. Even the existence of a king-level nirvana being is merely a legend. Truly, it has become desolate, Fei Shue Wang lamented. Above nirvana lies the emperor-level pinnacle realm, and above that stand the true titans of the celestial lord realm. Changing the subject, Fei Shue Wang continued, however, you need not dwell on this. Those ancient fellows possess immense abilities, far beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. When the great era dawns, celestial lords will inevitably descend. I understand. Li Muzhou replied calmly, finding little perturbation in it. For him, it was hardly a daunting task. As long as he continued to fulfill his missions, reaching the celestial lord realm or even beyond was not out of reach. You are the first to receive my legacy. Take this storage bag. Inside, you will find my heavenly-grade cultivation technique, the Tianluo Dao Sutra, along with some treasures I have utilized and various spiritual herbs. I cannot say whether you will find them of use. My sect is called the Fengluan sect. I do not know if there are any disciples left. Should you encounter any descendants, please take care of them. Upon receiving the storage bag, Li Muzhou was overjoyed. The legacy of a king-level nirvana being was an immense fortune for the Tianjin sect. Yet simultaneously, he was taken aback. He knew that such a fortune would not go unnoticed by others. Although no one has known the true level of the Fei Shue's secret realm's legacy since ancient times, rumors even suggesting it belonged to a half-step yin-yang mirror master, it was inevitable that it would incite envy. In the eyes of the great powers, the Tianjin sect acquiring the legacy of the Fei Shue's secret realm would be akin to a reckless child parading a gold brick in public. Very well, there is little energy left here. Soon, I shall transport everyone within the secret realm out. The realm will subsequently manifest randomly in other locations until the energy array I left here is depleted. Those individuals are from your sect, correct? As Fei Shue Wang spoke, he pointed with a finger, revealing the scene outside the Bodhi Tower. At that moment, Sect Master Chan Nan was already injured, and the arriving Grand Elder was gravely wounded. Even his 2 disciples were spitting blood, surrounded by countless foes. Were it not for Nalin Xinyu's assistance, the entire Tianjin sect would have been captured. Witnessing this scene, Li Muzhou seethed with anger, seeking death. In the struggle for the Tao, it is a matter of life and death, my young friend. Your strength is commendable, yet you must find a way to overcome this peril. I cannot assist you. Would you like me to transport them out of the secret realm now? Fei Shue Daoist anticipated this scenario, gazing at Li Muzhou. No, I will handle this myself. Those who dare to touch my people shall be met with death. Li Muzhou declared coldly, stepping into the teleportation array. Truly impressive. The Chaos Sword Body, a rarity throughout the ages. When we meet again, I shall bestow upon you another great gift. Fei Shue Wang murmured softly before vanishing into thin air. Outside the Bodhi Tower, Nalin Xinyu exclaimed, You have gone too far. I, Nalin Xinyu, will not stand idly by today. She positioned herself protectively in front of Gu Qinghan, glaring fiercely at the numerous ancestral figures of various sections. Just as Li Muzhou reached the pinnacle, some among them attempted to strike at the Tianjin sect. Capture the members of the Tianjin sect, and do not fear that Li Muzhou will hold back. Nalan Xinyu, I, the old ancestor of Qiri, do not wish to offend your Nalan family, but do not mistake that for fear. Today, none from the Tianjin sect shall escape. The old ancestor of Qiri, at the 7th level of the divine travel realm, was one of the instigators of this assault against the Tianjin sect. He, I, the old ancestor of Binlei, am equally unafraid of your Nalan family. What concern do the Tianjin sect and you have with one another? The legacy of a half-step Yin-Yang realm master may very well present an opportunity for breaking through the Yin-Yang realm. Do you think we will relent? The old ancestor of Binlei, at the 7th level of the divine travel realm, ranks among the 3rd most powerful forces in the southern domain. It is possible that Feishua Daoist was indeed a formidable being of the Yin-Yang mirror. Who can say? Indeed, one who can craft such a mysterious Bodhi tower is certainly no ordinary individual. Among the speakers were the old ancestor of Qingyi from the northern domain, at the 8th level of the divine travel realm, along with several others at the 6th and 5th levels. Totaling 10 ancestors. In addition, there were figures like Zhou Xingu, who had previously been wronged by Li Muzhou, eyeing them covetously. You all? Nalan Xinyu felt immense pressure. She genuinely believed these individuals were determined and courageous enough to act. If she were to encounter misfortune, these individuals would likely flee without a second thought, and in the face of such immense wealth, it was hard to imagine anyone would yield. Suddenly, a figure clad in azure appeared before Nalan Xinyu. A deep voice resonating, Miss Nalan, thank you. You old dogs, come at me together. Chapter 44. Sword slays 10 ancestors, return to sect. Those who dare to touch my people must prepare to face their demise. Li Muzhou's voice was ruthless and icy. That moment, the members of the Tianjin sect were all injured. The key point was that his disciples had also suffered harm. Li Muzhou, ever protective, could not tolerate such indignation. An overwhelming fury surged within him, his eyes, like black gemstones, gleaming with menace. Boom! As he spoke, Li Muzhou unleashed his pressure. The aura of the 5th level of the divine travel realm resonated with thunderous echoes in the void. The 5th level of the divine travel realm? The 5th level of the divine travel realm? The 5th level of the divine travel realm? Nalan Xinyu covered her crimson lips, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Muzhou appeared to be of a similar age to her, yet he had astonishingly reached the 5th level of the divine travel realm. Such a young individual at this level could be considered a prodigy even in the central domain. She had failed in her challenges against Lin Nantian, ranked 4th on the Qinlong list, who was merely at the peak of the 2nd level of the divine travel realm. How could such a terrifying prodigy emerge from the southern domain? Sister, Na Lanjia was equally taken aback, feeling as though all of this was utterly surreal. According to her understanding, even in the central domain, her sister was an unparalleled prodigy. But now, without comparison, there would be no harm. Upon seeing Li Muzhou, Na Lanjia realized her perceptions were akin to that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Muzhou, you? Chunnan was astonished. As the sect master of the Tianjin sect, he was bewildered that this prodigious elder had ascended to the 5th level of the divine travel realm without his knowledge. It was only 3 years ago that Li Muzhou had just broken through to the divine travel realm. 3 years. In that span, an ordinary person would struggle to even reach the pinnacle of the 1st level of the divine travel realm. Yet Li Muzhou had astonishingly broken through 5 realms consecutively. The recently arrived Grand Elder was equally shocked. Indeed, friend Muzhou is truly a prodigy. Master Mieju also stood by the Tianjin sect, feeling a sense of dizziness. She was already aware that Li Muzhou had accepted Gu Qingqian as his named disciple, and though she initially dared not voice her objections, she now felt even less inclined to do so. Gu Qingqian's ascent to the heavenly rankings was largely due to Li Muzhou's contributions. Had she guided Gu Qingqian, it would have been impossible for her to grasp the embryonic form of true intent, let alone achieve fame in the battle at the Bodhi Tower. 5th level of the divine travel realm? As the initiator of this plot, the Red Sun ancestor furrowed his brows, feeling an ominous premonition. A 5th level of the divine travel realm at such a young age was something unheard of. Master, it is he. He was the first to strike. He claims he will take us all down and force you to comply. Yu Qinghan glared fiercely at the Red Sun ancestor, pointing at him. Oh, I remember. You are the Red Sun ancestor, aren't you? Die. A cold light flickered in Li Muzhou's eyes as the Grand Luo sacred sword appeared out of thin air, thrusting forward. Soul-soaring dragon. The piercing sound of the sword rang out as a 1,000-foot sword radiance slashed towards the Red Sun ancestor. At this moment, Li Muzhou had already transcended comparison. Even if the Red Sun ancestor was at the initial stage of the 7th level of the divine travel realm, what of it? How dare he look down upon anyone? The Red Sun ancestor, confident in his initial stage of the 7th level of the divine travel realm, instantly summoned 3 powerful defensive treasures, a small tower and 2 8-trigram mirrors, forming a triple defense to protect himself. Simultaneously, the Red Sun ancestor unleashed his superior Earth-grade combat skill, summoning rolling flames in the void, coalescing into a massive flaming hand aimed at Li Muzhou. However, the ensuing spectacle left all onlookers nearly speechless. Boom, boom, boom. Li Muzhou's sword energy effortlessly shattered the flaming giant hand, and then the razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the Red Sun ancestor's 3 treasures. What the hell? How is he this powerful? He is not an ordinary 5th level of the divine travel realm. A sense of impending doom surged in the Red Sun ancestor's heart, sending him into a panic. He immediately resorted to all his means. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Kid, my Red Sun sect is an affiliated sect of the Tianyuan sect. Do you dare? The Tianyuan sect, a formidable sect second only to the heavenly grade sects in the central domain, possessed immense strength and the potential to vie for a heavenly grade sect. In this life-and-death crisis, the Red Sun ancestor faltered and could only resort to threatening Li Muzhou. Die, however. Before the Red Sun ancestor could finish his words, Li Muzhou's sword energy surged violently, tearing through the Red Sun ancestor's protective aura and piercing through him. With a resounding bang, the Red Sun ancestor transformed into a mist of blood, his soul scattering. Hiss, hiss, hiss. How vast was the blood energy of a 7th-level divine travel realm expert? At the moment of the Red Sun ancestor's death, blood rained down from the void. All onlookers gasped in shock. He is this strong. Na Longjin was once again stunned, her autumn water-like eyes reflecting the figure of Li Muzhou, astonished to the utmost degree. Battling across realms in the divine travel realm was already a daunting task, let alone a 5th level against a 7th level. Each level is a world of its own, with the 5th level of the divine travel realm equivalent to the mid-stage, while the 6th is the ultimate mid-stage, and the 7th is the late stage of the divine travel realm. She herself was at the 1st level of the divine travel realm and had failed twice against Lin Nantian of the 2nd level. Fully aware of the inherent challenges. Yet, Li Muzhou not only battled across realms but also killed the Red Sun ancestor with a single move. One must admit, the shock Li Muzhou caused Na Longjin was immense. The others felt similarly. The thunderous ancestor of the 7th level of the divine travel realm, the blue wing ancestor of the 8th level, the 10 absolute sects peak 6th level divine travel ancestor, the deputy lord of the Jade Maiden sect at the 5th level of the divine travel realm, and others stood frozen in place, each feeling a chill wash over them. They questioned themselves. If that sword had struck them, how many of them could withstand it? Li Muzhou's actions were also aimed at instilling fear. He understood that today, he and even the Tianjin sect had encountered trouble. These ancestors were no trifles. Suddenly, an incongruous voice rang out. Everyone, do not fear him, no matter how formidable he is still but one person. I have clashed with him before. He was clearly only at the 3rd level of the divine travel realm. And in just a few days, he has reached the 5th level. Don't you find that suspicious? The speaker was none other than the Grand Elder of the Huangfeng sect, Zhou Xiangu, who had previously been defeated by Li Muzhou. Coincidentally, our sect discovered a Tunglong fruit tree yielding 35 Tunglong fruits, all of which he claimed for himself. This fellow is truly swimming in wealth. The Grand Elder of the Liang sect of the Huiyue Empire also chimed in. As one of the 8 great sects of the Huiyue Empire, they were closely allied with the Huangfeng sect. With so many powerful figures present, even if Li Muzhou possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not stand alone. What? Everyone, attack together! The thunderous sect ancestor and the blue wing ancestor revealed greedy expressions. Enough! If you seek death, I shall grant it. Li Muzhou realized that prolonging the confrontation would be disadvantageous for him and resolutely drew his sword. The true intent of ice, freezing the 9 heavens, the essence, a group attack technique, celestial ascension. In an instant, the temperature within a 1,000-mile radius plummeted to freezing point. Endless snowflakes fell from the sky, and countless shards of ice materialized. The true intent of ice sweeping forth, encasing all the ancestors. 7th grade true intent? This is bad. Retreat. The strongest among them, the blue wing ancestor, panicked the moment the icy waves surged forth. His internal energy stagnated, and even his movements slowed by a beat. 7th grade true intent? No wonder he had the audacity to confront us and speak so boldly. The blue wing ancestor's expression changed dramatically as he turned to flee. Even if he was at the 8th level of the divine travel realm, Li Muzhou had mastered the 7th grade true intent. He could injure him even if he could not kill him. In this situation, there was no need to fight to the death. Li Muzhou had already obtained the inheritance. The news had spread, and he could simply seek out more experts later. The blue wing ancestor attempted to escape, but under the constraints of the freezing true intent, his flight speed was severely hampered. You harmed my disciple. You too shall bear the consequences. Do you think you can escape? Li Muzhou's sword rose and fell as celestial ascension was unleashed. The sword energy, spanning thousands of miles, was indescribable, unyielding, and unpredictable. No. I am the blue wing ancestor. I am backed by a heavenly grade sect. However, the blue wing ancestor's words were abruptly cut off. Despite unleashing all his powers at the 8th level of the divine travel realm, it was of no avail. He was directly shattered. Simultaneously, 3 other ancestors were also within the coverage of celestial ascension and met the same fate. The blood rain in the sky thickened several-fold. Of the 10 ancestors, 4 fell in an instant, leaving 6 remaining. Holy hell! Those still alive among the ancestors turned pale. Impossible. How could he be this strong? He had barely won against me at the 6th level when he was at the 3rd level. And now he can kill me at the 5th level against the 8th level in a single move. Zhou Xingu wore a face of disbelief, turning to leave. The other ancestors followed suit, with some calling out, "Let's scatter and flee. His freezing true intent cannot immobilize all of us. Flee? Do you think you can escape?" Tai Xin Tian Dun. Li Muzhou transformed into a streak of rainbow light, striking down one ancestor after another. The terrifying sword energy swept across the sky, distorting the void. None of the ancestors could withstand even a single strike from Li Muzhou. As the sword rose and fell, Zhou Xingu was shattered on the spot. The Grand Elder of the Liang sect, who had a closer relationship with her, met the same fate. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, the deafening sounds of explosions echoed continuously as one ancestor after another fell. The thunderous ancestor exclaimed, "Li Muzhou, do you intend to make an enemy of all cultivators? My thunderous sect is also an affiliated sect of a heavenly grade sect. On the surface, the thunderous ancestor's cultivation was second only to the deceased blue wing ancestor. But he was the only person present able to withstand 2 of Li Muzhou's strikes, thanks to the bizarre nature of his movement technique and several life-saving secret arts. Though he remained alive, he was now at the end of his rope, fully aware that he could not withstand Li Muzhou's 3rd strike. Heh, and so what? Li Muzhou's chilling voice echoed, and the heads of the ancestors from the Binlei sect fell to the ground with a thud. In the void, thunder and lightning clashed, wild winds howled, and heavy snow mingled with blood rain scattered across the heavens and the earth, resembling a scene from hell. The 10 ancestors, along with their formidable disciples, perished without exception. Silence. All were rendered utterly still, petrified on the spot. Exaggeration, sheer exaggeration. This is the true prodigy, so young, at the 5th level of the divine wanderer realm, and possessing 7th grade true intent. Nailin Qinyu's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. The silhouette of Li Muzhou at this moment seemed forever etched in her heart. She vowed that any prodigy would pale in comparison before Li Muzhou, even the current number 1 on the hidden dragon ranking. The 5th level of the divine wanderer realm, decisively slaying the 10 ancestors, among whom the strongest was at the 8th level of the divine wanderer realm. Such a terrifying feat, if she had not witnessed it with her own eyes. She would have never believed it. Why was her Nailin family's ancestor so powerful? Was it not because Nailin Shui had initially comprehended the embryonic form of true intent and successfully evolved it into 9th grade true intent? Later growing into 7th grade true intent, the ancestor Nailin Shui was indeed a formidable being of the Yin Yang realm. It was after advancing to the yin-yang realm that she evolved the true intent to the 7th grade. Because of this, although Nalan Shui was merely at the 2nd level of the yin-yang realm, she was unafraid of those monstrous beings at the 3rd or even 4th levels of the yin-yang realm, relying solely on her mastery of the laws of true intent. But what of Li Muzhou? He had already comprehended 7th grade true intent. What would he become in the future? Her own ancestor would surely pale in comparison at Li Muzhou's age. My master is invincible. Gu Qinghan's face also flushed with excitement. She seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. The other forces from various great domains fell silent. Those ancestors who had refrained from intervening cast wary glances at Li Muzhou, filled with trepidation, especially the factions from the southern domain, whose hearts were heavy with concern. For instance, the forces of the southern Zhao kingdom knew that the most powerful entity was the royal ancestor. At the 7th level of the divine wanderer realm, the foremost expert of the southern Zhao kingdom. But now, the tides were about to turn. The 7th level of the divine wanderer realm would fall before Li Muzhou with a mere sword strike. As for the various nations of the southern domain, their feelings were complex. In the future, the position of the Tianjin sect would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation, becoming one of the foremost powers in the southern domain. Some factions in the southern domain did not participate in the Flying Snow secret realm, but which of those forces with 6th or 7th level divine wanderers could afford to offend the Tianjin sect? Chen Nan gazed at the shocking scene before him and conveyed to the Supreme Elder, I have decided to abdicate and let Muzhou take the position of sect master. His own strength was at the 3rd level of the divine wanderer realm, while the Supreme Elder was at the 4th level. With such extraordinary combat power, Li Muzhou rightfully deserved to be the sect master. The Supreme Elder smiled bitterly. Muzhou always favored tranquility, and it was likely he would be reluctant to assume the role of sect master. Perhaps it would be better to make him the supreme ancestor? The extermination master's head buzzed. Her senior sister, the extermination master, had suffered severe injuries, and her disciples had also sustained heavy casualties, leaving the secret realm early. But she was fortunate. Not only had she gained numerous benefits, but she had also witnessed the astonishing scene of Li Muzhou slaughtering the 10 ancestors. I have decided to join the Tianjin sect and become an elder. The extermination master made a decision in her heart, feeling that this would be the most significant turning point in her destiny. With the connection to Gu Qingqian, she was certain she could join the Tianjin sect. Inside the Bodhi Tower, this kid, I have underestimated him. It was almost time. The secret realm would close, and she did not know when it would appear next. The projection of the Flying Snow King silently observed everything. Activating a node in the secret realm's grand formation. The secret realm will close in 3 breaths, with a forced teleportation countdown. Before the Bodhi Tower, a mechanical voice resounded in everyone's ears. Let us depart. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou understood that the Flying Snow secret realm would forever vanish from the southern Zhao kingdom until the energy of the grand formation within was exhausted, and he had no knowledge of where it would re-emerge. Apart from handling this matter, Li Muzhou knew that the troublesome times were just beginning. Having slain the 10 ancestors, many of whom were backed by first-rate forces and heavenly-grade sects, the legacies he possessed would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. The immediate priority was to return to the sect and complete tasks. With the summoning card for the 9th level of the yin-yang realm, even the King of Heaven would be of no use. Chapter 46. The Supreme Ancestor of the Tianjin Sect, the Hidden Dragon Order. The secret realm is about to close? Damn. Is this a joke? I haven't even breached the Bodhi Tower yet? Stop dreaming. You can't even surpass the 300th level. It's so bizarre. Why is it closing so early this time? Exactly. I heard that the Flying Snow secret realm used to last for a month, right? Who knows what the situation is? Upon hearing the voice from within the secret realm, everyone became silent. Naturally, most gazes remained fixed on Li Muzhou. The legacy on Li Muzhou was the most precious treasure within the Flying Snow secret realm. Envy lingered, yet no one dared to take a step forward. Just moments ago, the 10 ancestors had been slain by Li Muzhou. Who would dare to step forward and seek death? Qingqian, I will return as well. Dio, remember to visit Hashan City. Qin Shirin grasped Gu Qingqian's hand, bidding her final farewell. Sect Master, we shall take our leave. Li Muzhou sheathed the Deluo sacred sword, fully aware that all of this was orchestrated by the projection of the Flying Snow King. Muzhou, should you have the chance, do visit the central domain. Nalan Xinyu cast a deep glance at Li Muzhou and softly spoke. Li Muzhou nodded in acknowledgement. a form of response. To the central domain. He would undoubtedly go. One of his tasks was to make Gu Qinghan renowned throughout the Lingxiao realm, and the Lingxiao Prodigy Assembly would be the perfect stage. In a moment, beams of light descended, enveloping everyone. Subsequently, Li Muzhou and the others appeared at the previous entrance, while the remaining individuals were randomly assigned to other entrances. Soon after, the entrance to the Flying Snow Secret Realm closed, and the realm vanished. The Flying Snow Secret Realm has disappeared? Qian furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss. The Flying Snow Secret Realm had appeared in the southern Zhao Kingdom a century ago. According to past conventions, it would last for at least several hundred years in one location. Let us depart. We shall return to the sect. This time, I have obtained the legacy of the Flying Snow King. Our Tianjin sect should experience a surge in strength. Li Muzhou smiled faintly, addressing Chen Nan and the members of the Tianjin sect. What? The Flying Snow King? Muzhou, are you saying that the Flying Snow Daoist is a king-level powerhouse? Hiss, hiss. The entire Tianjin sect, from top to bottom, was engulfed in shock. A king-level powerhouse? In the Nirvana realm? In the current Lingxiao realm, while perhaps there were Nirvana realm beings, they were undoubtedly reclusive old monsters. Any faction with the Yin-Yang realm giant would be considered a super first-rate force. How terrifying would the legacy of a Nirvana realm figure be? Suddenly, the Supreme Elder's expression changed drastically. Muzhou, does this mean that our Tianjin sect is in deep trouble? The forces behind those ancestors you slayed likely know that this legacy is no ordinary matter. Indeed, although the outside world is unaware that it is the legacy of a king-level powerhouse in the Nirvana realm, your performance is so astonishing that it will all be attributed to the legacy. Qian furrowed his brow, saying, if nothing unexpected occurs in the coming days, many people will come to our Tianjin sect to stir trouble. We might even have half-step Yin-Yang realm powers, or even Yin-Yang realm giants involved. Master, what should we do? Gu Qingqian's delicate brows furrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Do not worry. Li Muzhou gently patted Gu Qingqian's shoulder, confidently asserting, with me here, the sky won't fall. Let us return to the sect. Li Muzhou's calm and composed demeanor instantly inspired confidence in everyone. From the sect master to the supreme elder, and down to the ordinary disciples, all anxiety dissipated as if they had taken a calming tonic. The supreme elder still wished to inquire further, but Chen Nan immediately silenced him with a glance. Li Muzhou's current standing was no longer the same. Since Li Muzhou had said so, he must have a strategy in place. With a swift motion, Li Muzhou conjured a luxurious mini three-tiered flying boat from the palm of his hand, tossing it gently. Before the astonished gazes of all, the flying boat expanded with the wind, transforming into a massive, opulent vessel capable of accommodating thousands of passengers. The flying boat was a sky-blue hue, adorned with exquisite snowflake carvings, precisely the flying artifact used by the Flying Snow Daoist in his time. Within the flying boat lay a large energy array. It merely required the consumption of elemental attribute spirit stones for the power to sustain itself for a considerable duration. The protective shield of the vessel could also withstand the attacks of powerful beings. What a joke! The Tianjin sect had yet to acquire a flying artifact. Flying artifacts were far rarer than offensive or defensive artifacts. Had they not seen that the southern Zhao Kingdom's crown prince rode in a chariot pulled by demonic beasts? Across the entire southern domain, there were few forces that possessed flying artifacts. Wow, it's so beautiful, master. I have never ridden in a flying boat before. Jiu Qinghan exclaimed excitedly at the sight of such a stunning and magnificent vessel. Let us go. Li Muzhou offered a faint smile as he gracefully leaped onto the deck. In his perception, this flying vessel resembled an airborne aircraft carrier. To his surprise, Master Mieju also boarded the vessel alongside them. Regarding Master Mieju's joining of the Tianjin sect, Qian Nan readily consented on the spot. Thus, the Tianjin sect gained yet another formidable expert in the realm of divine travel. The speed of the flying vessel was astonishing. If one were to travel to the Tianjin sect from the location of the Flying Snow Secret Realm on a beast mount, it would take at least 5 days. Yet, the vessel accomplished the journey in a mere day. The first order of business upon returning to the sect was the sect assembly. This gathering would be presided over by the sect leader and the supreme elder, with all sect members in attendance. The foremost announcement was the declaration of Li Muzhou as the esteemed ancestor of the Tianjin sect. Muzhou, do not decline. With your prowess, you are more than capable of assuming the role of our sect's ancestor. I understand your desire for tranquility. Henceforth, you need not concern yourself with any internal affairs of the sect. Chan Nan, noticing Li Muzhou's hesitation, earnestly urged him. Reluctantly, Li Muzhou acquiesced. In just 3 years since his arrival, he had ascended to the position of an ancestor. Indeed, in any realm, the powerful wield considerable influence. Simultaneously, Chan Nan announced the second matter. From this day forth, our Tianjin sect shall close its mountain gates. Lord Sect Leader, what has transpired? Inquired the Elder of Transmission, who had not participated in the Flying Snow Secret Realm. In the Secret Realm, our sect has made numerous enemies. Chan Nan briefly recounted the incident of Li Muzhou slaying 10 esteemed ancestors and mentioned his acquisition of the legacy from the Flying Snow Secret Realm. T10 esteemed ancestors? The ancestors of Huangfeng sect, Liang sect, Binlei sect, and Qingyi sect. I have heard of Binlei sect. Are they not a subsidiary of the heavenly sects? Oh my! Liang sect and Huangfeng sect are among the 8 great sects of the Huiyue Empire. In an instant, the members of the Tianjin sect stood frozen, a wave of panic washing over some. The sect originally boasted 100,000 members, among whom were many mixed characters. Only elite disciples had been allowed to participate in the Flying Snow Secret Realm, leaving a multitude unqualified. Li Muzhou exchanged a glance with Chan Nan, both unperturbed. They had anticipated that this news would lead many to abandon the Tianjin sect, and they were prepared to let them go. After all, from this moment on, the Tianjin sect would rise dramatically, no longer in need of those deemed inferior. Report. A mountain guard entered the grand hall and announced, I report to the esteemed ancestor. A Qianlong envoy seeks an audience outside the mountain gates. Chapter 47. The shock of ancestor Nalan a Qianlong envoy? What is that? Li Muzhou furrowed his brow and turned to Chen Nan. Chen Nan's pupils constricted in shock. Muzhou, do you know of the Lingxiao Qianlong list? I do, Li Muzhou replied. What of it? The Lingxiao Qianlong list is compiled by several major heavenly sects in the ancient longevity clan, cataloging the top 1,000 prodigies in the entire Lingxiao realm. Those who make the list are all extraordinary talents. You must have been included. Chen Nan's breath quickened as he looked at Li Muzhou with excitement. Master, before entering the secret realm, did you not slay the prince of the Huiyue Empire named Duanmu Lin? I recall he claimed to have made the Qianlong list and looked down upon all others. Gu Qinghan seemed to recall something and exclaimed, the Qianlong list is a symbol of identity for prodigies, especially the top 10, who are all unparalleled geniuses. Now I understand. Li Muzhou appeared nonchalant, suddenly remembering this minor detail. Allow him to enter. Yes, esteemed ancestor. Greetings, I am Situ Ming, the Qianlong envoy from the southern Dao domain. Li Daoyu, you have slain Duanmu Lin, who ranked 996. Thus, this Qianlong order rightfully belongs to you. Situ Ming, clad in a purple robe, presented a dragon-shaped jade plate to Li Muzhou. Upon receiving the jade plate, Li Muzhou observed that, apart from the number 996, it also bore his name. Despite possessing the coveted Qianlong order, Li Muzhou felt no ripple of excitement and calmly inquired, what benefits does this Qianlong order provide? Situ Ming, though hailing from the central Dao domain, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Good heavens, you truly do not care for the Qianlong list? Countless prodigies vie desperately to leave their mark on the list. Yet you ask what benefits it brings. Li Daoyu, are you aware of the Lingxiao Prodigy Conference? I know. And then? Those holding the Qianlong order are exempt from participating in the Dao domain election and can freely bring 3 representatives to attend. The southern Dao domain does not lack sects, numbering in the thousands. Many sects must carve a bloody path through the southern Dao domain great competition to even qualify for the Prodigy Conference. Additionally, holders of the Qianlong order may be courted by heavenly sects. Furthermore, a Qianlong order holder is treated as an esteemed guest wherever they go. Situ Ming elaborated on various advantages, including prodigy exchange meetings and special recruitment by heavenly sects. But what intrigued Li Muzhou most was the opportunity to secure a spot at the Prodigy Conference. Originally, the plan was to have Gu Qinghan swiftly reach the Divine Pill Realm to complete her tasks and navigate the impending crisis facing the sect before attending the Southern Dao Domain Great Competition for a ticket to the Prodigy Conference. However, with the Qianlong order in hand, many complications could be bypassed, allowing for more opportunities to nurture Gu Qinghan and grant her ample time for cultivation in preparation for the Lingxiao Prodigy Conference. After explaining a few more matters, Situ Ming prepared to take his leave. As he was departing, he spoke meaningfully, Li Daoyu. I know you possess outstanding talent, and this ranking is not your limit. I have also heard of certain events that transpired within the Flying Snow secret realm. Do you require assistance? Behind Situ Ming lay the backing of heavenly powers, or the ancient longevity clan. To be a Qinlong envoy undoubtedly indicated ties to such forces. Of course, the price for assistance was straightforward. Li Muzhou would need to relinquish a portion of his legacy and join the faction behind Situ Ming. Some matters need not be explicitly stated. A 23-year-old at the 5th level of divine travel was indeed worth courting. However, many were more interested in the legacy held by Li Muzhou. Thank you for your kindness. I, Li Muzhou, fear no one here. Li Dao you. Have you considered this carefully? I estimate that in a few days, individuals will come to your Tianjin sect. Likely, even half-step Yin-Yang realm or true Yin-Yang realm powerhouses will arrive. And if they do? Li Muzhou scoffed. No matter how many come, I shall slay them all. I only fear they lack the courage to arrive. Situ Ming's lips twitched, thoroughly astonished by Li Muzhou's words. Very well, I shall take my leave. Situ Ming understood that Li Muzhou was no ordinary individual. On what grounds? Just because you possess the strength of the 5th level of divine travel along with the protection of the Tianjin sect's formation and legacy? Even if you have a legacy, can your sect possibly produce a half-step Yin-Yang realm or true Yin-Yang realm powerhouse in such a short time? What a pity. Upon exiting the mountain gates, Situ Ming glanced back at the Tianjin sect's entrance, murmuring softly. He then boarded his flying device and departed swiftly. Sect leader, I plan to teach Xinghan for the next few days. These resources will be beneficial to you all. The remaining resources shall be reserved for the inner disciples. Li Muzhou divided the medicinal herbs and pills from the Flying Snow King's legacy into 3 portions. One for the sect, one for himself, and the last for Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian. He also passed down the heavenly grade mid-tier martial art, the Tian Luo Dao Jing, to Gu Qingqian while also imparting it to Chen Nan and the Supreme Elder. Muzhou, these items are far too precious, Chen Nan exclaimed, astonished at the array of high-grade medicinal herbs and pills. Do not refuse. I have plenty more. The days ahead will be the most perilous for our Tianjin sect. You must hasten your cultivation. With that, Li Muzhou took his leave with the sisters Gu Qinghan. Tianzhu Peak welcome, esteemed ancestor. Welcome, senior sister. The maidens of Tianzhu Peak knelt in greeting upon the arrival of Li Muzhou and the 2 sisters. Please rise. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Qingqian, this Tian Luo Dao Jing is a heavenly grade martial art. Cultivate diligently, and I shall take you to the Prodigy Conference when the time comes. Thank you, Master. Gu Qingqian was overwhelmed with emotion. Heavenly grade martial art? With such a master, I have no regrets in this life. Gu Qingqian's admiration for Li Muzhou's sword. The Tian Luo Dao Jing was also suitable for sword cultivators, thus allowing Gu Qinghan to practice without any issues. Qinghan, disciple is here. Take this 9 transformation gathering spirit pill. It will assist you in breaking through the threshold of the divine pill realm in the short term. You must also cultivate the 2nd layer of the ice sealing profound cold scripture. Yes, Master. By the way, I have also prepared a medicinal bath for you. Having just awakened your bloodline, your vitality is somewhat unstable. The spiritual energy from this bath will help you swiftly break through your current realm. Yes, Qinghan obeys. Upon reminiscing about the enchanting experience of the last medicinal bath, Gu Qinghan's thoughts began to drift. Regrettably, it was impossible for the master to join her in such a bath. In an effort to expedite Gu Qinghan's breakthrough into the divine pill realm and fulfill the task at hand, Li Muzhou once again exemplified what it meant to be extravagant. This resource-intensive method of cultivation was something only first-rate or even super first-rate powers dared to employ. However, with the inheritance from the King of Flying Snow, it was but a trifling matter for Li Muzhou. Meanwhile, in the central Dao domain, at the Nalan ancient clan, Qianqian exclaimed, "What did you say? A 23-year-old at the 5th level of the divine travel realm?" A stunning woman with phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed them in shock. Chapter 48. Li Muzhou. What? It really can float. The Nalan ancient clan occupied a vast territory, roughly equivalent to 5 Tianjin sects. 200 years ago, Nalan Shui, who ranked 4th on the Hidden Dragon list, emerged remarkably, leaving her name within the Flying Snow secret realm and securing the 10th position on the Bodhi Tower's celestial rankings. 3 years later, she obtained a ticket to the Heavenly Talents competition of the Lingshao realm, gaining renown throughout the realm. A decade later, Nalan Shui broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, becoming a figure of immense stature. The Nalan family, originally a quasi-first-rate power, rose to prominence under her leadership, evolving into the Nalan Chongqing Ancient Clan.in, the rankings of the top 10 ancient clans of the Central Dao domain. The Nalan Ancient Clan held a dominant 7 of the 10 positions, primarily due to Nalan Shui's terrifying combat prowess. Not only did she possess a unique bloodline, but she was also endowed with the 7th grade starry true intent. Currently, she was at the late stage of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, just a step away from the 4th, capable of retreating unscathed even when facing powerful adversaries at the 5th level, truly formidable. As time passed, Nalan Shui witnessed the rise and fall of generations of prodigies within the Nalan family. Most of those who once shared her name on the hidden dragon list had been lost to the annals of history. This generation, Nalan Shui believed, heralded the emergence of the family's second great figure, primarily due to Nalan Qinyu's talent, which was on par with her own in her youth. With careful guidance, Qinyu could achieve equal greatness. At 22, Nalan Qinyu was at the first level of the divine travel realm and had already comprehended the embryonic form of true intent, cultivating with remarkable composure. Reflecting on her own past, Nalan Shui realized that at 22, she had not been as accomplished as Nalan Qinyu. Indeed, the ancestral guardian was equally astonished back then. She even ascended the Bodhi Tower and claimed first place. Nalan Qinyu sat opposite Nalan Shui, the only person privileged enough to enter the sacred training grounds of Nalan Shui and maintain such intimacy. Had there been outsiders present, they would have noted that both women were extraordinary beauties, with Nalan Shui's youthful visage appearing to be in her 20s, making them appear more like sisters. Additionally, Nalan Shui's figure was more voluptuous, her aura steeped in history, lending her a charm that surpassed that of Nalan Qinyu. Ascended to the top, such a prodigy can emerge from the southern Dao domain? Truly impressive. By the way, Qianqian, have you ascended the Bodhi Tower? Before departing, Nalan Shui had informed Nalan Qinyu that the most significant aspect of the Flying Snow secret realm was the Bodhi Tower. For these major powers, only the Bodhi Tower held any real value. They dismissed the rest of the resources as trivial. The marvel of the Bodhi Tower lay in its ability to allow one to battle against their contemporaries and even against prodigies who had previously set records. Unfortunately, all records beyond the 900th floor had been monopolized by Li Muzhou alone. I have ascended, Nalan Qinyu admitted, lowering her head in slight embarrassment. What was your rank? At the 901st floor. I was defeated. What? How could this be possible? With the secret techniques of the Nalan family, you should have reached at least the level I did back then. Ancestral guardian, it was like this, Gu Qinghan? A disciple of Li Muzhou's sect? Or perhaps Li Muzhou's student? Nalan Shui was momentarily stunned. What was the connection here? At 23, Li Muzhou was already a freak of nature, but his disciple was only 19 years old? A mere disciple at the Purple Mansion realm could ascend to the 900th floor? Were they jesting? Ancestral guardian, I find Li Muzhou to be quite mysterious, and as for his disciple Gu Qinghan, I sense she is not simple either. And your brother? How does he fare? Nalan Qinyu said awkwardly. Ajay is clumsy and careless, losing at the 500th floor. He is even outperformed by Li Muzhou's other disciple, Gu Qingqian, Nalan Shui. After living for several hundred years, her mind was in disarray. She simply could not fathom how such monstrous talents could continuously arise from the southern Dao domain, and such terrifying ones at that. By the way, today the hidden dragon list of Ling Shao was updated. If I recall correctly, the Li Muzhou you mentioned has made it onto the hidden dragon list. Really? What rank did he achieve? Upon hearing Li Muzhou's name, Nalan Qinyu seemed to be filled with insatiable curiosity. Some individuals might find ways to surpass him, but when faced with Li Muzhou, she had no such thoughts, only a profound sense of admiration. If word got out that the saintess of the Nalan family admired the elder of a small sect in the southern Dao domain, it would surely provoke laughter among many prodigies in the central Dao domain. Women, after all, are often drawn to the strong. Before encountering Li Muzhou, Nalan Qinyu had been unaware of what admiration truly meant, but now she understood. Nalan Shui silently observed the excited Nalan Qinyu and remarked nonchalantly, 996. What? Only 996? Impossible. His aptitude should easily place him in the top 5. Nalan Qinyu pouted, seemingly defending her idol. Typically, she presented herself as an elegant ice goddess, but before her ancestor, she resembled a child. The hidden dragon list is jointly reviewed by our ancient clans and the heavenly level sections. Before entering the Flying Snow secret realm, Li Muzhou eliminated a prodigy who was originally ranked 996, and this has been confirmed by the southern Dao domain's hidden dragon envoy, hence the ranking stands. Never mind, he is not one to be concerned with fame. I suspect he will participate in the Heavenly Talents Conference. By the way, Ancestral Guardian, you must assist Chinyu de Li Mujo has offended too many people this time and has obtained the inheritance of the Flying Snow secret realm. I fear many will come to Tianjin sect to create trouble in a few days. You child, Nalan Shui replied calmly, do not worry. The inheritance from the Flying Snow secret realm is likely just that of an Yin-Yang realm expert. Those heavenly level sects are not likely to covet it. However, some quasi-first-rate powers may attempt to extort him in a few days. I shall accompany you there. Ancestral Guardian, you are the best, Nalan Xinyu exclaimed joyfully. She was unsure why she cared for Li Mujo's safety, but she longed to witness his future achievements. A prodigy like Li Mujo deserved not to be lost in the annals of history. Little did she know, Nalan Shui, her ancestor, was equally intrigued by Li Mujo. On the other side, at Tianjin sect, atop Tianju Peak, Gu Qinghan immersed herself in the medicinal bath, the potent medicinal energy washing over every meridian in her body. The surging medicinal power continually transformed into pure magical energy, while the 9-turn nurturing spirit pill she had consumed was rapidly being refined. Purple Mansion 6th level, Purple Mansion 7th level, Purple Mansion 8th level, Purple Mansion 9th level. In just half an evening, Gu Qinghan's cultivation soared like a rocket, showcasing the might of a first-grade bloodline. Suddenly, as Gu Qingqian was consolidating her divine pill, an unexpected incident occurred. The blood and energy of her ice soul sword body began to reverse flow. Gu Qinghan let out a pained cry, as if her meridians were about to shatter in the path of cultivation. Haste makes waste. Li Mujo had been overly eager, forgetting that Gu Qinghan lacked experience, which led to complications in her divine pill consolidation. What's happening? Li Mujo opened his eyes, hearing Gu Qinghan's anguished cries from the adjacent room. With a swift motion, Li Mujo found himself outside Gu Qinghan's door. Observing the brightly lit room, he hesitated. There were boundaries between genders. Although he was her master, entering a female disciple's room at such an hour seemed inappropriate. Master, save me! Suddenly, Gu Qinghan's piercing voice echoed again from within the room. Upon hearing this, Li Mujo disregarded all else and rushed inside. What a tantalizing scene it was! Gu Qinghan reclined in a vast bath, her hands cradling her head, water splashing as her exquisite form was revealed within the mist. Typically restrained, the two bears, Xiong Da and Xiong Air, floated atop the water. Wow, it really can float? Li Mujo thought, his face turning crimson. Chapter 49. Gu Qinghan, Master, I desire? Normally, one would not expect such tumultuous waves to arise. Warning. Disciple Gu Qinghan is in grave danger, with consequences ranging from losing her way in cultivation to death and mission failure. Damn it, Li Mujo, what are you thinking? If Gu Qinghan falters, so shall you. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Mujo disregarded any chaotic thoughts and swiftly approached the edge of the bath. He reached out and grasped Gu Qinghan's delicate hand. Lifting her into his embrace with a splashed S, he held her voluptuous form. He beheld her in all her glory once more. Yet, simultaneously, Gu Qinghan's body was in a state of extreme temperature fluctuation, one half radiating intense warmth, while the other felt as frigid as ancient ice. Master. So warm. Master, I feel so unwell, Gu Qinghan murmured in a daze, as if having entered a cocoon of warmth. Her slender arms instinctively wrapped around Li Mujo's neck. Burying her face into his chest in his urgency, Li Mujo paid little mind to her mumblings and quickly laid her upon the bed, placing his fingers upon her pulse. After a brief assessment of her meridians, his expression shifted dramatically. It is my fault, dear disciple, for allowing you to absorb such a potent medicinal force all at once. Your vitality was already weak, and the sudden surge of divine elixir has destabilized your foundation. Allow me to assist you in regulating the spiritual energy within your meridians. Endure this moment, Qinghan. Li Mujo gazed earnestly at Gu Qinghan's exquisite face, which was still adorned with glistening droplets of water, each strand of hair and long eyelash shimmering with moisture. This alluring scene caused Li Mujo's heart to race uncontrollably. In his previous life, he had merely been a weary worker, and his only girlfriend had been a fleeting shadow. Now, Gu Qinghan lay before him, utterly bare, her enticing and fiery form seemingly capable of drawing forth water. How could he maintain his composure? Master, I desire, I want, Gu Qinghan. Even amidst her confusion, Gu Qinghan was aware that her master stood before her. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Very well then, bear with it. Taking a deep breath, Li Muzhou cast aside distracting thoughts and began to gently untangle the energy within her meridians, starting from the Baihui point and proceeding methodically down to her feet, addressing each acupoint with utmost care. When he reached the Tian Tuo point, his hands trembled at the intensity of the moment. He felt an immediate jolt as he made contact. Heavens, why must you torment me so? I am, after all, her master. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he concentrated fully, fearful of making a misstep. Despite being the esteemed patriarch of the Tianjin sect, this task proved to be quite a challenge for him. It was no surprise that he felt this way. Gu Qinghan was an unparalleled beauty. Typically, her allure was concealed beneath layers of clothing, but now, the view was entirely different, as the surging energy within her meridians began to settle. Gu Qinghan let out a soft sigh of relief. After enduring immense suffering, one often experiences profound comfort. She could feel a warm hand gliding over her body, a sensation akin to electricity that left her utterly speechless. Neither Li Muzhou nor Gu Qinghan had experienced such intimate encounters before. Under the gentle caress of his hand, her skin flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, and certain indescribable reactions began to manifest. Master, I want you to take me. At this moment, Gu Qinghan's mind had nearly cleared, yet her eyes remained shut, her lips parting slightly as she whispered. The mere utterance of those words rendered her even more enchanting. Summoning all her courage to offer herself to Li Muzhou, if she could give herself to her master, she would have no regrets in this lifetime. What? Qinghan, hold on a moment, I will assist you shortly. Li Muzhou remained focused, diligently working to smooth her energy pathways, now tracing along her flawless legs down to her delicate feet. It must be said, Gu Qinghan was a paragon of perfection. Not a single flaw marred her form. Her 10 toes were a soft pink, a veritable embodiment of beauty. Once the final acupoint was cleared, Li Muzhou exhaled in relief and turned away from Gu Qinghan. Qinghan, I have successfully regulated your meridians. You may now continue to consolidate your divine elixir. This oversight was my fault. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished like a fleeting shadow. Jiu Qinghan, draped in a sheer veil, silently observed the retreating figure of Li Muzhou. A wave of despondency washing over her. Does master not care for me? Was I too forward just now? If I were to lose control once more, would it still be like this? Perhaps master does not harbor such feelings for me. Various emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes as her delicate fingers traced the lingering warmth left by her master on her body. Next door, huff, huff, which seasoned veteran could withstand such trials? Li Muzhou sat cross-legged on a mat, attempting to regulate his breathing, yet his heart remained tumultuous. Yu Qinghan's affection, -1? Li Muzhou was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as the depths of the ocean. Had Li Muzhou been privy to Gu Qinghan's thoughts, understanding her inner turmoil, he would have likely felt even more flustered. Congratulations, host. You have guided Gu Qinghan to break through the divine elixir realm. Reward: True Intent Evolution. And Yin Yang Mirror 9 Heaven Summoning Card X1. Note: the summon character from the Yin Yang Mirror 9 Heaven Summoning card will be absolutely loyal to the host, but can only act 3 times. Subsequent actions require the host to gain opportunities. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou was elated. True Intent Evolution. In an instant, his 7th grade Ice True Intent evolved into 6th grade Ice Fire True Intent. The Ice Fire True Intent was far more profound than the Ice True Intent, with transformations that were both mysterious and unpredictable. Using the summoning card, congratulations, host, summoning successful. The 9 Heavens figure from the Yin Yang realm, Luo Han, is being summoned. Moments later, a woman clad in a flowing emerald gown appeared before Li Muzhou, her intangible aura instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Luo Han bowed gracefully. I greet my master. Do not stand on ceremony. Remain at Tianzhu Peak. I shall summon you when your assistance is required. Understood, master. Luo Han acknowledged, then vanished into the ether. Heh! I shall see who dares to wreak havoc upon my Tianjin sect. Li Muzhou smiled confidently, the weight on his heart finally lifting. With Luo Han as his servant from the 9 heavens of the Yin Yang realm, anyone who dared to challenge him would meet their demise. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These days had been unbearably tense for the Tianjin sect. Many disciples and even elders chose to leave. Seeking to avoid the impending chaos, news of Li Muzhou acquiring the legacy of the Flying Snow secret realm spread like wildfire throughout the southern domain, inciting the wrath of the sects he had offended, who now converged upon the Tianjin sect with fury. Oh, so many people. I am eager to see how Li Muzhou will meet his demise today. Having killed the supreme elder of the Binlei sect, this debt must be settled. Outside the Tianjin sect, an elder appeared out of thin air, immediately noting the throngs of people gathered, including several familiar faces. Chapter 50. The Siege of the Tianjin Sect. The darkest hour? Ah, it is you, Taoist Houda. This Tianjin sect has its gates barred. We have sent word numerous times, yet they remain unresponsive. It seems they have chosen the path to destruction. The speaker was an attractive middle-aged woman, the sect leader of the Yunu sect, her power residing at the 7th level of the divine travel realm. It seems Li Muzhou intends to resist to the bitter end. With so many of us gathered, flattening the Tianjin sect will be no challenge. Not long ago, I broke through to the 9th level of the divine travel realm. I will ensure that the Tianjin sect pays for its blood debts. The leader of the Binlei sect, Taoist Houda, glinted with cold light in his eyes as he spoke with a chilling tone. Congratulations, congratulations. It seems Taoist Houda has a promising future ahead of him. The leader of the Yunus sect was taken aback, gazing at Taoist Houda in shock. Taoist Houda, congratulations. Your talent is truly enviable. In an instant, everyone familiar with the Binlei sect stepped forward to offer their congratulations, even those who had previously been at odds with them adopting a humble demeanor. The 9th level of the divine travel realm was not something to be trifled with, should Taoist Houda advance further to become a giant. The Binlei sect would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of top-tier powers, with an immeasurable future ahead. In stark contrast, the closed-off Tianjin sect had become a lamb awaiting slaughter in the eyes of the onlookers. Oh, Taoist Houda, you have broken through to the 9th level of the divine travel realm? Might you catch up to me in a few years? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended as an elder, bearing twin blades, descended from the clouds, exuding an extraordinary aura. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine travel realm, the reclusive supreme elder of the 10 absolute sect had not shown himself for 2 centuries. Not at all. I have only just broken through. It will be a while before I can catch up to your mad blade, Taoist Houda replied, his expression shifting as he spoke courteously to the mad blade. Haha, breaking through from the divine travel realm to the yin-yang realm is no simple feat this time. The old man wishes to witness the wonders of the so-called inheritance, and perhaps to exact some vengeance as well. The mad blade stands poised in midair, observing the mist-shrouded Tianjin sect with a sense of intrigue. The arrival of the mad blade is merely the beginning. The Qingyi sect, the Qiri sect, the Baiyu sect, the Shigugu sect, the Liang sect, all the sects that have offended Li Muzhou have sent their elite experts to gather before the gates of Tianjin sect. Numerous sects from the Nanzhao kingdom have already congregated outside Tianjin sect, including the former emperor who abdicated 2 centuries ago and the venerable ancestor at the 7th level of the Xinyu realm, who can only watch from a distance. Ancestor, what should we do? The voice belongs to the current ruler of the Nanzhao kingdom, the most gifted individual of the royal family in nearly 300 years. The sight of the densely packed experts outside Tianjin sect sends shivers down his spine. My child, besides our Nanzhao kingdom, many ancient beings from the Huiyue Empire and other sects in the southern Dao region have also gathered here. We must not act rashly. Compared to the powers of the central and northern Dao regions, we in the southern Dao are too weak. The ancestor of Nanzhao kingdom size. They have come merely to spectate. Ever since Li Muzhou defeated 10 venerable ancestors with his sword, Tianjin sect has become the unrivaled force in Nanzhao kingdom. Yet it is evident to all that Tianjin sect is in grave peril. The forces of the southern Dao region can only watch the spectacle unfold. They are not qualified to partake in this contest. Just as the ancestor of Nanzhao kingdom stated, the various royal powers and formidable sects of the southern Dao region can only observe from afar, daunted by the oppressive aura of figures like the Mad Blade at the 9th level of the Xinyu realm. Look, it's the Suyang Zhenren. Hiss, he has come too. Suyang Zhenren, the esteemed elder of the Tianyuan sect, is a quasi-giant at the brink of the yin-yang realm. It is surprising that the Qiri sect managed to invite him. Indeed, the Qiri sect is a subsidiary of the Tianyuan sect, which is a quasi-first-rate force. If Su Yang Zhenren were to break through to the Yin Yang realm, it would elevate them to a true top-tier power. After Su Yang Zhenren's arrival, the previously haughty Howda and the Mad Blade have become exceedingly polite, tempering their arrogance. What does it mean to be at the half-step Yin Yang realm? Such a person has touched upon the realm of laws. A Yin Yang realm practitioner who understands the laws would easily overpower those in the Xinyu realm. Juqian, since you are here, why hide? Su Yang Zhenren stands atop a cloud, casting a glance at a void. Speaking indifferently, Juqian. Could it be the demon sword Juqian? By heavens, another quasi-first-rate forces giant has appeared. The demon sword Juqian is known for being fiercely protective of his disciples in the past. When his disciples suffered losses while competing for opportunities in a secret realm, he annihilated 3 sects in retaliation. If I recall correctly, demon sword Juqian is the ancestor of the Haisha sect. Right? Indeed, he is the ancestor of the Haisha sect, a quasi-first-rate power and one of the dominators of the Eastern Dao region. Also the superior sect of the Shigugu sect. The onlookers in the distance feel an inexplicable sense of dread upon hearing the name of the demon sword Juqian. This figure is not to be trifled with and is known for his ruthless nature, wiping out entire families without a second thought. Su Yang, your keen senses remain sharp, I see. Do you dare to come to the southern Dao region without fearing that my Haisha sect might take the opportunity to annihilate your Tianyuan sect? A pale-skinned, effeminate man clad in a crimson robe materializes, his voice an ambiguous blend of masculine and feminine tones. Ha ha, Su Yang, if you have the courage, then come and try it. Su Yang Zhenren replies coolly. Unaffected by the taunt, ha ha, you old man with a big nose, still as rigid as ever. Hee hee. There are quite a few young ones present, aren't there? As he speaks, the demon sword Juqian's gaze sweeps over the various powers of the southern Dao region, including the ancestor of Nanzhao Kingdom, all of whom break out in a cold sweat, too terrified to utter a sound. Just a bunch of flies. They are not qualified to meddle in the inheritance. Su Yang Zhenren remarks dismissively, showing no concern for the sects and royal ancestors of the southern Dao region. Indeed. After all, it's a backwater. Listen closely, people of Tianjin sect. Surrender the inheritance, and I might allow you to keep your corpses intact. The demon sword Juqian declares dominantly, amplifying his voice with his powers, his ambiguous tones echoing like thunder through the skies, disregarding the formations of Tianjin sect as they reverberate across countless peaks. In the heavens above, 2 stunningly beautiful women, resembling sisters, are observing everything. Shui ancestor, there are so many people. No, there are still those who have not revealed themselves. I sense the aura of the Yin Yang realm just now. I wonder who is watching in the shadows. Shui ancestor, what should we do? You promised to help Li Muzhou, my child. Why the rush? Nailan Shui reassures Nailan Qian. At the critical moment, I will ensure his life is safeguarded. In the forbidden grounds of Tianjin sect, figures like Su Yang Zhenren, Demon Sword Juqian, Binlei sect, Qiri sect, Yurnu sect, and Shigugu sect have gathered. Besides these, there are likely other Yin Yang realm giants lurking in the shadows. As for the many powers of the southern Dao region, they are hardly a cause for concern. That should suffice. Let us depart. Li Muzhou rises, his expression calm. Chun Nan, anxious and troubled, asks, Muzhou, are we truly going to be all right? At this moment, everyone's heart is in their throats. For them, today marks the darkest hour of Tianjin sect. Were it not for Li Muzhou's unwavering confidence, who would feel fear in such a situation? Rest assured, those who dare to besiege my Tianjin sect today, one and all, will be met with death. Open the protective formation. In an instant, with Li Muzhou's command, the protective formation of Tianjin sect is activated. And thick clouds begin to dissipate. Chapter 51. The 9th level of Xinyu realm. Nothing more. The gates are open. Ha, this lad must be terrified. I didn't expect Tianjin sect to have so few people left. Of course, many have distanced themselves from Tianjin sect in recent days. Is that young man Li Muzhou? He does seem rather impressive. Su Yang. That's him, Li Muzhou. He looks just like the portraits we received. As the sect's grand formation opens, Li Muzhou emerges with the remaining 100,000 disciples of Tianjin sect, coming into view of all. Howda of the Binlei sect immediately scoffs. Li Muzhou, you tortoise. You finally show your face. Where is the inheritance? In response, Li Muzhou reveals a storage pouch and casually states, the inheritance is right here. Dou. A mere Binlei sect, even qualified to covet it. Silence. Li Muzhou's demeanor leaves everyone momentarily stunned. Howda? Heh, what a bold young man.At just 23. With the 5th level of the Xinyu realm and an understanding of the true essence of the laws, he indeed has the right to be arrogant. Today, do not expect Tianjin sect to leave any survivors. Howda narrows his eyes, feeling a burning shame while mocking Li Muzhou. Among the powerful figures present, a single spit from each could drown the disciples of Tianjin sect. And he cannot fathom where Li Muzhou's confidence comes from to provoke him. Oh, such bravado. Do you dare to battle me? Li Muzhou glares at Howda, raising his middle finger. Arrogant fool. Although Howda does not comprehend the meaning of the gesture, his blood pressure surges instantaneously, feeling utterly insulted. Master, be careful. This lad is troublesome. He previously killed the ancestor of the Qingyi sect at the 8th level of the Xinyu realm, just as Howda prepares to act. An elder behind him warns in a whisper. Upon hearing this, Howda's body jolts, and he quickly alters his tone. Li Muzhou, do not provoke me. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Howda, you remain as useless as ever. At this critical moment, a mocking voice from the demon sword Zhu Qian causes Howda's face to flush with embarrassment. You seek death? Then I shall grant you that. With a flourish, Howda unleashes a pinnacle earth-grade martial technique. The 9 heavens thunder palm. A colossal hand of lightning materializes, striking towards the gates of Tianjin sect. Merely a trivial skill. Li Muzhou's thoughts shift, and the air around him bursts forth with contrasting frigid and fiery energies. Empowered by the 6th grade essence of ice and fire, Li Muzhou points a finger, and a blade forged from ice and flame manifests, effortlessly obliterating Howda's thunderous giant hand. Li Muzhou rolls his neck and calmly states, the 9th level of the Xinyu realm is nothing more than this. This? The astonishing scene causes Howda's eyes to widen in disbelief, his expression one of sheer shock. If previously Li Muzhou could only contend with an initial stage practitioner of the 9th level of the Xinyu realm, now, bolstered by the 6th grade essence, he has no fear. Howda's martial skills are indeed fierce, but under the enhancement of the 6th grade essence, countering his techniques becomes a trivial matter. As for Howda himself, he has merely grasped the embryonic form of the 9th grade essence. Could it truly be the 6th grade essence? Didn't he previously master the 7th grade essence? Good heavens, no wonder he possesses such arrogance. This young man is certainly not to be underestimated. If he continues to grow, he will become a significant threat. Perhaps this is also related to the inheritance of the Feishua's secret realm? Certainly, his prior acquisition of the inheritance not only led to a meteoric rise in power, but also an evolution of his true essence. How could he possibly be ordinary? The individuals present were initially taken aback, only to be subsequently consumed by insatiable greed. As for the matter of Howda, a master of the 9th level of divine wandering, failing to subdue Li Muzhou with a single strike, it was conveniently overlooked. The primary concern now lay in the ownership of the inheritance. Master is truly formidable. Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with admiration, and at that moment, Li Muzhou's silhouette became indelibly etched in her heart. One man stands as a bulwark against thousands, aptly describing Li Muzhou in this very instant, indeed. Quite remarkable, Li Muzhou. Should you choose to join my Tianyuan sect, I can guarantee your life. As a formidable figure on the brink of the Yin-Yang realm, Su Yang Daoist felt a surge of admiration for talent, simultaneously succumbing to a profound greed for the inheritance in Li Muzhou's possession. Such an extraordinary enhancement must surely be linked to the secret realm's legacy. Wouldn't you agree? Kid, surrender the inheritance and take me as your master, and I shall ensure the safety of your entire sect. With a step forward, Imo Jinju Qian unleashed an overwhelming pressure that swept over the Tianjin sect's gate, asserting dominance. All factions were instantly stricken with fear. Among those present, the highest cultivators were Su Yang Daoist and Imo Jinju Qian. These two sought to accept Li Muzhou as their disciple for the sake of the inheritance, leaving the others too intimidated to intervene. Only those who had touched the realm of laws could become half-step yin-yang cultivators, a distinction that set them far above the ordinary divine wanderers. Li Muzhou was also deeply engrossed in the realm of laws. Had he mastered it now, he would not require Luo Han's intervention and could effortlessly sweep away all present, an old ghost and a flower. How dare they lay claim to the inheritance? Suddenly, thunderous roars reverberated through the void, causing the expressions of all to shift dramatically. The pressure of the divine wandering realm was akin to muffled thunder, while that of the half-step yin-yang realm and above resembled a resounding clap of thunder, which friend of the Tao dares to show themselves. Su-yang Taoist detested being referred to as an old ghost, his expression darkening. Yet, the movements of this individual were so elusive that he could not pinpoint their exact location. Who dares to call me a flower? Show yourself. Imo Jianju Qian was equally incensed, his eyes gleaming with menace. He had always loathed being called a flower. The last person who did so had weeds growing over their grave for meters. As for the reason behind the nickname, it was no secret, easily deduced. Oh, after a century apart, have you forgotten the pain of your old wounds? From the firmament above, a formidable figure suddenly materialized. A burly man shrouded in darkness, wielding two colossal axes. Every inch of his skin radiating explosive power. It was none other than the leader of the Tianfu sect. Upon sighting the giant, both Imo Jianju Qian and Su-yang Taoist expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly forced smiles, bowing in deference. The Tianfu sect, a newly ascendant first-rate power, was headed by a titan of the first level of the yin-yang realm. A century ago, he was merely a half-step yin-yang cultivator. Having clashed violently with Imo Jianju Qian and Su-yang Taoist in an ancient ruin, leaving them with scars that still lingered in memory, Li Muzhou, you are quite impressive. Surrender, or perish. The dominating voice of the Tianfu sect's leader resonated. Directing his gaze toward Li Muzhou, it appears everyone has gathered. The inheritance lies here, containing not only heavenly-level martial arts but also numerous treasures. Who among you desires it? Li Muzhou opened his palm, revealing an ancient storage pouch that materialized within, his expression laden with intrigue. Seeking death. The fallen genius is as plentiful as fish crossing a river. Kid, since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Sensing Li Muzhou's nonchalant demeanor, the Tianfu sect's leader understood there was no room for negotiation, and an axe materialized in his hand. However, just as he prepared to act, a woman clad in a flowing green gown appeared before Li Muzhou. An aura of pressure exponentially surpassing that of the Tianfu sect's leader cascading down, at the same time. An enormous, indescribable domain enveloped the vicinity for miles. What is this? A titan of the 9th level of the yin-yang realm? How is this possible? Qian, we must flee. Above the 9 heavens, Nailin Shue's complexion paled as she grasped the bewildered Nailin Xinyu, turning to escape. Chapter 52. Annihilate. Not a single one shall remain. Shui ancestor, what is happening? Nailin Xinyu felt her head spinning, a powerhouse of the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. What does that even signify? Their family patriarch was merely a 3rd-level yin-yang cultivator, yet could lead the Nailin clan to prominence and renown in their domain. She had never even heard of a 9th-level powerhouse. That woman is undoubtedly a 9th-level yin-yang cultivator. From what I know, there are hardly any 9th-level cultivators even among the current heavenly level sections. It is uncertain if there exists any at all. This Li Muzhou is far from ordinary. This lady is likely a powerhouse from the ancient era. Today, none who dare provoke the Tianjin sect will leave unscathed. Let us retreat. We must distance ourselves. Nailin Shui, usually as calm as still water, was now so astonished that she felt her mind teetering on the brink. A 9th-level yin-yang cultivator could easily contend with her entire group. It is no exaggeration to say they could sweep the entire Dao domain. What is this? Nailin Xinyu stood in stunned disbelief. She understood that each level of cultivation brings with it a distinct realm, and she knew that ascending beyond the divine wandering realm was exceedingly difficult. However, she never anticipated such disparities existed even within the yin-yang realm. She had never witnessed her own ancestor lose composure in such a manner. Luo Han, take action. Leave not a single one alive. Yes, Luo Han obeys. Just as Nailin Shui made her move, Li Muzhou issued a decree, pronouncing death upon all present. Luo Han raised her delicate hand slightly, exerting pressure upon the void. Boom, boom, boom. A tempest composed of countless spiritual energies materialized, crackling with lightning, as 2 jade-like enormous hands emerged from the storm. The first to bear the brunt was the leader of the Tianfu sect, who had already swung his axe. He had yet to comprehend what was happening when the hands from the tempest instantaneously reduced him to a mist of blood. A 1st-level yin-yang cultivator stood no chance against a 9th-level yin-yang cultivator. Moreover, the Tianfu sect's leader had a weak foundation. Whether he could even break through to the second level of the Yin-Yang realm was questionable, otherwise, he would not have traveled such a distance to target Li Muzhou. By the heavens! What is happening? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Yet, in the next moment, the hands emerging from the storm seemed capable of plucking stars from the sky, disregarding all magical techniques and combat arts. Sweeping through the crowd. With a thunderous crash, Su Yang Daoist was directly torn apart. Even the first-level leader of the Tianfu sect had no means to retaliate, and Su Yang Daoist, a half-step Yin-Yang cultivator, was equally defenseless. "Spare me, esteemed elder. Spare me!" The terrified voices of the younger generation echoed as they offered themselves to serve Li Muzhou. In the ensuing chaos, Imo Jianju Qian, now petrified with fear, transformed into a mist of blood. "Spare me, esteemed elder. We were blinded by greed. We were foolish enough to offend the Tianjin sect. Please, spare us, esteemed elder. We were wrong. So wrong. Li Muzhou, no. Li Muzhou, grandfather. I shall be your grandson from now on. Please spare us, grandfather Li Muzhou. We were wrong." The deaths of the three top-tier powerhouses jolted Hauda and his companions awake. They too wished to flee, but within Luo Han's domain, they found themselves unable to move. Forced to kneel and beg for mercy. Luo Han's jade hand paused momentarily as she glanced at Li Muzhou, her eyes inquiring. "Kill." Li Muzhou's expression bore no trace of compassion as he issued the order. In the struggle for supremacy, it is inherently a matter of life and death. Li Muzhou was acutely aware of the principle of eradicating the roots of a problem. These individuals hailed from the northern and eastern Dao domains, and failing to eliminate them would invite endless trouble. The moment they launched their assault on the Tianjin sect, they had to be prepared for death. In an instant, the colossal hand continued its relentless sweep with the force of thunder. The forces of the Binlei sect, Yunu sect, Shigugu sect, Liang sect, Qiri sect, Tianyuan sect, more than a dozen sects powerhouses met their doom. You dare attempt to breach my domain? Ridiculous. Suddenly, Luo Han sensed Nalan Shui and Qianqian attempting to escape using secret techniques. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, boundless spiritual energy began to twist, forcibly revealing the figures of Nalan Shui and Nalan Qianyu. "Esteemed elder, forgive us. We meant no offense. We came to assist Li Muzhou." Nalan Shui, utterly terrified, pleaded for mercy. The two stunningly beautiful women had never anticipated that the outcome of the Tianjin sect would unfold in such a manner. "Wait. They are my friends," Li Muzhou interjected, halting their pleas. Upon departing from the Feishue's secret realm, Nalan Qianyu had indeed stated her intent to aid him in times of crisis. Li Muzhou had initially thought it was merely a jest. Yet he had not expected this Nalan clan saintess to truly summon her ancestor. Had Luo Han not intervened just now, Nalan Shui would have been prepared to strike. Her interest in Li Muzhou was not solely due to the inheritance he held. She was also captivated by this prodigy who had astonished her. "Very well." Luo Han nodded faintly, forcefully bringing Nalan Shui and Nalan Qianyu to the plaza of the Tianjin sect. At this juncture, the formidable beings from over a dozen sects of foreign lands met their demise. Outside the Tianjin sect, an unending rain of blood poured down, resembling a scene from hell. "Senior Mujian, please spare us. We harbor no ill intent. We merely came to observe. I am willing to offer compensation. Grandpa Mujian, grant us mercy." In the distance, the forces from the southern Dao domain, who had intended to be mere spectators, were utterly terrified. Even the monarch of the southern Zhao nation and the elder ancestors knelt, bowing their heads in supplication. Had they known that behind Li Mujian stood a towering figure from the 9 heavens of the Yin-Yang mirror, even with 100-fold courage, they would not have dared to come to witness the spectacle. "Begone," Li Mujian coldly commanded, showing no interest in their lives. "Thank you, Grandpa Mujian. Thank you, Grandpa Mujian. Thank you, Grandpa Mujian." The various forces of the southern Dao domain wept tears of joy, fervently bowing in gratitude. They vowed never to provoke anyone from the Tianjin sect again. One had anticipated such an outcome today. As for the inheritance in Li Mujian's possession, no one dared to covet it. In the Tianjin sect plaza, Nalan Qianyu introduced Mujian. "This is my ancestor, Nalan Xue.it. Is an honor to meet you, Senior Shui." "Please, no need for such formalities." Nalan Shui quickly grasped Li Mujian's arms, wanting to prevent him from bowing, and gently said, "If you do not mind, You may call me sister from now on. Li Mujin was taken aback. He was friends with Nalan Qinyu, and Nalan Shui was her ancestor. It felt inappropriate to call her sister. He thought. In inquiries, the worthy shall take precedence. With your talent, Mujin, you shall surely make your name resound across the world. It is perfectly acceptable to call me sister. We each have our own perspectives. A rare blush flickered across Nalan Shui's face as she gazed at Li Mujin. She was indeed astonished by him, yet more so wary of the towering figure behind him. Li Mujin replied nonchalantly. Very well, we shall each have our own perspectives. Nalan Shui hardly resembled an elder who had lived for centuries. Her allure surpassed that of Nalan Qinyu, and having multiple sisterly figures seemed not to be a bad thing at all. With some trepidation, Nalan Shui glanced at Luo Han and cautiously inquired, by the way, how shall I address this esteemed senior? The mere mention of a peak figure at the ninth heaven of the Yin realm sent shivers down her spine. And she could not help but exercise caution. With such a powerful ally aiding the Tianjin sect, it was undoubtedly a first-rate force within the Lingxiao realm. Chapter 53. The eve of the Talented Youth Conference. Li Mujin smiled mysteriously and said, She is my friend. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Call me if needed. In Luo Han's eyes, there was only Li Mujin. His ethereal voice still echoed in the void as he vanished without a trace. Li Mujin understood that Luo Han was merely a tool created by the system. This summon had already consumed one opportunity, and if the remaining two were used, Luo Han would disappear entirely. Of course, if he could obtain summoning opportunities, he would still call upon Luo Han again. 3 opportunities were sufficient for now. After this battle, no one dared to cause trouble at the Tianjin sect. As for those below the Yin realm, he alone was capable of sweeping them aside. Nalan Shui was astonished. What is this situation? A peak figure of the ninth heaven of the Yin realm is a friend? Moreover, it seems this figure treats Li Mujin with utmost courtesy. Could it be that Li Mujin is simply the revered ancestor of the Tianjin sect? The minds of the others buzzed in confusion. So this is Mujin's trump card? They wondered where he had met such an esteemed elder. The sect master, Chan Nan, was just as bewildered, quietly pondering to himself. Regardless, the crisis of the Tianjin sect seemed to have dissipated. With 2 half-step Yin realm cultivators and a peak Yin realm giant, along with over 10 high-level divine travel realm experts all annihilated, no one, save for those top-tier forces, would dare challenge the Tianjin sect. On that very day, the entire southern Dao domain was in an uproar. Upon your return, admonish your disciples to never offend the Tianjin sect. Otherwise, they shall face the direst of consequences. Today's events must remain buried within your hearts. Never utter a word against the Tianjin sect. The orders were issued, establishing the Tianjin sect as a forbidden domain. All those who survived their encounter with the Tianjin sect felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. The shocking scenes of Luo Han's ruthless extermination of numerous powerful beings would forever be etched in their memories. The status of the Tianjin sect soared instantaneously, becoming a force known throughout the southern Dao domain. The power dynamics in the eastern frontier of the southern Dao domain shifted, with even the southern Zhao nation reaping numerous benefits. In the imperial capital of the southern Zhao nation, the royal family members respectfully greeted the ancestors' return. The elder, being at the 7th heaven of the divine travel realm, was the very foundation upon which their southern Zhao nation stood. Otherwise, they would have long been divided among the likes of the Huiyue Empire and other nations. Summon the first prince. Yes, ancestor. The first prince has arrived. Greetings to the ancestor, and to the father, before long. The first prince, who had just recovered from his injuries, arrived at the forbidden ground. Upon seeing the ancestor, he felt excitement, but was equally curious as to why he had been summoned, especially since his father was present. The ancestor spoke directly, was saying, Before you entered the Flying Snow secret realm, did you encounter elderly Mujin of the Tianjin sect? This ancestor, I did not meet him. That is good. The ancestor spoke with enthusiasm. In the days to come, all resources of the royal family will be directed towards you. You must strive to secure a ticket to the Southern Dao Domain Grand Competition and participate in the Talented Youth Conference. Ancestor, I will surely attend the Talented Youth Conference, the first prince replied, puzzled. But what does this have to do with the Tianjin sect? My son, listen closely, the ancestor replied. The contemporary emperor frowned. What kind of behavior is this? Child. It is of no concern, the ancestor continued. During the recent events within the Flying Snow secret realm, Li Mujin's disciples, Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian, shone brightly, especially Gu Qinghan. If I am not mistaken, you must cultivate a good relationship with them. As this pertains to the fortunes of our southern Zhao nation for the next millennium, yes, I obey. Swisang trembled slightly, yet remained utterly perplexed. He had heard of the Tianjin sect, known to be among the top forces in the southern Zhao nation. But did it require such flattery? For the past few days, Swisang had been in seclusion to heal his injuries, entirely unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Son, it is like this. The ancestor adjusted his demeanor and briefly recounted the events surrounding the Tianjin sect. The first prince gasped, a wave of dizziness washing over him as he swayed slightly. Heavens! A peak figure of the ninth heaven of the Yin realm? I never expected such a bloodbath to occur in the 10,000 Great Mountains today. Such terrifying news left the first prince questioning his very existence. Moreover, the ancestor mentioned that Duan Mulin, the prince of the Huiyue Empire who had once trampled upon his face, had perished at the hands of Li Mujian. Now, the Huiyue Empire remained eerily silent, not daring to utter a sound. Had it not been for Li Mujian's mercy, the Huiyue Empire would have been no more. Furthermore, the two empires neighboring the southern Zhao nation had surrendered territories to show goodwill, as a result. The royal family of the southern Zhao nation reaped substantial benefits, solely due to the presence of the Tianjin sect within their borders. Nailan Shui, a figure of the Yin realm, would not normally visit the southern Dao domain, let alone be a guest at a third-rate sect like the Tianjin sect, yet she treated Li Mujian with utmost warmth, as if they were long-lost friends. Throughout their time together, they conversed extensively. Li Mujian took a sip of wine and casually inquired, Sister Shui, what is this celestial transformation you mentioned? The celestial transformation dew, condensed over millennia, is a rare treasure. Each time during the Lingxiao Talented Youth Conference, a vial is presented as the grand prize, along with some other special artifacts. With a change of tone, Nailan Shui smiled and added, of course, if Mujian were to participate, the championship would undoubtedly belong to you. At 25 years of age, you are at the fifth heaven of the divine travel realm, possessing mastery of sixth-tier true intent, and displaying remarkable swordsmanship. Just now, you effortlessly neutralized an attack from a ninth heaven divine travel realm cultivator. Such an extraordinary contender, the championship must surely be yours, Li Mujian, who had yet to surpass 30, perfectly fit the requirements. Nailan Shui could hardly fathom the shock Li Mujian would bring to the various domains. Is Sister Shui trying to flatter me? Li Mujian remarked nonchalantly. As for the championship, I do not particularly care. Who knows if those ancient clans have any extraordinary participants? My primary intention for attending this time is to allow Qinghan to experience some trials and to witness the talents of others. Master, Gu Qinghan, seated beside Li Mujian, was deeply moved. Gu Qinghan's favorability increased by 5. Gu Qinghan's favorability increased by 5. Excellent, excellent. Li Mujian felt a sense of joy upon hearing the system notification. The admiration of his fairy-like disciple brought him immense satisfaction. Though the talents of various clans may be extraordinary, Mujian, you are the true prodigy. Nailan Shui glanced at the sun and said, I see the hour grows late. I shall take my leave now. I hope our Nailan family will forever remain friends with you, Mujian. Certainly. Your goodwill, Mujian shall never forget. Li Muzhou nodded slightly, preparing to rise and see her off in the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed. All the great domains were finalizing their preparations for the Lingxiao Celestial Heroes Conference, and the competition for tickets was equally fierce. Li Muzhou had commenced specialized training for Gu Qinghan, whose strength surged dramatically. Qinghan, unleash your full power and attack me, Li Muzhou said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back atop Tianju Peak, gazing at the picturesque Gu Qinghan. Chapter 54, Even your ancestor cannot save you. Name, Gu Qinghan. Age, 19. Realm, 7th layer of Divine Pill Cultivation Technique. Ice Sealing Profound Cold Sutra Bloodline. First Class Ice Soul Sword Body. Future Empress Potential Note. The Ice Soul Sword Body is among the finest of the first-class sword bodies. Requiring the activation of Ice Essence Snow Lotus, meeting the criteria for accepting disciples. Gu Qinghan's favorability. 60. After 6 months of specialized training and numerous resources, Gu Qinghan's strength underwent a tremendous transformation. Under Li Muzhou's guidance, she had also perfected the second layer of the Ice Sealing Profound Cold Sutra. Today marked the first occasion in half a year that Li Muzhou would assess Gu Qinghan's cultivation results. However, one thing left Li Muzhou somewhat speechless. Over the past 6 months, Gu Qinghan's favorability had steadily climbed to over 70, yet for reasons unknown, it fluctuated slightly each day, ultimately settling at 60. Women's hearts are as elusive as the depths of the sea, Li Muzhou thought, choosing to disregard such matters. As for the previous flirtatious incidents, they had not recurred. Master, be careful, Gu Qinghan said, her ice blue gown fluttering in the wind. Wisps of frost forming beneath her feet as she executed the ice heart sword technique. Ice-cold flying shadow, Li Muzhou smiled faintly. No worries, come at me with all you have in an instant. Gu Qinghan transformed into a mere shadow, appearing before Li Muzhou with a sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at his face, while the nascent form of her icy truth was infused within. Its power far exceeding her current realm. Impressive, very impressive. The might of this strike would surpass that of an ordinary third layer of the diamond realm, Li Muzhou remarked casually, effortlessly pinching the tip of Gu Qinghan's sword between his fingers. The nascent form of her icy truth was similarly dispelled with ease. Li Muzhou was quite satisfied with the power of Gu Qinghan's strike. If she were to go all out, she could potentially match a fifth layer of the diamond realm. One of the prerequisites for participation in the Lingshao Celestial Heroes Conference was to be under 30 years of age and above the Purple Mansion realm. Given Gu Qinghan's current strength, completing the task posed little challenge. Master is still formidable. Qinghan can't even harm a single hair on you, Gu Qinghan pouted, clinging to Li Muzhou's arm in a playful manner. Are you joking without restraint now? Li Muzhou teased, pinching her cheek with a feigned solemnity. Qinghan just loves Master the most, she replied mischievously, sticking out her tongue. Humph, what of it? In any case, I've made up my mind to rely on Master for life. Ahem, by the way, how is your sister faring in her training? Li Muzhou asked, his face slightly flushed as he hurriedly changed the subject. He felt increasingly that his disciple was resembling a rebellious student. And such declarations of affection made him rather bashful. Master, my sister has been in seclusion lately. She will likely surpass me in realm once she emerges. Good. Li Muzhou felt quite pleased. Although Gu Qingshan's talent was not as high as Gu Qinghan's, her training speed was nothing to scoff at. Moreover, a crucial factor was that Gu Qingshan practiced a heavenly grade technique, inherently faster, while Gu Qinghan's cultivation technique was of the super-grade immortal level, making breakthroughs a bit slower. Muzhou, Situ Ming has arrived. Moments later, Chan Nan descended from the clouds, landing atop Tianju Peak. Li Muzhou turned to Chan Nan and asked, "Are we ready to begin?" Yes. The South Domain Grand Competition has concluded, and a total of 80,000 individuals have headed to the Eastern Domain's Hancheng. Situ Ming has come specifically to welcome you. As Chan Nan spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Li Muzhou sensed Chan Nan had something to say and inquired directly, "Sect Master, what is it?" While Chan Nan rubbed his hands, feeling a bit awkward. "Muzhou, you know I've only taken Zhao Heng as my sole direct disciple over the years. May I bring him along for some practical training?" The top talents on the potential dragon rankings are granted direct access to the Celestial Heroes Conference tickets, along with 3 special quota privileges. This time, Li Muzhou intended to bring the Gu sisters along, leaving an extra spot available. Thus, Chan Nan had given this considerable thought before broaching the subject. "It's a trivial matter. I shall take him with me." "Thank you, Qinghan." "Present, Master. Call your cousin. We shall depart today." "Understood, Master." Outside the gates of the Tianjin sect, a massive flying vessel awaited. Situ Ming stood on the deck, and upon seeing Li Muzhou and his entourage, greeted them with a smile. "Muzhou, my friend, please." Ever since the Tianjin sect had lost several ancestors, its standing in the South Domain had surged dramatically. The name of the Tianjin sect was now known far and wide. Originally, participants in the Celestial Heroes Conference were required to gather on their own and take the flying vessels provided by heavenly grade sects to the competition venue. However, Situ Ming had come personally to receive Li Muzhou, a testament to Li Muzhou's unique status. Li Muzhou, accompanied by his 3 disciples, stepped onto the deck, smiling as he said, "Situ, it's been a while." "Indeed, it's been half a year." "Muzhou, this time you attend the Celestial Heroes Conference. You will surely make a remarkable impression. Such superficial fame is of little concern to me." As the two conversed, they noticed a throng of seekers gathered outside the Tianjin sect's gates. Among them were many former disciples who had left the sect. Some had even knelt outside for months, hoping to rejoin, but their efforts were in vain. There were also numerous seekers who had invested heavily to join the Tianjin sect, yet to no avail. The The Tianjin sect is no longer what it used to be, Situ Ming remarked as he led Li Muzhou to a luxurious suite on the third floor, observing the sea of figures outside. Indeed, the shadows of men reflect the names of trees. It is no longer as easy to join the Tianjin sect as it once was. Li Muzhou smiled faintly, pleased with the sect's growth. Muzhou, you shall reside here for the next few days. Once we gather the participants at the Purple Moon Dynasty in the South Domain, we will head to the Eastern Domains, Hanqing 3 days later. The massive flying vessel, carrying tens of thousands, approached the Eastern Domain. On the third floor of the vessel resided the experts of the Divine Travel Realm, while the second and first floors housed numerous participants. The vessel was equipped with a variety of amenities, including taverns, tea houses, and entertainment facilities, surpassing even the luxurious cruise liners of later times. Jiu Qinghan and Gu Qingshan strolled hand in hand to the vessel's tavern, the liveliest spot, where talents from the South Domain gathered for socializing, and they were no exception. Greetings, Miss Qinghan. Miss Qingshan, the Grand Prince of the Nanjiao Kingdom, Swisang, stood up and bowed deeply upon spotting the Gu sisters. His demeanor exceedingly humble. Prior to their departure, the ancestors had repeatedly advised him to forge good relations with Li Muzhou's disciples, for the Tianjin sect was an indomitable titan in the eastern part of the South Domain. Your Highness, what a coincidence, please. No need for formalities. Just call me Xiao Zhuo. Just as Swisang spoke, a frivolous voice interjected. Oh, what stunning sisters, Xiao Zhuo. You must introduce me properly. The speaker was Enlin, hailing from the prominent and family in the northern border of the South Domain, with a formidable ancestor at the 7th layer of the Divine Travel Realm, and one of Swisang's acquaintances aboard the vessel. Enlin was instantly captivated by the beauty of the Gu sisters, his eyes sparkling. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan frowned slightly, disliking such a flippant individual. Silence. Swisang's expression darkened as he scolded, desist from speaking recklessly. Should you show disrespect to the fairies, even your ancestor cannot save you. Chapter 55. A sword that shakes the heavens. 1,000 swords returning to the sect? What is happening? Enlin was left utterly bewildered. In the days he had spent with Swisang, he had conversed easily and even met some women, yet he had never seen Swisang so serious. Moreover, Swisang seemed particularly fearful of something. His ancestor was a 7th-layer Divine Travel Realm powerhouse. Such strength was dominant in the northern border of the South Domain. Who were these two women? All right, it was my fault. Please don't take offense. Ladies, I merely jested. If the fairies have time, I would be honored to treat you both to a drink as an apology. What say you? Enlin was no fool, nor was he a spoiled rich kid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured a ticket to the Lingxiao Celestial Heroes Conference through the South Domain Grand Competition. Swisang, the heir of the Nanjiao royal family, had an ancestor of similar strength to his own. A 7th-layer Divine Travel Realm, indicating that those treated with such deference must possess remarkable backgrounds. Yet, what force in the South Domain commanded such fear from Swisang? Apologies, but we are unavailable, sister. Let us go over there. Gu Qinghan never cast a glance at Enlin from beginning to end. She simply grasped Gu Qingqian's hand and departed. Apart from her master, no man in the world could capture Gu Qinghan's attention. The brief acknowledgement of the Crown Prince was merely out of respect for their shared nationality as citizens of the Nanjiao Kingdom. Devoid of any deeper meaning, it was only after Gu Qinghan and her companion had left that Swisang let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a flick of his sleeve. Brother Zhuo, what on earth is happening? Enlin furrowed his brow and inquired. You, a prominent crown prince of the Nanjiao Kingdom, seem to be utterly terrified of them? Enlin, let me make this clear. Swisang replied with grave seriousness. Although our relationship is amicable, if you wish to court disaster, do not drag me along with you. Those two fairies possess connections that are unfathomably powerful. Even 10 families combined could not provoke them. What? Enlin was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, could it be? There were only a few forces in the Nandao region that the Yin family could not contend with. But if it involved something that even 10 families could not stand against, it could only be the renowned Tianjin sect that had gained notoriety just half a year prior. Indeed, it is good that you understand. Swisang's expression turned somber. He had been fearful that Enlin might jeopardize their situation, thereby endangering himself as well. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the flying vessel. Causing many to stagger, he turned his gaze toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window, his pupils dilating in shock. Look! What is that? Bats! No, it's the bloodthirsty royal bats. Good heavens, how many are there? We are surrounded. Qing Han, it's a horde of bloodthirsty royal bats. What in the world? How did those behemoth-sized bloodthirsty royal bats come to be? The larger the bloodthirsty royal bat, the stronger its power. Those as large as mountains are the divine travel realm bloodthirsty royal bats. Outside the flying vessel, the night sky was filled with countless bloodthirsty royal bats, led by several divine travel realm specimens, launching an assault on the vessel. A terrifying storm raged through the darkness, rendering the vessel nearly immobile. An overwhelming sense of panic spread among all present. With a flurry of movements, a dozen elders aboard the vessel sprang into action, unleashing their respective divine abilities to counter the swarm of bloodthirsty royal bats. Look, the divine travel realm experts have taken action. We will surely be safe. Indeed. The protectors are all from heavenly grade sects. The swarm of bloodthirsty royal bats cannot possibly breach our defenses. The occupants on the second and third floors watched the scene outside with hopeful anticipation. However, their confidence quickly dissipated, plunging them back into horror. A strange cry echoed as several divine travel realm bloodthirsty royal bats coordinated their attack on the vulnerable areas of the vessel's protective formation, causing two divine travel realm elders to cough up blood as the formation was breached. Then, led by a dozen divine travel realm bloodthirsty royal bats, countless others surged into the formation like a horde of locusts. The vessel's protective formation was torn apart. The vessel itself served as the final bastion. If the vessel were to be breached, the more than 80,000 participants aboard would have no chance of survival. No! The two divine travel realm experts screamed in agony, severely wounded and spitting blood. Quick, someone help! It's too late. We can't hold them off any longer. There are too many of these beasts. Such audacity from these creatures. Hold your ground, or we shall all perish here. The expressions of the dozen divine travel realm experts shifted dramatically as they unleashed a dazzling array of combat techniques and treasures. Yet, as more and more bloodthirsty royal bats crashed against the vessel, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Qing Han, even these divine travel realm experts from heavenly grade sects are struggling. Gu Qingqian stood by a floor-to-ceiling window. Frowning. Do you think our master will intervene? Of course, Gu Qinghan replied confidently. If my master intervenes, not a single one of these foul beasts will survive. As if to validate Gu Qinghan's words, her sword suddenly began to tremble violently at her waist, as if responding to some unseen force. What is happening? Gu Qinghan grasped the hilt, but to no avail. The sword continued to strive to break free. With a series of metallic sounds, all the swords carried by the cultivators aboard the vessel unsheathed themselves in unison. Look, it's our master! Gu Qinghan exclaimed in delight as a figure clad in white appeared in the night sky, effortlessly shredding a divine travel realm bloodthirsty royal bat with a flick of his sleeve. Thank you, Daoist Li Muzhou, Situ Ming exclaimed in joy. Just moments prior, he had been caught in a precarious situation, and without Li Muzhou's timely intervention, he would have surely suffered greatly. It's nothing. These beasts have disturbed my tranquility. They deserve to die. Unmatched sword cannon. All swords return to their origin. With a swift gesture, Li Muzhou pointed into the void. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded, shaking the hearts of all present. Countless flying swords shot forth from within the vessel, densely packed like a river of sword energy. Sweeping across the sky under Li Muzhou's command, ice and fire converge with a thunderous roar. Wherever the sword river passed, ice and fire erupted, causing countless bloodthirsty royal bats to shriek in agony amidst the conflagration. Boom, boom, boom. The river of sword energy, formed by 10,000 swords, swept through everything like autumn winds scattering leaves. Regardless of whether they were high or low-tier divine travel realm bloodthirsty royal bats, all that were pierced by the sword energy were torn asunder. In just a breath, the once overwhelming horde of bloodthirsty royal bats was decimated to mere remnants. In an instant, the previously fearless bloodthirsty royal bats began to scatter in panic. Goodness, how formidable! Who is this senior? Terrifying. Could this elder be a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert? Unbelievable. If I could possess even half of this elder's strength, how could I possibly fail to achieve a good ranking? Everyone was astounded, and Zhuo Sang spoke with solemnity. Lin, this is the esteemed Li Muzhou. Do you truly believe Tin and families could provoke him? Gulping, and Lin found himself at a loss for words. Handle the remaining small fry, Li Muzhou's voice echoed through the raging winds. And with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, the swords floating in the sky sheathed themselves voluntarily, the faint sword intent emanating from their blades leaving everyone utterly astonished. Situ Ming and the others were left in shock, their scalps tingling, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. 3 days later, the flying vessel arrived safely in Hanqing of the eastern Dao region. Upon entering the city, Li Muzhou encountered an old acquaintance. Look, the participants from the Nandao region have arrived. Hee. Aren't the participants from the Nandao region merely a supporting cast at every genius tournament? Indeed, the Nandao region is the weakest among the major Dao regions. I heard this time the Nandao region has over 80,000 participants, significantly more than the last genius tournament. Even if they have more, they are still worthless, as the enormous flying vessel carrying the Nandao participants hovered over Hanqing. The young talents within the city felt a profound sense of superiority. Master, we have arrived in Hanqing. Gu Qinghan and her companions approached Li Muzhou's door and gently knocked. With a creak, the door to Li Muzhou's chamber swung open automatically, revealing him clad in white, who swiftly appeared before Gu Qinghan and the others. Let us go. Soon after, everyone descended from the vessel. Just before parting, Situ Ming attempted to invite Li Muzhou to visit his family estate, but Li Muzhou declined. Since the incident with the bloodthirsty royal bat horde, all the experts aboard the vessel treated Li Muzhou with utmost respect, inundating him with invitations, all of which he refused. The group settled into a luxurious private suite at the city's largest inn, costing 10,000 gold coins a day, and then set out to explore. Such a price would be considered exorbitant in the Nanzhao kingdom, yet it was nothing in the bustling Hanqing. Master, you wouldn't believe how popular Brother Zhao Hong has become these past few days. Oh, what is the story? Li Muzhou inquired as he strolled with the three along Hanqing's broad avenues. This massive ancient city was over 10 times larger than the imperial capital of the Nanzhao kingdom, and it was Li Muzhou's first visit to such a grand city, which he found quite enjoyable. Its like this, Gu Qinghan began to recount the events aboard the vessel. Zhao Hong, as a disciple of Changnan, was no slouch himself. After 8 years in the Tianjin sect, and with the resources Li Muzhou had previously provided, his strength had advanced to the 4th layer of the Diamond Realm. On the vessel, Zhao Hong had made several female acquaintances, one of whom was named Shin Sisi, hailing from a prominent family in the southern region of the Nandao, and their relationship had blossomed fervently. Naturally, Zhao Hong had not revealed his identity as a disciple of the Tianjin sect. Even without that, his talents alone made him a remarkable figure in the Nandao region, and it was only natural for him to attract the attention of young women. Unfortunately, the elders of Shan Sisi's family looked down upon Zhao Hong, considering him merely an ordinary genius. Is that so? Zhao Hong, you rascal. It seems you are doing quite well, Li Muzhou grinned, displaying a row of pearly white teeth as he regarded Zhao Hong. You're joking, ancestor. The disciple is also fond of her. This time at the Celestial Heroes Conference, the disciple will certainly make the elders of the Shen family take notice. Zhao Heng's face flushed slightly as he shyly remarked. Observing this impassioned junior disciple, Li Muzhou casually replied, No matter. If you invoke the name of our Tianjin sect, it is quite possible that the elders of the Shun family will weep and wail. Insisting that you unite in matrimony with your beloved, Zhao Hong replied earnestly, Ancestor, it is precisely because I do not wish for that outcome that the essence changes, if I solely rely on the sect's influence. What difference is there between me and a worthless being? Indeed, Li Muzhou's regard for Zhao Hong heightened significantly. The Tianjin sect, in its previous recruitment of disciples, not only assessed talent but also character. As a direct disciple of Chen Nan, Zhao Hong was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Ancestor, you may not be aware, but my situation is nothing compared to that of my junior sisters, Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian. The gifts they have received over the past few days could fill an entire warehouse. Oh? Li Muzhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? In truth, Li Muzhou was already aware of these developments. Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian, with their stunning beauty, easily eclipsed the most popular starlets of later generations. Beautiful fairies are universally adored across all worlds and ages. Furthermore, sycophants exist in every realm. Senior brother Zhao Hong, do not speak carelessly. Gu Qinghan declared proudly, I have not accepted a single one of those gifts. Having my revered master is more than sufficient for me, in this lifetime. I only wish to honor my master and remain by her side. Indeed, Gu Qingqian echoed, aside from our master, we can hardly be bothered to acknowledge anyone else. You too. Li Muzhou shook his head, bemused. However, it was rather gratifying to experience such admiration from beautiful disciples. Jiu Qinghan pointed towards the bustling square and exclaimed, Master, look over there. What a lively scene. Who dares to step forward for a duel? Who else? Upon the massive arena within the square, a young man clad in black robes exuded an air of arrogance as he addressed the onlookers below. It is no surprise that Wu Qian, ranked 380, proves to be a formidable opponent. The secret techniques of the Wu clan are truly not to be trifled with. Indeed, Wu Qian has already defeated 3 challengers. It seems the prize of the day will likely be his. Are there no other challengers? I shall. In a fleeting moment, a slender man leaped forward, landing in the center of the arena. He swiftly unfurled a folding fan. Adopting a delicate demeanor, I am Hua Tianyu from the North Dao domain. Please, enlighten me. Hua Tianyu, the one ranked 383 on the Qianlong list. It is he. He is indeed a notable talent from our North Dao domain. Although Hua Tianyu ranked slightly lower than Wu Qian, the Hua family's reputation for concealed weaponry is renowned throughout the world. The spectators erupted into exclamations of excitement. The Qianlong list, aside from the top 10 prodigies, does not strictly adhere to rankings, as some geniuses remain hidden, their true combat power shrouded in mystery. Hua Tianyu is certainly one such case. Hee. Hua Tianyu, you are no match for me. Wu Qian, I have already defeated 3 opponents of the same rank in this arena. And you shall be no exception? Ha! Wu Qian bellowed, his long blade slicing through the air, unleashing a formidable wave of energy aimed directly at Hua Tianyu. Hua Tianyu, demonstrating remarkable elegance, waved his folding fan lightly. From within, a striking beam emerged, shattering Wu Qian's blade energy while simultaneously revealing an enigmatic flying needle, aimed straight for Wu Qian's face. The Hua family's breaking chi needle, Wu Qian, sensing the gravity of the situation, retreated swiftly, fully aware of the threat posed by this seemingly innocuous embroidery needle. The breaking chi needle is designed to penetrate protective barriers with exceptional force and lethality, making it a challenging opponent. At that very moment, Li Muzhou and his companions arrived at the arena, observing the duel with keen interest. The city lord of Hanqing is a formidable presence in the realm of Yinyang, having explicitly prohibited combat within the city. However, prior to the commencement of the Celestial Heroes Conference, it is not uncommon for young individuals to engage in duels upon the martial platforms, with such events occurring nearly daily. Today, however, Wu Qian's match proved particularly thrilling, as it marked the first time that a prodigy from the top 500 of the Qianlong list had stepped into the fray. Jiu Qinghan inquired curiously. Master, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Certainly the one wielding the embroidery needle. What? He appears to be at a disadvantage. Gu Qinghan protested, clearly baffled, as Hua Tianyu found himself on the defensive, having failed multiple attempts to land a breaking chi needle while Wu Qian unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Li Muzhou replied calmly, just watch closely. This lad possesses a cunning nature. In terms of raw strength, Wu Qian ranked 7 in the Golden Body realm, while Hua Tianyu ranked 6, yet Li Muzhou could instantly discern that the effeminate Hua Tianyu was laying a trap. As anticipated, mere moments later, as Wu Qian was on the verge of victory, the ground erupted with a dozen breaking chi needles, directly piercing Wu Qian's back. In an instant, Wu Qian's vitality faltered, and he staggered. Pain seizing his chest. With a resounding thud, Wu Qian fell to one knee, as Hua Tianyu's folding fan hovered threateningly at his throat. You resorted to a sneak attack? Wu Qian exclaimed, filled with indignation, realizing that it was not merely his skill that allowed him to evade the breaking chi needles, but rather that Hua Tianyu had been orchestrating this ambush all along, waiting until Wu Qian stepped into his trap before claiming victory. Fool! Hua Tianyu scoffed, unable to accept defeat. With a swift kick, he sent Wu Qian tumbling off the arena. In an instant, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. No one had anticipated that Wu Qian, who had dominated the match, would suffer such a defeat. Hee. How utterly boring, Li Muzhou observed with a nonchalant smile, preparing to depart. However, his casual laughter struck Hua Tianyu's ears like nails on a chalkboard. Stop right there. Are you dissatisfied? Hua Tianyu called out, his gaze locking onto Li Muzhou, his voice dripping with disdain. Upon hearing the term country bumpkin, Li Muzhou halted in his tracks. While it was true he hailed from the South Dao domain, how dare this effeminate figure mock him as a country bumpkin? Master. Gu Qinghan began to speak, but Li Muzhou raised a hand, signaling her to remain silent. Not only was Li Muzhou irked, but Gu Qinghan and the others were equally incensed. All eyes turned towards Li Muzhou and his companions. Their attire suggested they were from the South Dao domain. Hua Tianyu had overstepped his bounds and should not have spoken so. They appear to be in their early 20s. It seemed hopeless. Hush, let us lower our voices. Drawing Hua Tianyu's attention is not a favorable situation. It seemed apparent that these individuals were from the same sect in the South Dao domain. The onlookers instinctively retreated 3 steps, creating a vacuum around Li Muzhou. With a swift motion, Hua Tianyu snapped his folding fan shut and pointed at Li Muzhou, declaring, "You were the one who laughed. Weren't you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Around the arena, the only sounds were the frantic gasps of astonishment. Anyone witnessed how Li Muzhou made his move. But in the blink of an eye, Hua Tianyu found himself beneath Li Muzhou's foot. Indeed, he was being trampled underfoot. Li Muzhou's shoe, still damp with earth, left a mark upon Hua Tianyu's fair visage. Distorting it grotesquely, simultaneously, Li Muzhou's palm opened, and a cascade of breaking qi needles clattered to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Li Muzhou had subdued Hua Tianyu with astonishing speed, single-handedly confiscating all the breaking qi needles that had been launched from the folding fan. Effeminate fool, what did you just bark? Li Muzhou's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he relentlessly ground Hua Tianyu's face beneath his shoe, his voice icy as ice. Though Hanqing had regulations against fighting within the city, Li Muzhou cared little for such constraints. What of the city lord of Hanqing, a master of the Yin realm? At worst, he could summon Luo Han and deal with the matter decisively. How dare a mere ant provoke him? I was wrong. Senior, please treat me as if I were nothing. Hua Tianyu stammered in a panic, his previous arrogance evaporating as he coughed up more blood, a figure in the spirit wanderer realm. This young man, who appeared to be a few years his junior, was undoubtedly a powerful cultivator. Could he possibly be one of the top 10 prodigies on the Qianlong list? Li Muzhou could hardly be bothered to argue with such a petty character. With a swift kick to Hua Tianyu's chest, a resounding crack echoed as at least 6 ribs shattered on the spot. Hua Tianyu was unable to utter a single cry, instantly losing consciousness. To kill Hua Tianyu would undoubtedly provoke the Lord of Hanqing, thereby squandering a precious opportunity. It was simply not worth it. That kick from Li Muzhou effectively crippled Hua Tianyu, leaving him devoid of any potential for future progress, which could be considered a merciful act. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their spirits shaken. Although Hua Tianyu was a 6th-tier master of the Vajra realm, even Wu Qian, a 7th-tier master, had fallen at his hands, and the Huajia's hidden weapons were notoriously troublesome. Yet, before Li Muzhou, he was dispatched with a single move, rendering those hidden weapons a mere joke. Such a powerful visual shock left the aspiring elites present in a state of bewilderment. The crowd instinctively parted to clear a path for Li Muzhou and his companions. Let us proceed, Li Muzhou declared, showing little interest in the so-called arena competition, intent on taking Gu Qinghan and others to savor some local delicacies. As for whether Hua Tianyu's family would seek revenge, he paid it no heed. The Huajia, at best, had a high-tier master of the transcendental realm to guard them. If the Huajia possessed any semblance of intelligence, they would not dare to trouble him over Hua Tianyu. Master, you were simply magnificent just now, one of his companions exclaimed. Indeed, Hua Tianyu had an utterly deserving countenance. Challenging an ancestor was the most foolish decision of this boy's life. How could Master be so youthful? Ha ha! Along the way, Gu Qinghan and the others chattered incessantly, never pausing for a moment. You lot, take advantage of these days to solidify your cultivation. You witnessed the caliber of the elites in that arena. They are no ordinary opponents. Oh, make a name in the Lingxiao realm. You must excel in the first round of the elite competition and secure a spot among the top 10,000. Li Muzhou stated sternly, casting a glance at Gu Qinghan. Yes, understood, Gu Qinghan replied, retracting her playful demeanor. With a total of 100,000 participants in the elite competition, a staggering 90% would be eliminated in the first round, leaving only 10,000 to proceed to the second round. Should Gu Qinghan fail to pass the first trial, the mission would be deemed a complete failure, a matter Li Muzhou took seriously. Fei Xian Lu stood as the most opulent restaurant in Hancheng. Those who dined there were either extraordinarily wealthy or held esteemed positions. It was inconceivable for disciples of lesser factions to frequent such an establishment. Upon their arrival at Fei Xian Lu, Li Muzhou and his companions were taken aback. The cost for tea alone at each table was 5,000 gold coins, equivalent to the cost of dining utensils in a later era. The food was equally lavish, featuring a plethora of rare delicacies from mythical beasts. On the third floor, a man clad in a resplendent robe ingratiated himself, saying, "Miss Naylan, do try these dishes. They are the signature offerings of Fei Xian Lu." Naylan Xinyu gazed out at the bustling streets, her voice cool and detached. "Qiu Zishu, I have no appetite. Speak your mind." "Miss Naylan, it is as such," Qiu Zishu smiled. "I have invited the top 20 friends from the Qinlong list to my estate for an evening gathering. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." Qiu Zishu, ranked 39th on the Qinlong list, hailed from the powerful Qiu family of the northern domain, also one of the ancient clans. He had long harbored affections for Naylan Xinyu, with his family hoping to unite their fates for mutual benefit. However, Naylan Xinyu, proud and haughty, ranked 6th on the Qinlong list, had always looked down upon Qiu Zishu. After encountering Li Muzhou, her disdain only deepened. "Oh? Very well, I shall consider it," she replied. Her interest piqued at the mention of the top 20 elites. The impending elite competition presented an opportunity for strategic insight. However, her thoughts were far from Qiu Zishu's gathering. Hearing that the flying ships from the southern domain had entered the city, she had dispatched her family members to seek out Li Muzhou. Yet no news had come. Suddenly, her heart raced as she spotted Li Muzhou approaching Fei Xian Lu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Miss Naylan, this gift is for you. Apologies, but I have urgent matters to attend to." She interrupted, leaving Qiu Zishu bewildered, his prepared gift feeling burdensome in his hands as he perceived himself to be a fool. "Huh? Who is he?" Qiu Zishu turned to see Naylan Xinyu outside, her demeanor warm as she animatedly conversed with a man in white. In that instant, Qiu Zishu felt a profound humiliation. Despite his lavish preparations, Naylan Xinyu had not even spared him a glance, instead engaging with a stranger in cheerful conversation. Such a scenario was nothing short of surreal. "Shadow, investigate this young man's background for me," Qiu Zishu commanded, crushing his wine glass with a loud crack. "Understood, young master," Shadow replied before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. It was evident that this elder was a fifth-tier master of the transcendental realm, serving as Qiu Zishu's protector. "Heh, regardless of where you come from, you shall pay the price for offending me." Qiu Zishu, I am aware that Wei Lang, ranked 10th on the Qinlong list, also harbors interest in you. However, his family pales in comparison to mine, the Qiu family, and is of no concern. Amidst his vexation, Qiu Zishu downed several cups of strong liquor. An hour later, Shadow returned. "Young master, I have news." "What is it?" "The man is named Li Muzhou, from the southern domain. He previously acquainted with Miss Naylan, and their relationship is quite ordinary. And his strength?" "Young master, his strength should be beneath yours, I have inquired, and Li Muzhou is ranked 996 on the Qinlong list. Having entered the list 6 months ago." "What?" Qiu Zishu's eyes widened in disbelief. 996? Naylan Xinyu is actually chatting merrily with such an inconsequential figure. Observing Qiu Zishu's reaction, Shadow suggested, "If the young master is displeased, should I teach him a lesson?" "Unnecessary, that a mere rank 996 is no threat. I could easily subdue him with one hand. Moreover, this is Hancheng, and it would be improper to act out here. Come, I want to see if he has the audacity to challenge me. If he fails to recognize the situation, this shall be the end of his path." With a final gulp of liquor, Qiu Zishu rose and exited the private room. In another room on the 3rd floor, Naylan Xinyu was exceedingly hospitable, inviting Li Muzhou and his companions to the largest private room and ordering a splendid feast that dwarfed Qiu Zishu's gathering in scale. The cost of the meal alone would amount to millions of gold coins. Yet for the holy maiden of the Naylan family, it was a trivial expense. "Miss Naylan, you are too kind," Li Muzhou remarked, savoring a sip of fine wine. "Brother Muzhou, why so formal? Just call me Qianqian," she replied, playfully serving him a piece of bear paw meat. "I'm full." Li Muzhou waved his hand, chuckling, "If you keep feeding me, I'll become a hefty fellow." One taste of each dish could satiate even the hungriest. And there were still over a dozen dishes yet to be tried. Haha, Brother Mujo, you are truly amusing. For us cultivators, dining is merely a means of sustenance. The notion of becoming plump is absurd. Come, have a taste of this dish. Nalan Shinyu beamed, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual icy goddess image. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Enter. Nalan Shinyu assumed it was a waiter and responded casually, only to find Qiu Zishu and his attendant standing in the doorway. Upon witnessing Nalan Shinyu, resembling a loving wife, feeding Li Mujo, Qiu Zishu's expression contorted, his astonishment nearly lifting the crown from his head. Qianqian, what is going on here? As soon as Li Mujo laid eyes on Qiu Zishu, he realized he was an unwelcome guest. Previously, Nalan Shinyu had mentioned dining with an ordinary friend, and given Qiu Zishu's current expression, Li Mujo surmised that this fellow had come for her. Furthermore, he had sensed someone eavesdropping next door. The culprit was undoubtedly the elder behind Qiu Zishu, although he had chosen to ignore it. Nalan Shinyu continued to serve Li Mujo, her tone indifferent. Brother Mujo, this is the so-called ordinary friend I mentioned, Qiu Zishu from the ancient clan Qiu. Her words further emphasized her indifference toward Qiu Zishu. Qiu Zishu suppressed his irritation and clasped his hands, saying, Miss Nalan, the time is drawing near. Will you be attending the gathering of the top 20 on the Qinlong list? As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the words top 20. Knowing full well that while his rank was 39, he was on the cusp of entering the transcendental realm. Once he did, his rank would soar, and with the Qiu family's influence, the top 20 elites would be his targets for alliances. What was a rank 996 individual like Li Mujo? A mere footnote in comparison to the gathering ahead. Li Mujo raised an eyebrow and remarked, Qianqian, since you have already promised, why not go? He truly held little regard for the so-called gathering of the top 20 on the potential dragon list. If he wished, he could easily sweep through them all with a mere flick of his wrist. Upon hearing this, Nalan Shinyu shook her head and replied, Brother Mujo, I will not go. The most important thing is to accompany you for a meal. Before this departure, Nalan Shui had repeatedly urged Nalan Shinyu to maintain a good relationship with Li Mujo. Both his background and future potential were immeasurable. The ranking on the potential dragon list was utterly insignificant in comparison. Nalan Shinyu naturally understood the distinction between what truly mattered. If she could receive even a few words of guidance from Li Mujo, it would far outweigh attending any trivial gathering. Wait, Qianqian, you cannot do this. Just a moment ago, you clearly... Qiu Zishu was taken aback. Is this how it is played? The promise made moments ago had been rescinded. What was so remarkable about Li Mujo, the pretty boy? Moreover, did he not notice that aside from her, there were two other stunning beauties by his side? Qiu Zishu, you are quite annoying, Nalan Shinyu retorted with displeasure. Who gave you the right to call me Qianqian? Furthermore, I merely said I would consider it. I do not recall ever promising you, do I? With a single statement, Nalan Shinyu rendered Qiu Zishu unable to maintain his composure in public. All right, Li Mujo, I have taken note of you. Some things, once touched, must be prepared for their consequences. Qiu Zishu clenched his fists, redirecting his fury towards Li Mujo. Get lost, Li Mujo, uninterested in engaging with such a fool, coldly responded. With the Celestial Heroes Conference set to commence in 10 days, Qiu Zishu attempted on multiple occasions to invite Nalan Shinyu, but she spent her days visiting the small courtyard where Li Mujo resided, which infuriated him to no end. Diu Qinghan and Gu Qingqian, under Li Mujo's guidance, began to solidify their cultivation, rarely venturing outside in the 10 days leading up to the event. Zhao Hong, his disciple, frequently went on dates with his girlfriend Shinsisi, encountering several trivial yet harmless incidents with her family along the way. But nothing of great consequence occurred. 10 days later, within the city lord's manor of Hanqing, 9 resounding chimes echoed. The 9 tolls signified the commencement of the Celestial Heroes Conference. The vast square was filled to capacity. Concurrently, 100 spatial passages crafted by powerful practitioners appeared, each leading to a small world trial ground, designated for the preliminary selection of the million participants. Once again, it was the 7th day of July. This year's Celestial Heroes Conference. The city lord of Hanqing stood high in the sky, delivered a few official opening remarks, and then announced the rules for the conference. Simultaneously, a colossal leaderboard emerged, adorned with countless names of all participating members. Look, that Yi Wudao, ranked first on the potential dragon list. So handsome, I finally get to see the real Yi Wudao. Wonder what realm he is at now. He must have broken through to the 3rd level of the divine travel realm, right? Among the heavenly grade sects, led by the Zhuyang heavenly sect, Yu Wudao has received their utmost support. How could he be lacking? Incredible, he is only 24 years old. That S. Lin Nantian, fourth on the potential dragon list. Also a strong contender for this year's championship, and their S. Nalan Shinyu, the divine maiden of the Nalan family, truly as beautiful as a celestial being. I heard that Wei Lang, ranked 10th on the potential dragon list, has taken a liking to Nalan Shinyu, but she seems disinterested in men. Not only that, but among the top 100 on the potential dragon list, there were several who harbored feelings for Nalan Shinyu. Among the million participants, the most radiant figures stood before the crowd. Those 1,000 individuals were the prodigies of the potential dragon list, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Lingshao realm, drawing countless gazes. Each person observed their respective jade tokens, with corresponding numbers indicating their trial worlds. To ensure fairness, all prodigies on the potential dragon list would be randomly assigned to one of the 100 trial worlds. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou noticed the number 3 appear on his jade token, indicating that he was to enter the trial world through the third passage. What a coincidence, he chuckled as he focused his thoughts. He was pleased to discover that his assigned world contained several prodigies from the potential dragon list, including an old acquaintance, Qiu Zishu. Chapter 59. Sweeping through the third world. These jade tokens had been distributed 3 days prior. And upon inquiring through sound transmission, Li Muzhou found that Gu Qinghan and the others had also been assigned to the same world, number 18, which notably lacked any of the top 20 prodigies on the potential dragon list, greatly increasing their chances of passing the first round. This pretty boy is here too. At the same time, Qiu Zishu observed the list within the third trial world. Aside from 3 contestants ranked within the top 50 of the potential dragon list, the rest were all ranked beyond 300, utterly inconsequential. Among them, Li Muzhou's name stood out prominently. Li Muzhou, I will eliminate you. Qiu Zishu squinted, gazing into the crowd. The moment he looked, his anger surged even more. Brother Muzhou, I am in the 29th world. Qianqian, with your strength, you will surely be fine. Yes, Brother Muzhou will surely be fine too. By mere coincidence, Qiu Zishu saw Nalan Shinyu nestled beside Li Muzhou like a delicate bird, laughing and chatting merrily. Humph, just wait. Once I eliminate him, you will realize how useless he truly is. Qiu Zishu gritted his teeth, jealousy boiling within him. It's over. Why are there so many prodigies in our third world? Indeed, we have Qiao Zhiming, ranked 15th on the potential dragon list, Zhou Qi, ranked 19th, and Qiu Zishu, ranked 39th. Not to mention a certain genius ranked 996. Come on, we should be pleased that we did not draw any of the top 20 prodigies. Right? Each of the top 20 prodigies has reached the divine travel realm. Encountering any of them would mean certain elimination for us. It's over. Our 9th world even has Yu Wudao, ranked 1st on the potential dragon list. In the square, among the million participants, some were elated while others were disheartened, but the majority remained troubled. Everyone knew that the 1,000 individuals on the potential dragon list were the true stars of the Celestial Heroes Conference. The first round of testing was sure to eliminate 90% of the participants, allowing only 10,000 to advance to the second round. The unprecedented pressure weighed heavily on the hearts of all. Now, using your thoughts to communicate with the jade tokens, you may enter your respective trial worlds. An hour later, the trial worlds would close, and rankings would be determined. In the sky, the city lord of Hanqing surveyed all participants, then cast a spell, illuminating all spatial passages. With a whoosh, as the spatial passages lit up, everyone vanished in an instant, each eager to enter their trial worlds and accumulate points. Within the third world. What a find! The beasts here are all illusions. Killing beasts of the Purple Mansion realm could yield between 100 to 1,000 points. Those of the Divine Pill realm could earn 1,000 to 10,000 points, while the Diamond realm beasts yielded 10,000 to 100,000 points. 4 great beasts of the Divine Travel realm, the reward started at 10,000 and capped at 1,000,000. As Li Muzhou entered the third world, he found himself surrounded by over a dozen Diamond realm beasts. With a simple wave of his sleeve, he annihilated them, causing his Jade tokens points to soar from 0 to 320. 0.1 hour is sufficient. Li Muzhou smiled slightly and then soared into the sky. To gain points. Aside from defeating beasts, one could also acquire points by eliminating others and seizing their Jade tokens. Naturally, this secret realm had protective formations that would eliminate participants the moment they were killed, making the mortality rate nearly 0. Simultaneously, Li Muzhou also intended to eliminate Xiao Zishu here, for he had repeatedly provoked him in the days leading up to the secret realm S opening. Xiao Zishu had sent his servant to threaten Li Muzhou multiple times, and Li Muzhou had long kept a mental note of it. Should they meet, he would undoubtedly ensure Xiao Zishu's elimination. Boom, boom, boom. Li Muzhou rampaged through the third world, leaving nothing alive in his wake. Any beast that entered his line of sight met its demise. His points surged from 320,000 to 970,000. This one T do. This is too slow. I need to find a place with a herd of beasts. As Li Muzhou pondered, he spotted a group of men and women fleeing in panic. Zhouqi, you are the prodigy ranked 19th on the potential dragon list. Why bother with us mere trifles? Indeed, you are being too excessive. We should scatter and flee. Hurry, or we will all be eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 3 men and 2 women rushed to Li Muzhou's side. This fellow is alone? He seems unfamiliar, and there is no portrait of him among the top 500 on the potential dragon list. Kill him. Seize his points. What a ridiculous scene unfolded. The very individuals who had been fleeing for their lives now bared their fangs upon spotting Li Muzhou standing alone. How laughable! Li Muzhou's thoughts stirred, and the ZY sword emanated a terrifying sword intent. This formidable sword intent coalesced into a blade of light, piercing through the bodies of the 3 men and 2 women before they could even react. Reducing them to nothingness in an instant, these 5 individuals found themselves back in the square, clearly eliminated from the competition. How frightening! What realm did that person just possess? I feel as though it was the realm of divine wandering. I remember a muffled thunder echoing in the void indeed. It truly was the realm of divine wandering. How could this be possible? How unfortunate. We have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Yes, aside from the top 20 prodigies of the potential dragon list. There are such young masters in the realm of divine wandering? The 5 were left dumbfounded, filled with regret, but alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world, as they surveyed their surroundings. The previously empty square was now bustling with tens of thousands who had been teleported out. Was it only a mere quarter of an hour? Within the third trial world, after killing several individuals, Li Muzhou discovered that his points had only increased by a mere 130,000. He immediately expressed his disdain, remarking that the 5 of them were worth less than a single beast, utterly trivial. If his thoughts were overheard by those he had just dispatched, they would surely be struck with despair. United, they had managed to slay a few beasts of the divine pill realm, and as for the beasts of the diamond realm, they had kept their distance. 130,000 points was commendable for an ordinary participant of the divine pill realm. Had they not been eliminated, they would surely have progressed through the first round of tests. Unfortunately, they had crossed paths with Li Muzhou. Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion rang out from behind Li Muzhou. Kid, will you eliminate yourself, or shall I send you on your way? Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou paused momentarily and turned to face the speaker. Are you Zhouqi? Indeed, came the reply. I do not wish to repeat myself. Zhouqi, wielding a sharp sword, regarded Li Muzhou with a blank expression. How intriguing, Li Muzhou smirked. I shall return the sentiment to you. Seeking death. Zhouqi seethed with rage, transforming into an afterimage as he lunged towards Li Muzhou with his sword. He, ranked 19th on the potential dragon list, could not believe he was being underestimated. However, the scene that unfolded next plunged Zhouqi into despair instantaneously. With a swift motion, Li Muzhou's sword pointed towards the void, unleashing a fiery sword aura. Who do you think you are looking down upon? I? Zhouqi began, but before he could finish, the seemingly inconspicuous sword aura pierced through his forehead, eliciting a horrifying scream. In the blink of an eye, Zhouqi's vision turned dark and his form dissipated. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in the square. Am I truly eliminated just like that? What power did that young man in white possess? The only ones capable of defeating me so easily are those in the top 10 of the potential dragon list. Zhouqi's mind was clouded with confusion as he questioned his very existence. In that moment of Zhouqi's arrival, countless gazes turned towards him. Isn't that Zhouqi, ranked 19th on the potential dragon list? Indeed, has he truly been eliminated? Unbelievable. It has only been a quarter of an hour. Impossible. This must be a trick. Some could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them and scrutinizing once more before confirming it was indeed Zhouqi. On the observation platform, A commotion erupted. An elder from Zhou Qi's sect frowned and inquired, "What happened? How could Zhou Qi be eliminated?" "I do not know. Within the third trial world, the only one stronger than Zhou Qi is Qiao Jiming, ranked 15th. Their strengths are comparable, so it is unlikely he was eliminated by Qiao Jiming so quickly. Right? And the next is Qiu Zixu, ranked 39th. His family has good relations with Artsaming sect. Could it be that they encountered a divine wandering beast ambush? What a pity. Our number one seed from Tsangming sect has fallen just like that. Just moments ago, many from various sects were congratulating the Tsangming sect. Yet the turn of events had come so swiftly. Zhou Qi had been eliminated within mere moments. Divine wandering. It must be a divine wandering realm. Such a young master in the divine wandering realm. How could this be? Is he even stronger than those in the top 10 of the potential dragon list? Zhou Qi remained in a daze, repeatedly replaying the final scene in his mind, unable to comprehend how Li Muzhou had made his move. Within the third world, indeed, over 800,000 points. After eliminating Zhou Qi, Li Muzhou's points surged to 3,200,000. Not enough. Not enough. If I am to do this, I shall claim the first place. This will also increase the probability of completing my tasks. After stowing away his jade token, Li Muzhou soared into the air. During this time, he encountered several Diamond Realm prodigies besieging a first-level divine wandering beast. With a swift stroke of his sword, he eliminated both the beast and the prodigies in one fell swoop. 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. After half an hour, Li Muzhou's points approached the 10 million milestone. Across all trial worlds, Li Muzhou's scores stood out distinctly. He moved with unimpeded ease, conducting a thorough search, and soon encountered another prodigy who seemed formidable, akin to Zhou Qi, and eliminated him with a single strike as well. Meanwhile, in the square, Zhou Qi was still processing the shock of his elimination when a staggering figure appeared beside him. "Qiao Jiming, is that you?" Zhou Qi gasped, recognizing the 15th-ranked Qiao Jiming, who had also been teleported out. "I was eliminated by a white-clad swordsman," Qiao Jiming replied, a bitter smile on his face. "White-clad swordsman?" Zhou Qi's pupils dilated. "Does he look like this?" "It's him," Zhou Qi exclaimed. "I was also eliminated by him." The two exchanged a glance, both harboring a terrifying thought: divine wandering. That white-clad swordsman must be a master of the divine wandering realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to eliminate them with but a single encounter. "Qiao Jiming, you too were eliminated. What on earth is happening in this third world? Could it be under siege by a horde of beasts? This is utterly absurd." In the third world, Li Muzhou roamed as if in a realm of his own. The prodigies of the potential dragon list were insignificant in his eyes. "Let me see how many points I have now." Upon inspecting his jade token, Li Muzhou discovered his points had reached 20 million. He had swept through numerous beast hordes and eliminated several prodigies of the potential dragon list, as well as countless ordinary prodigies. Qiu Zixu, that lucky dog, has managed to evade me thus far. Li Muzhou pondered. He sensed something watching him from the nearby thicket. "Hey there, little one. I suggest you come out voluntarily," he teased, gazing at the thicket. I'm coming out. Please don't kill me, and don't steal my points." A timid voice emerged from the bushes, followed by the appearance of a slender, sweet-looking girl before Li Muzhou. "Oh, it's you. You are Zhao Heng's junior disciple, aren't you? I saw you both heading to the Feishan Tower together the other day. What a coincidence." The girl was none other than Shan Sisi, the girlfriend of Li Muzhou's junior disciple. "Ah, so you are Shan Sisi?" Li Muzhou smiled, aware of the relationship between Zhao Heng and Shan Sisi. Although they seemed to be deeply in love, the Shin family appeared to be a significant clan from the northern region of the southern Dao domain, and their elders did not seem particularly fond of Zhao Heng, especially since he had not revealed his true identity. Yes, I'm so glad to see you. You don't look much older than me. Just about the same age as my sister. My sister is at the 8th level of the Divine Pill realm. By the way, what realm are you in? A bit higher than your sister." Li Muzhou replied, touching his nose gently. He found the girl's personality quite pleasant and considered their encounter a stroke of fate, alleviating his boredom. "A bit higher. Huh? How many points do you have now?" "I toiled for half an hour and only managed to gather 500 points. Shan Sisi pouted, revealing her jade pendant to Li Muzhou. "Haha, you are quite amusing. 500 points? You are definitely at the bottom of the ranks." Li Muzhou chuckled upon seeing Shan Sisi's 3-digit score. "Humph. I'm just here to accompany my sister to the prodigy tournament. I'm only at the second level of the divine pill realm, and killing beasts is quite a challenge. Earlier, I stumbled upon a valley filled with divine wandering beasts, and it frightened me to death, brother. You must have quite a lot of points, right? Shinsisi asked brightly. Looking at Li Muzhou, more than you. Probably around 10 million. 10 million? Shinsisi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? 10 million? Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Look, Li Muzhou produced his jade tablet, which was inscribed with a dense array of numbers, causing Shinsisi's mind to momentarily freeze. By the way, you mentioned discovering a valley inhabited by demon beasts. Where is it? If you take me there, I assure you that you will pass the first round of tests. Really? Truly, why would I deceive you? It is just over there. I will lead the way, and no need. I shall guide you myself. As they spoke, Li Muzhou unleashed a wave of energy that enveloped Shinsisi, propelling them into the air. The terrifying sound of the energy explosion left Shinsisi momentarily petrified, stammering, "Is this the realm of divine wanderers?" Chapter 61. The top of the golden list. 2. What on earth? He appears to be of a similar age to my sister, yet he is a formidable divine wanderer. Shinsisi's CPU seemed on the verge of crashing. No wonder he is so powerful, accumulating over 10 million points, and he intends to lead me to the Valley of Demon Beasts. But how could such a young divine wanderer go unheard of in the southern domain? Moreover, he is not even among the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. This is utterly perplexing. I forgot to mention. Zhao Hong is my apprentice nephew. Li Muzhou rapidly advanced in the direction indicated by Gu Sisi, casually remarking, I have met the elder. Shinsisi shrank her neck, her scalp tingling with shock. The most formidable ancestor of the Shen family is only at the 5th level of Divine Wanderer. Who would have thought Zhao Heng's master's uncle would be such a young Divine Wanderer? On the other side, in the 18th trial world, the true meaning of ice, swift, ice heart sword technique, ice-cold flying shadow. Gu Qinghan wielded her sword, contending with several young prodigies, effortlessly dispatching a few initial stage Diamond Realm obstacles with a single strike. Sister Qinghan is amazing. Zhao Heng's eyes sparkled. Although he had reached the Diamond Realm, in terms of combat prowess, Gu Qinghan was the strongest among their trio. Both Gu Qinghan and Gu Qingshan had grasped the rudimentary forms of the law's true meanings. Even a high-level genius of the Diamond Realm would be no match for their combined strength. In their world, there were no abnormalities among the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list, making their encounters rather manageable. Brother, you are not too shabby either. How many points do you have? Gu Qinghan glanced at her jade talisman. Discovering she had amassed 100,000 points, I have 98,000. Sister, I have 97,000. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan nodded and said, Good. As our master stated, accumulating over 80,000 ensures a steady entry into the top 10,000. To be safe, let's continue hunting demon beasts. We have a quarter of an hour left before the count. Jiu Qinghan did not wish to disappoint Li Muzhou, so she aimed to gather more points. All right. The three of them immediately set off together towards another part of the valley in the 3rd trial world. Is it just ahead? Yes, Elder. I saw it is right there, but I did not dare to descend. Li Muzhou followed the direction pointed by Shinsisi and indeed discovered a demon beast lair in the Valley. 8 Divine Wanderer Demon Beasts, 20 high-level Diamond Realm Beasts, 50 initial stage Diamond Realm Beasts, and 300 Divine Dan Realm Purple Mansion Beasts. Li Muzhou surveyed the demon beasts that occupied the valley and instantly understood that this must be the largest gathering of demon beasts in the 3rd trial world. Those 8 divine wanderers are all high-level beasts. Come with me. What? Am I going down too? Why not? With a startled cry from Shinsisi, Li Muzhou had already taken her flying into the valley. Roar, roar, roar. At that very moment, the demon beasts within the valley also noticed Li Muzhou's presence and all emitted monstrous roars. In an instant, the beasts in the sky, those running on land, and those swimming in water all surged forth, unleashing a myriad of attacks. No prodigy dared to confront them head-on. The infinite sword cannon, the return of 10,000 swords, the true meaning of ice and fire, swift, in an instant, the valley transformed into a realm of ice and fire. At the same time, Li Muzhou activated his purple-violet sword body, and the sword chi around him coalesced into myriad sword energies, blooming like lotuses. Boom, boom, boom. The valley trembled as if it were the end of days. Wow! What is this? Shinsisi was stunned, her face pale with shock. What kind of spectacle is this? Wherever the sword she passed, whether against divine wanderer demon beasts or others, they were all slain in a single strike. How many levels of divine wanderer is Zhao Heng's master's predecessor? Really? The deafening roars lasted for a moment. 15 million, 18 million, 20 million, 25 million, 38 million. As Li Muzhou's point soared, 99% of the demon beasts in the valley perished. Only a few low-level diamond realm beasts remained alive. Li Muzhou patted the dazed Shen Sisi and said, "Go, slay those remaining low-level diamond realm beasts. You should be able to level up, thank you." "Elder!" Shen Sisi rejoiced, flying down into the valley to begin collecting the spoils left by Li Muzhou. Once Shen Sisi finished dealing with the demon beasts, her points increased from 500 to 88,000. It is about time. The rankings are about to be announced. Li Muzhou hovered above the valley, feeling a force of spatial energy tugging at him, and he and Shen Sisi were teleported out. Meanwhile, the remaining trial participants in the third world were also transported to the square. Damn it, I did not encounter that kid. Consider him lucky. Qiu Zishu was also teleported out. He had earned 1 million points this time, which was a remarkable achievement, yet he had not crossed paths with Li Muzhou. Now, we will tally the rankings of the golden list. The top 10,000 may advance to the next round. An elder on the observation platform, with a voice like a thunderous bell, released a scroll. With a whoosh, the scroll unfurled in the wind, transforming into a massive leaderboard suspended in the sky. 10. 000 T. Wu Hongbao. 80,005 points. 9. 999 Th. Min Pingwan. 80. 009 points. 9. 998 Th. Shi Yanan. 80. 015 points. 9. 997 Th. 9,996. 9. 989 Th. Shen Sisi. 88. 010 points. As names continued to appear on the golden list, some rejoiced while others despaired. Damn it, I was just 1 point shy, 1 point away from making the list. Heavens, I am 10 points short. How unfortunate. The once in 50 years gathering of prodigies, how unfair the heavens are. Don't be upset. Even the prodigies on the hidden dragon list have been eliminated early. Indeed. I wonder who the top 10 on this golden list are? Isn't it obvious? It must be Yi Wudao. I believe Yi Wudao may not necessarily take first. Jiang Qian, second on the hidden dragon list, also has a chance. He hasn't competed with Yi Wudao for years. On the other side, Shen Sisi excitedly found her sister Shan Miao Miao. Sister, I advanced? I advanced. What? Shen Miao Miao, who had been frowning, immediately chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. Sisi, don't joke around. Shen Miao Miao was just 100 points shy of advancing. But alas, there is no remedy for regrets in this world. Sister, I am serious. Look, Shen Miao Miao gazed at the leaderboard, instantly dumbfounded. How could her sister, a second-level divine Dan realm cultivator, have passed the test and earned over 80,000 points? Sister, let me tell you, a noble benefactor helped me. Shen Sisi smiled mysteriously. It was Zhao Heng's master's elder. Shen Miao Miao vaguely sensed that the elders in their family seemed to harbor some prejudice against Zhao Heng, which was a rather perilous and foolish stance. Quick, let us go to the observation platform and share this good news with father. Li Muzhou also glanced at the leaderboard, and a smile spread across his face. Zhao Heng appeared in 940 Th place, which provided a perfect account to Chen Nan.as for whether he could pass the second round. It was up to fate. Diu Qingshan secured the 8,000th rank, which was also within expectations. 5. 000 Th. Gu Qinghan, 139, 600 points. Who is this Gu Qinghan in the top 5,000? From the southern domain. A 5th-level divine Dan realm cultivator managing to break into the top 5,000? Impressive, impressive. This woman is extraordinary. Beyond the 8,000th rank, none were anything but prodigies of the diamond realm. How outrageous is it that a divine Dan realm Gu Qinghan made such a leap? In an instant, Gu Qinghan's name entered the sights of many. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Rewards are being dispensed. Chapter 62. The top of the golden list. 3. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Your current realm has been elevated by 2 levels. Congratulations, host, for achieving a critical strike. You have obtained the purple-violet sword domain. Note: the purple-violet sword domain is one of the supreme domains. Once released, it will exponentially enhance the host's swordsmanship, capable of ensnaring and slaying enemies. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou's heart soared with delight. His realm had skyrocketed from the 5th level of Divine Wanderer directly to the 7th level, the Purple-Violet Sword domain. With this, combined with the Purple-Violet Chaotic Sword body, even the titans of the Yin-Yang realm would be within my reach. Li Muzhou sensed the transformation within himself, having gained a clear understanding of his own strength. The realm of Yin and Yang requires one to comprehend a domain, yet the majority of individuals possess only rudimentary domains, such as the domain of fire or the domain of water, which are merely basic realms. Indeed, many are incapable of grasping the true essence of a domain. Once he unleashed his Ziwei sword domain, combined with the Ziwei sword body, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. It can be said that while he may outwardly appear to be in the realm of divine wanderers, his actual strength is on par with that of the Yin and Yang realm. The list of the golden rankings continued to be revealed, yet the top 5 would inevitably be etched into the memories of various factions. As for the top 10, their value was extraordinarily high. With each name representing absolute power, on the viewing platform, the family head exclaimed, "I see CC's name. It's unbelievable. Family head, look quickly. She's ranked 9989. Miss CC has actually advanced." What? The head of the Shen family was taken aback. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to discover that Shun CC was indeed on the list, while his eldest daughter, Shin Miao Miao, had not advanced. Hurry, go find CC and inquire about the situation. To his astonishment, the Shen family had also ascended to the golden rankings of the Tianjiao conference. Ha ha ha! The head of the Shen family couldn't contain his joy. Shun CC's ranking held epic-making significance for the Shen family. He understood that Shun CC must have received assistance from a prodigious talent. Otherwise, with her abilities, it would have been impossible for her to make the list. In a brief moment, the golden rankings had revealed the top 10. At this time, both the square and the viewing platform fell silent. The top 10 represented the pinnacle of the current young generation. Though this was merely the first round of testing, the significance of the top 10 could essentially determine who the main contenders would be in the subsequent evaluations. Golden ranking number 10, Lin Nantian, points, 2109522. What? The fourth on the potential dragon ranking, Lin Nantian, is only 10th? This seems off. It can't be wrong. The statistics must be accurate. Wow, even though Lin Nantian is 10th, his points surpassed the 11th by a staggering 300,000. Indeed, to make it into the top 10, none are simple. As they beheld Lin Nantian, who was 4th on the potential dragon ranking, placed at 10th, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Lin Nantian himself furrowed his brow and remarked, "Heh, I must admit I was careless. I failed to slay 2 divine wanderer realm beasts on the viewing platform. Although the Lin family members were not entirely satisfied with this ranking, they did not dwell on it. The 10th position in the first round did not preclude future advancements. The true trials for the prodigies lay ahead. The first round was merely a means to eliminate 90% of the inept. Golden ranking number 9, Xia Jinlong, points, 2110022. Wow, it's Xia Jinlong, a dark horse. Absolutely a dark horse. Xia Jinlong originally held the 21st position on the potential dragon ranking. Had he broken through to the divine wanderer realm? The Xia family was merely a quasi-first-rate family and had not joined any celestial sects. It was said that their most formidable ancestor was only at the 8th level of the divine wanderer realm. I'm so envious. I can hardly believe it. On the viewing platform, the Xia family members also wore broad smiles. Golden ranking number 8, Feng Shirlan, points, 2350521. The ancient clan of longevity, the Feng clan, Feng Shirlan, ranked 5th on the potential dragon ranking. This placement seemed a bit low, perhaps similar to Lin Nantian, having not performed to her fullest potential. Each Tianjiao conference featured the presence of the Feng clan's saintess, and it was rumored that Feng Shirlan, as this edition's saintess, possessed formidable strength. Golden ranking number 7, Ling Yuhan. Upon seeing these names, Li Muzhou felt a sense of familiarity. He vaguely recalled those names he had seen on the Bodhi Pagoda's heavenly rankings. Feng Shirlan of the Feng clan was likely a descendant of the 4th-ranked Feng Shi, the immortal. As for the 7th place, Ling Yuhan, she might be a descendant of the 2nd-ranked Ling Feng from the Bodhi Pagoda's heavenly rankings. Golden ranking number 6, Sunny Zhou, points, 2589600. Golden ranking number 5, Nailan Xinyu, points, 2894770. Golden ranking number 4, Wei Lang, points, 2941763. The sight of Wei Lang occupying the 4th position once again ignited a wave of astonishment. Wei Lang had originally been fourth on the potential dragon ranking, but now he had directly leaped to fourth place, with points exceeding those of Nalin Xinyu, marking yet another dark horse after Xia Jinlong. Not bad. This child has done well. Haha, those old geezers previously said Wei Lang wouldn't make it into the top 5. Now they've been slapped in the face. Ha ha ha. On the viewing platform, the sect of Wei Lang was all smiles. They were quite content with this ranking. In the square, Gu Qingqian gazed at the golden rankings, now at fourth place, and anxiously exclaimed, "Sister, why isn't there any mention of our master? What are you worried about?" "My master's strength is definitely first." Gu Qinghan confidently fixed her gaze on the golden rankings, filled with assurance. Indeed, Elder Muzhou will surely claim the top spot. Zhao Heng's eyes also gleamed with excitement as he fixated intently on the golden rankings. The appearance of the top 3 was the highlight of the event. The question remained, what rank would Li Muzhou achieve? In an instant, the golden rankings refreshed once more. Golden ranking number 3, Jiang Chen. Points, 3952009. What's going on? Jiang Chen, second on the potential dragon ranking, is only in third. With more than 380,000 points, how is he only third? Goodness, this top 3 is simply outrageous. However, what left the onlookers even more astounded was yet to come. Golden ranking number 2. Yi Wudao, points, 3996441. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The first on the potential dragon ranking, Yi Wudao, is only ranked second. What on earth? Oh dear, my heart can't take this anymore. Rumors had long circulated that Yi Wudao and Jiang Chen were nearly equal in strength, and their scores were quite similar, yet here they were. Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, even Yi Wudao himself was taken aback. Heh, I must see who is in first place. Why? Yi Wudao crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips. After a moment, the golden rankings refreshed once more. Golden ranking number 1. Li Muzhou, points, 388,00669. Li Muzhou first? This must be a joke. 3,880,000 points for first place. Yet Yi Wudao had 390,000 points. Shut your mouth. Open your eyes and look closely. That's 38 million. Wow, this is absurd. The second place doesn't even have a fraction of the first. Silence. From the viewing platform to the square, everyone fell into a state of shock. Chapter 63. Extraterritorial Forces, the arrival of the Heavenly Witch Clan. Is it truly 38 million? My heavens, what is happening? The brief silence was soon followed by an uproar of astonished voices. The only ones unfazed were Gu Qinghan and a few others, as well as Nalin Xinyu, who were already aware of Li Muzhou's monstrous strength. Congratulations, Brother Muzhou. Nalin Xinyu gazed towards Li Muzhou's direction, genuinely happy for him. Li Muzhou claiming first place came as no surprise to her. Having witnessed his formidable power in the Flying Snow secret realm, she had once mused that any Tianjia would pale in comparison to Li Muzhou's. It too much? Li Muzhou looked at his outstanding score. Feeling he might have overexerted himself, he had practically cleared the beasts of the third trial world to accumulate such points. On the viewing platform, Shan Sisi pointed at the first position on the golden rankings. Her voice brimming with excitement, "Father, elders, sister, look, this is the benefactor I mentioned. Wow, wow." Even though the Shun family had prepared for this moment, they still hadn't anticipated that the benefactor assisting Shan Sisi would be so extraordinary. Shin Miao Miao stared at the score exceeding 38 million, feeling as though her mind was about to crash. She had struggled to advance by a few points, yet here was the first place, whose points surpassed the sum of all the top 10. The head of the Shin family rubbed his hands together and urged, "Quickly, quickly. Sisi, tell us about Li Muzhou." All the members of the Shin family turned their gaze to Shan Sisi, still unaware of why Li Muzhou had chosen to assist her. Senior Muzhou is incredibly powerful. Even the divine Wanderer realm beasts cannot withstand a single strike of his sword energy, the eldest elder of the Shen family said anxiously. Sisi, focus. Why did he help you? Does he have a romantic interest in you? This was the information they truly wanted to know. If a prodigy like Li Muzhou were to take a liking to Shan Sisi, the Shin family would surely rise to prominence. No. What are you all thinking? Senior Muzhou is a senior in Zhao Heng's sect. How could he possibly have feelings for me? Shin Sisi pouted, glaring at everyone in exasperation. Zhao Hong? Is that the one who is often with you? Yes, look, Zhao Hong has also advanced. Not only did Zhao Heng's elder brother advance, but also 2 disciples of Muzhou have been promoted. Hiss, hiss. The members of the Shin family were utterly stunned. Such a terrifying advancement rate. Who exactly is this Li Mu Zhou? Goodness, Grand Elder, you have doomed me. It was you who opposed Zhao Hongbing with CC all along. The Grand Elder immediately felt embarrassed and said, CC, quickly, go and invite Zhao Hong over. We must treat him well, no. We must sincerely apologize. Apart from the Shin family, almost everyone was discussing the name of Li Mu Zhou. My heavens, over 30 million points? Has this shattered all records? I heard from the elders in the clan that the highest score ever in the history of the Tianjiao conference was merely 10 million points. Incredible, simply incredible. Which sect does Li Mu Zhou belong to? Could he also be a saint from a heavenly grade sect? No, the saints from heavenly grade sects and the top 10 ancient clans are all listed. Yet I have never heard of Li Mu Zhou, a prodigy. I never expected the biggest dark horse of this event to be Li Mu Zhou. A dark horse? Don't be ridiculous. If a dark horse lacks strength, how could they possibly accumulate such a vast number of points? Indeed, his strength must be extraordinarily formidable. One individual was so shocked that he felt chills run down his spine, his legs trembling as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What kind of monster is he? Fortunately, I did not cross paths with him. Qiu Zishu wiped his cold sweat, swallowing repeatedly. The astronomical score of Li Mu Zhou imposed great pressure upon him. Only now did he understand why all the talented individuals who had entered the third world alongside him had been eliminated. It must surely be Li Mu Zhou's doing. Had he known Li Mu Zhou was such a prodigy, even with 100 lives, he would not dare provoke him. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Li Mu Zhou's mind. Detection of an external witch tribe invasion. Main quest issued. Defeat the witch tribe's geniuses. Reward. Mysterious gift. Upon hearing this task, a slight surprise flickered across Li Mu Zhou's face, but it was merely surprise. The Lingxiao realm is vast. Li Mu Zhou's location is merely in the Eastern Path continent, beyond which lie other continents. The witch tribe occupies the Tianwu domain and frequently engages in warfare with the human race of the Eastern Path continent. According to ancient texts, the last Great War occurred 8,000 years ago. The Eastern Path continent boasts 10 ancient clans and 10 heavenly grade sects, yet even when their forces are combined, they merely match the power of the witch tribe. Historically, the wars between the Eastern Path continent and the Tianwu tribe have seen victories and defeats, with the former often at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Nalan Shui, the ancestral figure of the Nalan family, arrived in Hanqing through spatial transmission and stood beside the city lord. Just moments ago, Nalan Shui sensed the fluctuations of a powerful being forcefully entering the human territory, prompting her immediate arrival. Upon seeing the name at the top of the golden list, Nalan Shui was momentarily taken aback, as if everything were as expected. She had anticipated that Li Mu Zhou would claim first place. It could be said that the top spot in this Tianjiao conference belonged to him, yet she had not expected such an exaggerated score in the first round. In her day, she had only achieved 4 million points. The city lord of Hanqing furrowed his brow and said, Nalan Daoist, have you sensed it as well? Indeed, it is the Tianwu tribe that has breached the barrier of our territory. Their intentions are not good. Nalan Shui replied, her delicate brows knitted tightly. They all understood that the bellicose Tianwu tribe's arrival boded ill, and being a prominent force in the human territory, they naturally rushed over at the first opportunity. Swish, swish, swish. Shortly after Nalan Shui's arrival, the leaders of various ancient clans discreetly appeared above the observation platform, along with the heads of heavenly grade sects such as Juyang Tianzong, Tianyin Jianzong, and Deluo Tianzong. Hanxian Daoist, you should continue to preside over the proceedings. If the Tianwu tribe dares to cause trouble, we shall deal with them, the leader of Juyang Tianzong said. Narrowing his eyes calmly, very well, Han Xian nodded, waving his hand, causing the golden list to be retracted with a resonant sound. He then announced, the second round of testing will commence. All members who did not pass the first round will be forcibly teleported away. As Han Xian formed a hand seal, countless beams of light enveloped the eliminated members, each appearing sequentially in the seats below the observation platform. The vast square now had only 10,000 individuals remaining. With a tearing sound, the azure sky echoed with the noise of space being ripped apart, and a colossal fissure appeared from thin air. Following this, a group of individuals clad in tight-fitting attire emerged into the sky. Ha ha ha, how could my Tianwu tribe miss the human race's Tianjiao conference? Boomed the voice of a bald man, resonating like thunder, as a terrifying pressure swept across the heavens. After the giant appeared, 10 young individuals emerged from the spatial rift. All under the age of 30. The Tianwu tribe. Why have they come? An air of dread enveloped the crowd. This individual must surely be a giant of the yin-yang realm. The young people behind him were all at the divine travel realm? The arrival of the Tianwu tribe in our human territory cannot bode well. The Tianjiao in the square paled in horror. To the human race, the Tianwu tribe was an enemy. Han Xian slowly rose, gazing at the bald man and inquired, Wu Hong, what is your intention? Han Xian, it has been a millennium. How have you not progressed? Wu Hong teased, I have heard that your human territory is hosting a Tianjiao conference. So I brought my tribe's top 10 young talents to have a meeting. Rest assured, as long as your human geniuses can defeat my tribe's young men, I shall retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, a man stepped forward, declaring, I am Wu Zhe, at the second level of the divine travel realm, the 10th rank genius of the Tianwu tribe. Who dares to battle with me? The expressions of the human race leaders on the observation platform turned grim. They understood that the Tianwu tribe's arrival was to create chaos. Such incidents had occurred before, and given Wu Hong's boldness in bringing people, he must have contingencies in place, if not handled properly. It could very well spark a war between the two races. Heh, do you think there is no one in my human race? I shall meet you. A figure shot up into the sky. It was none other than Wei Lang, ranked 10th on the potential dragon list. It's Wei Lang, the saint of the heavenly grade sect Tian Yin Jian Zone, had received the true teachings of the sect and had even comprehended the embryonic form of true intent. He would surely triumph. Yes, our human race's Tianjiao is not inferior to that of the Tianwu tribe. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. The youth, fueled by youthful fervor, cheered loudly as Wei Lang ascended into the air. Listening to the thunderous cheers, Wei Lang felt his fighting spirit soar. Who are you? I do not slay nameless individuals. Wu Zhe turned his head, a cracking sound echoing as he regarded Wei Lang. I am Wei Lang, ranked 10th on the potential dragon list. Wei Lang replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe smirked disdainfully. Oh, so you are also ranked 10th. You are far too weak. You are no match for me. The physique of the Tianwu tribe is inherently stronger than that of the human race. Their body refinement techniques are unparalleled in the world. Naturally, he had the confidence to make such a claim. Nearby, a sensuously dressed young woman cooed, little junior brother, quickly defeat him. Sister still wants to stretch her legs. The Tianwu tribe style of conduct is entirely different from that of the human race. Showing no understanding of etiquette, foolishness, Tian Yin sword technique, meteor fall. A long sword appeared in Wei Lang's hand out of thin air, merging man and sword into one, transforming into a radiant arc that pierced towards Wu Zhe, generating countless sword auras in the void, embodying an impeccable defense and offense. The earth-level supreme sword technique of the Tian Yin sword sect is assured. Wei Lang, being the saint of the Tian Yin sword sect, would undoubtedly be able to withstand this. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. However, all cheers suddenly ceased. Wu Zhe's palm radiated a bronze glow, and a phantom of a demonic deity appeared behind him. With a single strike, he shattered Wei Lang's sword energy and struck him squarely in the chest. The sword auras from Wei Lang did not even breach Wu Zhe's defense. With a cough, Wei Lang spat blood, plummeting to the ground like a kite with its string cut, stirring up clouds of dust. Many young individuals had only read about the Tianwu tribe in ancient texts, but had never truly encountered them. If the Tianwu tribe were not so powerful, the human ancient texts would not emphasize their introduction. Today, witnessing it firsthand, everyone was left dumbfounded. Despite being at the same second level of the divine travel realm, Wei Lang's defeat was alarmingly swift. The members of the Tian Yin sword sect also wore grim expressions. This outcome was beyond their expectations. You are too weak. Who else? Wu Zhe cracked his neck, his domineering voice echoing, I shall face you. In an instant, Lin Nantian, ranked 4th on the potential dragon list, could no longer bear to watch and soared into the AI art. ITS Lin Nantian. Lin Nantian is a prodigy on the verge of stepping into the 3rd level of the divine travel realm. And the blade techniques of the ancient Lin family are unrivaled across the world. Victory is certain. Victory is certain. Surely, the 4th-ranked potential dragon would not lose to the 10th-ranked genius of the Tianwu tribe. Even Nalan Qinyu clenched her fists tightly. She had experienced Lin Nantian's extraordinary swordsmanship firsthand. A great battle was imminent. Indeed, Lin Nantian was in a much better situation than Wei Lang. having not suffered a single defeat. However, during the third exchange, Wu Zhe's speed suddenly surged, reaching a level that Lin Nantian could scarcely perceive, landing a punch squarely on Lin Nantian's lower back. With a splatter, Lin Nantian coughed up blood. Overwhelmed by an indescribable force that wreaked havoc within him, Lin Nantian was defeated. Ha ha, it seems there is no need for my sister to intervene. My junior brother can single-handedly sweep away the so-called prodigies of the human race. This ranking of fourth on the Qinlong list is but a trifle. It appears there is no necessity for me to take action as the eldest brother. The human race is inherently feeble, merely occupying such vast territories. The prodigies of the Tianwu clan jeered derisively. In stark contrast, the human side was utterly humiliated. Preposterous. Do you truly believe there is no one left in my human race? I, Yi Wudao, the first on the Qinlong list, shall demonstrate my prowess to you all. Take my palm. At this crucial moment, Yi Wudao, the foremost on the Qinlong list, made his move. Initially, Jiang Qin, who had just ranked second, intended to act, but Yi Wudao was quicker, directly attacking Wu Zhe. On the observation platform, the leader of the Zhejiang Tianzong was sweating profusely. The greatest strength of Zhejiang Tianzong lay in their mastery of external martial arts and body refinement techniques. Yi Wudao was indeed a solid third level in the Divine Wanderer realm, yet his opponent was merely the 10th of the Tianwu clan. There were still 9 above Wu Zhe. Even if Yi Wudao were to triumph, could he contend with the remaining 9? The expressions of all the human race's leaders were dire, except for Nailan Shui, who seemed unfazed by the Tianwu clan's challenge. In her heart, she believed that combined, they were no match for Li Muzhou. Even if several more titans from the Tianwu clan were to appear, they would only meet with bitter defeat. Boom, boom, boom. In the skies, Yi Wudao had already engaged in battle with Wu Zhe. Yi Wudao's dominance indeed far exceeded that of the previous 2, as he swiftly exchanged 10 strikes. Ha! Ha! Both Wu Zhe and Yi Wudao shouted simultaneously, their palms clashing in the void, employing top-tier earthly techniques. With a crack, Wu Zhe's arm fractured, his complexion paling, and he was forced back 30 steps by Yi Wudao's palm. Victory is certain. Victory, victory. As Yi Wudao landed a solid hit, all the young onlookers erupted in cheers. However, the leaders on the observation platform wore grim expressions. It was over. Yi Wudao had been defeated. The leader of Zhejiang Tianzong furrowed his brow, his mood heavy to the extreme. Oh, the untrained eye. It appeared as though Yi Wudao had the upper hand, yet they could see that Wu Zhe suffered only external injuries while Yi Wudao was internally wounded. The earlier assault from the Wu clan's primal force had already harmed Yi Wudao's meridians. Should he attempt to channel his energy further, he would find himself utterly incapacitated. In the sky, Yi Wudao coldly declared, "You have lost. I have lost? Ha ha, the one who has truly lost is you. Try using your powers again." Wu Zhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stated indifferently, "Seeking death." A flash of cold light flickered in Yi Wudao's eyes as he summoned his powers. However, in that instant, Yi Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal energy in disarray, his meridians damaged, plummeting from the heavens. Wu Zhe, a lone warrior at the gate, taunted, "The prodigies of the human race are merely this. Who else is there? How could this be? It is over. It is over. Are all our human prodigies destined to be humiliated by them?" With Yi Wudao's defeat, the hearts of all sank to the lowest depths. Dear friends, I recommend someone who can break this deadlock. Oh, who does my friend Shui speak of? Li Muzhou. The numerous leaders trembled, immediately recalling the one who had dominated the ranking earlier. Swish, swish, swish. All the leaders' gazes turned towards Li Muzhou. Following Nailan Shui's indication, "Do not look at me. If I were to act, the reward for being first in the Prodigy tournament would belong to me." Li Muzhou slowly ascended, addressing the leaders atop the observation platform. He had intended to act himself. Seizing the opportunity to claim the championship reward was certainly a worthy pursuit. Very well, Han Xian nodded. If you can represent our human race's youth and defeat the prodigies of the Wu clan, the championship reward shall be yours. Upon hearing this, Li Muzhou smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over the prodigies of the Wu clan. I, Li Muzhou, invite all of you Wu brats to come at me together. Chapter 65. You worthless cur, who do you think you are? What? An arrogant fool. Li Muzhou. Is it? Do you have any idea how foolish you are? You dare challenge us all? You're killing me with laughter. Just look at your human race's so-called prodigies. Every single one of them talks big. The 10 prodigies of the Wu clan, upon hearing this, instinctively felt that Li Muzhou was simply out of his mind. Yet, in the next instant, they found themselves at a loss for words, stunned into silence. Boom. In an instant, the oppressive aura of Li Muzhou, a 7th-level divine wanderer, erupted, the thunderous roars in the void deafening to the ears. Simultaneously, the Ziwei sword's essence surged forth, a magnificent sword in tint radiating from Li Muzhou, resembling a deity. 7th level of the divine wanderer realm? Damn it, how is this possible? Who is this Li Muzhou, and why have we never heard of him before? How has he cultivated to this level? His bloodline is remarkably unique, unlike any we are familiar with. The 10 prodigies of the Wu clan were left dumbfounded. Whether it was the top-ranking elder brother of the Wu clan or the alluring lady who had just mocked him, they were all petrified on the spot. The terrifying pressure emanating from Li Muzhou filled each of them with dread. They sharply sensed that facing him could mean death, no matter who it was. To battle Li Muzhou would surely lead to their demise. The 7th level of the Divine Wanderer realm was far too different. Even the most powerful elder brother of the Wu clan was merely at the 4th level. A single level of advancement was a vast chasm. They simply could not comprehend how such a young individual could reach the 7th level of the Divine Wanderer realm. Holy moly, holy moly. Is this the true value of being first on the ranking? No wonder he has over 30 million points. It's terrifying, goodness. It turns out Li Muzhou is the most monstrous existence within our human race. I said it before. It is impossible to achieve over 30 million points purely by luck and break the historical record. There is hope. Our human race will surely hold its head high once more. The square was in an uproar, countless spectators erupting in excitement. A 7th-level divine wanderer. Such a level of cultivation could easily qualify him as an ancestor of a first-rate power. Yet, Li Muzhou was merely 23 years old. In contrast, the prodigies of the Wu clan looked as though they had just swallowed excrement, their faces flushed and unable to utter a word. At the top of the observation platform, Han Xian exclaimed in excitement. Friend Shui, you have long known that Li Muzhou is the most monstrous prodigy of the human race. Haven't you? The other leaders also turned their attention to Nalan Xue. In truth, these leaders were equally astonished. A 23-year-old at the 7th level of the Divine Wanderer realm is undoubtedly among the top tier across the vast realms of the Lingxiao world. The human race occupies but a fraction of this vastness. Yet among all the regions, prodigies abound like fish in a river, countless and unending. However, beings as extraordinary as Li Muzhou remain exceedingly rare. Indeed, Nalan Shui replied gravely. Are you aware of the Feishue's secret realm? We are aware. The most enigmatic aspect of that realm is undoubtedly the Bodhi Tower. Correct? And do you know that this individual has shattered the record of the Bodhi Tower that stood for tens of thousands of years? Reaching the summit? Holy moly, is that true? Absolutely. The leaders present collectively inhaled sharply. They all understood how difficult it was to ascend to the top of the Bodhi Tower. Among those present, who had not ventured into the Bodhi Tower, Li Muzhou's achievement in reaching the pinnacle only serves to indicate his talent is of an extraordinarily rare caliber. Silence. The world fell into a brief stillness in Han City. All eyes were fixed upon Li Muzhou, who at that moment stood as the most radiant presence in the cosmos. What's wrong? Have you lost your voice? Li Muzhou spoke, directing his sword's edge at a Wu clan prodigy. That prodigy gulped. His face flushed, unwilling to meet Li Muzhou's gaze. And you little vixen, do you think my human race has no one? Following this, Li Muzhou pointed his sword at the alluring Wu clan lady. Mocking, you? The woman's face also flushed crimson, yet she dared not retort. Before Li Muzhou's overwhelming strength, she understood her own limitations. Although the Wu clan possessed naturally formidable physiques, the disparity in realms was far too great for her to dare to step forward and test her mettle. And you, and you, and you? All of you, get out here. Li Muzhou's voice thundered, his sword directed at the Wu clan prodigies, his chilling command resounding. To single-handedly pressure the 10 prodigies of the Wu clan is truly magnificent. All the onlookers felt a sense of vindication. No wonder I was eliminated by him. Indeed, it is not unjust. Losing to such a monstrous being is entirely reasonable. He is too powerful. Had it not been for him today? Among the million prodigies present, the hearts of many would have surely been harmed by the Wu clan's nefarious schemes. In the rankings of the Qianlong list, Zhao Zhiming, position 15th, and Zhou Qi, rank 19th, shared an expression of exhilaration. They recognized Li Muzhou as the white-clad swordsman who had bested them in the Third World. Yet they harbored no resentment. At such a moment, Li Muzhou's ability to stand forth rendered him a hero. How foolish I am, like a pig, an utter simpleton, the greatest fool in the world. Qiu Zishu exclaimed in trepidation, gazing at the silhouette of Li Muzhou, his legs trembling, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Reflecting on the days prior when he had relentlessly mocked Li Muzhou, even sending his protector to threaten him, he felt like a jester. It dawned on him that if Li Muzhou so wished, even his fifth-tier protector could easily meet their end on the spot. Moreover, considering Nanlan Qianyu's fervent demeanor towards Li Muzhou, he should have anticipated this. As the saintess of the Nanlan family, she had never shown such warmth towards any man. Indeed, unusual circumstances often herald strange happenings. It was over for him. Having offended Li Muzhou, his life was effectively ruined. Qiu Zishu dared not contemplate the magnitude of Li Muzhou's reputation following today's battle amongst the great domains of the human race. If they were to settle accounts, would he ever know peace again? Father, he is a senior of Zhao Heng's sect. Father, what has happened to you? Wake up! Shen Sisi cried out in alarm as the head of the Shen family fainted on the spot. They could hardly fathom that the so-called senior was merely in his 20s. What was even more terrifying was that he was a 7th-tier adept in the realm of Shenyuwu. This entire revelation, while lengthy to recount, transpired in an instant. Suddenly, the sound of applause shattered the silence. The clapper was none other than Wu Hong, a formidable leader of the Witch clan, who gazed at Li Muzhou with fervor, declaring, "Li Muzhou, you are remarkable. With such talent, you could rank among the finest in the many great domains of Lingxiao. Today, I offer you an opportunity. Join my Tianwu domain and become my personal disciple." How does that sound? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The enmity between the Tianwu clan and the human race was well known. How audacious to publicly recruit Li Muzhou as a disciple. Instantly, countless eyes refocused on Li Muzhou. How laughable. You wretched creature, who do you think you are? Let your pups come forth to meet their end. Li Muzhou's sword was pointed defiantly at Wu Hong, his domineering voice resonating across the expanse. Chapter 66. The arrival of the 10 great leaders of the Witch clan. A dark hour. Who could have foreseen such an extraordinary prodigy emerging from the human race? Ladies and gentlemen, our plans must change. This Li Muzhou must be eliminated. At the moment Li Muzhou unleashed his Shenyuwu pressure, Wu Hong utilized a secret technique of the Witch clan to transmit messages to the numerous leaders of the Witch clan. The notion of recruiting a disciple was merely a fade. Wu Hong, as one of the many leaders of the Witch clan, understood all too well the terrifying threat posed by Li Muzhou. Although the human race's physique was inherently inferior to that of the Witch clan, their greatest advantage lay in their unparalleled comprehension of the Tao. The higher the realm of a human expert, the more exaggerated their combat prowess became. Recalling the ancient times, there were human warriors capable of single-handedly facing 10 foes, an extraordinary combat ability that was unimaginable to other races. Yet, Li Muzhou's words struck Wu Hong as a profound insult. Wretched creature? Wu Hong seethed with fury at the domineering voice echoing across the heavens and earth. Very well, you possess spirit. However, since you fail to appreciate my generosity, prepare to meet your demise. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted in the void as Wu Hong pointed into the air, conjuring a colossal gale that locked onto Li Muzhou. Each movement of a leader at the realm of Yinyang radiated an oppressive aura. This gale instilled dread in the hearts of all the prodigies present. Wu Hong, you shall not act with impunity here. The Lord of Hanqing bellowed, instantly teleporting into the air to shatter Wu Hong's gale. However, an unforeseen event transpired. With a tearing sound, a fissure appeared in the void, and a pale hand emerged from the rift, swiftly dragging Han Xian into its depths, leaving his fate uncertain. How infuriating! Do you truly think the human race is without defenders? Nanlan Shui observed the scene and swung her sword, aiming to disperse the gale. The moment Han Xian was pulled into the rift, she realized the gravity of the situation. Numerous leaders of the Yinyang realm from the Witch clan had undoubtedly arrived. Seemingly confirming Nanlan Shui's suspicions, several spatial fissures appeared in the sky, and a towering, dark-skinned man materialized. The overwhelming pressure silenced all within Hansheng. Should a battle erupt here, countless lives would be lost. With a single punch, the dark-skinned giant from the Witch Clan declared, "I have heard of you, Nanlong Shui. Your opponent is none other than I." With a resounding crash, Nanlong Shui was intercepted by the Witch Clan leader, and a punch sent her spiraling into the space rift, the pinnacle of the observation platform. The leaders, including the head of the Jiuyang Tian sect, were equally astounded, all rising to confront the gale. In an instant, all the leaders of the Yin realm on the platform vanished, entering the space rifts alongside the Witch Clan leaders. Should a battle ignite here, even the slightest disturbance would result in untold casualties. Yet, another upheaval ensued. The moment the leaders struck, several more spatial fissures appeared. Someone, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, "Heavens, 10 of them, 10 leaders?" Including Wu Hong and the two who had just attacked Han Xian and Nanlong Shui. The total reached Ten. Contrast, within Hansheng, there were only 9 leaders of the Yin realm. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless human leaders were assailed, all dragged into the spatial rifts. As for the gale aimed at Li Muzhou, it was shattered the moment the leaders engaged. To allow a Witch Clan leader to slay Li Muzhou before their eyes would be a monumental farce. Silence. The entirety of Hansheng fell into a hushed stillness. A wave of despair enveloped every heart. The great sects of the human race, coupled with the 10 ancient clans, had so few Yin realm experts. Yet now, 9 leaders had been pulled into the spatial rifts, while Wu Hong remained from the Witch Clan. Among those present, the most formidable were merely aged experts at the 9th tier of Yin. With a few half-step practitioners, they were utterly outmatched against genuine leaders of the Yin realm. The Witch Clan had come prepared, and in the midst of their scheming, they had gained the upper hand. Wu Hong had initially aimed to utilize his Witch Clan prodigies to severely wound the human prodigies, yet unexpectedly encountered the anomaly that was Li Muzhou, prompting a shift in plans. As long as Li Muzhou could be eliminated, this operation would be deemed a success. "Youngster, I offer you one final opportunity. Kneel and submit, marking yourself as my slave, and I shall spare your life." Wu Hong now bore the demeanor of a master, looking upon Li Muzhou with derision. "Heh, are you still so arrogant now? You will soon find yourself reduced to a mere dog for my Witch Clan." They had just boasted of their prowess. Now, who could come to his rescue? "Oh, Li Muzhou, do speak. What is it? Have you lost your tongue? Are you utterly terrified?" Indeed, with the human experts drawn into the spatial rifts, who could save him? The 10 prodigies of the Witch Clan felt a renewed sense of confidence. Though Li Muzhou had genuinely frightened them moments ago, now they felt vindicated. Without the human Yin leaders, Li Muzhou was of no consequence. "How tiresome you insects are!" A glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes as he swung his sword. Clang! Soul of the wandering dragon. A resonant blade cry erupted like a dragon's roar as a colossal ice-blue sword energy shot toward the 10 prodigies of the Witch Clan. Among them, the loudest was the 10th-ranked Wu Zhe and a strikingly voluptuous woman. This sword strike was grand in scale, imbued with the essence of 6th-tier ice and fire. Li Muzhou felt no trepidation. If necessary, he could summon Luo Han. With Luo Han's strength at the 9th tier of Yin, not even Wu Hong, or several Witch Clan leaders, could pose a threat. Yet before that, Li Muzhou sought to confirm certain matters. He had recently acquired the Supreme ZY Sword Domain. If it could be combined with the chaotic level ZY Sword Body, could it possibly challenge the realm of Yin? Among the leaders of Yin, few truly mastered the laws of the domain. Those achieving supreme domains were even rarer, let alone a domain of swordsmanship. Known for its deadly prowess, as the sword was unleashed, the prodigies of the Witch Clan collectively turned pale, an instinctual realization dawning upon them that none could withstand this strike. 6th tier essence? Wu Zihua, the foremost prodigy of the Witch Clan, felt his pupils constrict, an icy dread creeping over him. As the number 1 prodigy of the Witch Clan, he was on the brink of entering the 5th tier of Shenyuwu and had even grasped the embryonic form of true essence. Yet in comparison to Li Muzhou, he fell woefully short. Just the 6th tier essence alone could obliterate him, and he could not withstand it. "Hmph! Before me, you dare to harm my disciples of the Witch Clan? You possess 6th tier essence? What a pity! Today, you shall perish at my hands." Wu Hong unleashed a palm strike, effortlessly shattering Li Muzhou's sword light. a murderous intent emanating from him. You have gone too far. Ladies and gentlemen, follow my lead. If we can just delay a little longer, the ancestral figures of the other ancient clans will soon arrive. The speaker is the Deputy Lord of Han City, the younger brother of Han Xian, whose strength is at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and he is considered a half-step into the realm. However, despite this assertion, to think that a few half-step Yin-Yang beings could obstruct a true master of the Yin-Yang realm is nothing short of a fantastical folly. Ha! A bunch of worthless fish and shrimps think they can impede me. The ancient ancestors you speak of are likely struggling to save themselves at this very moment. Today, Li Muzhou shall surely perish. What? The deputy lord and his companions turned pale. Could it be that the witch clan has unleashed their full power? In an instant, despair enveloped each heart. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged into the sky, accompanied by countless purple sword energies bursting forth, shrouding the entire Han City. Chapter 67. The Purple Star Sword Domain. The Might of the Chaotic Sword Body. The Purple Star Sword Domain. Commence. The Chaotic Sword Body. Swift. One could observe waves of purple energy radiating from beneath Li Muzhou's feet, spreading like ripples, instantly covering a 1,000-mile radius with the Purple Star Sword Domain, leaving all onlookers utterly astounded by the magnificent spectacle before them. The overwhelming sword intent of the chaotic sword body intertwined with the Purple Star Sword Domain, rendering Li Muzhou's aura exceedingly formidable, akin to a deity walking among mortals. Li Muzhou traversed the void, his voice resonating, "Wu Hong, you incessantly wish for my demise. Let us see who meets their end first." With the eruption of the chaotic sword body and the Purple Star Sword Domain, Li Muzhou felt that even a master of the Yin-Yang realm could be challenged. This was his first time exerting his full strength, a seriousness he had never experienced since his arrival in this world. What sorcery is this? This purple radiance, is it all sword intent? By heavens, it is terrifying. I feel that even a mere brush of sword intent could reduce me to ashes. What is happening? Is there such a power in the spirit travel realm? All the onlookers were rendered speechless. The concept of a domain is something only the higher echelons of the Yin-Yang realm could comprehend, and even then, their understanding is often limited. Many in the Yin-Yang realm have yet to grasp the essence of a domain. Even those at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm or half-step Yin-Yang beings on the observation platform failed to recognize that what Li Muzhou was manifesting was indeed the domain of laws. Yet they all sensed an instinctive feeling of impending doom. Anyone enveloped by Li Muzhou's Purple Star Sword Domain experienced this sensation. Impossible. How have you achieved this? How could a spirit travel realm individual comprehend the domain of laws? Others may not understand the domain of laws, but Wu Hong, a genuine master of the Yin-Yang realm, recognized at a glance that Li Muzhou was indeed wielding the domain of laws. It is crucial to note that although he is a master of the Yin-Yang realm, he has yet to comprehend the domain of laws himself. The divide within the Yin-Yang realm is vast. Those who grasp the power of space and those who comprehend the domain of laws are worlds apart. What? The domain of laws? Impossible. It must be a trick. A spirit travel realm individual comprehending the domain of laws. The 10 prodigies of the witch clan were momentarily dumbfounded. The domain of laws is something even ordinary masters of the Yin-Yang realm may not possess. And throughout history, there has been no record of a spirit travel realm individual grasping the domain of laws. The alluring woman who had been the loudest moments ago was now speechless, unable to accept the shattering of her preconceived notions, feeling as if she were a mere jester. Humph. The chasm between the spirit travel realm and the Yin-Yang realm is akin to a vast chasm. Even if you have comprehended the domain of laws, what does it matter? With Wu Hong Sr. present, you shall still meet your end. The alluring woman sneered, eagerly anticipating Wu Hong to eliminate Li Muzhou. For in Li Muzhou's presence, this second-ranked prodigy of the witch clan appeared so ordinary, a reality she found intolerable. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Throughout Han City, the sound of gasps echoed continuously. Well done. I underestimated you. I never imagined the legendary chaotic sword body to be real. Wu Hong stared intently at Li Muzhou, perplexed, but as he beheld the torrent of terrifying sword intent erupting from Li Muzhou, he finally understood. What? The chaotic sword body? The number 1 on the hidden dragon list. Yi Wudao exclaimed, gazing at Li Muzhou's silhouette with waves of astonishment surging within him. He had read about the legend of the chaotic sword body in ancient texts, noting that he himself possessed a special bloodline. Yet it paled in comparison to the chaotic sword body, in a wonder. He is indeed the chaotic sword body. Even the ancestors failed to recognize it. Nalan Xinyu covered her mouth in shock, equally astounded. Previously, she had known Li Muzhou was formidable, but she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Li Muzhou's power far exceeded her imagination. The top 10 prodigies on the hidden dragon list were now petrified, realizing for the first time what an extraordinary genius Li Muzhou was, a being they could only look up to, and Li Muzhou showed no concern for the hollow hidden dragon list's superficial prestige. Rather, it was they who were caught in endless competition, unable to even surpass the 10th-ranked prodigy of the Witch Clan. It's over. Qiu Zishu collapsed onto the ground, his face a mask of terror. Li Muzhou's display utterly shattered his understanding. Even his own ancestor appeared insignificant before Li Muzhou. He felt like a clown. The entire city stood in shock. The domain of laws, the chaotic sword body, these factors converging within one individual was simply unfathomable. The boundless sword classic, soul of the wandering dragon. As Li Muzhou drew his sword, the terrifying sword energy traversed the heavens. With one strike, the heavens and earth changed color, empowered by the chaotic sword body and the purple star sword domain. Li Muzhou felt that the strength of this strike surpassed that of his previous one by more than 100-fold. Similarly, the consumption was astonishingly immense. My magical power is vast. Yet to maintain the purple star sword domain while executing this move drained a full 10th of my essence. Humph. You are merely a spirit travel realm individual. Who do you look down upon? Wu Hong bellowed, a terrifying aura erupting skyward as the space around him began to fold and twist. Li Muzhou's strike had instilled within him an acute sense of danger. However, the gap between the spirit travel realm and the yin-yang realm remained. He could not afford to retreat without a fight. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Wu Hong's arms erupted with horrific power, his bronze-colored palms rising into the air, summoning a black spiritual energy shield that clashed against Li Muzhou's sword energy. Yet, merely a breath later, the shield was riddled with countless cracks. In another heartbeat, the sword energy pierced through Wu Hong's entire being. Wu Hong wore an expression of disbelief, caught in a state of confusion. Despite employing a top-tier Earth-grade defensive technique and utilizing the unique spatial powers of the yin-yang realm, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. He attempted to evade, but the purple star sword domain had already enveloped him, leaving him with no choice but to brace himself for the blow. Boom, boom. The terrifying sword energy erupted, leaving several bloody lines across Wu Hong's body. His hair was disheveled, and his armor shattered in an instant. My heavens! My heavens! My heavens! All the onlookers were left aghast, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, particularly the elders at the 9th level of the spirit travel realm on the observation platform lost their composure. That last strike, had it been directed at them, they would have perished instantly. Looking again at the yin-yang realm master Wu Hong, he was now in a wretched state, his armor in tatters. How infuriating! Wu Hong, seeing himself in such a plight, was consumed by rage. As a master of the yin-yang realm, to be reduced to this by a mere young spirit travel realm individual, he unleashed his most powerful technique, the Earth-grade low-tier technique. Treading the mountains and rivers, a terrifying demonic figure appeared behind him. With a single step, the infinite space began to warp, as if aiming to shatter the very mountains and rivers within Li Muzhou's sword domain. He could only resort to using his most formidable technique to counter the laws. However, Li Muzhou remained unfazed, forming a hand sign. The boundless sword classic. All swords returned to their origin. Clang, clang. The swords held by cultivators throughout the city erupted with a terrifying shriek. No fewer than 100,000 flying swords soared into the sky, forming a sword river that surged forth with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, striking towards Wu Hong, a mere trick. Be shattered, Wu Hong unleashed his Earth-grade technique. With a single step, boundless might surged forth, aiming to crush Li Muzhou's sword river. Chapter 68. A forceful decimation of the Witch Clan's mastered eye in the sky. It was as if two deities were locked in battle. Li Muzhou unleashed a magnificent sword river, submerging Wu Hong. Indeed, it was as if he were submerged. Wu Hong's Earth-grade technique appeared formidable, yet after breaking through merely a third of the sword river, it faltered. With the support of the purple star sword domain, Li Muzhou's sword prowess surged. Each sword within the river possessed immense power, unfathomable to ordinary beings. How is this possible? Be shattered, break? At this moment, Wu Hong experienced the agony of 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Countless beams of sword light relentlessly assaulted his body. Were it not for the Witch clan's formidable physique, Wu Hong felt he could perish at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with the sound of tremendous explosions. As if the very heavens were collapsing. Li Muzhou maintained a calm demeanor, the Daluo's sacred sword naturally drawn in his hand. A terrifying sword light, empowered by the ZY sword domain, accurately pierced towards Wu Hong. The realm of Yin Yang was undoubtedly formidable. Even with such a powerful attack, he sensed that Wu Hong's life force had not diminished significantly. If that were the case, then it was time to stoke the flames further. Who dares to claim that those beneath the realm of Yin Yang are mere ants? The legend that the realm of Xinyu cannot triumph over that of Yin Yang shall be shattered by none other than myself. Celestial swords from beyond. The might of this sword was similarly amplified beyond measure. With the combined onslaught of 10,000 swords piercing the heart and celestial swords from beyond, Wu Hong's limits were abruptly surpassed. A piercing sound rang out as the horrific sword energy penetrated Wu Hong's chest. At the same time, Li Muzhou unleashed the sixth great essence of ice and fire to its utmost, creating chaos in its aura once more. With the first sword chi having pierced through, a second followed suit. A chilling scream erupted, sending shivers down the spine of all present. No one could discern what transpired within the river of swords. Yet Li Muzhou could keenly perceive Wu Hong's life force rapidly waning. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, the river of swords dissipated, revealing countless flying swords encircling Li Muzhou like loyal guardians. However, the sight within the river rendered all spectators utterly petrified. What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? Wu Hong is no more. Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? A being from the realm of Xinyu defeating a titan of Yin Yang? My heavens! The people of Hanqing were left in utter shock. Wu Hong had lost his human form, half of his body cleaved away, leaving behind only a chilling skeleton. You are incredibly strong. Wu Hong, on the brink of death, gasped out his final breath, an expression of boundless unwillingness in his eyes. The moment his words fell, he was devoid of life, plummeting from the heavens. If this child does not perish, he shall become a grave threat to the Wu clan. At that moment, all present were engulfed in profound astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who could believe that a titan of Yin Yang would fall to one of Xinyu? Although Wu Hong was merely at the initial stage of Yin Yang, he was undeniably a genuine titan of that realm. Even if all the half-step Yin Yang and the 9th tier of Xinyu present collaborated, they would not stand a chance against Wu Hong. Li Muzhou had, once again, etched history. Suddenly, Li Muzhou pivoted, directing his gaze towards the 10 prodigies of the Wu clan. From the moment Wu Hong perished, the 10 prodigies had been rendered pale with fear. Li Muzhou's gaze fell upon them. Each felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Though not kill me, I am willing to serve you as a slave for eternity. Treating me as less than human is acceptable. The second-ranked prodigy of the Wu clan, a mesmerizing woman, fell to her knees, pleading with Li Muzhou, "Oh, not kill me. We were wrong. Please spare us, esteemed one." After the enchanting woman, all others suddenly awoke to their reality, dropping to their knees in supplication. Who could have imagined that just minutes ago, the proud prodigies of the Wu clan would now all be begging for mercy? Why is this domain called the Celestial Wu Domain? Partly because the Wu Temple is the most powerful force within this vast region, and partly due to the ancient lineage of the Wu clan, which has persisted since antiquity. The Wu clan, naturally inclined towards warfare, was never satisfied with being the rulers of the Celestial Wu Domain, setting their sights on the expansive lands of the eastern region. Throughout history, the Wu clan had instigated wars, achieving mixed results against the human race, gaining little advantage. Over the past 10 millennia, the Wu clan had bided their time, with more than 20 titans of Yin Yang. And this generation's 10 prodigies were also exceptionally formidable, timing their actions for the human prodigy competition in the eastern region. Yet, who could have foreseen that these prodigies would not even have the chance to showcase their prowess before being crushed under Li Muzhou's might? As for fleeing, it was not that they had not considered it, but it was simply unfeasible. After all, Li Muzhou had slain titans of Yin Yang. Could they escape? Moreover, under the suppression of Li Muzhou's ZY sword domain. Any notion of escape was sheer folly. Faced with the brink of death, even the proudest prodigy must bow their noble head. Clang. In response to the 10 prodigies' pleas for mercy, Li Muzhou swung his sword, unleashing a fiery sword chi into the sky. No. I will fight you, Li Muzhou. Why must you pursue total annihilation? I have already resolved to serve you. What more do you desire? Once the strong of the Wu clan return, your demise is assured. In that instant, as Li Muzhou made his move, the 10 prodigies erupted into action. Their previous behavior had merely been a stalling tactic. As for servitude, that was out of the question. They still harbored the illusion that if Li Muzhou spared them, once the powerful members of the Wu clan returned, it would be Li Muzhou who would meet his end. However, this trivial scheme had long been seen through by Li Muzhou. Those not of my race harbored different intentions. If I had not slain Wu Hong today, all present, including myself, would have perished. With a resounding crash, a spatial rift appeared at a critical moment, and the bloody Zhuang Tianzong's leader, Wang Hong, emerged from the rift, his aura exceedingly weak. It is over. My people face great peril. The deputy leader of the Wu Temple is a peak existence of the 5th layer of Yin Yang. He is no match for me at a lower level. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Hong was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that when they were ensnared by the strong of the celestial Wu clan, Wu Hong had still been present. Where was Wu Hong now? What was transpiring? Li Muzhou was wielding his sword against the 10 prodigies of the Wu clan, who appeared utterly terrified. Boldness. A bellow echoed from within the spatial rift. The deputy leader of the Wu Temple, Wu Ming, also took note of the scene, a pale hand extending from the rift, aiming to strike Li Muzhou's swordlight. Yet, it was too late to know. Ancestor Ming, save me. The 10 prodigies screamed in unison as their bodies were mercilessly severed. Before Wu Ming's very eyes, Li Muzhou forcefully executed all 10 prodigies, leaving none alive. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 10 prodigies of the Wu clan, achieving a critical hit and advancing 1 layer in realm, with a reward of essence evolution. At that moment, Wu Ming had already stepped out of the spatial rift, his gaze fixated on Li Muzhou. Astonishment etched upon his face. Chapter 69. 5th grade Tiangang Essence. Who permitted you to lay hands on her? Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several figures emerged from the spatial rift. All the human titans, apart from the leader of Zhuang Tianzong, appeared in the heavens, their auras waning, the situation grim. In contrast, the titans of the Wu clan radiated overwhelming power. They had come prepared, determined to severely wound their respective foes. As for other ancient clans, such as the Feng and Kuanpeng clans, they, too, were targeted by the titans of the Wu clan, all facing dire straits. Nalan Shui wiped the blood from her lips and immediately turned her gaze towards Li Muzhou. Astonished. What is this? A lost sword domain? A chaotic bloodline? Nalan Shui was rendered speechless as she beheld Li Muzhou in his current state. This, Nalan Shui's mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. She had initially anticipated that the top-tier expert behind Li Muzhou would intervene. Yet that esteemed figure had not arrived. Instead, Li Muzhou had annihilated all 10 prodigies of the Wu clan. Aside from Nalan Shui, the attention of all other titans was riveted upon Li Muzhou. Silence. All the titans fell silent. Just a moment ago, they had been engaged in fierce battle amidst the chaotic spatial currents. Yet now they were left speechless by Li Muzhou's astounding display. A being from the realm of Shunyu had comprehended a law domain that even most titans of Yin Yang could not grasp. Moreover, the vast aura emanating from Li Muzhou's chaotic ZY sword body left them in awe. What of Wu Hong? The deputy leader of the Wu Temple, Wu Ming, coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Muzhou and inquired. I decapitated him. His body is still warm. Li Muzhou pointed towards a corpse in the plaza, speaking with an air of nonchalance. What? Wu Ming's pupils contracted as he followed Li Muzhou's finger to a vacant space in the plaza, where lay a half-human, half-skeletal corpse, none other than Wu Hong's remains. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He actually killed Wu Hong. Impossible. Wu Hong was a titan of the 2nd layer of Yin Yang. How could he have been slain? Are you blind? Cannot you see that Wu Hong is already cold? Ha ha, heaven bless my people. Li Muzhou, you are the foremost prodigy of our race. The titans present collectively gasped in astonishment. A being from the realm of Shunyu had defeated a titan of Yin Yang? No, It should be said that he had slain him. Defeating and slaying are two entirely different concepts. In a moment, the aura surrounding Li Muzhou shifted once more, revealing that he had ascended to the 8th layer of Shunyu. The 8th layer of Shunyu? The titans of the Wu clan were once again struck with disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. Ordinary individuals take years, even decades, to advance through each tier of Shunyu, and even prodigious talents require steady progress with ample resources. Yet Li Muzhou had transitioned from the 7th layer to the 8th in the blink of an eye. My master has grown stronger once again. There is nothing my master cannot achieve. We all witnessed it. Amidst the throng, Gu Qinghan stood tall, addressing the multitude of Wu clan leaders. Indeed, Elder Mu Zhou not only vanquished Wu Hong but also slew all 10 of your clan as prodigies. You Wu clan should take your leave. We, the human race, do not seek trouble, yet we fear it not. Elder Mu Zhou is truly formidable. Elder Mu Zhou is truly formidable. A voice from the crowd erupted in cheers. And soon, everyone was chanting the name of Li Muzhou, their fervor rising to a thunderous crescendo. He is undoubtedly the preeminent prodigy. What manner of man is he? The 8th-ranked celestial maiden of the Feng clan. Feng Shirlan gazed at Li Muzhou's retreating figure, her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Li Muzhou, so youthful yet already at the 8th level of the divine journey realm. Having defied the rules to slay a giant of the Yin-Yang realm, who could remain unaffected by such prowess. Deputy Hall Master, this youth must not be allowed to remain. Deputy Hall Master, if we do not eliminate him, our Wu clan shall face grave calamity. Deputy Hall Master, act now. They reasoned amongst themselves, convinced that despite Li Muzhou's previous triumph over Wu Hong, their combined might would surely bring about his demise. In an instant, all the Wu clan leaders harbored murderous intent, their eyes fixed on Li Muzhou. Earlier, Wu Hong had proclaimed that Li Muzhou must be eradicated, but the gravity of that statement had not fully registered until now. With Wu Hong and the Wu clan's 10 prodigies lying slain at Li Muzhou's hands, this was indeed alarming. Let it be known that Li Muzhou is merely at the 8th level of the divine journey realm. Should he advance to the Yin-Yang realm, he would undoubtedly stand as a dominant force within it. If he were to ascend to the Nirvana realm and claim kingship, he would surely become a peerless powerhouse. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the leaders of the human race sensed the unease, stepping forth to stand beside Li Muzhou. Nan Lan Shui, in a gentle tone, assured him, Muzhou, fear not. With your elder sister here, I will protect you with my life. Sister, thank you, Li Muzhou replied, his heart warmed by Nan Lan Shui's alluring silhouette. Such a friend is invaluable. At the very least, he could perceive the sincerity in Nan Lan Shui's intentions. Devoid of ulterior motives, she simply wished to safeguard the pride of the human race. With a calm demeanor, Li Muzhou responded, you are already injured. I possess the means to protect myself. No sooner had he spoken than he positioned himself before Nan Lan Shui. Upon witnessing the figure that stood before her, though not towering, it radiated an aura of unyielding security. Nan Lan Shui momentarily lost herself in thought. Her once icy heart began to race. Boom. The ZY sword domain surged forth, and a vast essence of law erupted across the heavens, causing the skies to darken ominously. In that fleeting moment, Li Muzhou's 6th grade essence evolved into the 5th grade Tiangang essence. Nan Lan Shui covered her crimson lips. Astounded, her mouth agape. Had Li Muzhou wielded the Tiangang essence at that moment, Wu Hong would have met his inevitable demise. Upon the emergence of the Tiangang essence, a terrifying phenomenon unfolded. Tiangang essence? Attack! Wu Ming barked, unleashing a powerful strike. The shock Li Muzhou instilled in them was overwhelming. To master the sword path of laws at the divine journey realm, to possess a chaotic bloodline, and to comprehend the 5th grade Tiangang essence? The master of their Wu shrine, a paragon of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, had only grasped the 4th grade space destruction essence. The most astonishing fact was that Li Muzhou was merely 23 years old. To label a talent like Li Muzhou as a prodigy was a gross understatement. In an instant, the battle reignited. Patriarch Wang Hong of the Zhuyang Tianzong declared, everyone, protect Li Muzhou. Boom, boom, boom. Across the heavens, dark clouds swirled as various divine techniques were unleashed, while Li Muzhou faced the onslaught of a Yin-Yang realm giant. Yet, with the Tiangang essence and the ZY sword domain, He possessed ample means of self-preservation. What delight it would be to slay another Wu clan giant. If I were to take down one more, I would be nearing my limits. At worst, I could summon Luo Han to assist. Li Mu Zhou's sword rose and fell as he pondered rapidly, engaging in battle with a Wu clan giant who, though formidable, at the pinnacle of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm, merely provided pressure. Nothing more. Suddenly, Wu Ming, the deputy hall master, unleashed a terrifying heavenly-grade technique, severely wounding Wang Hong, before appearing like a specter behind Gu Qinghan, seizing her in a vice-like grip. "Master!" Gu Qinghan cried out, startled like a frightened rabbit. At Wu Ming's thought, Gu Qinghan felt an excruciating headache, letting out a wretched scream. "Qinghan, you wretched creature, who permitted you to harm her?" Li Mu Zhou's voice surged with fury. The strongest presence in the vicinity was Wu Ming, who had resorted to ambushing Gu Qinghan, a shocking move from a peak expert of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. "Luo Han, assist me." With a swift motion, Li Mu Zhou activated the summoning talisman, and Luo Han appeared at his side, clad in a flowing azure gown, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. A pressure 1,000 times greater than Wu Ming's radiated forth. Chapter 70. The Dispersing Spirit Technique. Assault on the Celestial Witch Domain. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite wrath. Li Mu Zhou's reverse scale is none other than his beloved apprentice. He faintly recalled the frightened girl he had encountered in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The one who wielded his sword talisman to vanquish the Yin Sha Valley, and the one who, during her moment of madness, had been utterly sincere with him. After spending considerable time together, Li Mu Zhou's feelings for Gu Qinghan had naturally deepened. With a thunderous crack, as Gu Qinghan found herself in peril, the sword talisman she bore erupted, yet it stirred not a single ripple. "Li Mu Zhou, surrender now," Wu Ming declared, basking in his triumph. "Otherwise, I shall crush your beloved apprentice." He discerned the complexity of the relationship between the two. "Should you harm her, I will strike you down first." Li Mu Zhou's voice reverberated through the heavens as Luo Han appeared by his side. Boom! A pressure far beyond Wu Ming's erupted, leaving the leaders of both the human and Wu clans trembling in shock. 9 levels? Wu Ming swallowed hard, utterly astonished. In this age, a being of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm still existed? Aside from the ancient powers that remained hidden, the giants of the 9th level were mere legends. Behind Li Mu Zhou stood a true giant of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This, Wang Hong and the other human leaders were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the situation, their expressions filled with dread. "Oh, not be alarmed. This esteemed elder is Li Mu Zhou's ally," Nan Lan Shui reassured the others. Finally exhaling in relief upon seeing Luo Han, she recalled the terrifying scene from that day before the Tianjin sect's gates. When Li Mu Zhou commanded her to slay someone, she did so without question, an obedience that lingered in her memory. Even she felt utterly powerless in Luo Han's presence. "Luo Han, eliminate him." Li Mu Zhou pointed at Wu Ming, his voice laced with fury. "If you dare to kill me, I shall first end her life," Wu Ming threatened, tightening his grip on Gu Qinghan's delicate neck. "Oh? Do you wish to test that?" Luo Han scoffed, unleashing a terrifying domain of law. Time froze, space stilled, and Wu Ming found himself petrified within the confines of the domain. Unable to even breathe. With a flick of her slender fingers, Luo Han caused Wu Ming's head to explode into a mist of blood, obliterating his spiritual realm entirely. The deputy hall master of the Wu Shrine has fallen. The remaining Wu clan leaders were left dumbfounded. 1 strike to eliminate the deputy hall master. What was that domain, and how could it freeze both time and space? Li Mu Zhou, I have half an hour left. Must they all perish? Luo Han's expression remained impassive as she surveyed the remaining Wu clan powerhouses, akin to gazing upon mere insects. Li Mu Zhou had already moved to embrace Gu Qinghan. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "Kill," the indiscriminate slaughter commenced. "Please spare me, esteemed elder. I was wrong. I vow before the heavens never to set foot in the eastern continent again. We were mistaken, Grandfather Mu Zhou. We were wrong." The remaining Wu clan giants attempted to flee, but could they escape? Each time Luo Han pointed, a giant exploded, with no chance of survival. There was no escape, no resistance. All that remained was their pleas for mercy. Countless gazes fixated on the once mighty giants, their emotions a tangled web. The powerful leaders who had once exuded dominance now knelt like defeated dogs, tails between their legs, reminiscent of their earlier arrogance as the Tin Prodigies. The vitality of the divine journey realm cultivators surged forth, and as each giant perished, a torrential rain of blood fell from the skies. The human leaders were rendered numb. Wang Hong and the others trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate their shock. Each of Luo Han's seemingly ordinary strikes concealed a profound essence of the Tao that eluded their understanding. Those Wu clan giants, who had nearly pushed them to the brink, appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter before Luo Han, an astonishing visual spectacle. Nan Lan, do you know the origins of this esteemed elder? Witnessing the indiscriminate slaughter in Luo Han, Wang Hong cautiously conveyed to Nalan Shui. I do not know. However, I am aware that she is a person of Li Muzhou. Moreover, her obedience to Li Muzhou's commands is unconditional, is it not? Nalan Shui glanced at Wang Hong and replied calmly. The outcome of today was something she had anticipated long ago. Initially, the leaders of the Witch clan might not have needed to perish entirely, but who could have foreseen that they would provoke Li Muzhou's ire? Indeed, it appears so. Wang Hong, the lord of the Zhuoyang heavenly sect, was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, there is Li Muzhou. Otherwise, should this elder descend, who among us could withstand even a single strike? Qing Han, awaken. If anything befalls you, I shall ensure the Tianwu clan pays for it with their lives. Qing Han, please, wake up. Li Muzhou was in a state of panic. He held Gu Qinghan's delicate form, having fed her several doses of healing elixirs and holy water. Yet her breath remained faint and fragile. Setting aside the matter of tasks, his feelings for Gu Qinghan compelled Li Muzhou to save her. It is all my master's fault. Had I summoned Luohan sooner, we might not have found ourselves in this predicament. Li Muzhou was filled with regret. It is my own foolishness. I underestimated the threat. The Witch clan sent over a dozen leaders this time, fully prepared for battle. Each of those leaders is exceedingly formidable. I was too naive. In the blink of an eye, the leaders of the Witch clan fell from the sky. In this battle, 12 leaders perished, including the Vice Lord of the Witch Temple. At this moment, a few Witch clan leaders in Dongdao Prefecture were still scheming, but they were far from Hanqing, and even if they wished to provide aid, it would be too late. Moreover, the fallen leaders had not transmitted a whisper of warning. Under Luohan's command, they had no chance to send a message. The square behind Li Muzhou was deserted, as everyone kept their distance, fearful of inciting Li Muzhou's wrath. Now, all were belatedly aware that the human race in Dongdao Prefecture had narrowly escaped a grave crisis. The one who had faced this crisis was none other than the handsome man, currently at a loss while holding his beloved disciple. With a swift motion, Nalan Shui knelt beside Gu Qinghan to examine her injuries, frowning as she spoke. Muzhou, I have seen similar records in an ancient tome. Gu Qinghan must have fallen victim to the Witch clan's secret technique, the soul dispersal technique. Soul dispersal technique? Indeed. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. It seems that Wu Ming must have unleashed this secret technique the moment he seized control of Gu Qinghan, which is why she screamed in agony. Everything aligns with the characteristics of the soul dispersal technique. Li Muzhou's murderous intent surged as he demanded, how can it be resolved? Nalan Shui replied gently. Within the Witch Temple lies a treasure known as the Soul Reclamation Pool. Jiu Qinghan can only restore her 7 spirits by bathing in the pool. Otherwise, she will remain in a state of false death. With no remedy available, Luohan, accompany me to the Witch Temple. Yes. With a swift motion, Luohan tore open a spatial rift, and Li Muzhou, with a stern expression, embraced Gu Qinghan and vanished into the rift alongside Luohan. Nalan Shui and the other human leaders were momentarily stunned, silently mourning for the Tianwu clan for 3 seconds. They understood that the Tianwu clan had encountered a significant crisis. Chapter 71. Decapitating the Lord of the Witch Temple. Erasing the Witch Temple from existence. The moment Li Muzhou entered the spatial rift with Luohan, he conveyed to Nalan Shui, Sister Shui, I have 2 disciples in my sect. I must trouble you to look after them. After each summoning, Luohan could remain for half an hour at her disposal. His immediate priority was to rescue Gu Qinghan from the Witch Temple, so Gu Qingqing and Zhao Hong had to be entrusted to Nalan Shui's care. In truth, without Li Muzhou's request, the human leaders present would not neglect Li Muzhou's 2 disciples. Certainly, Nalan Shui replied as she watched Li Muzhou's figure disappear into the spatial rift. How extraordinary! Who is this elder accompanying him? Shui, do you know? Wang Hong, the lord of Zhiyang heavenly sect, gazed at Nalan Shui with lingering fear. Astonished, I am unsure. Nalan Shui frowned. Did I not mention that this elder obeys Li Muzhou's every word? Hiss, hiss. Even though they had heard similar words before, the human leaders remained profoundly astonished. A leader at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, taking a step further would make them a king-level existence? Yet they were obedient to a junior of the divine travel realm. Could they not be amazed? Of course, this junior of the divine travel realm was no ordinary individual. He had slain Yin-Yang realm leaders with his prowess. Who else could achieve such a feat? At the very least, Li Muzhou's current strength warranted their respect. It seems the witch temple is doomed. The lord of the Tianyin sect side, to offend Li Muzhou's disciple is to invite ruin. Who could have anticipated such a fantastical turn of events? Indeed, with the witch clan's overwhelming advance, who could know that Li Muzhou had a god of death behind him? At this moment, the lord of the witch temple is likely still unaware of the situation. Everyone, I have just received a distress signal from the leader of the Phoenix clan. A significant ancient clan has also dispatched a leader from the witch temple. We should divide our forces to ensure none escape. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Yes, we cannot allow them to return alive. The human leaders present quickly reached a consensus, tearing open spatial rifts to provide support in various directions. The Tianjiao conference, having taken such an unexpected turn, had become utterly mundane. Li Muzhou's performance and combat power far surpassed the other Tianjiao, rendering them insignificant by comparison. On the other side, in the Tianwu domain, at the Witch Temple, I have heard that the Witch Temple dispatched 12 leaders this time, intending to overturn the Dongdao Prefecture's Tianjiao conference and also launch an attack on Dongdao Prefecture. I have heard the same. They likely summoned us for this purpose. Although the Witch Temple has long bullied us, their large-scale offensive against Dongdao Prefecture without making us their vanguard shows some semblance of humanity. Shoo, lower your voices. Be wary of impending disaster. Indeed, I wonder what Wuming will instruct us to do next. Before the Witch Temple, the leaders of various factions in the Tianwu domain gathered. Among them were 5 leaders of the Yin-Yang realm and over a dozen at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Divine Travel realm. These individuals constituted the first-tier and quasi-first-tier powers of the Tianwu domain. Above them lay the dominant force, the Witch Temple, which they were obliged to pay tribute to each year, with a thunderous sound. The doors of the Witch Temple swung open, and the experts entered in succession. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Witch Temple. Within a grand palace, the lord of the Witch Temple, Wuming, sat upon his throne, flanked by 3 elders and numerous semi-Yin-Yang realm elders. Greetings, Lord Wuming. The experts, visibly apprehensive, bowed and paid their respects. Wuming was a peak existence at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm, regarded as the foremost figure in the Tianwu domain. With a dozen Yin-Yang realm leaders by his side, even Dongdao Prefecture would require a coalition of all first-tier powers to barely withstand him, underscoring the extent of his control over the Tianwu domain. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities. I summoned you all here because you must have heard the news. This time, our 12 leaders will serve as the vanguard, having already entered Dongdao Prefecture. We shall use the Tianjiao conference as an opportunity to capture all the leaders of Dongdao Prefecture in one fell swoop. Congratulations, Lord. Best wishes. Upon hearing Wuming's words, regardless of their true feelings, everyone feigned great joy to offer their congratulations. Ha ha ha. The human race of Dongdao Prefecture is on the decline. With the deputy lord of the Witch Temple leading the charge, we will surely annihilate all the leaders of Dongdao Prefecture. At that point, conquering Dongdao's territory shall require your assistance. Oh, is that so? Just as Wuming spoke, a voice, neither warm nor cold, echoed from the void. With a tearing sound, a spatial rift appeared, and Li Muzhou and Luohan emerged like celestial beings from the chasm. Wuming and the others were taken aback. Their Witch Temple was fortified by a massive defensive array. How could it be so easily breached, allowing someone to use spatial transmission to arrive within? Who are you? Wuming's pupils constricted as he stared blankly at Li Muzhou and Luohan. Swish, swish, swish. All 9 Yin-Yang realm leaders and 15 peak divine travel realm experts fixed their gazes upon Li Muzhou and Luohan. They sensed that Li Muzhou radiated the aura of the divine travel realm, and thus, the stunning beauty beside him must be a leader of the Yin-Yang realm. Li Muzhou maintained a stoic expression and replied coolly, "We have come to destroy your Witch Temple." Destroy my Witch Temple? Absurd. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe you can achieve this with just the 2 of you? Wuming was immediately struck with incredulity, laughing in disbelief. Among them were 8 Yin-Yang realm leaders and dozens of semi-Yin-Yang realm experts. How could these two possibly extinguish the witch temple? Is this some sort of joke? Such arrogance. Do you not know that numerous leaders of the witch temple have already infiltrated your Dongdao prefecture? Wise up and kneel to beg for mercy. As for the enchanting beauty by your side, she could very well be left as a concubine for our Lord of Impermanence, a senior elder from the witch god temple. At the threshold of the Yin-Yang realm, rose and disdainfully regarded Li Muzhou, exclaiming, "How noisy!" In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Muzhou's eyes. With a swift arc of the Daluo sacred sword, a razor-sharp sword chi sliced through the elder's form with a swift whoosh and a resounding thud. The elder, who had just spoken, was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood. Li Muzhou's sword was so swift that even he barely had time to react. A tremor swept through everyone in the witch god temple. They sensed that Li Muzhou possessed the aura of an 8th-level deity, yet his singular sword strike was capable of slaying an elder at the threshold of the Yin-Yang realm. A testament to his formidable prowess, rivaling that of ordinary Yin-Yang realm titans. As for the inscrutable woman beside him, she was likely even more terrifying. Wu Wuchang rose, inquiring, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Simultaneously, he quickly utilized the secret techniques of the Tianwu clan to contact the titans within the eastern Dao region. The presence of Luo Han felt excessively perilous to him. If he could summon back the titans who had ventured into the eastern Dao region, then no matter how powerful Luo Han was, he would have to account for his actions within the witch god temple. What do you mean? Should the witch god temple encroach upon our human territory? Be prepared for annihilation. As for the titans you dispatched, they have long since perished. Li Muzhou calmly observed Wu Wuchang, sneering. What? Wu Wuchang and his companions were taken aback. The sect leaders invited by him were equally astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. Impossible! There were over a dozen titans. How could the human race possess such strength to annihilate them all simultaneously? Master, something is amiss. At that critical moment, a disciple from outside the witch god temple rushed in a flurry, his words hitting like a heavy bombshell, instantly stirring up a tremendous uproar. This novel can be downloaded via the open-source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtained this novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software's source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https t.mefq Tool Chapter 72. Decapitation of the Witch God Temple Master. Expulsion from the Witch God Temple. What? How could this be possible? Wu Wuchang gasped in astonishment, and the elders of the Witch God Temple behind him wore expressions of sheer disbelief. As for the leaders of the various sects invited by Wu Wuchang, they were utterly flabbergasted, their eyes nearly falling out. When did the human race in the eastern Dao region become so formidable as to completely annihilate the titans of the Witch God Temple? Why had they received no news of such a momentous event?